20 hours a week for 25 years, listening to people tell me about their lives. And those people were people who were just barely hanging on to the bottom of the world, up to people who were so successful you can hardly believe it. Being a clinical psychologist, if you really listen, is like being immersed in a Dostoevsky novel all the time, you know, because it's amazing what people tell you if you listen to them, because they're so peculiar. Like, they're like penguins or rhinoceroses or ostriches. They're unlikely creatures.
Well, you got to improve, right? And you might think, well, I'm a real fixer-upper and I'm really embarrassed about that because there's 50 things wrong with me, and like, look at that guy, and so now I feel all terrible because of the comparison and all of that. First of all, it's unfair, especially by the time you're about 30. Your life has become quite idiosyncratic. Let's say your life has 8 dimensions: family, friends, intimate relationships. You're individually positioned in all those dimensions. Your life isn't like anyone else's life. So you see someone who's doing better than you, it's like you're only seeing one dimension at one slice of time. So it's not reasonable. You don't have the whole picture. And then you get down on yourself and take the spirit out of yourself, and you get bitter and resentful. There's nothing good about that. But you do need to improve. There's not as much of you as there should be. So what's the comparison? Well, that's easy. Just say, okay, well, here's my position in time and space right now. Here's my virtues and faults. I can be a little bit better tomorrow in some minor way. Well, that's the right comparison, because you are very much like you. Everything's the same about you. Everything's the same about you. And so it's the perfect comparison. You just don't have insight into the tragedy of someone else's life. You might think, well, he's rich and successful. It's like, yeah, but you just don't know. You don't know what his relationship is with his wife or his children. You know, you don't know that he's gone through 2 divorces and his daughter won't talk to him and one of his kids is schizophrenic. And the point is, you should be better than you are, but it's not because you're worse than other people. It's because you're not everything you should be. And so you got to pick the comparison right. And then that's also ennobling and instantly hopeful. There is absolutely no doubt that you can be slightly better tomorrow than you are today. There is definitely something that you can do today that will make you slightly better for the next day. Always. Okay. You're 85, you have Alzheimer's, you know, you're done. Sometimes you're done. Most of the time you're not, and most of the time there's something within your grasp that you could put right. See, that's the fundamental issue. It's like life is tragic. It's full of suffering and it's full of malevolence. There's no doubt about that. And it's brutal. It's more brutal than you can even imagine in some ways, or willing to imagine. But there's something you could put right. And we don't know what would happen if you put everything you could right, if you put it right. And then we don't know what would happen if everyone did that. But you can be certain that it would be less tragic and less malevolent. And so, like,
you don't have anything better to do than
All right, so we're going to leap out of the psychoanalytic domain now and start talking about a form of approach to personality and its transformations that's predicated on a set of different philosophical assumptions. And it's a bit tricky to navigate this because assumptions. It requires the adoption of a different frame of mind, and of course that's the case with all the theorists that we're going to be discussing. Phenomenology probably had its most thorough explication in the philosophy of Martin Heidegger. And Heidegger was actually trying to reconstruct Western philosophy from the bottom up. He thought that we had been pursuing an improper pathway conceptually, really ever since the time of the ancient Greeks. Back around the turn of the century, the previous century, from the 19th to the 20th century, a new form of geometry was invented, and that geometry was predicated on different axioms than Euclidean geometry. Now, people had thought for thousands of years that the world was properly described by Euclidean geometry, and you know, when you employ a system like Euclidean geometry, there's axioms that you have to accept, and they're like the rules of the game, and once you accept the axioms, then you can go ahead and play the game. But there were other forms of geometry invented, and in the later part of the 19th century, and it turned out that those forms with different axioms actually described the world better than the Euclidean forms, sort of like the transformation from Newton to Einstein. This was the transformation from Euclid to, say, I think I've got his name right, Riemann, R-I-E-M-A-N-N, who developed a new form of geometry, and it turned out to be just the geometry that Einstein needed when he was putting his theories forward. And the reason I'm telling you that is because you can think of systems that have different axioms as different tools. Same idea that Piaget was trying to express when he talked about how children's cognitive representations underwent stage transformations so that they were starting to apply new principles, not only a new way of looking at the world, but they were fundamentally retooling their presumptions about how the world operated. And Heidegger tried to do the same thing with philosophy. And it's tricky to figure out exactly what he was talking about, but I'll give it a shot, and then we can move forward with Rogers. So, since the dawn of the scientific world, and likely before that, we have tended to believe that we are subjects in a world of objects. And that's obviously a very useful way to view the world, and you can tell that because formalizing that in the form of science has enabled us to extend control over the world in ways that we were not able to before. To formulate the idea of an objective truth has been an extraordinarily useful maneuver, and so the idea roughly is that everyone's perceptions can be contaminated by their own biases and their own fantasies, the subjective biases and fantasies, and you can overcome that by stringently specifying the conditions under which an observation takes place, so that would be an experimental method. Having multiple people view the consequences separately, have them detail out what the consequences are, and then look for commonalities across them. You think, well, the commonalities across the set of observations constitute a description of the objective world. And that's been insanely powerful, crazily powerful. I mean, that's not all there is to the scientific method, but it's a big part of it. Now, there's an emergent problem with that, perhaps. It's complicated, but one of the emergent problems with that is maybe a consequence of stripping the subjectivity out of the world. So, what science does is consider anything subjective a form of bias or error in the observation, and then get rid of it. And so what you're left with when you formulate the scientific world is a world that's stripped of subjectivity. Now, the problem with that is that you're a subject, and so when you strip the world of its subjectivity, that sort of leaves you isolated, like an isolated being with no necessary connection to objective reality in the midst of a set of impersonal facts. And that seems to have psychological consequences. And the psychological consequences are that, well, for example, I think it's easier to develop a nihilistic sense of being, for example, if you believe that the world is nothing but objects and that you're fundamentally an object among many and not a particularly important one at that. So there are psychological consequences to adopting the scientific worldview. Prior to the emergence of the scientific worldview, people were more embedded in what you might think about as a mythological landscape, where every element of being had its place in something that approximated a master plan, or at least a meaningful plan. And so the idea of the meaningfulness of life was not necessarily such a pressing intellectual concern. And then, and so we don't know the full extent of that. I mean, I've talked to you a little bit about Nietzsche's idea, it's expressed at the end of the 19th century, about the death of God, and his prognostication that the collapse of classic systems of meaning would open up people to possession by nihilism and also by potentially totalitarian political systems, and that seems to have been what happened. Now, Heidegger was very concerned about that, among other things. And so he decided to reconsider reality from the bottom up. And so what he did was generate an alternative set of axioms. He said something like, well, what if we decide to make reality everything that we experience? Forget about the subject-object divide. One of the other problems with the subject-object divide, for example, is accounting for consciousness, right? Because it's a problem that science really hasn't got any distance with at all, as far as I can tell. I mean, people have been trying to crack the secret of consciousness, obviously, for a very long time, but they've been trying to do it formally and using scientific methods, at least for the last 50 years, and my sense of that is that they've got absolutely nowhere. Maybe that's a bit unfair. We're better at representing how conscious experiences manifest themselves in the brain, but we're certainly no better at understanding how it is that we experience things. And that's the problem of qualia. That's how the philosophers describe it. And qualia is the quality of your experience, like the fact of pain, for example. I mean, the pain you feel is by no means identical, at least as far as you're concerned, to some pattern of neurological activity. Right? It's pain. It seems to be a fundamental reality of some. In fact, I think pain is the fundamental reality. I think it's the only thing that people will never deny. So there are these aspects of your existence that are subjective, like your experience of color and your experience of beauty and just your experience of things, or maybe just your experience. And your experience plays a indeterminate role in the structure of being itself. Because you might ask, well, what would there be if there was nothing conscious? And you could say, well, what would there be if there was nothing conscious of being? Well, it's a tricky question because it depends on your a priori axioms, but it's not obvious what there would be in the absence of a conscious observer. There wouldn't obviously be any duration between things. It would be very difficult to specify things in terms of size. There wouldn't be any of the qualities that we experience our being as having, because color doesn't seem to be an intrinsic part of the world. Smell doesn't seem to be an intrinsic part of the world. It's very difficult. The more you think about it, you'd find the more difficult it is to determine exactly what there would be if there was no one to observe it. And that's not the tree in the forest idea precisely. It's not so much if a tree falls in the forest and there's no one to hear it, does it make a sound? Because that's more a matter of the definition of sound than anything else. This is more like, if there's a tree in the forest and there isn't anyone, is there a tree? And that's a whole different question. Anyway, so what Heidegger did, partly because he was not pleased, I suppose, with the metaphysical consequences of the scientific worldview, and also perhaps because he wasn't very happy about our ability to account for consciousness, he decided to see what would happen if he played a different kind of game. And you can do that in an intellectual discussion. You know, you can say, well, here's a set of axioms out of which a system will emerge, like here's a set of rules out of which a game would emerge. Same idea. What if we start with a different set of rules? Let's see what we can do if we do that. You kind of do that when you play one video game rather than another. You know, there are little worlds that pop out there. There's a different underlying structure, and then you can go inside that world and experiment with it and see what comes out of it. So Heidegger decided to say, well, okay, what we're going to do instead is we're going to assume that everything we experience is real. We're going to make our field of experience itself reality. And so that would mean, from Heidegger's point of view, that everything about the being that manifests itself to you is to be regarded as equally real. So then you think, well, that makes pain a fundamental reality. That makes anxiety a fundamental reality. It makes beauty and color fundamental realities. They're not self-evidently reducible to anything else, which they would be, which they are in the scientific, from the scientific perspective, because you have to think about them as manifestations of some more fundamental underlying material reality. And I guess that's another problem with the subject-object model and the material model. When you aggregate atoms, when you arrange them in certain forms, when they manifest themselves as certain molecules and then in more complex structures, they seem to take on all sorts of qualities that you couldn't predict if you just knew about the subatomic particles and the atoms themselves. And so, of course, those are called emergent properties. And you say, well, you can observe hydrogen and you can observe oxygen, but that doesn't make it self-evident for you to be able to predict the properties of water. And of course, that's a much simpler problem, all things considered, than the problem of figuring you out. You're this crazily complex aggregate of these hypothetically simple entities, but it isn't obvious how their elemental properties can combine to produce you. It's not obvious at all. It's certainly not obvious how a material that's supposed to be dead matter, so to speak, can manifest consciousness, no matter how complexly it's arranged. So, the phenomenologists, Heidegger leading them, were attempted to produce a philosophical model of being. And we'll talk more specifically about the phenomenologists after we're done with Rogers, but he fits in that philosophical framework. And one of the things that I've thought, this is a bit of a tangent, but I'll move back to the model afterwards. See, I really like the psychoanalysts, and I like the idea that you have a psyche that's inside of you and that is structured in partly consciously and in part unconsciously. There's something about that that's really cool, and I've learned a lot from the psychoanalysts. But, you know, there is a funny consequence of thinking the way they think, and you do think the way they think, even if you don't know it. Like, we tend to think that a lot of us is inside our head. You know, that's the psyche model, basically. But the more I've practiced as a clinical psychologist, the less I've actually been convinced that that's true. So I could say, well, let's say I want to know about your personality. We think, well, I want to know you. I want to know about your subjectivity. I want to know what's inside of you. But that isn't actually what you do want to know if you're doing clinical work, say, with someone. You want to know, do they have any friends? That's really important, because if you're miserable and anxious and badly placed in life and misbehaving, one of the reasons that all of that can occur is because you don't have any friends, you don't know anyone. And that's not something that's inside you. It's you localized in a broader sphere. And then you might say, well, do you have a job? And, well, let's talk about the job. Do you actually make enough money with your job? Is it satisfying for you in any way? Are you bullied all the time when you're at work? Does it provoke anxiety? Is it a career that allows you to go somewhere? Are you overworked? Well, but let's start with just the first question. Do you have a job? Well, if the answer to that is no, you have a serious problem, and that would might be to depress you and make you anxious and hopeless and nihilistic and all of those things. And you could say, well, you're not reacting very well to not having a job, but that's kind of a foolish objection, even though some of it might be true. One problem is that you're not reacting very well to not having a job, but another problem is that you don't have a job, and that actually constitutes a problem, right? You don't get to eat. You don't have a place to live. Those aren't psychological problems precisely, even though a psychological problem could make it worse. Well, are you as educated as you should be? That's another question. How do you handle drugs and alcohol? Are they taking you down a bad pathway? You know? What about intimate relationships? Do you have one? Do you have a plan for one? Or is that a never-ending series of catastrophes, or something that you avoid completely? That's a big problem. And maybe people aren't attracted to you for one reason or another. And you can think about that as a psychological problem, but it's an interpersonal problem. And the degree to which that's a psychological problem is certainly unspecified when you first begin to talk to somebody. What about your family? Do you have a family? Because it's hard to be in the world all by yourself, that's for sure. It makes things a lot more stressful, even though having a family can also be extraordinarily stressful. You know, do you have plans to have children? How are you doing with your parents? Do you get along with your siblings? You know, all of that, to me, is more fundamental, and it's outside of you. Those are elements of your experience, more broadly conceptualized, more than they are objects of your psychology or of your internal experience. You know, it's sort of like, well, a person is a creature that exists at multiple levels of analysis, right? Something might go wrong with you at a cellular level, so maybe you're born with a genetic abnormality, so something's wrong with you molecularly, or you have something wrong with a major organ, or maybe there's something wrong with you psychologically, or maybe you're in a pathological family, or maybe you're stuck in a pathological social system. And figuring out why you're suffering means going up and down those different levels, trying to specify the appropriate level for analysis and also the appropriate level for intervention. And for me, as I've said, even though I'm a great admirer of the psychoanalysts, and I do things like dream analysis, which I really find incredibly useful and enlightening, the fundamental level of analysis is, well, what's your experience structured like exactly? And that isn't localized in you. Now, the behaviorists do that too, because it's one of the things I really like about the behavioral approach to psychotherapy. It's very, very concrete and practical. It's like, they'll say, well, there's certain things that you need to have in order to live properly, and maybe you don't have the skills or the wherewithal to accumulate them, and we'll break them down into tiny little pieces and you'll practice. So, for example, with someone who doesn't have any friends, then you do a microanalysis of their social skills, say, and maybe an analysis of the kinds of anxiety that are stopping them from going out and meeting people, and then you address those things practically one by one. You try to get the person to have some friends, try to figure out how they can establish an intimate relationship, you see if you can help them sort out their family, you do what you can about their employment, and a lot of that's only tangentially related to, really, in some sense, to the structure of their psyche. But one of the things you'll see if you work as a clinician or as a counselor is that most of the time people come and see you because they have problems, not because they have psychological problems. And those things are not that easy to distinguish. You know, it's sort of the psychoanalytic idea, is sort of like, well, if you just got your act together, everything would work out for you. It's like, yeah, there's some truth in that. But you know, if you're 55 years old and you've just been laid off work, and maybe through no fault of your own, it isn't obvious how much getting your act together is going to help you find another job, because the actual problem that you're facing may have relatively little to do with you, and that would especially be the case if you're maybe on the bottom half of the intelligence distribution, for example, and so it isn't as easy for you just to go out and pick up new skills at the drop of a hat, you know, and that gets harder as you get older because your IQ actually declines quite substantially as you get older. The working, or the fluid intelligence part anyways, exercise can keep that at bay, by the way. It's the best way to keep that at bay. So anyways, you can think from the phenomenological viewpoint of your experience as a whole instead of you being a subject in an objective world. And so here's another way here's something that's quite useful. Jung talked about this because he was moving towards a phenomenological perspective later in his life. The last book he wrote was called Mysterium Conjunctionis, and he talked about 3 conjunctions that needed to take place in order for someone to be well constituted psychologically. And you know how Piaget talked about learning that you could not only follow rules, but that you could make rules for new games as sort of the highest level of moral development? I would say Jung extended the Piagetian moral continuum up past what Piaget had envisioned. Now, he didn't do that because he wasn't trying to extend Piaget's model, but But you can think about it the same way. It's not easy to come up with a moral mode of being, say, that transcends the ability to make rules for new games. That's damn smart, man. That's a major home run by Piaget as far as I'm concerned. But Jung said something like this. He said, look, when you're going through the process of psychological integration, here's a way of conceptualizing it. And he thought about this as symbolically as male-female pairings, because as I've tried to point out, one of the most fundamental categories that our mythological imagination uses to structure the world is the category of masculine and feminine. And it moves that around. You know, it's a fundamental metaphor, so you can move that around anywhere. And so Jung thought, well, one of the things that you're trying to do is to get your thoughts and your emotions integrated. And so, you know, the classic Enlightenment viewpoint, roughly speaking, is something like passion is the enemy of reason, right? And so to the degree that you're rational, it's sort of a Freudian viewpoint. It's because you got your emotions under control. And there's some truth in that, but not enough truth. I like the Piagetian idea better, which is that, no, that isn't what happens. What happens if you're playing the proper game is that you integrate your emotions underneath your thinking, something like that. So they're all working in the same direction, you know. So, for example, you can make your anxiety work against you or for you. And one of the ways I made a program called the Future Authoring Program that I think helps people do that. Because one of the things you see when you're talking to people and they're trying to solve problems is that they're afraid to face the problem. And so then their anxiety is working against them, and you can think about it as antagonistic to rationality. But then I could say, well, why don't you think for a while about what your life would be like if you didn't face this problem? Because if you think that through, if you have a problem and you really think through what the consequences are going to be in 3 to 5 years of not facing it, then you're going to get more afraid of not facing it than facing it. And that's great, because then your anxiety, instead of standing in front of you, instead of you having a dragon that's guarding the path in front of you, you have one chasing you down the path from behind. That's a lot more useful. And so, you know, that's just a minimal example of the utility of getting your emotions and your thoughts aligned the same way. The same thing happens with aggression. You know, one of the most common reasons that people come and seek psychotherapy really is because they're too agreeable. But what that means is they're not assertive enough. They haven't integrated their capacity for aggression, and so other people can push them around. And they're very conflict avoidant. And so the consequences of that across time is that you don't stand up for yourself well enough, and you get taken advantage of, and that spirals badly downward. And so partly what you do when you're doing assertiveness training with people is you find out what they're angry about. And they're usually angry if they're not assertive enough because other people are taking advantage of them, or you could say because they're not putting their own necessities forward with enough force. It's hard to distinguish between those two things. But anyways, you get them to talk about what they're angry about. That often makes them cry, often many times. And then you get them to kind of envision what they would want to have instead, which they're often afraid to do because people are afraid to think about what they want, because that makes it more clear when they're not getting it, and that's painful, right? Or maybe they're afraid of hoping, so they won't specify a clear aim. But anyways, you get them to think about what they might want instead. You get them to think about the costs of not pursuing that, and then you help them develop strategies for integrating their aggression and with their thinking so that they can come up with a plan to approach the world in a more confident way. So for example, someone might come to me and say, I'm being bullied badly at work. And so then I'll say, well, what are your options? Do you have to put up with it? Well, we'll figure that out, because maybe you do. Maybe you don't have options. But here's how to find out. Get your damn CV together so it's pristine, right? It's ready to go. Get over your fear of a new interview, because people are generally afraid of that. Get over your fear of applying for a new job. Start thinking about what it would mean to have a different job. Start thinking about what it would mean to have a better job even, because maybe your fear is just making you stuck here. But I can tell you one thing, if someone's picking on you at work and you don't have options, you lose. So you get the person to start building a strategy. It's like, okay, if you're going to tell this person to stop, you have to know how to make them stop. And the one thing you need for sure is an option. And if you can't if you don't have an option, then maybe we start thinking about the fact that you need some more training or something like that, because you cannot negotiate if you don't have any power.
Obviously,
So, because especially if you're dealing with someone who's really out to get you or really disagreeable, if you don't have a leg to stand on, they'll just push you over, and maybe they'll jump on you too, because that's what they're like and they enjoy it anyway. So it's no joke. So you put your options behind you, and then you start to think about strategy. So I tell people, look, if you're being harassed at work, you document it every time it happens and you write it down. So you've got like 20 stories about it, and it's fully documented. And then you go confront the person at some point, but with at least 3 pieces of evidence. And you have some sense of what you tell them about what will happen if they don't stop. So you have to figure out, well, if they don't stop, what are you going to do about it? Leave? Not if you can't leave. So you have to be able to, wield a big stick and speak softly. But you see, that way that's how you take your aggression, which is an absolutely necessary part of your psyche, and manifest it up into a sophisticated means of dealing with the world. You don't just suppress it. You say, well, I should be able to put up with it, or I wish I wasn't so angry, or something. It's like, forget that. That's all that'll happen is your blood pressure will stay high and you'll die of a heart attack, because anger, for example, is a very toxic emotion, and it does cause heart damage over time. It's the only emotion that we really know that's been linked to things like cardiovascular risk. And anger is toxic, because it's like you're driving a car, you're stepping on the gas and pushing on the brake at the same time, because anger tells you to run away and to attack at the same time, because you don't know what's going to happen. And so it really amps up the physiological demand on your body. And so if you including your heart and your musculature. So if you stay like that for like 10 years, you're going to age 20 years. And that's a bad plan. So you take your underground emotions and you integrate them into a sophisticated reality. Now, Jung said, so first of all, you unite your mind, your thinking, let's say, with your emotions. So that makes one thing instead of 2 fighting things. Okay, that's a good one. And then the next conjunction he talked about was, it isn't enough to unite your mind and your emotions. And he thought about that as a male-female pairing symbolically. That's how it would manifest itself sometimes in dreams. So you take the masculine element and the feminine element, the thinking and the emotion, unite those, and that makes you more like one thing. Okay, now all of a sudden that's represented as symbolically male, that one thing, and it unites with something else that's now represented symbolically female. That's the body. So you take the mind emotion integration and integrate that in your body. So what does that mean? You act it out instead of just thinking. So there's this philosophical idea called now I'm going to forget what it's called. It's a contradiction in action. There's actually a technical term for it. But that's when you think and believe something, but you don't act it out. And so that means there's a dissociation in you somehow between your abstract representations and what you manifest in action. Well, that's another form of discontinuity that isn't doing you any good. The driver's going one way and the car's going the other, and you won't even be able to understand yourself if you do that. But even more, you're not putting your principles into practice, so you're dissociated. Your being is dissociated. So once you get your mind and your emotions working together, then the next thing to do is to act that out consistently. So that was the second conjunction as far as Jung was concerned. And then the third one was, this is the tough one, and this is the one that's related to phenomenology. You erase the distinction between yourself and the world. Okay, that's a tough one. So imagine you're dealing with someone who's hoarding. Now, people who are hoarding are often older or neurologically damaged, or they have obsessive compulsive disorder. But then you walk into their house and there's like 10,000 things in their house. There's maybe 100 boxes, and you open up a box, and in the box there's some pens and some old passports and some checks and their collection of silver dollars and some hypodermic needles and some dust and a dead mouse and there's boxes and boxes and boxes like that in the house. It's absolute chaos in there. Absolute chaos, not order. Chaos. And then you think, is that their house or is that their being? Is that their mind? And the answer is, there's no difference. There's no difference. So, I could say, well, if you want to organize your psyche, you could start by organizing your room. if that would be easier, because maybe you're a more concrete person and you need something concrete to do. So you go clean up under your bed and you make your bed and you organize the papers on your desk, and you think, well, just exactly what are you organizing? Are you organizing the objective world, or are you objecting your field, or are you organizing your field of being, like your field of total experience? And Jung believed that, and I think there's a Buddhist doctrine that's sort of nested in there, that at the highest level of psychological integration, there's no difference between you and what you experience. Now you think, well, I can't control everything I experience, but that's no objection, because you can't control yourself anyway. So the mere fact that you can't extend control over everything you experience is no argument against the idea that you should still treat that as an extension of yourself. So you could say, well, let's say you have a long-standing feud with your brother. Well, is that a psychological problem? Is that him? Is it a problem in the objective world, or is it a problem in your field of being? And it's very useful to think that way, because you might ask, what could you do to improve yourself? Well, let's step one step backwards. The first question might be, why should you even bother improving yourself? And I think the answer to that is something like, so you don't suffer any more stupidly than you have to. And maybe so others don't have to either. It's something like that. You know, like there's a real injunction at the bottom of it. It's not some casual self-help doctrine. It's that if you don't organize yourself properly, you'll pay for it, and in a big way, and so will the people around you. Now, and you could say, well, I don't care about that, but that's actually not true. You actually do care about that, because if you're in pain, you will care about it. And so you do care about it, even if it's just that negative way, you know. It's very rare that you can find someone who's in excruciating pain who would ever say, well, it would be no better if I was out of this. It's sort of, pain is one of those things that brings the idea that it would be better if it didn't exist along with it. It's incontrovertible. So you get your act together so that there isn't any more stupid pain around you than necessary. Well, so then the question might be, well, how would you go about getting your act together? And the answer to that, and this is a phenomenological idea too, it's something like, look around for something that bothers you and see if you can fix it. So now you think, well, let's say you go into you can do this in a room. It's quite fun to do it just when you're sitting in a room, like a room, maybe your bedroom. You can sit there and just sort of meditate on it and think, okay, if I wanted to spend 10 minutes making this room better, what would I have to do? And you have to ask yourself that, right? It's not a command, it's like a genuine question. And things will pop out in the room that you know, like there's a stack of papers over there that's kind of bugging you, and you know that maybe a little order there would be a good thing, and you know, there's some rubbish behind your computer monitor that you haven't attended to for like 6 months, and the room would be slightly better if it was a little less dusty and the cables weren't all tangled up the same way. And like, if you allow yourself just to consider the expanse in which you exist at that moment, there'll be all sorts of things that'll pop out in it that you could just fix. And you know, I might say, well, if you were coming to see me for psychotherapy, this easiest thing for us to do first would just be to get you to organize your room. You think, well, is that psychotherapy? And the answer is, well, it depends on how you conceive the limits of your being. And I would say, start where you can start. You know, if something announces itself to you, which is a strange way of thinking about it, as in need of repair, that you could repair, then, hey, fix it. You fix 100 things like that, your life will be a lot different. Now, I often tell people too, fix the things you repeat every day, because people tend to think of those as trivial, right? You get up, you brush your teeth, you have your breakfast, you know, you have your routines that you go through every day. Well, those probably constitute 50% of your life. And people think, well, they're mundane, I don't need to pay attention to them. It's like, no, that's exactly wrong. The things you do every day, those are the most important things you do. Hands down. All you have to do is do the arithmetic. You figure it out right away. So 100 adjustments to your broader domain of being, and there's a lot less rubbish around, and a lot fewer traps for you to step into. And so that's in keeping with Jung's idea about erasing once you've got your mind and your emotions together, and once you're acting that out, then you can extend what you're willing to consider yourself and start fixing up the things that are part of your broader extent. Now, sometimes you don't know how to do that. So you might say, imagine you're walking down Bloor Street and there's this guy who's like alcoholic and schizophrenic and has been on the streets for 10 years. He sort of stumbles towards you and, you know, incoherently mutters something. That's a problem. And it would be good if you could fix it, but you haven't got a clue about how to fix that. You just walk around that and go find something that you could fix, because if you muck about in that, not only is it unlikely that you'll help that person, it's very likely that you'll get hurt yourself. So, you know, just because while you're experiencing things announce themselves as in need of repair doesn't mean that it's you right then and there that should repair them. You have to have some humility. You know, you don't walk up to a helicopter that isn't working and just start tinkering away with it. You have to stay within your domain of competence. But most of the time, if people look at their lives, you know, it's a very interesting thing to do. I like the idea of the room, because you can do that at the drop of a hat. You know, you go back to where you live and sit down and think, okay, I'm going to make this place better for half an hour. What should I do? You have to ask, and things will just pop up like mad. And it's partly because your mind is a very strange thing. As soon as you give it a name, a genuine aim, it'll reconfigure the world in keeping with that aim. That's actually how you see to begin with. And so if you set it a task, especially, you have to be genuine about it, which is why you have to bring your thoughts and emotions together, and then you have to get them in your body so you're acting consistently. You have to be genuine about the aim, but once you aim, the world will reconfigure itself around that aim, which is very strange. And it's technically true. You know, the best example of that, you have all seen this video where you watch the basketballs being tossed back and forth between members of the white team versus the black team, and while you're doing that, a gorilla walks up into the middle of the video and you don't see it. It's like, you know, if you thought about that experiment for about 5 years, that would be about the right amount of time to spend thinking about it. Because what it shows you is that you see what you aim at. And that, man, if you can get one thing through your head as a consequence of even being in university, that would be a good one. You see what you aim at. And so, because one inference you might draw from that is, be careful what you aim at. Right? What you aim at determines the way the world manifests itself to you. And so if the world is manifesting itself in a very negative way, one thing to ask is, are you aiming at the right thing? Now, you know, I'm not trying to reduce everybody's problems to an improper aim. People get cut off at the knees for all sorts of reasons. You know, they get sick, they have accidents. There's a random element to being, that's for sure. And so you don't want to take anything, even that particular phrase, too far. You want to bind it with the fact that random things do happen to people, but it's still a great thing to ask. Okay, so Rogers was a phenomenologist, and he was interested in, he didn't start his philosophy from the perspective of subject versus object, or from the idea of psyche, like sort of inside you, your mind with its layers. That's not how he looked at it. And so let's go through, well, I'll introduce you to Rogers. I think and then we'll talk about it more next time. I'm going to start, though, with something that I learned from him that I think was of crucial importance. And so we'll set the stage for the further discussion with this. And I'm going to read it to you. Assuming a minimal mutual willingness to be in contact and to receive communications, we may say that the greater the communicated congruence of experience, awareness, and behavior on the part of one individual, the more the ensuing relationship will involve a tendency towards reciprocal communication with the same qualities. Mutually accurate understanding of the communications, improved psychological adjustment and functioning in both parties, and mutual satisfaction in the relationship. It's quite a mouthful. What does it mean? Assuming a minimal mutual willingness to be in contact and to receive communications. Okay, we're having a conversation. I'm deciding I'm going to listen to you. Right? That's different than how people generally communicate, because usually when they communicate, they're doing something like, okay, we're going to have a conversation and I'm going to tell you why I'm right and I'll win if you agree. Or maybe you're having a conversation where, I don't know what you're trying to do. Maybe you're trying to impress the person you're talking to. So you're not listening to them at all. You're just thinking about what you're going to say next. Okay, so that's not this. This is, you might have something to tell me. And so I'm going to listen on the off chance that you'll tell me something that would really be useful for me to know. And so you could think about it as an extension of the Piagetian. You know, Piaget talked about the fundamentally important element of knowledge being to describe how knowledge is sought, the process by which knowledge is generated. Well, if you agree with me and I find that out, I know nothing more than I knew before. I just know what I knew before. And maybe I'm happy about that because, you know, it didn't get challenged. But I'm no smarter than I was before. But maybe you're different than me, and so while I'm listening to you, you'll tell me something I don't like. Maybe it's something I find contemptible or difficult, whatever. Maybe you'll tell me something I don't know, and then I won't be quite as stupid. And then maybe I won't run painfully into quite as many things. And that's a really useful thing to know, especially if you live with someone and you're trying to make long-term peace with them. If they're not the same as you, and their way they look at the world and the facts that they pull out of the world aren't the same as your facts. And even though you're going to be overwhelmed with the proclivity to demonstrate that you're right, it is the case that two brains are better than one. And so maybe 9 of the 10 things they tell you are dispensable, or maybe even 49 out of 50. But one thing, all you need to get out of the damn conversation is one thing you don't know. And one of the things that's very cool about a good psychotherapeutic session is that the whole conversation is like that. All you're doing is trying to express the truth of the situation as clearly as possible. That's it. And so, now, Roger's proposition, and I'll tell you why he derived it, was that if you have a conversation like that with someone, it will make both of you better. It'll make both of you psychologically healthier. So there's an implicit presupposition that the exchange of truth is curative. Well, that's a very cool idea. I mean, it's a very deep idea. I think it's the most profound idea. It's the idea upon which Western civilization, although not only Western civilization, is actually predicated. The idea that truth produces health. But for Rogers, that was the entire purpose of the Psychotherapeutic Alliance. You come to see me because you want to be better. You don't even know what that means necessarily, neither do I. We're going to figure that out together. But you come and you say, look, things are not acceptable to me, and maybe there's something I could do about that. So that's the minimal precondition to engage in therapy. Something's wrong, you're willing to talk about it truthfully, and you want it to be better. Without that, the therapeutic relationship does not get off the ground. And so then you might ask, well, what relationships are therapeutic? And the answer to that would be, if you have a real relationship, it's therapeutic. If it isn't, what you have is not a relationship. God only knows what you have. You're a slave, they're a tyrant, you know, you're both butting heads with one another. It's a primate dominance hierarchy dispute. Oh, I don't know, you're like two cats in a barrel, or two people with their hands around each other's throats. But what you have is not a relationship. So, all right. We may say that the greater the communicated congruence of experience, awareness, and behavior on the part of one individual, that's a reference to the same idea that I was describing with regards to Jung. So let's say you come and talk to me and you want things to go well. Well, I'm going to have to more or less be one thing, because if I'm all over the place, you can't trust any continuity in what I say. There's no reason for you to believe that I'm capable of actually telling you, I'm capable of expressing anything that's true. So the truth is something that emerges as a consequence of getting yourself lined up and beating all the, what would you call, all the impurities out of your soul, for lack of a better word. You have to be integrated for that to happen, and you do that at least in part by wanting to tell the truth. The more the ensuing relationship will involve a tendency towards reciprocal communication with the same qualities. So one of the things, well, I've been quite influenced by Rogers. One of the things I try to do in my therapeutic sessions is, first of all, to listen, to really listen. And then, well, while I listen, I watch. And while I'm listening, things will happen in my head. You know, maybe I'll get a little image of something, or I'll get a thought or a question will emerge, and then I'll just tell the person what that is. But it's sort of directionless, you know. It's not like I have a goal, except that we're trying to make things better. I'm on the side of the person, I'm on the side of the part of the person that wants things to be better, not worse. And so then those parts of us have a dialogue, and the consequence of that dialogue is that certain things take place, and then I'll just tell the person what happened. And it isn't that I'm right. That's not the point. The point is that they get to have an hour where someone actually tells them what they think. Here's the impact you're having on me. You know, this is making me angry. This is making me happy. This is really interesting. This reminds me of something that you said an hour ago that I don't quite understand. And the whole point is not for either person to make the proposition or convince the other that their position is correct, but merely to have an exchange of experience about how things are set up. And it's extraordinarily useful for people because it's often difficult for anyone to find anyone to talk to that will actually listen. And so another thing that's really strange about this listening is that if you listen to people, they will tell you the weirdest bloody things so fast you just cannot believe it. So if you're having a conversation with someone and it's dull, it's because you're stupid. That's why. You're not listening to them properly because they're weird. They're like wombats or albatrosses or rhinoceroses or something. Like they're strange creatures. And so if you were actually communicating with them and they were telling you how weird they really are, it would be anything but boring. So, and you can ask questions. That's a really good way of listening. But, you know, one of Roger's points is, well, you have to be oriented properly in order to listen. And the orientation has to be, look, what I want out of this conversation is that the place we both end up is better than the place we left. That's it. That's what I'm after. And if you're not after that, you got to think, why the hell wouldn't you be after that? What could you possibly be after that would be better than that? You walk away smarter and more well-equipped for the world than you were before you had the conversation, and so does the other person. Well, maybe if you're bitter and resentful and angry and anxious and, you know, generally annoyed at the world, then that isn't what you want. You want the other person to walk away worse, and you too, because you're full of revenge. But, you know, you'll get what you want if you do that. So, we know from our research that such empathic understanding, it's already defined that. I want to hear you. I want to hear what you have to say so we can clarify it and move forward. I want to have your best interests in mind. And mine as well, but, you know, both at the same time. Your families too, if we can manage that. We're after making things better. We know from our research that such empathic understanding with a person, not about him, is such an effective approach that it can bring about major changes in personality. Some of you may be feeling that you listen well to people and that you have never seen such results. The chances are very great that you have not been listening in the manner that I've described. Fortunately, I can suggest a little experiment that you can do to test the quality of your understanding. The next time you get into an argument with your wife or your friend or a small group of friends, stop the discussion for a moment and for an experiment institute this rule. Each person can speak up for himself only after he has first restated the ideas and feelings of the previous speaker accurately. What accurately means is they have to agree with your restatement. Now that's an annoying thing to do, because if someone is talking to you and you disagree with them, the first thing you want to do is take their argument, make the stupidest possible thing out of it that you can, that's the straw man, and then demolish it. It's like, so then you can walk away feeling good about it, and, you know, you primate dominated them really nicely. So, but that isn't what you do. You say, okay, well, I'm going to take what you told me, and maybe I'm even going to make your argument stronger than the one you made. That's useful if you're dealing with someone that you have to live with, because maybe they can't bloody well express themselves very well, but they have something to say. So you make their argument strong. All right, then you see what this would mean. It would mean that before presenting your own point of view, it would be necessary for you to really achieve the other speaker's frame of reference, to understand his thoughts and feelings so well that you could summarize them for him. Sounds simple, doesn't it? But if you'll try it, you'll find that it's the most difficult thing that you've ever done. Okay, good. We'll leave it at that, and then we'll see you on Tuesday. On action is one of the fundamental characteristics of existentialism. Another one is the insistence upon trouble and suffering as an intrinsic element of human experience. So you could say we could concentrate on subjective experience. What's your life like to you? How do you experience it? And we could say, well, built into that is trouble. Built into that is chaos. Built into that is anxiety and pain and disease and that you can fall prey to those things without there being something wrong with you. Now, you know, if you pin down a psychoanalyst like Jung or Freud, they would of course admit that human misery is endemic to human experience, but Freud in particular tended to look for adult psychopathology in childhood misadventure, in pathological childhood experience. And he at least implicitly claimed that if you hadn't experienced childhood trauma and you had developed properly, that what would happen is that you would end up healthy, roughly speaking, certainly mentally sound. But the existentialists, they don't really buy that perspective right from the beginning. They basically make a different claim, which is that life is so full of intrinsic misery, let's say, but suffering is a better way of thinking about it, suffering that manifests itself as a consequence of your intrinsic vulnerability, that psychopathology is built into the human experience. There's no real way of avoiding it, or at least there's no reason to look for extra causes. That might be a better way of thinking about it. And you'd be surprised how often that sort of observation is useful for clinical clients, for example, because one of the things that's quite characteristic about people, especially if they're introverted and they don't have very many friends, they don't have people to talk to, if they're suffering, maybe they're depressed or anxious, or they have some sets of strange symptoms like agoraphobia or obsessive compulsive disorder, one of the things they always presume that is that the fact that they're suffering in that manner means that there's something, not only something wrong with them, but something uniquely wrong with them, so that it's their fault and no one else is like them. And one of the things you do as a diagnostician, you know, you'll hear a lot of rattling about how labeling is bad for people, and certainly mislabeling is bad for people. And even an accurate label can be a box that you can't get out of, but it's very, very frequently the case that if you diagnose someone, it's a relief to them like you can't believe, because they come in to see you knowing that something isn't going properly, but they think, well, they're the only person facing it, and that means they're idiosyncratically strange in some incomprehensible way that no one else could possibly understand, and there's no way they could ever get better. And one of the things you do is point out to them is like, yeah, depression and anxiety doesn't really require any explanation, right? There's plenty of reasons. I don't remember who said it. Everyone has sufficient justification for suicide. I think that was the claim. Well, but the point is that if you look through the experiences of the typical person, unless they're very, very fortunate, and they won't be that way forever, that's certainly the case, that they can point to traumatic experiences in their life, death and loss and illness and humiliation and all those sorts of things, that are sufficient to account for existence in a state of quasi-permanent negative emotion. Now, often if you see, as I said, if you see people who are depressed and anxious by nature, they assume that everyone else is the smiling face that you see on Facebook, and so that alienates them from other people and themselves even more than certainly far more than necessary. And part of the psychoeducation that goes along with therapy is merely educating people to understand that a fair bit of misery is the norm, and that there's plenty of genuine reason for it. And so the existentialists basically start from that stance. It's like a fall of man stance in some sense, you know, because deeply rooted in the Western tradition, roughly speaking, is the idea that people are divorced from some early paradisal state, and that it was the emergence of something like self-consciousness that produced that demolition of humanity and left us in a damaged state. And I mean, people think they don't believe that, but they believe it all the time. And it's frequently how people experience themselves, you know, as if there's something wrong that needs to be rectified. And it seems unique in some sense to human beings. It doesn't seem all that obvious that animals think that way, but people definitely think that way. And so, well, the existentialists basically take that as a given. And then they offer another question, which is, well, given that that's your lot and that there's ample reason for misery, how is it that you should conduct yourself? Because merely say, giving into that misery or multiplying it doesn't seem to be it doesn't seem to do anything but multiply it. It doesn't seem to do anything but increase it. Now, so if it's bad to begin with, you might say, well, increasing it is definitely going to be, increasing it is something that you have to regard as worse. So how do you conduct yourself in the face of misery? Okay, so how do they present that to begin with? Well, this is from Pascal, and this is an existential statement that describes the position of the individual in the universe, you might say, or you could say that it explains a deep characteristic of individual experience or existence, hence existentialism. When I consider the brief span of my life, swallowed up in the eternity before and behind it, the small space that I fill or even see, engulfed in the infinite immensity of spaces which I know not, and which know not me, I am afraid, and wonder to see myself here rather than there. For there's no reason why I should be here rather than there, or now rather than then. And so that's an element of existential thinking that is shared with the phenomenologists called thrownness. That's a term that Heidegger originated, if I remember correctly. And what it means is it's an analysis of a certain characteristic of human experience, which is that, well, there was an immense span of time in which you could have been born, but you weren't born then, you were born 20 years ago. And there was an immense span of time in the future that you could have been born, and you weren't born then either. You were born when you were born, and you're who you are, and you have exactly the characteristics that you have. And there's something tremendously arbitrary about that. It's as if you were thrown into experience, and that's what thrownness means. It means that you were randomly placed in a place and time, and there's something fundamentally irrational about that, meaning that there's no real way of understanding it. It's something you have to deal with. And you might say, well, why was I born poor? Or why was I born less attractive than I might be? Or why was I born less intelligent than I might be? Or maybe why was I born to these terrible parents at this particular horrible moment in time? And in some sense, there's no answer to questions like that. It's just how it is, and you have to deal with it. So the question is, for the existentialists, how do you deal with that? This is Walter Kaufman, if I read Rolomé. Rarely has the existential question been put more simply or beautifully. In this passage we see first the profound realization of the contingency of human life, which the existentialists call thrownness. Second, we see Pascal facing unflinchingly the question of being there, or more accurately, being where. Third, we see the realization that you cannot take refuge in some superficial explanation of time and space, which Pascal, a scientist that he was, could well know. And lastly, the deep shaking anxiety arising from this stark awareness of existence in such a universe. There's a fairly well-developed line of social psychological theorizing known as terror management theory. And the basic premise of terror management theory is that human beings have belief systems, and what the belief systems do is serve to protect them against death anxiety. And now I have that's derived from the work of Ernest Becker, by the way, who wrote a great book called The Denial of Death. And his theories in The Denial of Death have been put to the test by the terror management theorists with, I would say, some success. But I think the theory is flawed because I don't believe that Becker phrased the issue properly. I think it's deeper than a fear of death, and that's what the existentialists are attempting to communicate. It's more like terror it's more like terror of isolated being. You know, it's not only that you're mortal, you know, that you have a border, a temporal border, you're born and you die, but also that during that time you're vulnerable to all sorts of things and all sorts of contingencies, one of which of course is death, but it's by no means the only one that is horrifying. I think you can certainly make a case, like the existentialists do, that the mere fact that you're limited in the face of infinite complexity is also a primary existential problem. It's a problem that human beings have been dealing with ever since they started to understand. They started to make sense of concepts that were beyond their immediate experience. You know, millions of years ago, or tens of millions of years ago, when our ancestors lived in trees, you could be sure that they were frightened of what surrounded them. They were frightened of, when they were little, they were frightened of birds that might pick them out of a tree, or they were afraid of cats that might climb a tree and eat them. They were afraid of snakes that would come slithering along and bite them. And they existed in a space that was safe, surrounded by a space that wasn't safe, that was full of predatory entities. And those were primarily birds of prey and cats and snakes or other reptiles. And then what seemed to have happened as we evolved was that the way we construed the world, you can think of the world as a safe place surrounded by the possibility of predation, but you can also think of the world as the known surrounded by the unknown. It's the same idea, except put up one level of abstraction. And the unknown has the same relationship to us in some sense that the territory of predators has relationship to us, and we use the same circuitry to represent the absolute unknown that we used so many millions of years ago to represent predators. Now it's more complicated for human beings because, first of all, we're not just prey animals, we're also predators. And so we're not only targets, but we're the thing that makes other things targets, and we're also something that isn't only shaking in the face of the unknown because of its predatory element, maybe like a rabbit, but something that can explore the unknown and garner something of value as a consequence. And so we have this very paradoxical wiring, you might say. The unknown is partly terror, and that's the prepotent element of the unknown. So negative emotion for human beings is more powerful than positive emotion is, sort of dose for dose. And I think that's because you can be completely and utterly dead, but you can only be so much happier. And so it makes much more sense to be tilted to some degree towards sensitivity to negative emotion than it does to be tilted towards sensitivity for positive emotion. But it's also another one of those things that makes life rather intrinsically difficult, because negative emotions are commonplace and they're powerful, and they need to be, because otherwise you'd wander stupidly into something that would kill you. And it's better to be anxious than to be in pain or dead, even though it's not so good to be anxious. So for the existentialist, the fundamental quality of human existence is limitation in the face of incomprehensible complexity, and all of the things that stem from that. Existentialism is not a comprehensive philosophy or a way of life, but an endeavor to grasp reality. Existentialism is immersed in and arises directly out of man's anxiety, estrangement, and conflicts. This was written 60 years ago, and it was written, so it was aimed at Western audiences at that point. If you go back 100 years, you could make the case, or perhaps a little longer than that, you could make the case that the parts of the world that weren't Western were still reasonably well ensconced in traditional belief systems, and so those traditional belief systems provided an overarching canopy of meaning. That's one way of thinking about it, that was designed exactly to, you could say, rationalize, or you could say cope with or deal with, depending on your perspective, that existential anxiety. It gave significance to everything, it gave meaning to everything. And those are religious systems, let's say, but they came crashing down in the West in the late 1800s, and then increasingly everywhere else in the world. So the point at which we are now in time, it isn't reasonable to only consider this a pathology of the Western individual. It might even be the prime conflict that exists in the world right now between comprehensive and traditional religious systems and a modern viewpoint that has this existential angst built into it as part of its nature. Maybe it's the price you pay for increased technological mastery and awareness, but it's a big price to pay. And the existentialists were concerned about that because they also believed that although the scientific method had given us immense technological power, the worldview that came along with it which you could say in some sense is incidental to the method, but it doesn't matter. The worldview that came along with it was sufficiently powerful and objective and reductive to blow gaping holes in the meaning systems that protected us from our existential anxiety, and to open us up to the possibility, number one, of nihilism, which is really belief in nothing, and we'll talk about that more as we progress, or a proclivity towards rational totalitarianism, which would be, you might say, the extreme reaction to the threat of nihilism and the abandonment of classic belief systems. I think you still see that playing out everywhere. You certainly see it playing out in the universities right now, because there's huge ideological conflicts in the substructure of Western intellectual thinking, and people are, and this is very hard on young people, they're caught in part between an emergent nihilism that seems to be implicit in a materialist worldview and the temptation of radical ideologies. And neither of those options, I would say, is tenable. I mean, the nihilistic option leaves you with nothing, and that's not good, and that's an existential realization in some sense too, because if your life is fundamentally problematic without you being pathological, just as the essence of your life, then you need something to defend against that. You can't just have nothing, because all it does is leave you with the suffering that's implicit in your experience. And then to swing to a totalitarian system means that you don't even exist. Once you've done that, everything you say can be predicted. You're just the puppet of a rational scheme that has an explanation for everything, but that's really good for nothing except destruction, because it's too vague and abstracted to be used to actually solve any concrete problems. So this is the situation of modern people as far as the existentialists were concerned. And the people that I'm talking to you about specifically, I'm going to talk to you about Nietzsche and Dostoevsky and Kierkegaard, and I picked those people who aren't psychologists except in the broader sense, because I don't think there is anybody there were and are existential psychotherapists, but I don't think that any of them do as good a job of explaining the problem as those people do. So you might as well get the information right from the source. Like psychoanalysis, existentialism seeks to utilize these very conflicts as avenues to the more profound self-understanding of man. So what does that mean? Well, it means, at least in part, that the theorists that we're going to talk about had an idea that was akin to the psychoanalytic idea of facing what you're afraid of. And that's a key concept in psychotherapy. There's not that many key concepts in psychotherapy. One might be that you enter into an honest relationship with your client. The second is that exposure to the things that you don't want to be exposed to is curative if it's voluntary. That's a big deal. And it has to be voluntary. It can't be involuntary, because that'll just make it worse. Because you might ask, well, if a kid has a fear of rats or mice, they got that fear because often they were exposed to rats or mice, and then you use exposure to rats and mice to cure them. Well, that makes the precipitator of the illness the cure, which makes no sense. Well, what's the distinction? Well, it's one thing to have something pop up at you when you're not expecting it. That puts you in a state of apprehension and preparation for action, in a state of terror, a state of reflexive shock, and then perhaps terror, and maybe something you don't recover from. That's completely different than facing something voluntarily. The psychophysiology isn't even the same. So if you're faced with a stressor of a certain magnitude and it's involuntary, your body produces a lot of the stress hormone cortisol. And in large doses, cortisol is toxic, especially if it's produced over long periods of time. But if you face it voluntarily, then that doesn't happen. You use a completely different set of circuits to do something voluntarily. And it's the utilization of the voluntary circuits that indicates your mastery over the thing that you're afraid of. And that mastery over the thing that you're afraid of and can't cope with, that actually constitutes your adaptive personality. And so part of what the existentialists were suggesting is that precisely, and you see this in Freud with his insistence that you go into your messy past and dig up the corpses and the skeletons and sort them out, and Jung's insistence that what you want most is to be found where you least want to look, and Roger's insistence that people communicate honestly about difficult things. It's all predicated on the same idea, in some sense, that voluntary exposure is one of the prime things that cures people. And one of the things that you should think about, you think, well, is that a valid claim? Well, you have the psychophysiological evidence, but it's also the case that that is how people learn, right? If you're a child and you're learning to master the world, you actually exist in a state of existential anxiety unless you're near someone that will take care of you. So, for example, if you take the typical child and you go to a mall, say a 3-year-old, and then you have the 3-year-old stand and you leave, it isn't going to be very long till you're far enough away so that most children in that situation will immediately start to cry. They'll get worried and they'll start to cry, and then they'll break down because that's the existential anxiety. Like, you think, well, a normal child is calm. It's like, wrong. A normal child close to someone who will take care of them is calm. But that is by no means the same thing. It's not even close to the same thing. And so you get backwards in your psychological thinking if you don't notice that, because you think, well, the normal human being is calm and well put together. It's like, no, wrong. The normal human being in a place of safety is calm and well put together. But why you would ever think that a normal place is a place of safety, assuming that that's the standard or the norm, there's absolutely no reason for that. You see this with rats too, because the behaviorists, for example, made the presumption that you had to teach rats to be afraid. But let me tell you how that actually worked. It's really interesting, and it shows you how carefully you have to analyze, say, psychological experiments to understand what's going on. So, let's say you take a lab rat. Okay, and let's say it's a lab rat like a rat that Skinner used, B.F. Skinner, who was the most famous of the behaviorists, and he could get rats to do anything. He taught pigeons to play ping pong. He taught pigeons to guided missiles by photographs, and he did that with behavioral training. They were never used for guided missiles because they got the electronics working before the program was set into operation. But he could get them to peck at photos to guide something that was flying accurately, and he did that with behavioral training. So Skinner, I mean, he was no joke. He really knew how to train animals, and it's very useful material to know. We'll talk about it to some degree if you want to train children, for example, or pets. So, because the learning mechanisms are very similar, which is why, of course, we can get along with pets, right? We understand them like we understand children, roughly speaking. So, anyways, so let's say you've got your rat and he's sitting there and he's pretty calm and he's in his cage. And so he's already a weird rat because he's been genetically altered. He's not a wild Norway rat. So he's a little tamer than a normal rat. Maybe he's a little more fearful, although perhaps not. And he's also a solitary rat in his cage, and there's no such thing as a solitary rat. It's like a solitary zebra or a solitary carp, cod. Cod exist in huge schools. There's no such thing as a cod, which is why they will never come back, as far as I can tell, because once you wipe out the school, it's like you wipe out a beehive and you're going to have 6 bees. What the hell are you going to do with 6 bees? What are they going to do? They don't exist on their own. And herd animals are like that too, and cod are like that. So they organize their mating behavior in their huge schools. So without the schools, what the hell is a cod going to do? Nothing. And that is what they're doing. But anyways, back to the rat. So you've got this rat. He's in a cage. He's alone, and he's hungry, because one of the things that Skinner did was starve his rats down to 75% of their normal body weight, so that they would respond a lot more to food. So that's the model, and that you got to keep in mind the nature of the model, because the model is like, the way the model is constituted is equivalent to your implicit assumptions about your experiment. And people don't take that into consideration. Okay, so the rat's calm. So then what you do is you take the rat out of his cage and you put him in the testing chamber. So maybe what you're going to do is you're going to set the rat up so that a light goes on and then he gets a little electric shock. Okay, and that you're going to teach him to be afraid of the light. So after you pair the light with the shock 6 or 7 times, when the light comes on, the rat's going to freeze. So, and he freezes because he's using predator avoidance strategy basically to deal with the threat. And so you think, well, calm rat learns to be afraid. But no, because when you put the rat in the cage, the new cage, what does it do? Well, it doesn't just, find the sofa and have a nap. It's terrified when you put it in the new situation. That's the normal rat. It's the one that's like this. It doesn't move, because if it moved, maybe a predator would pick it out, like a cat, because cats can see lateral movement. That's why they have slit eyes, by the way, so they can detect lateral movement. And you know that because you play with your cat like this, it'll chase your hand, but if you do this, it won't. It's because It doesn't chase things that do this. It doesn't chase kangaroos, you know. It chases things that move like this, so it has eyes for that. Anyways, the rat's frozen, and then it starts to sniff because a rat is all smell. The brains of most animals are organized around smell. Human beings are very weird because our brains are organized around vision, but that's just not the case for most, well, you know, dogs. They're the weirdest things, because they can smell like way better than you. They can detect odors way better than you. Probably most of you smell better than a dog, but they can detect odors better than you. But everything seems to smell good to a dog, which is the strangest damn thing, you know. With a nose like that, you'd think they'd never even want to go outside. But anyways, now I probably lost my place. All right, dogs smell. Where were we going with that? Rats. Yes, and what's that? Frozen, yes, okay, so the rat, that's the one. So the rat is in its cage, and it's frozen so that nothing can see it and eat it. And so it starts to sniff, because it uses smell to see what's going on. And so if you take rats that have never been exposed to a cat, and you, like, blow cat odor over them, they do not like that at all. They do not like cat odor, so it's built right into, it's an archetype. The predator cat is an archetype for the rat, and it doesn't need any pre-training to respond to it. And it's probably also the case with human beings and things like snakes and looming objects. We've got some archetypal predators as well. But all right, so the rat sniffs, and then if nothing happens, it thinks, okay, a rat can sniff here without dying. And so then it starts to relax a little bit, and maybe it starts to move around a bit, and then it thinks, okay, a sniffing rat that's moving a little bit can live here without dying. And then nothing else happens, and so it relaxes a bit more, and then it starts to sniff its way around, and it'll sniff all around the cage and check out all the corners and make sure that there isn't anything there that can eat it, because the rat actually cares about that. And then when it's completely explored the cage and decided that it's safe, then it turns into a normal, calm rat. But that's post-exploration. So you have to say, well, a rat that has thoroughly explored its territory is a calm rat. That's a whole different way of looking about fear. Then you turn the light on and shock it, and the rat thinks, wrong. It's not safe here, and that light indicates that it's not safe. So basically what you've done is remind the rat that life is dangerous. You have not taught it fear. It's not the same thing. The rat knows everything about fear. It learned that it was safe, and it was wrong. And that's a really important thing to understand also about what you're like. Because you know, like anxiety, that needs no explanation. Depression, that needs no explanation. What needs explanation is, how the hell do you ever feel secure and together ever? Because that's the mystery. And partly the way you do that is by never going anywhere where you're upset. You stay in your territory. And so, like, this is your territory, and everyone knows how to act here, right? So you look around, and everyone's sitting and doing exactly the same thing, so you can ignore them. You can pretend that they're not dangerous. And most of the time, that will be correct. And some of the time, it won't be. And so you maintain your emotional stability by staying where you belong. And that's quite different than the psychoanalytic view, you know, that you're calm and well put together if your psyche is properly organized. It's like, this is partly why I introduce you guys to Piaget, because Piaget adds this other element. You know, he says something like, yeah, well, your psyche has to be organized properly, so you have to have turned everything that is a constituent element of you into a functional being, but that being has to be integrated in a functional game-like landscape made of other people who are doing the same thing, and then it's the concordance between your structure and that landscape that makes you emotionally regulated. That's a way different theory. It's a much more sophisticated theory. So you could say, in some sense, the psychoanalysts had it half right. You know, and also, you can be individually pathological in a way that doesn't let you fit into society. But you have to understand the concordance between the social organization and the individual organization to get the picture right. Well, so what do the existentialists say? Well, it's something like, in the depths of your existential terror, the wisdom to cope with that terror will be found. So that's the fundamental idea. And then there's a more profound idea in that, which I would also say is implicit in psychotherapy. The more behavioral the psychotherapy, the more implicit it is. But the idea is that despite the fact that you are mismatched, that you're outmatched by, let's call it existential complexity, there's something in you that's far more complex than you know. And if you challenge it, it will respond by growing and developing, and that will not protect you against the existential anxiety. It's not like a shield or a guard that you're hiding behind. It's not a defense. What happens instead is that you actually learn how to deal with it, you know. So you think about it this way. One of the things that human beings are archetypally related to is fire. And of course, fire is something to be afraid of because it will burn you and it will burn everything down. But by the same token, when we mastered fire, which may have been 2 million years ago, something like that, because it looks like it was about then that we learned how to cook, which made a big difference. So, you know how chimps, I haven't told you the chimp story, I don't think. You know how chimps are sort of shaped like this? They've got this huge barrel-shaped body. Well, yeah, they spend like 12 hours a day chewing leaves. And why is that? Because you go out in the forest and eat leaves and see how much you have to chew so you don't starve to death. It's like leaves aren't edible. They hardly have any nourishment at all. And so if you're a chimp, all you do is sit around and chew leaves. And then you need to have an intestinal tract that could wrap 2 or 3 times around this room so that you can digest the damn things, right? So that's chimp life. Well, human beings, we decided to trade intestinal length for brain. And the way we did that was by learning how to cook. And we mastered fire. And so you might say, well, is fire dangerous? And the answer to that is, well, it depends on how you react to it. It's exactly that, right? You say, well, fire is intrinsically dangerous. It's like, no, fire is multivalent. It has all sorts of possibilities, and some of them are extraordinarily destructive. But if you match your behavior properly to the phenomena, then you can master something like fire. Well, so the idea is that there's a potential inside you. Whatever inside means, there's a potential that's part of you. Some of it's genetic potential, and we know that because if we move you into a new environment, new genes will turn on inside of you and manufacture new parts of you. So if you stress yourself optimally, if you push yourself out into the world, you can incorporate information from that journey, the exploration. That's a Piagetian idea, right? You go out and you learn something new and you adjust your behavior to it, you adjust your concepts to it, and then you can master it. But what Piaget didn't realize was that it also transforms your biological structure at a microscopic level merely as a consequence of being put in the new situation. So the idea is that there's more to you than you know, and the way you call it out is by challenging yourself voluntarily in as many directions as you can manage. And that's a real thing. It isn't the construction of defenses. It's not something artificial like defense against death anxiety. It's actually how you learn to cope in the world. And the existentialists, I would say, despite their exceptional pessimism, were in some sense unbelievably optimistic, because what they would say, it's the opposite of a straw man argument. They would say, well, how weak are human beings? Ultimately weak. We're up against an opponent, so to speak, a social opponent, say, which would be the crushing weight of society, and a natural opponent that is nature, which overwhelms you. We're up against the ultimate opponent. And so in that sense we're extraordinarily weak, but it turns out that if we face that opponent or that series of opponents, then all sorts of possibilities manifest themselves inside of us, and it isn't clear what the upper limits are to that. So it's so interesting that it's a good example of how if you face what you're afraid of, you can find what you need. You say, well, the existentialists make the strongest case possible for the vulnerability of human beings, and out of that they extract out the strongest case possible why human beings are strong and powerful. It's a very interesting paradox. And again, I would say that that's central to psychotherapy. One of the things that's been learned about agoraphobics, for example, agoraphobics, they're usually women, they're usually in their 40s, they've usually been dependent. Often someone close to them has divorced or died, or they're having heart palpitations or something like that, sometimes as a consequence of menopause. And they've accustomed themselves to seeking authority when challenged. But the problem with having heart palpitations is, it's like, who's going to help you with that? Well, maybe you go to the emergency room. And that is what agoraphobics do. Most agoraphobics have been to the emergency room like a dozen times because they have heart palpitations, and then they feel them, then they get afraid and panic, then their heart rate goes way up, and then they think, oh my God, I'm going to die, and while I die, I'm going to make an absolute fool of myself, and everyone's going to laugh at me. So that's social rejection and biological mortality staring them right in the face. Well, so then you take an agoraphobic and you find out her background, because as I said, it's usually women, and then you start to expose that person to the things that she's afraid of. Elevators, maybe, subways, taxis. Actually, agoraphobics, really, what happens is they're not really so much afraid of places or things. What they're afraid of is being trapped in a place or a situation where they can't get away, and then if they had a heart attack, they wouldn't be able to get to an emergency ward. So that's really at the basis of the fear. And the emergency ward thing only helps to a limited degree, because if you're having a heart attack and it's a really good one, you're dead. And so that's a place where recourse to authority is only going to take you so far, right? So it's not a good solution to the problem. Well, so what do? Well, you expose the person maybe to an elevator, and maybe the elevator is there, and you tell them, well, can you get on an elevator? And they say no. So, well, can you look at an elevator? Well, I don't think so. Well, how about some pictures of an elevator? So you show them some pictures of an elevator on Google, and maybe one with closed doors and one with open doors. And you have them look at the damn thing, because they won't want to look. They'll want to look away. But you can't look away. You have to investigate it. And then what your brain learns is that you're afraid of that thing, but you can scan it with your eyes, and nothing happens. It's like the rat in the cage, sniffing and realizing, well, he can sniff and he doesn't die. Like, you can look at the picture of an elevator and you don't die. Well, you do that until you're bored. And then you learn that you can look at that elevator without dying. It's built right into you. Well, then maybe I can take you out and we'll look at a real elevator. And so I say, well, let's walk as close to that elevator as you can manage. I want you right on the edge between order and chaos, let's say. I want you to find that edge. Can you stand here? Yes. How about here? Yes. How about, that's good enough. Okay. You're standing here. Order, chaos. That's where you're at. So what happens? You stand there and you notice you don't die. And you do that long enough so you're bored with it. And then you think, well, can you step 3 feet closer? Yes, you can. Well, and maybe after 3 weeks, you say, well, we're by the door, so here's the deal. I'm going to open that door, and I'm going to hold it open, and I'm not going to play a trick on you. And so what you're going to do is just poke your head in and take a look around. And so imagine doing that. Okay, so you imagine it. Okay, now actually do it. Then I don't let go of the door. That's what evil psychotherapists do. Anyways, then you get the person inside, and what you see is they're looking at their shoes. They're in there, but they're not really in there. You say, no, you got to look. You got to look in the corners. You got to look at the numbers. You got to see that you're in this thing that you're afraid of. And so you have them look around and look around and look around. They're like the rat coming, relaxing and starting to move. And you say, well, that's good enough. You can get out of the elevator slowly. Don't rush out. Just go out calmly. Good enough. Go home, sleep for a week, and then come back and we'll do it again. And then if you do that depends on how fast the person is capable of advancing, but you can move people through phobias pretty fast if they trust you. And they have to trust you, and you have to be careful. You say to them, look, we will stop doing this whenever you want, as soon as you say so. So this is completely up to you. I'm not pushing you. I've got no demands on you. You want to be able to go outside again, we're going to walk through that, but you're not performing for me. This isn't a test. This isn't a contest. It's none of that. And when you're done, we're done. And, you can also help people, like, step through that. So I was treating someone who had a needle phobia recently, and this person really felt trapped by authority figures that were medical, and this person had their reasons for it. And so the first thing I did, because we were working with this needle, was say, you're going to practice getting the hell out of here. So I'll come at you with this needle. I don't have a needle, but we'll pretend I do. Okay, so I'm going to move it towards you, and you're going to tell me to stop, and you're going to leave the room because you want to see that you can. And the person will think, well, I know I can. It's like, no, you don't know. You don't know. And so we're going to practice it just like a kid pretending. And so I move forward with the non-existent needle, and they say stop, and I stop, and they say I'm leaving, and they leave, and they come back and they're smiling because they didn't know they could do that.
You know, and part of them is still thinking, well, I'm a 4-year-old kid and there's no way I can get out of here. No one's going to listen to me. It's built right into them. That's like Freudian regression or fixation at an earlier developmental stage. And if you watch that, if you watch for that in people, sometimes you can see how old they are. You know, if you tap into something that they were afraid of very young, their whole facial expression will turn into that person, their body language and everything. It's very interesting. You have to watch very carefully to see it, but you can definitely see it. So, okay, so with the agoraphobic, you think, well, you treat the agoraphobic, you know, and then she can go take taxis and she can go on the subway, and then she goes and has a big fight with her husband because she should have had one 20 years ago, but she was dependent and authority seeking, so she never would risk it, because if she upset the relationship with authority, then it would expose her to the world. And so she was always in a subordinate and inferior position and a bit of a slave. And one of the things that often happens when you treat someone with agoraphobia is they get a lot more assertive. And you think, well, one of the things the psychoanalysts objected to when the behaviorists started to use exposure therapy as a treatment was the idea that there would be substitution, because the psychoanalysts would say, you're not really afraid of an elevator. So if I just treat your elevator fear, because that's really not what you're afraid of, the fear is just going to pop up somewhere else. That'd be symbolic substitution. But that isn't what happened. What happened was that if they learned to get on the elevator, they're much more likely to take a taxi. You think, well, why is that? It's because they weren't learning that things were less frightening. That was the original idea. The original idea was counter-conditioning. That basically the person had been conditioned to be afraid of whatever it was, and then what you did was you put them in encounter with that, and you let them breathe and relax, and then the relaxation they learned would counteract the panic, and that's why exposure therapy worked. But it turned out you didn't need to do any of that. It wasn't counter-conditioning at all. And so then you think, well, it's fear reduction or habituation. That was the next theory. Habituation is just, take a snail, he comes out of his shell, you poke him, he goes into a shell, and he comes out again. Poke. That's how you tease a snail, if you ever need to know that. So he comes out, you tap him, and you do that 10 or 15 times, the snail gets bored, you tap him, he just sits there. Now, he doesn't get bored, because snails are probably always bored, but what's happened is that in some sense, you've exhausted the nervous system representation. That's one way of thinking about it. Or you can think about it as a very simple form of learning. That's habituation. It's you learn to ignore. And the idea then for a while was that you were teaching people to habituate to these things they were afraid of. But that also turned out not to be true. What you're actually doing is teaching the person to be brave. And that generalizes. So what happens is, they think they're all pathetic and fear-ridden and tiny and vulnerable and useless, and so they're acting like that, and then you say, well, look, this is a horrible thing you've got here. Why don't we see if you can manage it? And so they go through it and they think, wow, I could do that. Ha! I'm not as useless as I thought. And then maybe they try 20 things like that and they think, wow, I'm a lot tougher than I knew I was. Maybe they stand up a little bit straighter because they're a little more dominant and their serotonin systems start to work again. And then they're ready to take on the world more. And so maybe that's why they go home and have a fight with their stupid husband. And that doesn't necessarily make him very happy either. And that would be an example of psychotherapeutic resistance from a family member. You really want your person to be better, right? If they're a little more assertive and a little less fearful, you might not be able to tyrannize over them so easily. And so it's not necessarily the case at all that you would be happy about that. So you got to watch that sort of thing too. And maybe the person would be that happy about it because they're getting all sort of secondary benefits from being, neurotic and martyred. That's a vicious weapon, to be weak and useless. If you can wield that as a weapon, it's extraordinarily effective. So you got to watch for that sort of thing to be working against your psychotherapeutic aims as well. Like psychoanalysis, existentialism seeks to utilize these very conflicts as avenues to the more profound self-understanding of man. In many ways, existentialism is the unique and specific portrayal of the psychological predicaments of contemporary man. Okay, so that relates back to the idea that modern people have been stripped of their archaic belief systems and are exposed more completely to the possibility of a meaningless and painful existence with no superordinate meaning. Existentialism is not a school of thought nor reducible to any set of tenets. The three writers who appear invariably on every list of existentialists, Jaspers, Heidegger, and Sartre,
are not in agreement on essentials. Such alleged precursors as Pascal and Kierkegaard differed from all three men by being dedicated Christians, and Pascal was a Catholic of sorts, while Kierkegaard was a Protestant's Protestant. If, as often done, Nietzsche and Dostoevsky are included in the fold, then we must make room for an impassioned anti-Christian, Nietzsche, and an even more fanatical Greek Orthodox Russian imperialist. That's a little hard on Dostoevsky, I would say, but by the time we consider adding Rilke, Kafka, Ortega, and Camus, it becomes plain that one essential feature shared by all these men is their perfervid individualism. Well, so that's another element of existentialism. The locale of action is in the individual, and the idea is that, well, you're fated in some sense to suffer and to be vulnerable as an individual, and so the right unit of analysis for people is as individuals. And again, I would say that's a primary tenet of psychotherapy. There are family psychotherapy schools, for example, but individual psychotherapy is predicated on the idea that the individual is the right level of analysis, the correct level of analysis. Intense, committed. I can give you an interesting example of this. One of the things that you guys are going to do is you're going to do the personality analysis, which is part of this self-authoring suite that my colleagues and I have developed. If you take maps of meaning, you would also do the future authoring exercise. And we've done that for people, mostly university students, mostly in Europe. So I want to tell you an interesting story, and this has been replicated a couple of times. So in the business school at the Rotterdam School of Management, we put about 4,000 students through this future authoring program. That helps you make a plan for 3 to 5 years into the future, a plan and a counter plan. The plan is what you want to have happen, and the counter plan is what you really do not want to have happen. And then you make a plan to avoid the latter and to move towards the former. And we compared their performance, 3 years per student's performance, to the performance of students 3 years before that. So it wasn't a perfect design, although we also did a controlled study that had the same results. So when we started, before we started having people do this plan, here was the ranking of performance. So we looked at ethnicity and gender. So the top performing people were Dutch national women. And they were a minority among the business students, and probably a fairly selected minority. So maybe that's what accounted for their higher performance. Although women tend to be outperforming men in academic institutions pretty much all the way from elementary school through university now. It's an absolute catastrophe, but we won't talk about that now. So, and then the next highest performing group were Dutch nationals, and then the next highest performing group were non-Western ethnic minority women, and the lowest performing group were non-Western ethnic minority men. And there were quite a few people in all those categories, so it wasn't just even a couple dozen, it was a couple hundred. Solid study. And within 2 years after doing the future authoring program, the non-Western ethnic minority men were outperforming the Dutch women. Their academic performance went up 70%, and their dropout rate plummeted. And it really looks good for decreasing dropout rate. And the reason I'm telling you about that is because people make the automatic assumption that ethnic disparities in ethnic performance are necessarily a consequence of sociological inequality, let's say, or sociological or political or economic disparity, let's say. This was a pure psychological intervention. It wiped out the difference completely. And the Dutch women had actually improved slightly over that 2 year period as a consequence of doing the program as well. So the men not only caught up to the women the way they were performing, but the way they were performing even better in the aftermath of having a plan. So our provisional theory, we've replicated that at a couple of places. It works better for men. Now that's partly because women are already doing well. But we have a hypothesis that men are ornery enough so that unless they have their own plan, they just won't perform. I think it's associated with disagreeableness. Now we don't know that for sure because we haven't been able to disentangle that, but it's been a very striking finding. So anyway, so you can say, well, what's the right level of analysis when you're trying to improve human adaptation? It's a terrible word, but it'll do for now because I can't think of another one. So the refusal to belong to any school of thought, the repudiation of the adequacy of any body of beliefs, whatever, and especially of systems, and a marked dissatisfaction with traditional philosophy as superficial, academic, and remote from life, that's the heart of existentialism. I think that if you're a good psychotherapist, you take an existential approach to your clients, and that's why listening is so important as well, because it's really useful to have a body of theories about what might be up with a person and how you might approach the problem, and to have a whole array of psychotherapeutic tools, so those would be the theories that we've been discussing, opens up it makes you more skilled, it gives you more to offer. But you've got to be careful not to hammer the person into one of those schools. Now, sometimes that's useful, because if someone comes to you and they're just chaotic, they've got no structure at all, if you approach them as if their problems were Freudian, at least it's systematic, and they can come out with a systematic understanding of their problem, and it might match to some degree. Like, you know, if you're having all sorts of anxiety and depression problems, we could probably look into your family history and identify reasons why that might be at least partly the case. And so that's at least a reasonable, maybe there's multiple reasons, but at least nailing one of them would be useful, more useful than nailing none of them. So, but what's better is to treat the person as someone you don't know. You have no idea what's up with this person, but you have a bunch of potential tools to use, and then you talk to them, and you treat them as if they're unique. And you figure out what is up with them specifically, and they tell you what's up with them. You know, they've got all sorts of cockeyed theories about who they are and what they're doing, and it's scattered and paradoxical, and it doesn't make much sense, and it's like a bad undergraduate essay, roughly speaking. It's full, well, really, it's full of internal contradictions, and it's incoherent. But if you listen long enough, that stops being the case. The person starts to pull themselves together with their representation, and they start to act that out properly, and that's great. So that's you could consider that applied existentialism. Now, the other thing, the existentialists, they're kind of romantic, I would say. But the romantics are thinkers who deny the overarching supremacy of rationality and the intellect. They would say that to think about life as a problem that is to be solved rationally is insufficient, because you're not a rational being, or you're only partly a rational being. You're also an emotional being, and you're a motivated being, and you're an embodied being, and that's a lot different than being purely rational. And I would say there's actually not even debate about that anymore, because it's pretty damn clear that rationality cannot really operate unless it's embodied, so it has a set of operations that it can undertake, that it's motivated, so that there's certain things it's doing and other things that it isn't, that it's emotional, because emotions are low resolution, quick solutions to problems that can't be computed. So for example, we get in an argument and we just can't go anywhere, and at some point you say, well, to hell with you, I'm going home. You're angry, right? Do you win? Well, no, but you don't have to have the stupid argument anymore. So the anger is actually, it's a way of popping you out of a rational framework that there's no escaping from. You just say, well, this is stupid, and you leave. It's like, there's nothing rational about that, except that you don't want to stand there and argue till you starve to death. So you need the emotions to give you guides in situations that you can't really compute your way through. So, and only inside of that does rationality operate, with all of those underlying predicates. And the rationality has to be informed by the body and by the motivations and by the emotions for it to even operate. So the existentialists are correct about that, to deny rationality as the fundamental principle of orientation. That doesn't mean that irrationality is the right approach. It means that rationality has to be augmented by other elements of being, elements of subjective being. And that's akin to the psychoanalytic viewpoint too, that you have to integrate your drives and emotions, especially anger and sexuality, into your personality, and also akin to Piaget's idea that the subpersonalities, the reflexes and so forth, have to be organized into a playable game so that everything is working in harmony. So it's a similar idea. Now, the existentialists regard the division between object and subject as part of what's specifically torturing people who are outside of, say, traditional systems of belief. Because, and this is a tricky one, scientists might claim that, well, the world is material and matter is essentially dead and without spirit or psyche. And it's easy, as a consequence of adopting that viewpoint, to think the same thing about you, that, you're ultimately a short-lived material entity in a meaningless material world. But the weird thing about that, and this is worth thinking about, is that if you're a scientist, you throw away the subjective as soon as you start operating the science. Because the idea is, well, you'll watch something according to a procedure, and you'll watch it, and you'll watch it, and you'll watch it, and we're only going to allow what all of you experience the same way to be real. Well, you throw out the subjective right at the beginning. And then so you can't say, well, there's no subject left in what results. It's the reason there's nothing left in what results is because you threw it out to begin with. Now, the question is, what should you do with it? When the existentialists say, well, you're alive. You can't just dispense with it. The fact that you're alive is the critical issue. And so you can use science as a tool, which is proper. But if you use it as a way of describing being, well, then you fall into this subject-object dichotomy, and underneath that is nihilism or the proclivity for totalitarianism. So they don't like that idea. They don't like the idea of compartmentalization for people either. But we won't go into that to any great degree. Okay, now I'm going to read you some things from some of the people that I described, and we'll take them apart a little bit. Things I've been collecting for a long period of time. So, this is Nietzsche, Dostoevsky, and Kierkegaard, and I called them prophets of the dawning age. Kierkegaard, the Danish philosopher and writer, was really the first person who wrote about phenomena like anxiety, dread, more particularly. So he was the first person who sort of conceptualized it as something akin to a scientific phenomena, something that had existence, and he wrote very much about that. Nietzsche, of course, was the great prophet of the death of God, and a prognosticator of what the psychological consequences of the demise of this classic meaning structure that was unbelievably ancient, what the collapse of that actually meant. I mean, you can think about Christianity, and then maybe you can think about the Judaism that was embedded in as even an older system. But that Judaism emerged out of the Middle East, partly out of Egypt, which was enmeshed in even an older belief system, and that was enmeshed in something absolutely prehistoric. And so it was a continuum in some sense of adaptive structures that reigned supreme essentially right until the scientific revolution. And so we're outside of that now. We're in a different paradigm, and there are consequences to that. And that was the sort of thing that Nietzsche was concentrating on. And he actually, in some ways, made it worse, because Nietzsche was an incredible critic of Christianity. I mean, he wrote a book called The Antichrist, and all he did in that book, brilliantly, was take dogmatic Christianity to task. Now, one of the things he did say, which is very interesting, was that Christianity died at its own hand. So his notion was that because Christianity, say Judeo-Christianity, had elevated truth to the highest virtue, that search for truth then ended up undermining the axioms of Christianity itself. So it developed a tool, an unbelievably powerful analytic tool, and then used it to, well, it's like we were sitting on a branch and sawed it off with the saw that we had invented. And then everyone fell. And Dostoevsky was an Orthodox Christian, but also an extraordinarily brilliant man, and he was absolutely terrified at what the consequences of the dissolution of that belief system was going to mean for Russia in particular. And Dostoevsky explored nihilism to great degree in Notes from Underground and in Crime and Punishment, because the murderer in Crime and Punishment is essentially nihilistic. He's a nihilistic narcissist, roughly speaking, and that's what compels him to commit murder. But Dostoevsky also wrote a book called The Devils, which is an amazing book, where he predicted that the sudden death of Christianity in Russia was going to produce the catastrophic totalitarian horrors of the Soviet Union. And he predicted that in like 1880, 1890, which was 30 years before the revolution. Absolutely remarkable. Nietzsche, a genius. Nietzsche was a full professor when that was impossible, I think when he was 24, and that just never happened. And so his extraordinary genius was recognized very early, but he was also extraordinarily ill, sick, physically. His dad died at about 40 of something they called softening of the brain, which was actually a fairly common diagnostic category back then. No one really knows what it was. Some people have suggested that he had syphilis from one sexual encounter, or that it was hereditary, but nobody really knows. But anyways, his father died young, and Nietzsche died very young as well. He went he was mentally incapacitated for the last few years of his life, and died after that. And so he could only serve as a professor for a while because he couldn't see very well and he was always sick, and he ended up living in this little village, I believe in Switzerland, where he wrote his books, and he could only write a paragraph or two at a time before he became very ill. And so his writing is extraordinarily condensed and dense and brilliant, and I think he gave away, Beyond Good and Evil, which is his masterpiece, although he had many, I think it only sold 500 copies in his lifetime. So he also believed that he was only writing for himself. He didn't really know if anybody was ever going to pay any attention to what he said, but they certainly did. So I would say he ended up being certainly one of the 10 most influential people of the late 19th and early 20th century. This is an example of his writing. Of what is great, one must either be silent or speak with greatness. With greatness, that means cynically, and with innocence. What I relate is the history of the next 2 centuries. I describe what is coming, what can no longer come differently. The advent of nihilism. Our whole European culture is moving for some time now with a tortured tension that is growing from decade to decade as towards a catastrophe, restlessly, violently, headlong, like a river that wants to reach the end, that no longer reflects, that's afraid to reflect. He that speaks here has conversely done nothing so far but to reflect, as a philosopher and solitary by instinct, who has found his advantage in standing aside, outside. Why has the advent of nihilism become necessary? Sorry about that. Because the values we have had hitherto thus draw their final consequence. Because nihilism represents the ultimate logical conclusion of our great values and ideals. Because we must experience nihilism before we can find out what value those values really had. We require at some time new values. Nihilism stands at the door, whence comes this uncanniest of all guests. Point of departure. This is a good example of how Nietzsche said he philosophized with a hammer, and it means that he spent hours, days, weeks, months concentrating on how to make a single sentence as packed with significance as he could possibly manage. And so Nietzsche said, it's the best arrogant statement I've ever read. He said, I can say in a sentence what it takes other people a whole book to say. And then he said, what they can't say in a whole book. That's pretty good, eh? It's like, the first one's a real, blow to the solar plexus, and the second one is like, I can top that with no problem. Point of departure. It is an error to consider social distress or physiological degeneration or the corruption of all things as the cause of nihilism. That's a critique of the later Freudian ideas right there and then, because what Nietzsche says was, look, if things are going wrong for you, or if they're going wrong in general, it's really straightforward to say that, well, there's something wrong with society, that would be social distress, or there's some physiological degeneration, there's something wrong with you physically, or everything is just corrupted, being itself is corrupt, which is a classic explanation, right? You hear that all the time. You think, well, people are suffering for one reason or another. Well, why? Well, there's something wrong biologically, or society is corrupted and everything is unfair. Nietzsche says, no, you're not going to get away with that. First, he says, ours is the most honest and compassionate age, comparing modern civilization, let's say, to everything that has come before it. So speaking of corruption is not something you can do lightly. And then he says, and this is remarkable, distress, whether psychic, physical, or intellectual, need not at all produce nihilism. That is the radical rejection of value, meaning, and desirability. Such distress always permits a variety of interpretations. Well, that's a rough one. It's like, well, you had a rough childhood. Well, someone else who had your childhood might not have drawn those conclusions. So here's an example. You know that most people who abuse children were abused by as children, right? But most people who are abused as children do not grow up to abuse children. And you can figure that out arithmetically, because if it was the case that everyone abused grew up to abuse, in about 4 generations everyone would be being beat to death in childhood as a matter of course, because it would spread exponentially. That isn't what happens. It dampens. And why is that? Well, if you're bullied as a child, we could say, well, you could draw 2 conclusions, causal conclusions. Being bullied caused me to be a bully. Fair enough, man, that's an understandable story. How about being bullied caused me not ever to be a bully? Well, why is that any less reasonable a conclusion? It's frequently one that people draw, and since the 2 opposite conclusions can be drawn from the same set of experiences, you cannot say that the experiences caused the conclusions. And that's Nietzsche's critique of, say, sociological or psychological determinism with regards to the optimism or pessimism of your worldview. Such distress always permits a variety of interpretations. Right. Rather, it is in one particular interpretation, the Christian moral one, that nihilism is rooted. The end of Christianity, at the hands of its own morality. That was the development of the sense of truth, which cannot be replaced, which turns against the Christian God. The sense of truthfulness, highly developed by Christianity, is nauseated by the falseness and mendaciousness of all Christian interpretations of the world and of history. A remarkable claim. And then this one's even worse. It's absolutely brilliant, I think. Rebound from God is truth to the fanatical faith, all is false. That's nihilism. An act of Buddhism. And Nietzsche explains that. And this is, you know, I talked to you guys a little bit about the idea of the game and the metagame. You know, the metagame being the set of all games. Nietzsche draws on a conception like that for this criticism, because he says, when you lose faith in something, and that happens to people very frequently, when you lose faith in something, because you're human and because you can abstract, it's not only that you lose faith in that thing, that person, that system. The fact that you've lost faith in that indicates to you that it's possible to lose faith in anything, in every system, in every person. Once burnt, forever shy. And that's nihilism. The fact that one thing can collapse on you can make you completely unwilling to manifest any faith in anything whatsoever. And that's the emergence of nihilism. The end of the moral interpretation of the world, which no longer has any sanction after it has tried to escape into beyond, leads to nihilism. Another critique of Christianity embedded in that sentence, he said, well, Christianity needed to be destroyed even by itself because it put so much emphasis on the afterworld, on heaven, that it forgot completely about life now and here. And because of that, needed to be destroyed, because life here is sufficiently rife with suffering, so it needs to be addressed. And people, it's wrong, it's incorrect to inform people that they should wait for some hereafter and justify their suffering in that manner. And so he would say, in some sense, that even the idea of compassion, which is central to Christianity, is also one of the reasons why Christianity collapsed under its own weight. The untenability of one interpretation of the world upon which a tremendous amount of energy has been lavished awakens the suspicion that all interpretations of the world are false. Well, so what? You might say, well, so what if you don't believe in anything? Well, I would take a neuropsychological approach to that. Most of the positive emotions, dopaminergic. It's a consequence of the manifestation of the exploratory system that has its roots in the hypothalamus, a very ancient part of the brain. It's the same part of the brain that cocaine and heroin, all the drugs that people like to abuse, the drugs that are exciting, not the drugs that are calming. It activates that system. It's the system that's activated when something exciting happens to you or when something novel happens to you. But more importantly, it's the system that's activated when you're pursuing a goal and you see that you're moving towards the goal. So what does that mean? No goal, no positive emotion. So you say, well, if you have nothing to believe in, if you have no value structure left, because the value structure says this is better than this, no value structure, no positive emotion. Well, and so what's the problem with that? It's easy to get rid of your positive emotion. That's not a problem, because it's rather fragile and tenuous. Try getting rid of your negative emotion. Good luck. That is not going to happen. So what happens is that if your value system collapses, then all you're left with is negative emotion. And that is not a good thing. Well, so Nietzsche would say, well, why do people flee into the arms of totalitarians from the specter of nihilism? It's because totalitarian certainty, even though it involves slavery and the sacrifice of reason and intellect, totalitarian certainty might be preferable to nihilistic chaos. It's a big problem. And he said, well, I'm telling the story of the next 200 years. It's like, well, ever since then, for the entire 20th century, we bounced between nihilism and totalitarianism, with deaths on both sides, constant, and we're still doing exactly the same thing. Dostoevsky. Dostoevsky was a big influence on Nietzsche, and it's very interesting to read them in parallel, because Dostoevsky is of course a dramatist and Nietzsche is a philosopher, and it's almost as if Dostoevsky wrote the drama and Nietzsche provided the philosophical commentary. They're very, very powerful to read together. This is from Notes from Underground. It's a very short book about this character who is a bureaucrat, nasty sort of bureaucrat. He knows he's a nasty sort of bureaucrat. All he does, he spends his whole life trying to make life more miserable for people because he's so resentful and crushed and weak. And so he just did nothing but abuse his bureaucratic position and used his trivial bit of power to lord it over people. He gets a little bit of an inheritance and quits. And this is his confession, Notes from Underground. He's the underground man. It's a brilliant book. It's viciously funny, and it's so psychologically alive. If you're interested in psychology, it's a spectacular book. And it's only about 100 pages long. Anyways, he's arrogant and nihilistic and resentful. And what he does is he tries to justify his life to himself and does a very poor job of it, even though he's trying to be honest. There's a lot of honesty in it. At one point, he meets a woman who's been forced out onto the streets because there weren't very many options for women in the Victorian period who had fallen afoul of economic necessity, and he basically, in a fit of false messianism, offers to save her, which he can't because he's completely useless. He can't save himself even, but he offers to save her, and she more or less accepts. And then when she shows up, having sacrificed a tremendous amount to do so, he basically tells her that he was toying with her and joking, and makes her situation far worse than it was to begin with. It's a brilliant book. Because you see, he repents. He says what he's like. He's this horrible person. He knows it. Weak and resentful. And then he confesses. And then he says, well, now I've confessed. I'm a better person. Then he tries to do something good. But he hasn't changed a bloody bit. Not a bit. The confession was just to make himself feel better. And so he offers to help someone and pulls them right right under the water where they drown. It's an amazing book. And this is from Notes from Underground. In short, one may say anything about the history of the world. Anything that might enter the most disordered imagination. The only thing one can't say is that it's rational. The very word sticks in one's throat. This is a good example of the existential criticism of the idea of rationality. Dostoevsky says, well, lots of things operate according to rational principles. But let's think about history for a minute. Especially from the perspective of a thinking and feeling being. History is a slaughterhouse. It's a catastrophe. And how would you ever consider that something rational? Dostoevsky's point is rationality fails in its analysis of something as complex and terrible as history. The only thing one can't say is that it's rational. The very word sticks in one's throat. In short, one may... And indeed, this is the odd thing that is continually happening. There are continually turning up in life moral and rational persons, sages and lovers of humanity who make it their object to live all their lives as morally and rationally as possible. So to be, so to speak, a light to their neighbors, simply in order to show them that it is possible to live morally and rationally in this world. And yet we all know that those very people sooner or later have been false to themselves, playing some queer trick, often a most unseemly one. Now I ask you, what can be expected of man since he is a being endowed with such strange qualities? This is a criticism of utopianism. That's what he's trying to do. Right? The utopian ideas were starting to emerge in Russia at about this point in the 1880s. The idea that you could reorganize society so that material privation would disappear, and that as a consequence, the paradise would be ushered in. Well, Dostoevsky was no fool. He knew perfectly well, A, that was never going to happen, but even more importantly, that if you gave people exactly what they wanted, even what they needed, there's no reason whatsoever to presume that would make them any more sane than they already are. Now, and he takes that further because he says, well, you can give people cake and material goods until they're satiated, and they'll still be ungrateful and insane. And you might think, well, that's pessimistic. But then he says, well, wait a minute. What makes you think that that insanity isn't exactly what's valuable about people? What makes you think he would ever want to take that away? And that's the case that he makes. Shower upon him every earthly blessing. Drown him in a sea of happiness so that nothing but bubbles of bliss can be seen on the surface. Give him economic prosperity, such that he should have nothing else to do but sleep, eat cakes, and busy himself with the continuation of his species. And even then, out of sheer ingratitude, man would play you some nasty trick. He would even risk his cakes and would deliberately desire the most fatal rubbish, the most uneconomical absurdity, simply to introduce into all this positive good sense his fatal, fantastic element. And it's just his fantastic dreams, his vulgar folly, that he will desire to retain, simply in order to prove to himself, as though that were so necessary, that men are still men, and not the keys of a piano, which the laws of nature threaten to control, so completely that soon one will be able to desire nothing but by the calendar. And that is not all. Even if man really were nothing but a piano key, even if this was proved to him by natural science and mathematics, even then he would not become reasonable, but would purposely do something perverse out of simple ingratitude, simply to gain his point. And if he does not find means, he will contrive destruction and chaos, will contrive suffering of all sorts, just to gain his point. He will launch a curse upon the world. And as man is the only animal that can curse, it's his privilege, the primary distinction between him and other animals. Maybe by his curse alone he will attain his object. That is, to convince himself that he's a man and not a piano key. And if you say that all of this too can be calculated and tabulated, chaos and darkness and curses, so that the mere possibility of calculating it all beforehand would stop it all, and reason would reassert itself, then man would purposely go bad in order to be rid of reason and gain his point. I believe in it. I answer for it. For the whole work of man really seems to consist in nothing but proving to himself every minute that he's a man and not a piano key. It might be at the cost of his skin. It might be by cannibalism. And this being so, can one help being tempted to rejoice that it has not yet come off, and that desire still depends on something we don't know? You will scream at me, that is, if you condescend to do so, that no one is touching my free will, that all they're concerned with is that my will should of itself, of its own free will, coincide with my own normal interests, with the laws of nature and arithmetic. Good heavens, gentlemen, what sort of free will is left when we come to tabulation and arithmetic, when it will all be a matter of twice 2 makes 4. Twice 2 makes 4 without my will, as if free will meant that. It's brilliant, I think. It's one of the most remarkable criticisms of utopianism I've ever read. It's like, and it's so intelligent. It's like, what makes you think that if you had everything you asked for, that would satisfy you? What if being dissatisfied is part of what satisfies you? What if the fact that you have to have limits and need them, and that there's an element of insanity in the world, and that there's an element of insecurity and vulnerability? What if that's what you need? What if it's what you want? What if that's what gives your life meaning? You're going to be like a lion after eating a zebra and do nothing but sleep. It hardly constitutes the appropriate human paradise. What makes people think that merely providing economic security would be sufficient? Who wants that? It's what you offer a cow in its pen so that it remains calm and fat. It's not something for human beings. And that's Nietzsche's fundamental point. And he formulated that, 40 years before the damn Soviet Revolution, when that sort of utopianism was put into practice. It has absolutely catastrophic consequences. Kierkegaard. It is now about 4 years ago that I got the notion of wanting to try my luck as an author. I remember it quite clearly. It was on a Sunday. Yeah, that's it, a Sunday afternoon. I was seated as usual out of doors at the cafe in the Fredericksburg Garden. I had been a student for half a score of years. Although never lazy, all my activity nevertheless was like a glittering inactivity, a kind of occupation for which I still have a great partiality and for which perhaps I even have a little genius. I read much, spending the remainder of the day idling and thinking. or thinking and idling, but that was all it came to. So I sat there and smoked my cigar until I lapsed into thought. Among other thoughts, I remember these. You are going on, I said to myself, to become an old man without being anything, and without really undertaking to do anything. On the other hand, wherever you look about you in literature and in life, you see the celebrated names and figures, the precious and much heralded men who are coming into prominence and are much talked about, the many benefactors of the age, who know how to benefit mankind by making life easier and easier. Some by railways, some by omnibuses, steamboats, others by the telegraph, others by easily apprehended compendiums and short recitals of everything worth knowing. And finally, the true benefactors of the age who make spiritual existence in virtue of thought easier and easier, yet more and more significant. And what are you doing? Here my soliloquy was interrupted because my cigarette was smoked out and a new one had to be lit. So I smoked again, and then suddenly this thought flashed through my mind. You must do something. But inasmuch as with your limited capacities, it will be impossible to make anything easier than it has already become, you must, with the same humanitarian enthusiasm as the others, undertake to make something harder. This notion pleased me immensely, and at the same time it flattered me to think that I, like the rest of them, would be loved and esteemed by the whole community. For when all combine in every way to make everything easier, there remains only one possible danger, namely, that the ease becomes so great that it becomes altogether too great. Then there's only one want left, though it is not yet a felt want, when people will want difficulty. Out of love for mankind, and out of despair at my embarrassing situation, seeing that I had accomplished nothing and was unable to make anything easier than it had already been made, and moved by a genuine interest in those who make everything easy, I conceived it as my task to create difficulties everywhere. Kierkegaard again. There's a view of life which conceives that where the crowd is, there's also the truth. And that in truth itself there is need of having the crowd on its side. There's another view of life which conceives that wherever there is a crowd, there is immediately untruth. So that, to consider for a moment the extreme example, even if every individual, each for himself, in private, were to be in possession of the truth, yet in the case they were all to get together in a crowd to which any sort of decisive significance is attributed, a voting, noisy, audible crowd, untruth would at once be in evidence. For a crowd is the untruth. In a godly sense, it is true eternally, Christianly, as St. Paul says, that only one attains the goal, which is not meant in a comparative sense, because a comparison takes others into account. It means that every man can be that one, God helping him therein, but only one attains the goal. And again, this means that every man should be careful about having to do with the others, and essentially should talk only with God and with himself, for only one attains the goal. And again, this means that man, or to be a man, is akin to deity. In a worldly and temporal sense, it will be said by the man of bustle, sociability, and amicableness, how unreasonable that only one attains the goal. For it is far more likely that many, by the strength of united effort, should attain the goal. And when we are many, success is more certain, and it is easier for each man severally. True enough, it is far more likely. And it is true also with respect to all earthly and material goods. If it is allowed to have its way, this becomes the only true point of view, and it does away with God and eternity and with man's kinship with deity. It does away with it, or it transforms it into a fable. It puts in its place the modern, or we might rather say the old pagan notion that to be a man is to belong to a race endowed with reason, to belong to it as a specimen, so that the race or species is higher than the individual, which is to say that there are no individuals but only specimens. But eternity, which arches over and high above the temporal, tranquil as the starry vault at night, and God in heaven, who in the bliss of that sublime tranquility holds in survey, without the least sense of dizziness at such a height, those countless multitudes of men, and knows each single individual by name. He, the great examiner, says that only one attains the goal. similar comment. The traveler. A traveler who had seen many countries and peoples and several continents was asked what human traits he had found everywhere. And he answered, men are inclined to laziness. Some will feel, he might have said with greater justice, they're all timid. They hide behind customs and opinions. At bottom, every human being knows very well that he is in this world just once, as something unique. And there's no accident, however strange, will throw together a second time into a unity such a curious and diffuse plurality. He knows it, but he hides it like a bad conscience. Why? From fear of his neighbor, who insists on convention and veils himself with it. But what is it that compels the individual human being to fear his neighbor, to think and act herd fashion, and not to be glad of himself? A sense of shame, perhaps, in a few rare cases. In the vast majority, it is the desire for comfort, inertia, in short, that inclination to laziness of which the traveler spoke. He is right. Men are even lazier than they are timid. And what they fear most is the troubles with which any unconditional honesty and nudity would burden them. Only artists hate this slovenly life and borrowed manners and loosely fitting opinions and unveil the secret, everyone's bad conscience, the principle that every human being is a unique wonder. They dare to show us the human being as he is, down to the last muscle, himself and himself alone. Even more, that in this rigorous consistency of his uniqueness, he is beautiful and worth contemplating, as novel and incredible as every work of nature, and by no means dull. When a great thinker despises men, it's their laziness that he despises. For it is on account of this that they have the appearance of factory products and seem indifferent and unworthy of companionship or instruction. The human being who does not wish to belong to the mass must merely cease being comfortable with himself. Let him follow his conscience, which shouts at him, "Be yourself." What you are at present doing, opining and desiring, that's not really you. And why are you so firmly and triumphantly convinced that only the normal and the positive, in other words, only what is conducive to welfare, is for the advantage of man? Is not reason in error as regards advantage? Does not man perhaps love something besides well-being? Perhaps he is just as fond of suffering. Perhaps suffering is just as great a benefit to him as well-being. Man is sometimes extraordinarily, passionately in love with suffering, and that is a fact. There's no need to appeal to universal history to prove that. Ask yourself if you're a man and have lived at all. As far as my personal opinion is concerned, to care only for well-being seems to me positively ill-bred. Whether it's good or bad, it's sometimes very pleasant, too, to smash things. I hold no brief for suffering, nor for well-being either. I'm standing for my caprice, and for its being guaranteed to me when necessary. Suffering would be out of place at amusement parks, for instance, I know that. In the Palace of Crystal, it is unthinkable. Now, in the late 1800s, there was a world exhibition in London, and they erected a Palace of Crystal at the world exhibition, and it was the first building made out of glass and steel. And so it was a representation of the dawning materialist utopia, and that's the Palace of Crystal that Dostoevsky is referring to. In the Palace of Crystal, suffering is unthinkable. Suffering means doubt, negation, and what would be the good of a Palace of Crystal if there could be any doubt about it? And yet I think man will never renounce real suffering. That is destruction and chaos. Why? Suffering is the sole origin of consciousness. Though I did lay it down at the beginning that consciousness is the greatest misfortune for man, yet I know man prizes it and would not give it up for any satisfaction. We're now in a position to see the crucial significance of the existential psychotherapy movement. It is precisely the movement that protests against the tendency to identify psychotherapy with technical reason. We have seen that Kierkegaard and Nietzsche, as well as the representatives of the existential cultural movement following, We have seen that, yes, not only contributed far-reaching and penetrating psychological insights, which in themselves form a significant contribution to anyone seeking scientifically to understand modern psychological problems, but also did something else. They placed these insights on an ontological basis, namely the study of the individual as a being who has these particular problems. They believed that it was absolutely necessary that this be done, and that they feared that the subordination of reason to technical problems would ultimately mean the making of man over in the image of the machine. That's it. We'll see you on Thursday. You're going to have to stop doing that. Someone accused me of on YouTube of dubbing in applause at the end of my lectures. I don't know if any other personality course in North America talks about Binswanger and Boss anymore. Maybe not. But I think their ideas are extremely interesting, and so I'm going to talk about them. They were influenced very much by Martin Heidegger, who was one of the 20th century's greatest philosophers. I would say probably this is part of the phenomenological school, was more influenced directly by a philosopher than any other school. And just to reiterate, because you might keep wondering why I discuss so many philosophers in this course, it's because clinical psychology in particular is not strictly a scientific enterprise. It's because it's oriented towards values, as far as I can tell. And I don't see that there's any way of getting around that. And that's because what you're trying to do as a clinical psychologist, and perhaps what you're trying to do with your own life, is figure out how to live properly. Now you can construe that as the absence of illness, that's about as close as you get to a scientific model of living well. So you don't have any illnesses. But even the idea of illness is an idea that's not precisely scientific. It's an amalgam of scientific concepts and ethical concepts. So there's no escaping it. And if you're in the domain of ethics or values, then you're in what is more or less a philosophical domain. But also, if you're a scientist, if you're a scientist who's interested in personality, it's also something you have to grapple with conceptually, because people live within an ethic, and the ethic structures their perceptions. And so even to study human beings as objects, you still have to take into account they ensconce themselves within a value system, and you have to understand what that means. So for me, it's easier and more straightforward just to get right to the root of the matter to begin with. And these people also had insanely interesting ideas. They're really useful to know. And so this, I would say, maybe the philosophy that underpins this might be the most complex of all the philosophies that we're going to discuss, and that's really saying something, because there's no shortage of complexity, say, in Jung. So, and it's very difficult to portray what these people were up to. I started by telling you, when we discussed Rogers a little bit, that the phenomenologists were interested in the fact that people live within a self-defined perceptual world. That might be one way of thinking about it. And so part of the way to start to conceptualize what that means is to consider for a moment how many things there are in this room that you might look at. And the answer to that is there's an infinite number of them, depending on how you're going to scale your perceptions. You could spend, if you were a painter, you could spend a month painting that tile, painting a representation of that tile, because it's infinitely complex to get the colors right, to get the patterns right. There's no end to it, really, because to make a representation that was accurate, it would have to be as detailed as the thing itself, and it's crazily detailed. But you don't concentrate on that sort of thing, so you think you're surrounded by an infinite number of potential things to apprehend. But that isn't the world you live in. The world you live in is a very, very constrained subset of those things. And part of the question is then, what's the nature of that constrained subset? That's what you inhabit. That's what makes up your experience. And also, how is it related to the infinitely complex objects that are around you? And that's really what these people were trying to figure out. So you're in this perceptual frame. That's one way of thinking about it. That's the Dasein, by the way. That's the existential frame, or the phenomenological frame, because you can't think about it merely as perception, because it contains also all of the things that you experience subjectively, the emotions and the qualia. That, you know, qualia is an element of being that, say, philosophers or scientists of consciousness have a particularly difficult time with, and it's the quality of pain, which doesn't seem reducible to a set of objective facts, or the quality of color, or the quality of beauty, or the quality of love, or the quality of sorrow. Those things seem irreducible to some degree in and of themselves. Like, what is pain made of? It doesn't even seem like a reasonable question. I mean, you can say, how do you decompose the neurological circuits that are involved in the experience of pain? Fine. But to ask what pain consists of, or is composed of, or what beauty is composed of, or love, seems to be, there's something wrong with that, with the formulation of that question, because those things sort of manifest themselves as raw facts of existence, and so they're constituent elements of your field of experience, your phenomenological frame, or this Dasein, which is the way that Heidegger conceptualized it. That's being there, with you at the center of your realm of experience. So now here's some characteristics of the Dasein, the thing that makes up you. The past and the present are implicit in it. Well, what does that mean? Well, say you have a particular emotional response to something. Maybe it's a negative emotional response. And you see this very frequently with arguments with people. You're having an argument with someone you love, like a family member. That's a good example. So let's say it's the same damn fight you've had with your mother 50 times. Okay, well, that's interesting, because what it means is that all of those 50 times that you fought with your mother are implicit in this fight. So although it's taking place right here and now, the past has shaped it. And if you wanted to investigate the fight completely, you'd have to get to the bottom of that entire train of interactions you'd had with your mother. So it's implicit in your current experience. That's one way of thinking about it. But the future's implicit in it too, because what you're doing right now, it's as if the future's folded up in what you're experiencing right now, and it unfolds as you interact with it. And so, and the reason that it's conditional to some degree on you and your past is because it's your past and you that are determining the actions that you undertake right now that determine how the future is going to unfold around you. Now, not completely, obviously, because you don't have complete control over how things unfold, but you seem to have some ability to determine how things unfold. So one of the ways I've sort of conceptualized the phenomenological viewpoint, this is one way of thinking about it, I believe, is that instead of thinking, I mean, it does mean you have to reconceptualize your idea of objects. Like, an object seems like a unidimensional thing in some sense. It's an object. But most of the things that people interact with aren't like that at all. So, like, here's an example. Let's say you have, let's say you get you're writing the MCAT. You want to go to medical school. You've written the MCAT. You get the envelope in the mail. It tells you what your score is. You hold the envelope. What are you holding? Well, if you think about it from an objective perspective, it's an envelope. Who cares? It's just a little piece of paper, right? It's a rectangle of paper. But that isn't what you're holding at all. That's not what that thing is. That's how you see it, but it's not what it is at all. It's not even, and you know that. Your body knows that because you're shaking. It's like, well, what are you scared of? The envelope? Well, the fact that you see it as an envelope is only an indication of just how narrow your perceptions actually are. Because it's a portal, right? It's a portal through which you're going to walk into one of two worlds, one in which you're in medical school and the other in which you're not. And it also actually contains the past, which is really strange, because you think, well, you already know what the past is. It's, no, you don't. Whatever that score is in there determines what your past was. And you know that too. You go watch a movie and a bunch of things happen in the movie, and then something twisted happens at the end, and all of a sudden everything that you thought about the movie was wrong, and a whole new past for the movie pops into being. Well, are you a pre-med student? A valid pre-med student? Well, the score will determine whether or not you were. Very strange, because you think of the past as fixed, you know, and you think of the things that you're interacting with as the things that you see, and they're not. And your body is smarter than that, way smarter than that, because it responds to, you could say, this is sort of a Rogerian perspective, your body is more likely to respond to what the thing actually is than how it is that you see it. So, okay, so the past is implicit in the current being, and the future is implicit in the current being. And so the past and the future sort of folded up inside it, and you can unfold them and take a look at them. Now, here's the next thing. So, from a classic scientific perspective, there's the world of independently existing objects, and there's the world of subjects. And the subject is really in a secondary relationship to the object, because the objective world is what's real. But one of the things that the phenomenologists were concerned about that is that, well, you run into this problem again of exactly how it is that you define the object, because just as the envelope with the scores in it can't be reduced to the paper, so the object that you're interacting with only reveals what it is as a consequence of the way that you interact with it. So, for example, if you take a complex object like another person, it's like, well, what is it that you are? Well, a huge part of that is going to depend on exactly how I interact with you. Because you could be a raging beast if I interacted with you one way, and you could be a perfectly, cooperative entity that was very pleasant if I interacted with you the other way, and another way. And so partly what's happening, you could think of what you're interacting with as something that's really multifaceted, truly multifaceted. And you say, well, you're trying to determine what it is, but the problem is that what it is manifests itself only in accordance with how you behave towards it. And it's actually the case with even objects that you reduce right down to their constituent elements. So you might say, like, let's talk about subatomic particles, hypothetically the most objective thing there is. Well, it turns out that whether they're a wave or a particle depends on the way you set up the experiment. Now, I don't want to make quantum analogies, but what I'm saying is that the object is a very, very complicated thing. And so even defining what it is means that you have to adopt a frame of reference with regards to it, and you undertake only some procedures and not others. So when you're defining an object, even scientifically, you actually don't define the object. What you say is, here's a multidimensional entity. If you approach it in this manner, that's the procedure, right? The methods. If you approach it in this manner, it will manifest that set of traits. But the problem is that there's all sorts of other traits that it could manifest just as well if you treated it a different way. And so the object itself is not something that it's not something easily reducible to a single set of properties. I was talking to one of my students yesterday. He had a pretty smart thing to say about images. We were talking about deep images, the sorts that you might see in a really high quality museum. So maybe they're, 15th century or 16th century Renaissance masterpieces. They're inexhaustible to some degree, which is why they're in museums and people go look at them, decade after decade. And it's partly because every time you look at them, you're different. You go in one week, you look at it, you see something. You go in the next week, you look at it, you see something else. Well, it's partly because you're bringing something entirely different to the situation. And the image is complicated enough to allow it to reflect something new to you, depending on the stance you take in relationship to it. And lots of things are like that. Lots of things are like that. A book you read when you were 16 is going to be an entirely different book when you read it when you're 35. You say, well, the book's the same. It's like, depends on how you define the book. Because it isn't even obvious where the book is exactly. Well, it's on my shelf in the library. It's like, no, that's a chunk of paper that's on your shelf in the library. Where exactly the book is, that's a much more difficult question to consider. So it depends on how you define the book. So without a subject, nothing at all would exist to confront objects and to imagine them as such. True, this implies that every object, everything objective, in being merely objectified by the subject, is the most subjective thing possible. Well, you also know this again when you're in an argument with someone. It's you. No, it's you. No, it's you. It's like, you don't know. Are you being biased? Are you looking at the situation incorrectly? The person you're arguing with is going to convince you trying to convince you that it's your problem. You think, no, you made me angry. It's like, an interesting statement, as if you could do that, but it does seem that way. You were being provocative. Well, you're just too sensitive. How are we going to settle that? Well, it's a continual argument, and that again has to do with the crazy entangled dynamic between subjective perception and objective perception. I've showed you this before, and I actually think this is a pretty good schematic representation of what's meant by Dasein. And this is a complicated little diagram, although the diagram itself is quite simple, but it's predicated on the following assumptions, is that you need to narrow down your world. And what you're doing is narrowing it down from, let's say, an infinite set of possibilities to a finite set of manageable possibilities. And you do that a bunch of ways. Partly merely your senses aren't acute enough to detect everything. So pure stupidity, in some sense, stops you from being absolutely overwhelmed. You don't have eyes in the back of your head, for example, so you don't have to worry about all those things you're not looking at behind you. But then it's far more than that. You just can't handle that full complexity, so there's a continual narrowing process. And then you exist inside that narrowed reality. Like if I look at you like that, there's not a hell of a lot of difference between that and looking at you like that. Like I can't really see these people. I can tell they're people, that's all. I can see your face. I've got just about all of it right there. So that's a very narrow, and you're moving your eyes around and inhabiting this constant narrow space. Well, what's that space? What does that space you inhabit consist of? Well, that's Dasein, that space that you inhabit. And so we could say it's something like this. You have implicit in that perception a sense of where you are and what you're doing right now. It's in the perception. And then in the perception as well is what you're aiming at. Because you're not just sitting here passively, or you'd be asleep, or you'd be unconscious. You're sitting here doing nothing, physically, but you have an aim in mind, and the aim is what you're pointing your eyes at. The aim is what's structuring your perceptions. The aim is what's revealing that part of the world that is being revealed to you. That's the revelation of the world. It also structures your emotions. It also primes your behaviors. So it's not a drive, it's not a goal, it's not a motivation. It's more than that. It's all of that at once. That's sort of what your personality is. But you see, the phenomenologists don't really think about personality. They think about the manifestation of your reality. It's not exactly your personality. It's that you're the center of a reality, and you constitute that reality. But all your elements of experience constitute that reality. And so it's something like, its simplest element is something like where you are, where you're going, and the embodied actions you undertake to relate those two things, which would include your eye movements, because of course perception is an active phenomena. You are shaking your eyes back and forth unbelievably rapidly. Otherwise, if you can make your eyes stand still, which you can do with great concentration, everything will black out. Because you have to move your eyes back and forth so that the light hits different cells, because the cells get exhausted and then they stop reporting. So you're just whipping your eyes back and forth in the micro way constantly, and as well as moving them around voluntarily and involuntarily. So even perception is a lot more like feeling things out with your fingers, even when you're using your ears or your eyes. Very active. There's no passive perception. It's a motor act to perceive. And so that motor act is determined by your hierarchy of values. That's one way of looking at it. So another way of thinking about it, that's also how the past and the future are implicit in it. Your very active perception is determined by your entire value structure. So it's implicit inside of it. It's folded up inside of it. You can tell that too, because if something violates it, again, maybe an argument with someone, it's good to think about people as the thing you interact with the most, as the canonical object, because they're so damn complicated and they get in the way all the time. And when someone gets in the way of what you're doing, it isn't obvious what they're interfering with. It might be the little micro routine that you're undertaking right now. Maybe you go home and you make a nice dinner and the person you're making it for is all rude about it. Okay, so what exactly are they getting in the way of? Well, they're certainly getting in the way of your expectations of having a nice emotional time for the next hour. But you have no idea how indicative that is of some serious flaw in you or them or the relationship or the situation or the way you've conducted your whole life or the way they've conducted their whole life. And all of that's packed in there. It's sort of like the unconscious of the psychoanalysts. But it's more it's not the same conceptualization. It's another way of looking at the same phenomena. So, all right, so the two people we're going to talk about most are Medard Boss, and he was influenced by Martin Heidegger, who was a great philosopher, taken to task often because he turned out to be tangled up with the Nazis more than he should have been. And Husserl, that's Edmund Husserl, who's actually, if I remember correctly, Martin Heidegger's teacher. That's Ludwig Binswanger. And both of these two people were influenced both by Freud and Jung. Okay, so here's one of Binswanger's claims. I love this claim. It's such a cool idea, and I think there's neurological support for it, neuropsychological support. What we perceive are, first and foremost, not impressions of taste, tone, smell, or touch, not even things or objects, but meanings. Well, that's an interesting idea, because it's been said that every person is an unconscious exponent of some great philosopher's presuppositions. Well, mostly the way you think about the way you perceive is that there are objects in the world. You see the objects, you think about the objects, you evaluate the objects, you decide how to act on the objects, and then you act. Right? It's from object, sense, perception, emotion, cognition, action. That's wrong. That isn't how it works. It's partly not the way it works because the way that you interact with the world exists at multiple levels. So, for example, you have reflexes. So if I poke you hard, you'll react like that. You'll jerk back. And you do that without thinking. That's part of a neurological circuit that's very deeply embedded and that's virtually automatic. It's reflexive. It doesn't require conscious perception at all. It's too slow for starters. And so you have there's multiple levels of you interacting with the world. And at one level, you're seeing objects, you're thinking about them, you're planning what to do. But you're doing all sorts of other things that are way faster than that, and other things that are way slower at the same time. Now, what Binswanger claims is that what you see in the world are meanings. And so it's the meaning detection first and the object recognition second. Now that's a hell of a claim, that is. But there's definitely levels of your nervous system that operate in that manner. So for example, here's a good example. People have blind sight. Their visual cortex is damaged. They can't see objects, so they think they're blind. But if you show them an angry face, they'll manifest a change in their skin conductance. They'll orient. And it means that the eyes are still mapping the face onto the amygdala. And the amygdala is mapping the pattern onto the body. No object perception. Pattern, pattern, pattern. No object perception. And so the meaning is what's being perceived first and foremost. And you have to perceive meanings first because you actually want to stay alive. That's the trick. So the world is full of these things that have meanings to you that are relevant to your survival. And what you're perceiving first is the relevance of the pattern to your survival. And the idea that you can conceptualize that as a set of objects, well, first of all, that's a pretty new idea. Technically speaking, right? Because technically speaking, we didn't really start to conceive the world as subject in an objective world until we really formalized science. Now, science was implicit long before it became explicit, but it didn't become explicit until about 500 years ago. So you react to meanings. So here's an example. Babies. If you have two surfaces and you put a piece of glass between them, they're elevated, and you put a 8-month-old baby on the one surface, or so they can crawl. The baby can crawl. It won't crawl across the space. And you might say, well, it sees a hole and won't crawl across it. But that isn't what it sees. It sees a place to fall off. That's direct perception. So when I see this, for example, my eyes see that as a pattern. That pattern's on my retina. It's propagated through my optic nerve. It's propagated into my brain. It's propagated onto my motor cortex. And the propagation is that. Right? So I can pick it up. And when I look at that, this is implicit. That's implicit in the perception. You think, well, why do you see that at the size and resolution you see it at? That's why. So the fact that you see it that way has this implicit in it. It isn't that you see the object and match your hand to it. It's that matching your hand to it is part of the perception of the object. It's what gives the object meaning. And so you perceive the meaning of the object. It's part of the perception. And you can't not see the meaning of the object. Well, you can. If you're a scientist, you can sort of separate out the object from its meaning. That's actually what science does. It tears the object away from its meaning. And then, of course, there's nothing meaningful left, and so science ends up value-free. But that's because the meaning has been torn out of it. Now, there's technical reasons for doing that, but Binswanger's point is, don't kid yourself. You see the meaning first. Here's an example. You watch the trade towers fall. What did you see? Well, you could say, well, you saw the towers fall. It's like, why are you in shock for 2 days afterwards then? Well, because the towers aren't... What are the towers? Exactly. As long as they're standing and operating, they're towers. As soon as they fall, God only knows what they are. Maybe they're the beginning of the next war. You know, who knows what they are? And so everyone was in shock for 3 days because what they saw was the indeterminate meaning of that event. And it opened all sorts of gateways. It's like, well, the towers fell, there's gateways open everywhere. We don't know what's going on. We don't know what's going to happen next. We don't know where we are. And that's direct perception mapped onto your body. Bang, you're in shock. You see the meaning first. And well, you constrain it down to, well, why are you so upset? Well, the towers fell. It's like, that's the best you can do for a verbal utterance. It's what your perceptual systems reported to you, but God only knows what happened. We still don't really know what it meant that they fell. Now, most things have put themselves back together, but... And then you think, well, what does it mean? What does it mean that what you see first is the meaning? And that's a really tricky question, because you might say, well, that's when you get back to the problem of what constitutes real. So I could say, well, you've evolved to see the meaning. Well, then we might ask, well, if you've evolved to see the meaning and that's kept you alive, is there anything more real than the meaning? Because somebody who's a materialist would say, well, no, the object is more real. It's like, no, it depends on how you define real. It might be that the most real thing about the visual cliff is that that's a falling off place, and that its secondary description as a, you know, an object, a hole or something like that, that's just that's something you paint over top of the primary reality. And so, well, here's a practical application of it, or at least one of the things that I think is practical. You know, you can have experiences that differ in their, let's call it, high quality meaning. You know, so you get engaged and engrossed in something and you're happy about that. It's not that you're happy, it's that you're engaged and engrossed in it. You would do it again, even though it might take effort. You can tell that where you are is meaningful. Well, I think what happens in that situation is that you're in a Piagetian place where many of the games that you're playing are stacked sort of isomorphically on top of one another, and the experience of meaning is the fact that you're playing the small game properly, nested inside a larger game, you're playing it properly, nested inside a larger game, you're playing it properly too, etc., all the way out. Past is balanced, future is balanced, everything is stacked up. And there's a report coming from your being telling you that, that's why you're engaged. I'd say, well, maybe that's real. Maybe it's more real than anything else. It's a strange thing, because if you think that meaning is separate and secondary from the real objective world, then the reality is the object. But it isn't obvious that the reality is the object. It's certainly not how we act. It's not how we perceive. And so, did we evolve to perceive reality? It depends on what you mean by perceive. Perceive might mean, did we evolve mechanisms that allowed us to survive in the face of that reality? Yes. Is that what's real? What enables you to survive in the face of reality? It's a definition. It's a perfectly reasonable definition, unless you can come up with a better one. Meanings are primary. Now, that brings up a strange issue. So what determines the meaning of what it is that you're perceiving? Well, this is where Binswanger and Boss disagree. Binswanger says it's the a priori ontological structure, the world design or matrix of meaning. Okay, so what does that mean? Well, you have a particular history, biological and cultural and individual, and you're viewing the world through the lens of that set of particularities. So it's almost as if you're behind a curtain, and the curtain has certain holes in it, and you can see through the holes in the curtain, but the curtain is your construction. So the curtain with the holes determines what you see. Well, Boss would say, no, it's the opposite in a very strange thing. It's that the meaning of the world manifests itself to you more or less of its own accord. And it's a tougher one to explain. Disclosure of meaning, Boss, the revelation of the object, the emergence of the phenomenon, the numinous. The very word phenomena is derived from phanesthai, to shine forth, to appear, to unveil itself, to come out of concealment or darkness. Okay, here's an example. You see someone beautiful. Your perception, or is it your perception, or does the beauty exist? That's the difference between Binswanger and Boss. Because Binswanger would say, well, the reason that thing appears to you as beautiful is because of the way you're filtering it. And Boss would say, no, the beauty is inheres in the object itself and manifests itself. It shines forth. And so I really like this concept, this concept of phenomena. That's why they're phenomenologists. Phanesthai means to shine forth. From the phenomenological perspective, you pursue those things that shine forth. Now, you remember, this is kind of a parallel idea. I suppose it's a parallel of Jungian ideas. You remember in Harry Potter that when they're playing Quidditch, he's always chasing the snitch? And you remember how, if I've got this correctly, Quidditch is basically two games at the same time, right? There's the standard game and then there's the game that the Seekers play. Yes? I've got that right? What happens if the Seeker gets the snitch? Game's over, right? They win. Very interesting. It's brilliant. She has a brilliant imagination, that woman, Rowling. So the idea is that in every game there's two games going on at the same time. There's the ordinary game and there's the game that the Seekers play, and the Seekers chase the thing that shines at them. And that's what that little thing is, the snitch. It's a round circle with wings. It's a very, very old symbol. It's a symbol of what? It's a symbol of reality before it's fractionated into its parts. I don't know how to say it any more clearly than that. It's a symbol of what? Imagine that there are things that move forward to make you curious. And you were trying to figure out what was common among all the things that made you curious. That thing that Harry Potter's chasing, that's a symbol of that. It's golden like the sun. It flits around and attracts your attention, and it's always moving. And if you're seeking, you chase it. So that's the phenomenological idea. That's the disclosure of meaning. You say, well, when you're curious about something, why are you curious about that? Is it calling to you, or is it something that you're interpreting? Well, I would say it's both. I think that's the way to resolve this puzzle. It's that there isn't a perceiving entity without a structure. And your structure has been evolving itself for 3.5 billion years. There's no perceiving entity without a structure. But by the same token, the thing that's being perceived also shines forth with its own potential manifestation. And you need to think of it both ways at the same time. But the curiosity issue is it's a fascinating one, because curiosity pulls you forward. It's not random. That's the thing that's so cool. You can't really control it, but it's not random. If your curiosity is random, you're schizophrenic. And I mean that technically, because one of the things that happens to schizophrenics is that the mechanisms that establish relevance become pathologized, and they see meaning everywhere, randomly. And that's partly why they generate delusions, because the incoherent manifestation of meaning calls out for a representation. They develop a paranoid delusion if they're intelligent enough to put everything together. But so you're curious and something pulls you forward. Well, you can interact with the curiosity and you can follow it, but you can't really direct it. The question is, where is it taking you? So that little ball, that was a manifestation of what the Greeks referred to. Greeks, is that right? Mercurius. It's Roman and Greek god. Mercurius, the spirit Mercurius, is this thing. It's the messenger of the gods, the winged messenger of the gods. It flits around. You say, well, the curiosity pulls you forward. To where? Well, to wherever it wants to take you. Well, that's a Jungian idea as well, is that your curiosity is like the manifestation of yourself to the ego, right? It's the thing that you could be in the future calling you forward, something like that. Very strange ideas. Very interesting. See, when you start to understand that you're not in control of what makes you interested in things, the whole world shifts around on you, because the question is, if you're not in control of that, what the hell is directing it? What's going on? It's not you. It's not under your control. It's not random. It's alive. It's dynamic. It has an orientation towards something. That's the Jungian self. Or that's the manifestation of meaning. Yes, very strange. I told you this already. See, there's an old representation, a very old representation of the snitch right there. Now this is old symbol, eh? You've got this dragon of chaos here. It's kind of like an octopus as well. That twist in its tail refers to infinity. Dragons almost always have an infinite tail like that. It's got the claws of a bird, maybe a bird of prey, the body of an animal, and the head of a snake. And then down here, you see it's got the sun up there, so it's sort of aiming at upward towards the sun, this thing. And then down here is this thing called the round chaos. It's an old alchemical system, and if you look, the dragon is fertilizing this, and that has potential in it. It's like an egg. It's full of potential. And so it's matter and spirit at the same time. It's sort of like it's a representation of that which you're exploring, because you could say, well, the thing that you're exploring, sort of a constructivist idea, you explore something new. What do you generate from the exploration? You, because as you explore it, you learn things, that changes you. So you generate psyche out of the exploration, that's spirit, and you also generate the world out of it. But the thing to begin with is psyche and world at the same time, and that's what this thing represents, and that's what Harry Potter is chasing. That's what makes him a seeker. Very strange ideas. Now I'm going to tell you a dream. There was a dream I had when I was working on these ideas, and I'm going to tell you the dream for two reasons. One is because it bears directly on these ideas, and two, because, well, we just covered psychoanalytic thought, and I want to show you how a dream can work. Because it's not easy to find a dream that you can interpret in a way that's public, that makes sense, because they're usually so tightly defined contextually. You can define them in the therapeutic context because you know so much about the person. It's very hard to pull that out and make it meaningful outside of that context. But this dream works. Okay, so I was dreaming that there was a small object. It was a circle, a sphere about this big, and it was floating on top of the Atlantic Ocean. And I had a kind of a bird's eye view of it, and I was following it along, like maybe, like a drone would follow behind an object. And it was floating, and it was really zipping along, man. It was really, really fast. And then the scene shifted to a bunch of scientists. They were sitting inside a room full of television monitors, and they were watching this thing move across the ocean. And so it was here, and then it had 4 hurricanes beside it. One here, one here, one here, and one here. So it was in the center of 4 hurricanes. So whatever it was like some bloody potent thing. It was zipping across the ocean. Then the scientists got a hold of it, I guess, and the scene shifted, and I was in a museum, like an old Victorian museum. And this ball, was now inside a wood, so imagine a wood stand with a glass case on top of it. It was inside the glass case, and it was floating, and it was sort of pulsing a little bit. And so inside the room, there was Stephen Hawking and the American president. I don't remember who it was. He was sort of faceless. But Stephen Hawking. What the hell? Disembodied intellect. That's Stephen Hawking. So that's what that meant. And the president, well, he's just the symbol of order. And so this thing, whatever it was that was surrounded by these winds, had been placed into a category system, right? It was in a museum. It was boxed in. It had been conceptualized and categorized, partly by disembodied intellect, that was Stephen Hawking, and partly by social order. And so there's a Binswanger boss thing going on there. The thing pulses and is alive, so it's got its own power, but it's also encapsulated in a category system. So I'm a third-person observer in there. I'm not in the room. I'm just seeing this. So that was fine. So the next thing that happened, oh yes, one of them described the features of the room. Its walls were 7 feet thick. They didn't want this thing going anywhere. And it was made out of titanium dioxide. I thought, what the hell's that? Well, it's a paint. It's a paint substance, but it's also what the hull of the Starship Enterprise is made out of. So my dream was saying, well, what's the hardest substance there is as well? It's titanium dioxide. It's not getting out of that box. The walls were designed to permanently constrain the object. Okay, now the next thing that happened was this object you could tell it was kind of alive, and it kept shifting around, and at one point it turned into a chrysalis, a cocoon. And I thought, what the hell does that do? And then, so it turned into a cocoon. And I don't know if you've seen a chrysalis when it's just about to hatch, but it twitches around. It's alive, that thing. So they're very strange things. And then at the end, it turned itself into a pipe, like a meerschaum pipe. And I thought, Then it reformed itself into a sphere and just shot right out of the room. Like the walls weren't even there. It was just, it decided it was gone. Bang, it was gone. And I woke up and I thought, what the hell? What the hell does that mean? It took me forever to figure this out. So then, about 2 years after experiencing this dream, I was reading Dante's Inferno. In the 9th canto, a messenger from God appears, so Dante goes down into hell, right? And it was Dante's attempt to describe, it's brilliant, so imagine that you go to a bad place psychologically, right? So your life has collapsed, that's terrible, but then you're trying to figure out what you did wrong and how you're to blame for it. And so what you do is a descent into your own foolishness and stupidity, level by level by level. And that's what Dante was trying to explain. That's what that hell was. Levels of catastrophe, and there's something right at the bottom. And he found that it was betrayal that was at the bottom. So, in any case, I was reading that, and there's a line in there that made me remember this dream, because I tried to figure out this dream for years, hey? In the 9th canto, a messenger from God appears in hell to open the gate of Dis, which is barring the divinely ordained way of Virgil and Dante. The approach of this messenger, an angel, is preceded by a great storm described in the following manner. Suddenly there broke on the dirty swell of the dark marsh a squall of terrible sound that sent a tremor through both shores of hell, a sound as if 2 continents of air, one frigid and one scorching, clashed head-on in a war of winds that stripped the forests bare, ripped off whole boughs and blew them helter-skelter along the range of dust. It raised before it, making the beasts and shepherds run for shelter. So that was like a herald of the arrival of this messenger. It's a very powerful scene, and I thought about this dream with this thing with the 4 storms. So the pipe thing, that took me forever to figure out. And I finally remembered this painting by Magritte. This is not a pipe. Right. So what does that mean? Well, what it means is the representation is not the thing. It's a very famous painting, right? The representation is not the thing. Well, even the perception is not the thing, and that's what the dream was trying to get at. It's like this thing that was so powerful and so capable of transforming could be encapsulated temporarily within a conceptual system, but whenever it decided to leave, it was just going to leave. And so what it was referring to was the potential that there is inside objects. So, for example, and it's such a complicated thing to explain, nobody knew what cell phones were going to do. You make the cell phone, you think you know what it is. You don't know what it is. No one knew what the birth control pill was going to do. You make it, you think you know what it is. You have no idea what it is. And it's going to do some of the things you think it will do, and it's going to do a bunch of things you have no idea about. And that's because the things are more complex than they look. They're multidimensional, and they have, I wouldn't say a life exactly, but they have an intrinsic complexity that tends to unfold across time, and it's only somewhat predictable. And so you have things under your control and in your grasp to some limited degree, but at any point, it's like the switch in the yin-yang symbol. At any time, chaos can collapse into order, or order can collapse into chaos. And that's what that dream meant. Another painting by Magritte trying to express the same thing, right? All men in suits, all uniform, all thinking the same way, same haircuts, completely socialized, blinded by their own perceptions. That's us. Because you think, well, your perceptions illuminate and bring you information. It's yes and no. They also constrain to equal degree. I dreamed much later, about a year later. This was a very cool image too. You know that image that I think is it Da Vinci or Michelangelo, of the man inscribed in the square inside the circle? It's a very famous image. Well, it was like that, except it was a cube but not a square. And so there was a kind of a faceless person, almost like a mannequin, inside this cube, and he was suspended about 2 feet off the ground. And on the front wall, it was like wallpaper designs. There was these little squares about this big, and they were mandalas, square with a circle inside them. And then inside the circle there was a little snake tail that was out, and the whole wall was covered with these snake tails. And when the person walked forward, the wall would move forward, and when he walked backwards, the wall would move backwards. So it was always this far away, and he could reach out and pull any of those snakes into being. And so that was another dream of the same sort of idea. What do you have in front of you? A world of objects? No. You have a world of potential in front of you. and you can interact with any aspect of that potential, and while you're doing so, you realize it. You pull something into being that wouldn't have been there before, and what you see in front of you is a wall of potential. The potential is not infinite because you're constrained, but it's for all intents and purposes, it'll do you just fine. It's more potential than you could ever need. And so the dream, see, dreams are at the forefront of thinking. They get there before you. The creative imagination is at the forefront of thinking. It's trying to, if you think that you're moving out into the unknown to gather new information, what gets there first is the imagination. Obviously, that's what Piaget said about children as well. You imagine it first, then maybe you can represent it in speech. And the dream is part of that imaginative process. That's what artists are doing. They're going out into the unknown and representing it imaginatively. So, well, what does that painting mean? Well, if the artist knew that, he'd just write it down, right? The art is beyond what's articulable. Otherwise, it's not art. It's just propaganda. So the artist and the dream, they're out on the frontier, right? That's the open imagination. And so when you're conceptualizing new things, the dream and the imagination can bring you places that you don't even know that you can go. And it's a mystery too. It's like, I don't know how I figured this out. It was as if the figuring out manifested itself inside me. Because that's the experience in a dream, right? You don't feel, I dreamed this up. You feel, I had a dream. Where did that come from? It springs out of the unknown and offers something to you. Man's option to respond to this claim or to choose not to do seems to be the very core of human freedom. Here's pathology as conceptualized by the phenomenologists. It's a very interesting way of thinking about it. Existential guilt and fear as debt to possibility. Well, so there's this idea, it's like an existential idea, that you have some problems in your life. Well, the part of the Dasein is the sense of responsibility that you have to address those problems. It's part and parcel of the way that human beings manifest themselves in the world. So part of your pathology would be failure to bear the responsibility for your being, and the sense that you have a debt to existence. And according to the phenomenologists, that's built right into the sense of your being. Failure to shoulder existential burden results in neurotic guilt and fear. It's a remarkable conceptualization. Unpaid debt to existence. Clean up your room. Right, well, that's a good place to start. Stop. Okay, good. We'll see you in a week and a half.
So I want to tell you about a book today. The book is called The Gulag Archipelago. You ready? The book is called The Gulag Archipelago, and it's by a Russian author, a Soviet author named Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who was in the Gulag Archipelago concentration camp system for a very long time. He had a very hard life. He was on the Russian front when the Germans invaded the Soviet Union in the early stages of World War II. Now, Hitler and Stalin had signed a non-aggression pact. And Hitler invaded the Soviet Union anyway. And from what I've been able to understand, the Soviets had prepared an invasion force for Europe at that point, but were not concerned with having to defend their territory, and so they were caught completely unawares by Hitler's move. And the conditions on the Russian front were absolutely dreadful, and Solzhenitsyn was a soldier on the Russian front. And he wrote some letters to one of his friends, which were intercepted, complaining about the lack of preparation and using bitter, dark humor to describe the situation. And the consequences of that was that he was thrown into a work camp. The Soviet system relied on work camps. And so those were large labor camps of people who were essentially enslaved, many of whom were worked to death, often froze to death, working in conditions that were so dreadful that they're virtually unimaginable. Solzhenitsyn spent a very large number of years in these camps, sometimes in a more privileged camp because he was an educated man, and sometimes in worse camps. He also developed cancer later and wrote a book about that called Cancer Ward, which is a brilliant book. So he had a very hard life. There's just no way around that. To be on the front and then to be in a concentration camp and then to have cancer, that's pretty rough. Now, he wrote the Gulag Archipelago. He wrote a book called One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich first. That was published in the early 1960s. When there was a brief thaw, Stalin was pretty much out of the picture by the end of the 1950s. There's some indication that he was murdered by Khrushchev, and Khrushchev became premier of the Soviet Union after Stalin. And there's some indication perhaps that Stalin was either murdered by Khrushchev and a set of his cronies, or when he was very ill, just before he died, was not helped, at least wasn't provided with any medical attention because of the intervention of Khrushchev and his cronies. Now, there's some indication as well at that point that Stalin, who was an absolutely barbaric in every possible way you could imagine, was planning to start a third world war. And he was certainly capable of doing such things because he had already imprisoned or killed tens of millions of people. Now, just after Stalin died, there was a bit of a thaw in the Soviet Union with regards to internal repression. In the early 1960s, Solzhenitsyn published a book called One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich, which was a story about one day in the life, his life really, inside one of these so-called Gulag archipelago camps. Now, he called it the Gulag archipelago because an archipelago is a chain of islands. And so Solzhenitsyn likened the work camp system in the Soviet Union, which is made up of isolated camps distributed across the entire state. He likened that to a series of islands, and hence the metaphor. And One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich was one of the first publications released in the Soviet Union that dared make public what had happened inside these camps, at least initially. Now, that thaw didn't last very long, but that book had a tremendous effect. It's a short book. It's worth reading. After that, he wrote a number of other books, which are also, he's a great literary figure in the same category, I would say, as Tolstoy or Dostoevsky, which is like really saying something. You know, those two are perhaps the greatest literary figures who ever lived, with the possible exception of Shakespeare. He wrote this book called The Gulag Archipelago, which is published in 3 volumes, each of which is about 700 pages long. The first one details the origin of the oppressive Soviet system, at least in part under Lenin, and then its full-fledged implementation under Stalin, and the deaths of, well, Solzhenitsyn estimated the deaths in internal repression in the Soviet Union at something approximating 60 million between 1919 and 1959. Now, that doesn't count the death toll in the Second World War, by the way. Now, people have disputed those figures, but they're certainly in the tens of millions, and the low-end bounds are probably 20 million, and the high-end bounds are nearer what Solzhenitsyn estimated. He also estimated that the same kind of internal repression in Maoist China cost 100 million lives, and so you can imagine that the genuine historical figures, again, are subject to dispute, but somewhere between 50 and 100 million people. And one of the things that's really surprising to me, and that I think is absolutely reprehensible, is the fact that this is not widespread knowledge among students in the West, any of this, and it's because your education, your historical education, if you started to describe it as appalling, you would barely scratch the surface. These were the most important events of the 20th century, and they're barely covered at all in standard historical curriculum. You know of something, I would presume, about World War II and about the terrible situation in Nazi Germany and the death of 6 million gypsies and Jews and homosexuals in the concentration camps in Nazi Germany. But my experience with students has been that none of them know anything about what happened as a consequence of the repression of the radical left in the 20th century. And I believe the reason for that is that the communist system had extensive networks of admirers in the West, especially among intellectuals, and still in fact does, which is also equally reprehensible. And I believe that one of the consequences of that is that this
element of history has been under-examined, and certainly very little attention has been brought to it in the public school curricula, and there's absolutely no excuse for that. It was the worst thing that happened in the 20th century, and that's really saying something, because the 20th century was about as bad as it gets. And the fact that these deaths on massive scale occurred, and the fact that we don't know that deep inside our bones is a testament to the absolute rot of the education system. So now, you might think this is a strange thing to discuss in a personality course, but I have my reasons for doing it. And the fundamental reason is that Solzhenitsyn you might regard as an existentialist. Now, he says many of the same things that Viktor Frankl says. Viktor Frankl wrote a book called Man's Search for Meaning, which I would highly recommend. And it's a description of the corruption that he saw leading into the horrors of the Nazi concentration camp systems, especially within the concentration camps itself, because Frankl was very interested in what sort of psychological catastrophe had to befall a given individual before that person was capable of acting as an agent, say, of the Nazis in the concentration camp system. And he concentrated particularly on these people he called that were known as trustees within the concentration camp system, who were generally Jewish individuals who were aiding the Nazis in their death work inside the camps. Now, what Frankl did, because he was also existentially oriented, was attempt to draw a parallel between the individual psychology and the mass pathologies of the state. And so the reason that I believe that this is important in a personality class is because it's necessary to analyze the relationship between the psychological integrity of the individuals within a society and the propensity of that society to engage in, say, acts of mass atrocity, or to go completely off the rails and then to engage in acts of mass atrocity. And so it was Frankl's contention, and also Solzhenitsyn's contention, and I would say also the contention of Václav Havel, who was an author and playwright in Czechoslovakia and eventually became president, that the fundamental linkage between the pathology and the state, the pathology of the state and the individual, was the individual's propensity to deceive him or herself, and to fail to act in an authentic manner, in a genuine and authentic manner, and to become, as a consequence, either nihilistic, let's say, or because of the incremental weakening of character that's part and parcel of adopting an inauthentic mode of being, or to turn to ideological and totalitarian solutions as an alternative to living appropriately and with responsibility as an individual. So Solzhenitsyn in particular laid at the feet of the Soviet citizenry the burden of the absolute catastrophes that characterized that system because of each individual's propensity or proclivity within the state to lie and deceive constantly about what they thought and what they said, and to be afraid to speak, and to be afraid to think, and to be afraid to criticize. And it was no wonder, because criticism, of course, was at least became an offense that was punishable by death. But these things start much more slowly than that, and they start with people abandoning their own identities and adopting a pathological group identity. Well, for any number of reasons, but one of them certainly is their desire to shrink from individual responsibility and their desire for ready-made ideological solutions. And so what I'm going to do today is I'm going to read you a little bit about the Gulag Archipelago, and then I'm going to show you a sequence of videos about a recent event that I think does a very good job of illustrating how this sort of thing works. And then I'm going to read you some of what I've culled from the Gulag Archipelago, so that you get a sense of what the writing is like. So Solzhenitsyn basically, he committed a huge part of the Gulag Archipelago to memory, which is really something, given that it's 2,100 pages long and printed in like 7-point font. And the book is written at an unbelievable level of emotional intensity. I remember there was a study once about how rats respond to cats, free living rats in their burrows. If they're exposed to a cat, or even to cat odor, will run back to their burrow and stick their nose out and scream for 48 hours, right, which is about the equivalent of you screaming for 3 months. because rats don't only live about 2 years. And while that rat is screaming, all the other rats stay in their burrow and don't go anywhere. And so they scream ultrasonically, so you have to record it and then slow it down in order to hear it. But they're not very happy about that, about cats. And they actually don't need to be exposed to cats to learn how to be afraid of their odor. They're naturally afraid of it. Anyways, Solzhenitsyn's book, The Gulag Archipelago, is like a 2,100-page scream. It's very, very intense. It's a very difficult thing to read, but it's absolutely crucial reading. It's actually now part of the curriculum in Russia, in high school, which also says something about Russian high schools compared to, say, North American high schools. Because I doubt if the typical North American high school student reads 2,100 pages of anything during their entire education in high school, and certainly not something like the Gulag Archipelago. So I'm going to read you a little bit of background about the story, first of all. This is a nice summary. I've swiped it from Wikipedia, but The Gulag Archipelago is a book by Alexander Solzhenitsyn. He won a Nobel Prize for the book, by the way, and richly deserved it, about the Soviet forced labor camp system. The 3-volume book is a narrative relying on eyewitness testimony and primary research material, as well as the author's own experiences in a Gulag labor camp, written between 1958 and 1968. It was published in the West in 1973, and thereafter circulated in samizdat, or underground publication form, in the Soviet Union until its appearance in the Russian literary journal Novy Mir in 1989, in which a third of the work was published over 3 issues. So the samizdat, or the underground press, was basically photocopies or sometimes photostats of banned works that people would compile and then hand from person to person. Of course, the punishment for being caught with something like that was extraordinarily severe, but the samizdat was I suppose it was a precursor to the internet. That's one way of thinking about it, a slow precursor to the internet. Gulag, or G-U-L-A-G, or Gulag, is an acronym for a Russian term, Chief Administration of Corrective Labor Camps, the bureaucratic name of the governing board of the Soviet labor camp system, and by metonymy, the camp system itself. The word archipelago compares the system of labor camps spread across the Soviet Union with a vast chain of islands, known only to those who were fated to visit them. Since the dissolution of the Soviet Union and the formation of the Russian Federation, the Gulag Archipelago has been officially published and included in the high school program in Russia as mandatory reading. Structurally, the text comprises 7 sections divided in most printed volumes into 3, parts 1 to 2, 3 and 4, and 5 to 7. At one level, the Gulag Archipelago traces the history of the system of forced labor camps that existed in the Soviet Union from 1918 to 1956, starting with Lenin's original decrees shortly after the October Revolution, establishing the legal and practical framework for a series of camps where political prisoners and ordinary criminals would be sentenced to forced labor. One of the things that's quite interesting about the Gulag camps, and this is something that's very relevant to understanding of modern Russia, is that so ordinary criminals were put into the camps, and so were political prisoners. But the ordinary criminals, and so those would be rapists and murderers, let's say, as well as thieves who were engaged in theft as an occupation, those were regarded by the Soviets as socially friendly elements. And the reason for that was that they assumed that the reason that these people had turned to crime was because of the oppressive nature of the previous czarist/capitalist system, and that the only reason that these criminals existed was because they had been oppressed. They were oppressed victims of that system. And so one of the convenient consequences of that absolutely insane doctrine was that the Soviets put the ordinary criminals in charge of the camps. And these were very, very seriously bad people. And so you can imagine the way that they treated the political prisoners, who were regarded as socially hostile elements, sometimes because of their own hypothetically traitorous acts, but more often merely as a consequence of their racial or ethnic identity, or the fact that they were related by birth to, say, people who had been successful under the previous system, so who had any association with nobility or any association with what were known as the kulaks, who were the only successful class of former peasants in the Soviet Union, because they were regarded as privileged. You may have heard that word more recently. They were regarded as privileged and therefore as enemies of the state, and it didn't matter if it was your father or your grandfather or your great-grandfather who happened to be privileged, but the mere fact that you were a member of that group was sufficient reason to put you into a camp. And we're talking hundreds of thousands or perhaps millions of people who underwent that fate. And so the idea in the Soviet Union was just because you were the member of a class, even as a consequence of your familial association, you were immediately sufficiently guilty to be put into a camp and punished. And the terms for the camps were often 10 years, 15 years long. And if you were very fortunate, you got to have 2 or 3 of those. So the Soviets really implemented and perfected the idea of class and ethnicity-based guilt. And it's a very bad road to walk down, and it's something that we're very much engaged in at the moment, because there's discussion everywhere in North America now about the idea of, well, race-predicated guilt, for example, and ethnic-predicated guilt. It's a very bad idea to classify an entire group of people as guilty of anything based on their group membership. So these sorts of things are things we haven't yet learned, and certainly should have. Now, the other thing that was very interesting about the Soviet, especially about the Gulag Archipelago, you see, it was released in the West in about 1973 or thereabouts. Now, the student movement of the 1960s was very much influenced by Marxist and communist doctrine, and that was especially the case in France, where the most reprehensible intellectuals of the 20th century have emerged, including all the damned postmodernists who've occupied the universities now, as far as I can tell. And what happened essentially in France was that the Marxist/communist students were attempting to foment revolution, but what happened, and that peaked in about 1968, and what happened was, at least in part as a consequence of Solzhenitsyn's revelations, the idea that the Soviet model, or the Maoist model, for example, could be used as an example of the working people's utopia was completely and catastrophically, and at least in principle, finally undermined. Now, there had been, see, because the Western leftist intellectuals, right from 1919 forward, turned a blind eye to what was happening in the Soviet Union. Now and then they were invited there, even people who were very well regarded in the West were often invited, and who were sympathetic to the Soviet Union, were often invited there for a visit, and the Soviets would do the same thing the North Koreans do now when they invite foreigners to visit, which is that they would set up fake places for them to visit, called Potemkin villages, where everyone was thriving and doing well. The Nazis did the same thing with the concentration camps to begin with, especially the ones they established for children, and then would invite dim-witted leftist Western intellectuals to come to the Soviet Union and see the wonderful paradise that had been set up for everyone, which was a complete and utter facade and sham, and then they would go back to the West and report on how the utopia was progressing precisely according to the Marxist doctrines. And we knew from the 1930s forward, because Malcolm Muggeridge did this to begin with, he investigated what was going on in the Soviet Union, I think for the Manchester Guardian. He started reporting in the late 1910s and then the early 1920s, if I remember correctly. It was approximately in that period, maybe a bit later. He recorded what was happening when the Soviets attempted to collectivize the peasant farmers. And so what they did was take all these people who were previously serfs, right, only a couple of decades previously, which was not much better than being a slave. You were basically property, and that was happening until about 1880 or thereabouts. The serfs were emancipated. Many of them ended up holding their own land, right, so the land was distributed from the nobles to the peasantry. That was something that Leo Tolstoy was involved in. And by the time the Soviet Revolution came around, which would be at the latter part of the 1910s, after the First World War, the peasant class had actually established farms, of course varying productivity. Some of the peasant farmers were very, very good at being farmers and produced a huge proportion of Russia's and the Ukraine's food. Because one of the things, we'll talk about this later as the class progresses, one of the things that you'll find if you look at creative production in any domain, it doesn't matter, artistic domain, food production, novels written, novels sold, money generated, number of companies generated, number of goals scored in hockey, etc. Or number of paintings painted, number of compositions written, anything like that, where the fundamental underlying measure is human productivity, what you find is that a very tiny percentage of people produce almost all the output. It's called a Pareto distribution, P-A-R-E-T-O, and it was studied in detail in scientific productivity by someone named de Sola Price. It's a square root law, so here's the law fundamentally. If you look at the number of people who are in a given domain, who are producing in a given domain, the square root of the people produce half the product. So that means if you have 10 employees, 3 of them do half the work, but if you have 10,000 employees, 100 of them do half the work. Right, it's a very, very vicious statistic. And you won't learn about that in psychology for reasons I have no idea about, because you learn about the normal distribution and not the Pareto distribution. But Pareto distributions govern, for example, the distribution of money, which is why 1% of the people in the general population have the overwhelming amount of money, and 1/10 of that 1% has almost all of that. Right, so I think it's like the richest 100 people in the world have as much money as the bottom 2.5 billion. And you think, well, that's a terrible thing, and perhaps it is, but what you have to understand is that that law governs the distribution of creative production across all creative domains, right? It's something like a natural law, and we'll talk about that more, but imagine what happens when you play Monopoly. You've all played Monopoly. What happens when you play Monopoly? One person ends up with all the money, all right? Then you play another game of Monopoly. What happens? One person ends up with all the money. It's actually the inevitable consequence of multiple trades that are conducted randomly. So if you take 1,000 people and you get them to play a trading game, you each give them $100, say, or $10, and they have to trade with another person by flipping a coin. I win the coin toss, you give me $1, you win, I give you $1. If we all play that long enough, one person will end up with all the money and everyone else will end up with zero. So it's a deeply built feature of systems of creative production, and no one really knows what to do about it, because of course the danger is that all the resources get funneled to a tiny minority of people at the top, and a huge section of the population stacks up at zero. But to blame that on the oppressive nature of a given system is to radically underestimate the complexity of the problem. No one actually knows how to effectively shovel resources from the minority that controls almost everything to the majority that has almost nothing in any consistent way, because as you shovel money down, it tends to move right back up, and it's a big problem. Anyways, the reason I'm telling you about that is because after the peasants were granted their land and started to become farmers, a tiny minority of them became extremely successful, and those people produced almost all of the food for Russia and the Ukraine. So what happened in the 1920s when bloody Lenin came along and collectivized the farms was that they defined the kulaks, who were these tiny minority of successful farmers who maybe had a brick house and were able to hire a couple of people and had some land and some livestock and were very productive people. They defined them as socially unfriendly elements, and they sent groups of intellectuals out into the towns to collectivize the farms. And so the idea was that, well, you would pool your land and everyone would farm it collectively, and the land was taken away, of course, from the tiny minority of people who were actually productive and had actually managed to own much of the land. So you have to imagine how that would occur. Okay, so it's in the 1920s, it's after World War I, Russia's in pretty bad shape, the villages are full of brutalized men who have post-traumatic stress disorder, and lots of people who are not doing well at all, and the bloody intellectuals come into the town and they say, you know those successful farmers up the street that you've always been pretty jealous about in your useless manner? Well, they're actually pigs and demons who are stealing from you, so why don't you come out, we'll form a nice little mob and we'll take everything they've got. And that's exactly what happened, and all those people were killed or raped or set off to Siberia in the middle of the bloody winter where there wasn't even anything for them anywhere for them to live or anything for them to eat, so they all died. And then the consequence of that was a few years later, 6 million people starved to death in the Ukraine. And Malcolm Muggeridge had been reporting on that since the 1930s. And so that was the first wind, really, that the West got of exactly what was happening in the Soviet Union. But even at that point, the bloody left-wing intellectuals in North America were so damn clueless, and in Europe, that they never paid much attention to it, with the exception of a certain number of people like George Orwell, who wrote 1984 and Animal Farm, which is, of course, a discussion. The main pig in Animal Farm is Stalin, of course, and it's a story, an allegory about the Russian Revolution, whose basic motif is we're all equal, but of course all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. And that's the motif of Animal Farm. So there had been warnings all the way through, right from the beginning of the Russian Revolution to the West about exactly what was going on. But because communist and Marxist ideology is very good at addling the weak minds of idiot intellectuals, there was a huge section of the population who was fomenting, I suppose, against the standard, what would you call it, political, psychological, and social order, who were absolutely committed to, you know, the ethic that's encased in statements like from each according to his ability, to each according to his need, which sounds perfectly wonderful if you think about it for about 15 seconds, but if you think about it for 6 months, becomes unbelievably murderous in its reach and intent. And so, anyways, the French, for whatever reason, seem to be particularly opaque to reason. I'll give you an example. So, the doctrine of Pol Pot in Cambodia that also killed about 6 million people. So what they did in Cambodia once the revolution occurred was decide that everyone in the city were parasites on the countryside, because the countryside full of farmers was where the primary production was taking place, and they regarded the city dwellers as parasites on that fundamental production. So they basically emptied out the cities and sent all the people in the cities out to work in the country as forced labor, and 6 million people died there. And the chief architect of that bloody project got his PhD from the Sorbonne and said exactly what he was going to do when he went back to Cambodia, was cheered along by the French intellectuals who thought that that was just a fine idea. So that's all background for why I don't think any of you guys really know much about 20th century history. So anyways, what happened in the 1970s when Solzhenitsyn published the Gulag Archipelago was that it was so brilliant, the book, and so overwhelming in its emotional and intellectual and historical power, that it became impossible for anyone to continue to claim that Marxism/communism had any intellectual or ethical integrity whatsoever. It was done. It was done. And that's part of the reason why he won the Nobel Prize. And part of the reason, by the way, why the Soviet Union collapsed, because once word got out about exactly what was actually going on, there was no way of making a coherent argument in favor of, say, exporting the workers' revolution around the world. It's like the consequence of that was well documented by Solzhenitsyn. You see, the Western intellectuals tried to make excuses for what had happened in the Soviet Union by blaming it on Stalin's cult of personality, perversion of the original accurate Marxist doctrine. So they basically said, well, had Lenin lived, because he died quite young and was replaced by Stalin, had Lenin lived, the promised utopia would have been delivered. But Solzhenitsyn, being an absolute genius, documented the relationship, number one, between the axioms of Marxist and communist thought and the laws that were generated primarily by Lenin, and the construction of these camps and the dekulakization and all the mass murders. He documented the causal relationship between them and laid them clearly at the feet, not of Stalin, but of Lenin. And so that was also a major blow, because it undermined the remaining argument of the left-wing, radical left-wing apologists in the West for the viability of Marxist/communist doctrines. And you still hear people today, many people, when they're faced with the, you know, if they're Marxist in their orientation and they're faced with the data pertaining to what happened in the Soviet Union, they'll say something like, well, that wasn't real Marxism. But one of the things that you might answer to that is, well, fine, except that in every bloody country in the world where that doctrine was implemented, regardless of the wide cultural differences between the cultures, say the Soviet Union, China, Cambodia, and so forth, exactly the same thing happened every time. And we still have a great example of that today in the form of North Korea. I don't know if you've ever looked at a map of the world at night. You know, you can get a map of the entire globe at night. You look at South Korea, it's lit up like jewels. It's nothing but light, like the east coast of the United States and Canada. And North Korea is dark. And the reason for that is that 50, 60 years of barbaric, communist, despotic rule means a country that's completely unindustrialized, where every single person is malnourished or starving to death, where everyone lives in terror all the time, and where there's nothing but the continual production of labor in labor camps, just like in the Soviet Union and Maoist China. So if we were willing to pay attention, we could still see examples of that today, and that's not an anomaly. North Korea is exactly what you'd expect given the doctrines upon which it's founded. So Alright, so more on the Gulag. At one level, the Gulag archipelago traces the history of forced labor camps that existed in the Soviet Union from 1918 to 1956, started with Lenin's original decrees shortly after the October Revolution, establishing the legal and practical framework for a series of camps where political prisoners and ordinary criminals would be sentenced to forced labor. It describes and discusses the waves of purges, assembling the show trials in context of the development of the greater Gulag system with particular attention to legal and bureaucratic development. The legal and historical narrative ends in 1956, the time of Nikita Khrushchev's secret speech at the 20th Party Congress denouncing Stalin's personality cult, his autocratic power, and the surveillance that pervaded the Stalin era. Though the speech was not published in the USSR for a long time, it was a break with the most atrocious practices of the Gulag system. Solzhenitsyn was aware, however, that the outlines of the system had survived and could be revived and expanded by future leaders. Despite the efforts by Solzhenitsyn and others to confront the legacy of the Gulag, the reality of the camps remained taboo until the 1980s. While Khrushchev, the Communist Party, and the Soviet Union's supporters in the West viewed the Gulag as a deviation of Stalin, Solzhenitsyn and many among the opposition tended to view it as a systematic fault of Soviet political culture and an inevitable outcome of the Bolshevik political project. Parallel to this historical and legal narrative, Solzhenitsyn follows the typical course of a zek, a slang term for inmate, derived from the widely used abbreviation Z/K for Zalyucheny, Zalyucheny, I guess, prisoner through the Gulag, starting with arrest, show trial, and initial internment. Transport to the archipelago, treatment of prisoners and general living conditions, slave labor gangs and the technical prison camp system, camp rebellions and strikes, the practice of internal exile following completion of the original prison sentence, and the ultimate but not guaranteed release of the prisoner. Along the way, Solzhenitsyn's examinations detail the trivial and commonplace events of an average prisoner's life, as well as specific and noteworthy events during the history of the Gulag system, including revolts and uprisings. Aside from using his experiences as an inmate at a scientific prison, Solzhenitsyn draws from the testimony of 227 fellow prisoners, the first-hand accounts which base the work. One chapter of the third volume of the book is written by a prisoner named Georgi, probably Tenno, whose exploits enraptured Solzhenitsyn to the extent that he offered to name Tenno as co-author of the book. Tenno declined. Solzhenitsyn also poetically reintroduces his character of Ivan Denisovich toward the conclusion of the book. When questioned by the book's author if he has faithfully recounted the story of the Gulag, Denisovich, now apparently freed from the camps, replies that you, the author, have not even begun. The sheer volume of first-hand testimony and primary documentation that Solzhenitsyn managed to assemble in the Gulag archipelago made all subsequent Soviet and KGB attempts to discredit the work useless. Much of the impact of the treatise stems from the closely detailed stories of interrogation routines, prison indignities, and, especially in Section 3, camp massacres and inhuman practices. There had been works about the Soviet prison camp system before, and its existence had been known to the Western public since the 1930s. However, never before had the general reading public been brought face to face with the horrors of the Gulag in this way. The controversy surrounding this text in particular was largely due to the way Solzhenitsyn definitively and painstakingly laid the theoretical, legal, and practical origins of the Gulag system at Lenin's feet, not Stalin's. According to Solzhenitsyn's testimony, Stalin merely amplified a concentration camp system that was already in place. This is significant, as many Western intellectuals viewed the Soviet concentration camp system as a Stalinist aberration. Solzhenitsyn documented that the Soviet government could not govern without the threat of imprisonment, and that Soviet economy depended on the productivity of the forced labor camps, especially insofar as the development and construction of public works and infrastructure were concerned. This put into doubt the entire moral standing of the Soviet system. In Western Europe, the book eventually contributed strongly to a need for rethinking of the historical role of Lenin. With the Gulag archipelago, Lenin's political and historical legacy became problematic. Yeah, problematic. And those factions of Western communist parties who still based their economic and political ideology on Lenin were left with a heavy burden of proof against them. George F. Kennan, the influential U.S. diplomat, called the Gulag archipelago the most powerful single indictment of a political regime ever to be levied in modern times. The book was published at a time when many communists in the West were already rethinking their relationships with the USSR, as many were deeply disappointed by the invasion of Czechoslovakia in 1968. In Germany, it sparked discussions not only about Leninism but also how to deal with the memory of World War II. In an interview with German weekly Die Zeit, British historian Orlando Figes asserted that many Gulag inmates he interviewed for his research identified so strongly with the book's contents that they became unable to distinguish between their own experiences and what they read. The Gulag archipelago spoke for a whole nation and was the voice of those who had suffered. After the KGB had confiscated Solzhenitsyn's materials in Moscow during 1957 to 1967, the preparatory drafts of the Gulag archipelago were turned into finished manuscripts, sometimes in hiding at his friends' homes in the Moscow region and elsewhere. While held at the KGB's Lubyanka prison in 1945, Solzhenitsyn had befriended Arnold Susi, a lawyer and former Estonian Minister of Education, who'd been taken captive after the Soviet Union occupied Estonia in 1940. Solzhenitsyn entrusted Susi with the original typed and proofread manuscript of the finished work, after copies had been made of it both on paper and on microfilm. Arnold Susi's daughter, Heli Susi, subsequently kept the master copy hidden from the KGB in Estonia until the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991. The KGB seized one of the only 3 extant copies of the text still on Soviet soil, and the people who held the copies were unaware of the existence of the other copies. This they achieved after interrogating Elizaveta Voronskayana, one of Solzhenitsyn's trusted typists, who knew where the typed copy was hidden. Within days of release by the KGB, she hanged herself. The first edition of the work was published in Russian by the French publishing house Editions du Seuil a few days after Christmas 1973. They had received a go-ahead from Solzhenitsyn, but had decided to release the work about 10 days earlier than he had expected. News of the nature of the work immediately caused a stir, and translations into many other languages followed within the next few months, sometimes produced in a race against time. American Thomas Whitney produced the English version. The English and French translations of Volume 1 appeared in the spring and summer of 1974. Solzhenitsyn had wanted the manuscript to be published in Russia first, but knew this was impossible under conditions then extant. The work made a profound impact internationally. Not only did it provoke energetic debate in the West, a mere 6 weeks after the work left Parisian presses, Solzhenitsyn himself was forced into exile. Because possession of the manuscript incurred the risk of a long prison sentence for anti-Soviet activities, Solzhenitsyn never worked on the manuscript in complete form. Since he was under constant KGB surveillance, he worked on only one part of the manuscript at a time, so as not to put the full book into jeopardy if he happened to be arrested. For this reason, he secreted the various parts of the work throughout Moscow and the surrounding countryside in the care of trusted friends, sometimes purportedly visiting them on the social calls, but actually working on the manuscript in their homes. All right, so now I want to show you some things. I haven't done this before, but we'll see how it goes. I'm going to show you something that happened recently. Some of you may be aware of this and some of you not. So this is a video about, there was a town meeting that a number of people spoke at, including one shopkeeper from New York. And after the meeting, he was interviewed by the press, the TV, and one of the attendees at the meeting was upset about the fact that the press was concentrating on him instead of concentrating on what she regarded as the issues at hand. So I'm going to play this for you to begin with. Now, what I'm trying to show you, I want to show you what it means for someone to be ideologically possessed.
And so you can tell when you're talking to someone like that, because this is something I learned from reading Solzhenitsyn, is because you can predict absolutely everything they're going to say. Once you know the algorithmic substructure of their political ideology, which is usually predicated on about 5 or 6 axioms, you can use the axioms to automatically generate speech content. You don't even have to hear the person, you can just predict what they're going to say. And so that alleviates any responsibility whatsoever they have for thinking. And it also allows them to believe that they have full control and full knowledge over the, not only full control and full knowledge about the entire world, but also the capacity to distinguish without a moment's thought between those who are on the side of the good and those who are not. And that's where the danger really comes. So anyways, we'll take a look at this.
So right now, the news is interviewing a person whose daughter was a heroin addict, I think, is what you said in his public comment. And he's pro-bunker, he's pro-cops. And so he's the one getting interviewed, and there are like a million people who have spoken about how they've been abused by the cops, but they're not being spoken to. Only the person who's pro-bunker, who's also a person of color. So they got their token, and that's the one that they're using. And I have no idea, we'll find out. Yeah.
You want my name?
Yeah, sure.
Humongous.
Okay. Humongous what? Humongous what?
Humongous.
Humongous what?
Humongous.
Humongous what?
Humongous.
Humongous what?
That's what it is.
Humongous what? Is that sexual harassment?
No, it's humongous.
Then why did you say that to me?
My name.
What? Humongous what?
Humongous what?
Humongous what? Is that sexual harassment? Is that what you just did when you said that to me?
What, humongous?
Why would you say that to me?
Yes, but my name.
Why would you say that to me?
Why would I say it?
Why would you say that to me?
Why would you ask me my name?
What? Humongous what? Humongous what? Humongous what? Humongous what? This person just spoke to me in a sexually harassing way.
I did not.
Yeah, he did. He said, do you know what my name is? And I said, what? And he said, humongous. Yeah. This person just sexually harassed me.
I said I'm humongous.
Yes, yeah, that's right. Humongous what?
Humongous.
So now you're actually pointing to yourself. You're actually pointing to your body parts, and you're actually pointing to your body parts and saying that you're humongous. You're actually doing that. And this is the person who just got interviewed as a pro-bunker person of color, as if you represent us. They're using you as a token, and then you speak to me in a sexually harassing manner. How dare you? How dare you? Disgusting! Disgusting!
You left the room saying your daughter's lives matter, but you
disgusting! You just abused a woman! You just abused a woman, and you have the audacity! You have the audacity to say that girls matter? How dare you? How dare you? You disgusting person!
Alright, man.
Disgusting! Don't touch me! Don't touch me!
Lower your voice.
Are you going to do anything about how he sexually harassed me? Are you going to do anything about how he sexually harassed me? Are you going to?
I need to go.
Okay, he's asking me to leave. He's asking me to leave after I've been sexually harassed.
I'm just asking.
You're asking me to leave after I've been sexually harassed. Did you ask him to leave? Did you ask him to leave? Did you ask him to? Are you following him? Did you ask him to stop sexually harassing me? What is your name? What is your name? What is your name? What is your name?
Ma'am.
What is your name? You work for the city. We are here in a public place. You need to tell me what your name is.
My name is Tanel.
Yeah.
And I
Tanel
work for
what?
a security firm. I do
Tanel
not work
what?
for the city, okay?
You work for us, so you don't work for us. So that means I don't have to do what you want. You don't work for us. That means I don't have to do what you want.
Stop raising your voice at me.
What is your name?
Right now you are breaking our building rules. You're being disorderly.
No, sorry. No,
Yes.
What is your name? What is your name? What is your name?
I've already told you my name.
What is your No, you haven't. What is your full name? What is your full name and what company do you work for? What is your full name?
Universal Protection. My name is Tanel Stefanes.
Why are you questioning her?
And
I'm just asking.
You are questioning the wrong person.
He just said that he works for a security company, not the city.
meeting.
So I don't have to do what he wants. So fuck off. Who are you? Who are you? Did you go after the person who sexually harassed me? Did you go off? This is Universal Protection Security Service. Notice how they didn't get the cops here. Notice how they didn't get the cops here today. They just got some more cops, basically.
Yeah.
So why did you do nothing about the person who sexually harassed me? I made it very clear he just sexually harassed me. Why did you not go up to him and tell him to stop? Why did you not do that?
You want to de-escalate?
Why did you not do that? Why did you not do that?
You deal with a gentleman.
The gentleman's gone already.
He was a gentleman. He was. Oh,
Why are you here? Why are you still here?
Because we're being really loud and we're disrupting.
It's being loud, that's fine.
It isn't our building, ma'am.
no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
She's standing up for herself.
I understand, ma'am.
She's standing
No, you don't. You don't understand anything. You don't understand anything.
So this got a lot of attention online, just so you know, and so then she responded because she was quite intensely criticized. So here's her response. Now I want you to listen to how she speaks.
My name is Zana, and I'm doing this video because we need to talk. It's become clear to me that a great deal of us suffer from the illness of patriarchy, and it's not just the men who suffer. Women can be patriarchal too.
Women? Really? But why would they be patriarchal? Towards who? Other women? That's so stupid.
So many things in our system today come from patriarchy, including racism, colonialism, capitalism, classism, and of course, sexism.
Wow, she thinks she knows everything. Guess all these experts with their degrees can just go home. One thing to remember, though, it's hard to see something when we're really close to it. You have to step back sometimes, look at a system critically, to see what others might be seeing. I wonder if she's done that.
I'm a woman of color, so I'm going to talk about my experience. But many other marginalized people, such as indigenous peoples and queer and transgender people and gender non-conforming people, will have their own thoughts on this also.
Indigenous who? And what the hell is gender non-conforming? What are all these labels? What is she even talking about?
Why does this woman think she can speak for everyone? I mean, who the hell is she anyways? What a drama queen.
The challenge is that it is very hard for those who are marginalized, such as women of color, to express how they feel without being called the angry brown woman, or the angry black woman, or the nagging woman, or crazy.
My God, she just won't stop talking. But sometimes I do wonder what women of color are thinking when I make a crass racial or sexual joke in front of them, and then I say, just kidding. And then afterwards, why do they always turn me down when I ask them to dinner?
It's because of a phenomenon called white fragility and male fragility. White liberals and men in general have been told over and over again that if they just never use the N-word and they never talk about race and they never physically molest anyone, then they're not racist or sexist. So when I point out that actually the system of power we live in ensures that all white people are racist and all men are sexist because they profit from a system that marginalizes people of color and non-males, they attack me, just as they've attacked women of color for centuries to retain their power structure.
Whoa! She's the sexist one. She's the racist one. Why does she hate me? Yeah, so I make more money because I'm a man, and I have a lot of privilege, and my voice matters in every sphere of life, but I didn't ask for that. That doesn't make me racist or sexist. She talks as if men don't have any problems. I haven't had a raise in 3 years.
I mean, yeah, I haven't spoken up for women or done anything constructive to help women or people of color, and I take my privileges without question, and I live happily in my own little bubble, but that doesn't mean that I profit from their suffering. It's not my fault they're marginalized. I didn't marginalize them, so why should I do anything to help them? Just because I make more money and have access to all the education and resources and housing and jobs.
Recently, I was sexually harassed by a man in public on camera, and the news stations posted the video without my permission with the question, do you consider this sexual harassment? This led to a lot of people attacking me and going after me all over social media. This is what patriarchy does. It causes everyone to attack the victim, the one who is most vulnerable. This protects the system of power, which is male sexual dominance.
How do we even know she's telling the truth about sexual harassment? I saw that video and the online reactions from all the men, and yeah, they were threatening rape and violence and death, all while accusing her of overreacting. But just because she's putting her physical safety on the line to talk about this doesn't mean she's right.
Their main complaint was that I raised my voice. They questioned my sanity because I spoke up. A patriarchal society wants women to shut up.
Okay, so now the next thing that happened was she started a funding campaign to help her out and get her to spread her message. So, okay, so that was interesting. And then what happened was this guy here decided that he was going to start a funding campaign for Humongous. And so he started a funding campaign on a website devoted to funding such projects, and they shut him down. So then he started another funding campaign, and he raised $140,000. And so this is his interview with Humongous.
Let me turn up my mic, Rudy, and let's see if that helps you. Is this better?
What was that?
Is that better?
Oh yeah, that's better.
So you said you were working this morning, blowing leaves?
Yes, I was in downtown in Seattle blowing.
What a salt of the earth, man. Just got pledged $130,000 and he's out there blowing some fucking leaves. Y'all can learn something from your boy Humongous here. God damn.
You know, we got a new president, but that doesn't mean that the leaves don't need to be still picked up.
Rudy, how you feeling right now, dude?
I feel loved. I am really, truly grateful. I mean, last weekend I was no truck, broke down, ready for the eviction. I'm looking out at the sky and I'm thinking, I think I'm kind of screwed today. So I took myself down to a church and I went and prayed. I went and did confession, but my confession didn't meet the criteria at the church. So I swear to God,
what does that mean?
Means the father stepped out of the confession room.
What?
He said, "Oh no," he says, "Excuse me, but we're going to have to maybe do this after mass." And he walked me to the door, and I said, "Is there a certain way to confess my sins so maybe I can
get a little help from somebody? God, I mean, I'm just asking God for help." And the dude's like, "Nah, not here. We don't want your ass here." I never heard of such a thing.
It's actually really funny. It's one of those things that make you go, And then I went out the front door, and I waited till I got off the church property, and I said, "What the F was that?" So I went up, being Humongous, I'm thinking I'm hungry after that one. And I see Taco Bell. I go over, and I've got 75 cents, and I'm thinking, I wonder if I could, I was a little short on that one. And I'm going, and I think I'm going to try another church. Halfway between the Mexican restaurant, Larson's Bakery, and the church I was going to, I get a call from you.
Wow, are you serious?
Swear to God, I am not kidding.
That's actually incredible.
I go, hello? Hey.
I remember you said when I called you, you didn't know it was me, and you're like, "I swear to God, I'm having a midlife crisis." And then you, like as if you were speaking to yourself, and then you said, "Hey, who is this?" Do you remember that?
I remember that, yeah. And I thought you were somebody else.
Okay.
And so you said, "I'm packed off because that lady is getting funded, and I'm going to fund you because it's not fair how she's degraded you." And I'm going, I'm going to keep going to that church.
Apparently, I'm God's messenger. It was out of my control the whole time. God bless, Papa bless.
I'll do that stuff.
Okay, you're actually ascending to heaven right now, it looks like. I think God is trying to tell us something right now because the sun, there's a stairway to heaven coming out right from the top left side.
Oh, there's the light.
There's the light. God finally answered your prayers.
I really sure have. Ethan, you have, and those across America and around the world. I really want to. I can't really put it into words other than that I realize that what I've learned from others, I'm carrying that message of down with dope, up with hope.
I feel like if there was a Bible written today, I almost feel like that story would be ending. Humongous left the church in despair, walked to Taco Bell with 75 cents in his pocket, and as he realized he didn't have enough for a taco, he got a ring up not from Ethan, but from the spirit of Papa John's, who worked through him in mysterious ways.
And you know what I'm going to do? Is I'm going to go drop $300 off to that church's showroom sports program, just because. Make Humongous a opportunity to help pull people up and not tear them down. No hate, let's date. I want to make it clear that the people that supported me in this effort, fiscally, I will not abuse this. I'm not going to turn into some raging drunk that you're going to see on frickin' Nightline.
Yeah. God, that's honestly our worst nightmare. We're all going to be like, oh, fuck, what do we do?
I've already done that stuff when I was in my 20s. I'm 52. There's no way. Absolutely.
Well, we'll be following you on Facebook now.
Okay.
Right, we'll be watching the Humongous Journey.
And God bless you all from this country and around the world. I'm just absolutely grateful.
So this is from the Gulag Archipelago. One of my informants has told me how executions were carried out at Adak, a camp on the Pechora River. They would take the opposition members with their things out of the camp compound on a prisoner transport at night, and outside the compound stood the small house of the 3rd section. The condemned men were taken into a room one at a time, and there the camp guards sprang on them. Their mouths were stuffed with something soft, and their arms were bound with cords behind their backs. You see, these were political prisoners who opposed the Soviet system. The condemned men, then they were led out into the courtyard where harnessed carts were waiting. The bound prisoners were piled on the carts from 5 to 7 at a time and driven off to the Gorka, the camp cemetery. On arrival, they were tipped into big pits that had already been prepared and buried alive. Not out of brutality. No. It had been ascertained that when dragging and lifting them, it was much easier to cope with living people than with corpses. The work went on for many nights at Adak. And that is how the moral, political unity of our party was achieved. This is from Viktor Frankl, from his experiences in the Nazi concentration camps. The most ghastly moment of the 24 hours of camp life was the awakening, when, at a still nocturnal hour, the 3 shrill blows of a whistle tore us pitilessly from our exhausted sleep and from the longings in our dreams. We then began the tussle with our wet shoes, into which we could scarcely force our feet, which were swollen and sore with edema. And there were the usual moans and groans about petty troubles, such as the snapping of wires which replaced shoelaces. One morning I heard someone whom I knew to be brave and dignified cry like a child because he finally had to go to the snowy marching grounds in his bare feet, as his shoes were too shrunken for him to wear. In those ghastly moments, I found a little bit of comfort, a small piece of bread which I drew out of my pocket and munched with absorbed delight. From Solzhenitsyn. In cold, lower than 60 degrees below zero, work days were written off. In other words, on such days the records showed that the workers had not gone out to work because 60 below was the cutoff for work. But they chased them out anyways, and whatever they squeezed out of them on those days was added to the other days, thereby raising the percentages. And the servile medical section wrote off those who froze to death on such cold days on some other basis. And the ones who were left, who could no longer walk and were straining every sinew to crawl along on all fours on the way back to camp, the convoy simply shot so that they wouldn't escape before they could come back to get them. This is from William Blake. O Rose, thou art sick. The invisible worm that flies in the night, in the howling storm, hath found out thy bed of crimson joy, and his dark secret love is thy life destroy. Solzhenitsyn. Macbeth's self-justifications for his murders were feeble, and his conscience devoured him. Even Iago was a little lamb, too. The imagination and spiritual strength of Shakespeare's evildoers stopped short at a dozen corpses. That was because they had no ideology. Ideology. That is what gives evildoing its long-sought justification. It gives the evildoer the necessary steadfastness and determination. That is the social theory, which helps to make this act, his act, seem good instead of bad in his own and others' eyes. That was how the agents of the Inquisition fortified their wills, by invoking Christianity. The conquerors of foreign lands by extolling the grandeur of their motherland. The colonizers by civilization. The Nazis by race. And the Jacobins, early and late, by equality, brotherhood, and the happiness of future generations. Without evildoers, there would have been no archipelago. Fire. Fire. The branches crackle, and the night wind of late autumn blows the flame of the bonfire back and forth. The compound is dark. I am alone at the bonfire, and I can bring it still some more carpenter shavings. The compound here is a privileged one, so privileged that it is almost as if I were out in freedom. This is an island of paradise. This is the Marfino Sharashka, a scientific institute staffed with prisoners in its most privileged period. No one is overseeing me, calling me to a cell, chasing me away from the bonfire, and even then it is chilly in the penetrating wind. But she, who has already been standing in the wind for hours, her arms straight down, her head drooping, weeping, then growing numb and still. And then again she begs piteously, "Citizen Chief, please forgive me." I won't do it again. The wind carries her moan to me, just as if she were moaning next to my ear. The citizen chief of the gatehouse fires up his stove and does not answer. This was the gatehouse of the camp next to us, from which workers came into our compound to lay water pipes and to repair the old ramshackle seminary building. Across from me, beyond the artfully intertwined, many-stranded barbed wire barricade, and 2 steps away from the gatehouse, beneath a bright lantern, stood the punished girl, head hanging, the wind tugging at her gray work skirt, her feet growing numb from the cold, a thin scarf over her head. It had been warm during the day when they had been digging a ditch on our territory. And another girl, slipping down into a ravine, had crawled her way to the Vladikino highway and escaped. The guard had bungled, and Moscow city buses ran right along the highway. When they caught on, it was too late to catch her, and they raised the alarm. A mean, dark major arrived and shouted that if they failed to catch the girl, the entire camp would be deprived of visits and parcels for a whole month because of her escape. And the woman brigadiers went into a rage, and they were all shouting. One of them in particular, who kept viciously rolling her eyes. "Oh, I hope they catch her, the bitch. I hope they take scissors and clip, 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 take off all her hair in front of the lineup." This wasn't something she had thought up herself. This was the way they punished women in the Gulag. But the girl, who was now standing outside the gatehouse in the cold, had sighed and said instead, "At least she can have a good time out in freedom for all of us." The jailer overheard what she had said, and she was now being punished. Everyone else had been taken off to the camp, but she had been set outside there to stand at attention in front of the gatehouse. This had been at 6 p.m., and now it was 11 p.m. He tried to shift from one foot to another, but the guard stuck out his head and shouted, "Stand at attention, whore, or else it will be worse for you." And now she was not moving, only weeping. "Forgive me, Citizen Chief. Let me into the camp." I won't do it anymore. But even in the camp, no one was about to say to her, all right, idiot, come on in. The reason they were keeping her out there for so long was that the next day was Sunday, and she would not be needed for work. Such a straw, blonde, naive, uneducated slip of a girl. She'd been imprisoned for some spool of thread. What a dangerous thought you expressed there, little sister. They want to teach you a lesson for the rest of your life. Fire. Fire. We fought the war. And we looked into the bonfires to see what kind of victory it would be. The wind wafted a glowing husk from the bonfire. To that flame in you, girl, I promise, the whole wide world will read about you. This is from John Milton from Paradise Lost. For whence, but from the author of all ill, could spring so deep a malice to confound the race of mankind in one root, and earth with hell to mingle and involve, done all to spite the great Creator. I shall despair. There is no creature loves me, and if I die, no soul will pity me. Nay, wherefore should they, since that I myself find in myself no pity to myself? That's Shakespeare. Solzhenitsyn describes the reactions and actions of staunch Communist Party members imprisoned and devoured by the system they supported and produced. Frequently, the camp system vacuumed people up, really without any concern whatsoever for the niceties of individual guilt or innocence. As far as Stalin and his henchmen were concerned, there was probably something that you were guilty about at some point in your past, and there were no shortage of people to inform on you, regardless of whether you had done anything. So one of the things that used to happen in the collective apartment buildings, of which there were nowhere near enough of, so multiple families would end up living in the same tiny apartment, was that if you could inform on someone down the hall who, maybe refused to return the quarter cup of salt you had lent them or something like that, if you would inform on them and their family would be carted away to the concentration camp system, then you got to have their apartment. And so in East Germany, at the height of the Soviet system, 1 out of every 3 people was a government informer. And so that meant if you had a family of 6 people, there were 2 people in every room that you were ever in who were ready to say to the authorities anything you ever had the temerity to speak, and perhaps to tell them all sorts of things that you didn't even do, because there was a requirement, if you were an informer, to ensure that you had something to say every time you came in to inform. Well, it didn't matter if you were a devout communist, because from time to time your door would be kicked down at 3 a.m. in the morning, and people would come in with jackboots and get you dressed as rapidly as they possibly could and take you away when you were still half awake to the prison in the middle of the city and strip you of your clothes and give you things that didn't fit, shave your head and take you off to a camp, and you'd never get to see your family again. And that happened to millions of people. And it happened to staunch communists just like it happened to people who, in principle, were opposed to the system. And Solzhenitsyn thought that the staunch Communist Party members who were thrown into the camps had the worst time of it of everyone, because the people who'd already decided that the system was corrupt weren't really surprised when it happened, even though it was still terrible. But the Communist Party members had given their whole life to the system, and then they were picked up just like everyone else. And he had a very hard time with them when they came to prison, because most of them assumed that a terrible mistake had been made, and that if they just wrote the right people and contacted their former friends, who would now, by the way, have nothing to do with them, that the error would be rectified and they soon would be released. So they also assumed that everyone else in the camps was completely guilty and was there for good reason, because otherwise the beloved party wouldn't have put them there. But for some reason they had been imprisoned because they were innocent, despite the fact that they were innocent. And Solzhenitsyn and his friends used to play a game with people like that, because he didn't exactly know how to treat them, because on the one hand they were victims, certainly, but on the other hand they were part of the system that had perpetrated precisely the horrors that were visited on them. And so when they first came in and were still chock full of communist dogma and totalitarian thought and judgmental in every possible way, him and his friends would have fun pointing out all the shortages and catastrophes of the Soviet system, and then let them run through their algorithmic ideology and to the point of absurdity, and then really not spend much time communicating with them until they broke down and decided that things weren't so good for them or everybody else, and more or less entered the common run of humanity once again. To say that things were hard for them is to say almost nothing. They were incapable of assimilating such a blow, such a downfall, and from their own people too, from their own dear party, and from all appearances for nothing at all. After all, they'd been guilty of nothing as far as the party was concerned. Nothing at all. It was painful for them to such a degree that it was considered taboo among them, uncomradely, to ask, what were you imprisoned for? The only squeamish generation of prisoners. The rest of us with tongues hanging out couldn't wait to tell the story to every chance newcomer we met and to the whole cell as if it were an anecdote. Here's the sort of people they were. Olga Sleosberg's husband had already been arrested, and they had come to carry out a search and arrest her too. The search lasted 4 hours, and she spent those remaining 4 hours sorting out the minutes of the Congress of Stakhanovites of the bristle and brush industry, of which she had been secretary until the previous day. The incomplete state of the minutes troubled her more than her children, who she was now leaving forever. Even the interrogator conducting the search could not resist telling her, come on now, say farewell to your children. Here's the sort of people they were. A letter from her 15-year-old daughter came to Yelizaveta Tsetkova in the Kazan prison for long-term prisoners. Mama, tell me, write to me, are you guilty or not? I hope you weren't guilty, because then I won't join the Komsomol. So that was the Soviet youth organization. I won't join the Komsomol, and I won't forgive them because of you. But if you are guilty, I won't write you anymore, and I will hate you. And the mother was stricken by remorse in her damp, grave-like cell with its dim little lamp. How could her daughter live without the Komsomol? How could she be permitted to hate Soviet power? Better that she should hate me. And she wrote, I am guilty. Enter the Komsomol. How could it be anything but hard? It was more than the human heart could bear to fall beneath the beloved axe and then have to justify its wisdom. But that is the price a man pays for entrusting his God-given soul to human dogma. Even today, any Orthodox communist will affirm that Tsetkova acted correctly. Even today, they cannot be convinced that this is precisely the perversion of small forces, that the mother perverted her daughter and harmed her soul. Here's the sort of people they were. YT gave sincere testimony against her husband, anything to aid the party. Oh, how one could pity them, if at least now they had come to comprehend their former wretchedness. This whole chapter could have been written quite differently if today they had at least forsaken their earlier views. But it happened the way Maria Danielin had dreamed it would. If I leave here someday, I'm going to live as if nothing had taken place. Loyalty. In our view, it is just plain pig-headedness. These devotees to the theory of development construed loyalty to that development to mean renunciation of any personal development whatsoever. As Nikolai Adamovich Vilenchuk said after serving 17 years, we believed in the party and we were not mistaken. Is this loyalty or pig-headedness? It was not for show and not out of hypocrisy that they argued in the cells in defense of all the government's actions. They needed ideological arguments in order to hold onto a sense of their own rightness. Otherwise, insanity was not far off. I'm going to tell you a story. There's a story in Genesis. It's the last story in Genesis. It's called the Tower of Babel. It's a story, very short story, and it occurs after the story of Noah and the flood. Flood stories, by the way, are universally distributed except among desert dwellers who have no experience on which to hang the story. And Mircea Eliade, who wrote a great series of books called A History of Religious Ideas, documented the central narrative structure of flood stories. And so what happens is that there's a human settlement and it's washed away by a flood, and the flood is generally envisioned as a consequence of God's judgment. And so if you take the flood stories that are distributed worldwide and you boil them down to pull out their archetypal substructure, you find that there are fundamentally two reasons that a flood occurs. And Eliade says that it's the tendency of things to fall apart combined with the proclivity of human beings to sin. And so it means something. This means something. So it means that everything is subject to entropic decay, right? Things fall apart of their own accord across time. That's why you have to always fix things. So if it's complicated, it has to be maintained. And so you can think about that in relationship to, say, New Orleans before the hurricane. Because people say, well, the hurricane caused a flood and that destroyed much of New Orleans. And so that's an act of God. That's one way of looking at it, right? It's a random, natural event. But then you think, well, wait a minute. The Dutch, their country's mostly underwater, right? So they have these huge dikes to keep the sea back. And they build the dikes so that only one storm every 10,000 years will be of sufficient magnitude to partially breach the dikes. That's their engineering tolerance level. One storm in every 10,000 years. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers knew that the dikes in New Orleans were built to withstand one storm every 100 years, the biggest storm every 100 years. And people knew that they weren't built to proper tolerance, and much of the money that was hypothetically supposed to be diverted or assigned to the rebuilding and maintenance of the dikes disappeared because of corruption in New Orleans, which is in one of the most corrupt states in the United States. And so you might say, well, why did the flood destroy New Orleans? And one answer is, well, it was a hurricane, and the other answer is, no, it was corrupt officials who weren't paying attention to what they were supposed to be paying attention to. And the flood came, and that's the meaning of the stories, because of the sins of men, so to speak, which is the capacity of people to turn a blind eye to their responsibilities when they know perfectly well that something needs to be done. So if you don't do what needs to be done and something comes along to wipe you out, then it's perfectly reasonable to view that as a judgment on your refusal to do what you knew to be right. So that's the flood story. And then the Tower of Babel is a very interesting story. It's very, very short. And what happens is that it just starts pretty much abruptly after the flood story ends. And it's a story about the decision that human beings take to build a mighty building, like a huge, huge edifice that would reach all the way up to the heavens to supplant God, roughly speaking. And so what happens is the building is built higher and higher and higher and higher, and God gets annoyed about this and divides everyone who's building the building into small groups who speak different languages, who then disperse, and the construction project comes to a halt. Now, it's a very strange story, but here's one way of thinking about it. The larger you build a system, the more there's a proclivity to worship it as if it's everything. That's the story of ideology, let's say. You want to build a comprehensive utopian system that supplants anything transcendent. You want to build it as large as possible so it encompasses everyone. Well, what happens as it grows? Well, it incorporates more and more people, but the people within it become more and more different from one another. And so, essentially, they start speaking different languages. And so the entire project of raising this massive edifice to supplant everything disperses into chaos and comes to a halt. Okay, so that's one story. So here's another story. This is a story that John Milton wrote. John Milton wrote Paradise Lost, which is one of the prime literary masterpieces of the last 500 years. Now, here's what Milton did. Milton said he was trying to justify the ways of God to man. That was his purpose. And so what he was trying to do was take a look at the world the way it's constituted, with all its suffering and malevolence and corruption, and to make a case why it was still acceptable. And so he did the first, what you might think about as psychoanalytic study of malevolence and evil. So around the corpus of biblical writings, there's an idea of heaven and hell, and they're not referred to much within the corpus of biblical writings, but there are what you might describe as legends that have compiled around them. So they're stories that never became canonical, and those are stories, for example, of the idea that God's highest angel, who was Satan, Lucifer, the bringer of light, the spirit of rationality, fomented a rebellion against God in heaven and was cast into hell as a consequence. And so there's this idea, Milton wrote this before the rise of the nation states, for example, and there's this idea that there's this tension between the political and ideological and rational constructions of the rational mind and the sort of transcendent mythology that guides human organization, and that Satan, as God's highest, as the highest angel in God's heavenly kingdom, is a personification of the tendency of the rational mind to produce totalitarian systems and then to fall in love with them. So to produce a system that encompasses everything, like the Tower of Babel, so that nothing outside the system is allowed to exist. Well, Milton's intuition, because he collected the stories about satanic rebellion that had been accumulating across centuries from far before Christianity was even constituted, turned this into a great poetic drama. And his hypothesis was that the element of the psyche, let's say, the spiritual element of the psyche that characterized the rational mind, would, by its proclivity to produce these totalizing systems, end up casting itself into hell. And so you could think about it as a prophetic visualization of what was going to come down the centuries after Milton wrote. Because the poets get there before the philosophers. The artists get there maybe before the poets. The philosophers follow in their wake. The poets are the people who have the visions of what's coming farthest down the road. So this is from Milton. This is describing Satan after he's cast into hell because of his rebellion, his totalitarian, the consequence of his totalitarian rationalism. For now the thought both of lost happiness and lasting pain torments him. Round he throws his baleful eyes that witnessed huge affliction and dismay mixed with obdurate pride and steadfast hate. At once, as far as angels can, he views the dismal situation, waste and wild, a dungeon horrible, on all sides round, as one great furnace flamed. Yet from those flames, no light, but rather darkness visible, served only to discover sights of woe, regions of sorrow, doleful shades where peace and rest can never dwell. Hope never comes that comes to all, but torture without end still urges, and a fiery deluge fed with ever-burning sulfur unconsumed. Such place eternal justice had prepared for those rebellious. Here their prison ordained, in utter darkness, and their portion set, as far removed from God and light of heaven as from the center thrice to the utmost pole. It's an existentialist claim, or maybe it's the existentialist claim, that the conditions of human life are such that suffering is an integral part of existence. Now, it's an important thing to understand. It's also a viewpoint shared by the bulk of the great religious systems of the world. Life is suffering. Why? Well, one reason is because of society's arbitrary judgment. Right? Every single one of us has traits and features and quirks and idiosyncrasies that are far from ideal and that are judged by the standards of society as insufficient. And so you suffer because of your imperfect insufficiency in the eyes of others. And you can certainly make the claim that fairly frequently that's arbitrary. And so that's the claim that society is tyrannical and judgmental and needs to be constantly reconstituted so that the tyrannical element doesn't take full control. And fair enough, you have to stay awake so that that doesn't happen. But the thing is, it doesn't matter what society it is, although they vary in the degree of their tyranny. The mere fact that you're grouped together with other people and have to come up with a common value structure in order to live together means that many of the things that characterize you are going to be suboptimal. And so the price you pay for social being is that much of you is deemed insufficient. Now, hopefully there are various ways that you can be within a society that's sufficiently diverse so that you can find a place where what's good about you in the eyes of others and perhaps in your own eyes can flourish of its own accord, because you don't have to be good at everything. If you can be good at one thing well enough, that might allow you your niche. And hopefully a healthy society allows for that. Certainly societies can become so tyrannical that they don't. So you can lay one source of human suffering at the feet of tyrannical social structures, but the other element of it clearly is the mere fact of the arbitrariness of the natural world. You have a lifespan that's going to be counted in the number of decades that you can count on two hands. And that has nothing to do, technically, with the tyranny of the social structure. Now, you could say, if we got our act together more completely, perhaps you could live longer, and fair enough, but the fact of the limits of your lifespan and the suffering that's necessarily a consequence of that, the death of your parents and the death of most people that you will know before you, means that that part of suffering is an integral part of existence itself. And so that can't be laid at the feet of an insufficient social structure, except insofar as it's tyrannical and blind. It's a condition of existence. And then by the same token, you have your own responsibility for some of your unnecessary suffering, because there's things you could be doing to make your life better and to make life better for other people that you know perfectly well that you're not doing. And so if you stopped doing all the unnecessary things that make your life bad, then it would improve to some degree that is not really computable, because you don't know how far you could push that. So there's three reasons why you suffer, and one is, well, look at you and the way you're built. It's inevitable. There's not very much of you and there's a lot of everything else. And so you just don't last that long, and you're fragile across multiple domains, and then you're harshly treated by society, and there's no doubt about that. And then there's responsibility that can be laid at your own feet. Well, the existential take on that, and the thing that all these diverse people that we've been talking about, including Viktor Frankl and including Alexander Solzhenitsyn, as well as Kierkegaard, Nietzsche, and Dostoevsky, and the people that I've already talked to you about, is that the proper pathway through that is to adopt the mode of authentic being. And that is something like refusing to participate in the lie, in deception and the lie, to orient your speech as much as you can towards the truth, and to take responsibility for your own life and perhaps also for the lives of other people. And there's something about that that's meaningful and responsible and noble, but also serves to mitigate the very suffering that produces, say, the nihilism or the flee into the arms of or the escape into the arms of totalitarians to begin with. You need something to shelter you against your own vulnerability. And you can adopt a comprehensive description of reality that's formulated for you by someone else, that neatly divides the world into those who are innocent and perhaps innocent victims, and those who are guilty and perhaps the perpetrators of the suffering. But none of that has anything to do with you, and in addition, it's simply not a reasonable way of assessing the world. The suffering is built in. So that's why there's an existentialist insistence upon that, so that for the Freudians, the psychoanalysts, and even for people like Carl Rogers to some degree, if you're in a situation that's characterized by psychopathology, if there's something wrong with you mentally, that's a consequence of something gone wrong. But that's not the existentialist take. The existentialist take is, no, that's just how it is. That's just how it is. You don't have to necessarily have done anything wrong for things to get completely out of control. It's a terrifying doctrine, but it's not a hopeless doctrine, because it still says that there's a way forward, there's a pathway forward, and the pathway forward is to adopt a mode of being that has some nobility, so that you can tolerate yourself and perhaps even have some respect for yourself as someone who's capable of standing up in the face of that terrible vulnerability and suffering, and that the pathway forward, as far as the existentialists are concerned, is by, well, certainly by the avoidance of deceit, particularly in language, but also by the adoption of responsibility for the conditions of existence and some attempt on your part to actually rectify them. And the thing that's so interesting about that is, well, two, as far as I'm concerned, and some of this is from clinical experience. You know, if you take people, and I've told you this, and you expose them voluntarily to things that they are avoiding and are afraid of, you know, that they know they need to overcome in order to meet their goals, their self-defined goals. If you can teach people to stand up in the face of the things they're afraid of, they get stronger. And you don't know what the upper limits to that are, because you might ask yourself, like, if for 10 years, if you didn't avoid doing what you knew you needed to do, by your own definitions, right, within the value structure that you've created, to the degree that you've done that, what would you be like? Well, you know, there are remarkable people who come into the world from time to time, and there are people who do find out over decades-long periods what they could be like if they were who they were, if they spoke their being forward. And they get stronger and stronger and stronger, and we don't know the limits to that. We do not know the limits to that. And so you could say, well, in part, perhaps the reason that you're suffering unbearably can be left at your feet, because you're not everything you could be, and you know it. And of course, that's a terrible thing to admit, and it's a terrible thing to consider, but there's real promise in it, right? Because it means that perhaps there's another way that you could look at the world, and another way that you could act in the world. So what it would reflect back to you would be much better than what it reflects back to you now. And then the second part of that is, well, imagine that many people did that, because we've done a lot as human beings. We've done a lot of remarkable things, and I've told you already, I think before, that today, for example, about 250,000 people will be lifted out of abject poverty, and about 300,000 people attached to the electrical power grid. We're lifting people out of poverty collectively at a faster rate that's ever occurred in the history of humankind by a huge margin. And that's been going on unbelievably quickly since the year 2000. The UN had planned to have poverty between 2000 and 2015, and it was accomplished by 2013. So there's inequality developing in many places, and you hear lots of political agitation about that. But overall, the tide is lifting everyone up, and that's a great thing. And we have no idea how fast we could multiply that if people got their act together and really aimed at it. Because, you know, my experience is with people that we're probably running at about 51% of our capacity. I mean, you can think about this yourselves. I often ask undergraduates how many hours a day you waste, or how many hours a week you waste. And the classic answer is something like 4 to 6 hours a day. You know, inefficient studying, watching things on YouTube that not only do you not want to watch, that you don't even care about, that make you feel horrible about watching after you're done. That's probably 4 hours right there. You know, you think, well, that's 25 hours a week. It's 100 hours a month. That's 2.5 full work weeks. It's half a year of work weeks per year. And if your time is worth $20 an hour, which is a radical underestimate, it's probably more like 50 if you think about it in terms of deferred wages. If you're wasting 20 hours a week, you're wasting $50,000 a year. And you are doing that right now. And it's because you're young, wasting $50,000 a year is a way bigger catastrophe than it would be for me to waste it, because I'm not going to last nearly as long. And so if your life isn't everything it could be, you could ask yourself, well, what would happen if you just stopped wasting the opportunities that are in front of you? You'd be who knows how much more efficient? 10 times more efficient, 20 times more efficient. That's the Pareto distribution. You have no idea how efficient people get. It's off the charts. Well, and if we all got our act together collectively and stopped making things worse, because that's another thing people do all the time. Not only do they not do what they should to make things better, they actively attempt to make things worse because they're spiteful or resentful or arrogant or deceitful or homicidal or genocidal, or all of those things all bundled together in an absolutely pathological package. If people stopped really, really trying just to make things worse, we have no idea how much better they would get just because of that. So there's this weird dynamic that's part of the existential system of ideas between human vulnerability, social judgment, both of which are major causes of suffering, and the failure of individuals to adopt the responsibility that they know they should adopt. And that's the thing that's interesting too, is that, and like another thing I've often asked my undergraduate classes is, you know, there's this idea that people have a conscience. And you know what the conscience is. It's this feeling or voice you have in your head just before you do something that you know is stupid, telling you that probably you shouldn't do that stupid thing. You don't have to listen to it, strangely enough. But you go ahead and do it anyways, and then, of course, exactly what the conscience told you was going to happen inevitably happens, so that you feel even stupider about it than you would if it happened by accident. Because you know, I knew this was going to happen, I got a warning it was going to happen, and I went and did it anyways. And the funny thing, too, is that conscience operates within people, and we really don't understand what the hell that is. So you might say, well, what would happen if you abided by your conscience for 5 years or for 10 years? What sort of position might you be in? What sort of family might you have? What sort of relationship might you be able to forge? And you can be bloody sure that a relationship that's forged on the basis of who you actually are is going to be a lot stronger and more welcome than one that's forged on the basis of who you aren't. Now, of course, that means that the person you're with has to deal with the full force of you in all your ability and your catastrophe, and that's a very, very difficult thing to negotiate. But if you do negotiate it, well, at least you have something, you have somewhere solid to stand, and you have somewhere to live, you have a real life. And it's a great basis upon which to bring children into the world, for example, because you can have an actual relationship with them instead of torturing them half to death, which is what happens in a tremendously large minority of cases. Well, it's more than that too, because, and this is what I'll close with, and this is why I wanted to introduce Solzhenitsyn's writings to you. You see, because it isn't merely that your fate depends on whether or not you get your act together and to what degree you decide that you're going to live out your own genuine being. It isn't only your fate, it's the fate of everyone that you're networked with. And so, you know, you think, well, there's 7 billion people in the world. We're going to peak at about 9 billion, by the way, and then it'll decline rapidly. But 7 billion people in the world, and who are you? You're just one little dust mote among that 7 billion. And so it really doesn't matter what you do or don't do, but that's simply not the case. It's the wrong model, because you're at the center of a network. You're a node in a network. Of course, that's even more true now that we have social media. You'll know 1,000 people, at least over the course of your life. And they'll know 1,000 people each, and that puts you one person away from 1 million, and 2 persons away from 1 billion. And so that's how you're connected. And the things you do, they're like dropping a stone in a pond. The ripples move outward, and they affect things in ways that you can't fully comprehend. And it means that the things that you do and that you don't do are far more important than you think. And so if you act that way, of course, the terror of realizing that is that it actually starts to matter what you do. And you might say, well, that's better than living a meaningless existence. It's better for it to matter. But I mean, if you really ask yourself, would you be so sure if you had the choice? I can live with no responsibility whatsoever. The price I pay is that nothing matters. Or I can reverse it and everything matters. But I have to take the responsibility that's associated with that. It's not so obvious to me that people would take the meaningful path. You know, when you say, well, nihilists suffer dreadfully because there's no meaning in their life and they still suffer. Yeah, but the advantage is they have no responsibility. So that's the payoff, and I actually think that's the motivation. Say, well, I can't help being nihilistic. All my belief systems have collapsed. It's like, yeah, maybe. Maybe you've just allowed them to collapse because it's a hell of a lot easier than acting them out. And the price you pay is some meaningless suffering, but you can always whine about that and people will feel sorry for you, and you have the option of taking the pathway of the martyr, so that's a pretty good deal, all things considered, especially when the alternative is to bear your burden properly and to live forthrightly in the world. Well, what Solzhenitsyn figured out, and so many people in the 20th century, it's not just him, even though he's the best example, is that if you live a pathological life, you pathologize your society. And if enough people do that, then it's hell. Really. Really. And you can read the Gulag Archipelago if you have the fortitude to do that, and you'll see exactly what hell is like. And then you can decide if that's a place you'd like to visit, or even more importantly, if it's a place you'd like to visit and take all your family and friends. Because that's what happened in the 20th century.
So, I want to tell you, I'm going to make a little announcement first. I'm going to do a series of lectures, I think, starting in May, maybe at the Isabel Bader Theater. We're trying to look into booking that. I'm going to do a psychological interpretation of the Bible from beginning to end. That's the plan anyway. So I'm going to do that once a week. So if you're interested in that, I would recommend that you, maybe you're not, and that's fine, obviously, but if you go onto my Twitter account, you could there's a place you can sign up. It doesn't mean that you'll attend. I'm just trying to see if there are people who are interested in it. I've been interested in doing that for a long time, and so I think I'm going to try it. So anyways, that's the announcement. Then, is that about it? I guess so. Okay, so look, we're going to switch gears today. The first half of this course, as you've no doubt already gathered, is because it's rounded essentially in clinical theories of personality, it tends more towards the philosophical, and I told you that the reason for that was that I regard clinical psychology as a branch of engineering rather than a branch of science. It's human engineering, obviously, and because of that, it's an applied science, and so that means it straddles the ground between a science and a practice, and because it involves human beings, it necessarily involves value because we live inside value structures, and so the logical consequence of that is that investigation into the philosophy of value is necessary in order to understand clinical psychological theories. Because really what you're trying to do as a clinician, you could say you're trying to do two things. One is to help people have less terrible lives, but you're also trying to help them have better lives. And there's obviously a value structure that's inherent in that attempt, because you're moving from something of less value to something of more value. And it's best to just face that and all the complexities that come along with that head on. Now, I think what you do as a clinician to overcome whatever tendency you might have to impose your value structure on someone is you do an awful lot of listening. And so my basic practice with people is to say to them, well, obviously you're here because you would like things to be better, but that's okay. We can use your definition of what constitutes better. We can use your definition of what constitutes worse. Or we can establish that through dialogue and negotiation. What are you aiming at? How would you like things to be better a year from now, say? If you could have what you wanted, if your life was put together, what would that look like? And you can have a very straightforward discussion with people about that if you're not trying to cram the way that they're orienting the world into your particular perspective. Now, that's one of the dangers of being the adherent of a given psychological school. Now, having said that, it's also... There was research done many years ago showing that if you were an eclectic psychotherapist, which means that you sort of picked and chose from different psychotherapeutic schools, you tended to not be as effective as you were if you were the dedicated adherent of a given school. And I think the reason for that is that there's so many schools of psychological thought that if you say that you pick and choose from all of them, what that really means is that you don't know anything about any of them. And then there's also the additional factor, maybe you might call it, that if someone comes to you and they're very chaotic and confused, helping them impose any structure onto their life is likely to be an improvement over no structure at all. And you could think about that in a Piagetian sense, is that, you're going to be happier playing a game rather than no game. And there's many games that you could play that are better than no game. And so if you go to a therapist that has a particular viewpoint and they help you structure your understanding of the world within the confines of a given clinical model, and you came in there very chaotic and uncertain, then maybe that's going to be a lot better for you than just floundering. And I think there's some real truth in that. And I think that's part and parcel of the same, of another, what you might call it, reasonable observation about maturation, is that it's very necessary for people at some point in their life to dedicate themselves to a single game of some sort, which is kind of what you're doing in university. You have to become one thing at some point in your life, and the sacrifice, of course, is that you give up all the other things that you could become, but you don't really have a choice, because if you don't decide voluntarily to become one thing, to become a disciplined adherent of some specific practice or profession or viewpoint, then you risk just aging chaotically, and you don't get away with not aging. So you might as well age into something that's actually something, rather than just remaining, or then just becoming an old child, which is really not a good thing. It's not a good thing to see, especially by the time people hit about 40. It's not It's not pretty for them or anyone else. And even at 30, it's getting pretty old at that point. At 40, it's like it's almost irreparable at 40. And the reason for that is you start running out of opportunities. When you're young and stupid, people don't care because they think, well, you know, whatever. You've got decades of possibility still ready to unfold in you. But if you're in the same unspecified position at 40, people are much less forgiving, especially because if they're going to hire someone who doesn't know what's going on or employ them or engage them in some sort of productive activity, they might as well take a chance on someone young and full of potential rather than someone who's really lived more than half of their life already, because of course you have by the time you're 40. Okay, so anyway, so that's with regards to putting the first half of the course to bed, so to speak. The second half is more scientific. And there's a bit of a gap, and it's a gap I'm trying to resolve conceptually, because now we move into more biological models and into models that are psychometric. And psychometrics is the psychological study, or the study of psychological measurement. And now, if you're a scientist, there's a couple of things that you're obliged to do if you're a scientist. One is to utilize the scientific method. That's usually the experimental method, where you take two groups, randomly selected, apply a manipulation to one of them and an equivalent manipulation of a different sort to another, hypothesize about what the outcome is likely to be, and then test it. That's the technical experimental model anyways. You're also obliged as a scientist to come up with a measurement to come up with a measurement, let's just put it that way, that's reliable and valid. Okay, and what a reliable measure is one that measures the same way across multiple measurements. So, for example, you wouldn't want to take a ruler that's made out of flexible rubber to measure things with, because it wouldn't give you the same measurement if you put it in different situations. That's reliability, and it's a term you need to know. It means that the measurement tool produces stable results across different instances of the measurement. Without that, you don't have a measurement. The other critical factor with regards to a measurement is that it has to be valid, which means that it actually has to measure what it purports to measure, and it has to be usable for an array of different purposes as a consequence. And so you might think, well, the purpose of scientific endeavor is to predict and to control. You could say understand, predict, and control, but understanding, prediction, and controls are all manifestations of the same underlying thoroughly designed comprehension. Now, here's what's happened with the measurement of personality. It's a funny story in some sense, a peculiar story, because in many ways what we've come to understand about personality from a scientific perspective developed in a very atheoretical manner. It's not very common in scientific endeavor that occurs, is that what we know about personality emerged from, I would say, statistically rigorous observation without it being the consequence of any real model. So often what happens in scientific endeavor is that someone generates a model first, a theoretical understanding, and then they generate measurement tools based on that theoretical understanding, and then they test the measurement tools to see if the measurement tools perform properly, and if they fail, at least to invalidate the underlying theory. That isn't what happened with psychometrics, except in a loose way. So here's the loose theory, and you've got to get this exactly right to understand this properly. You've got to get it exactly right. And it's really important because insofar as you guys are interested in psychology, especially in the experimental end of psychology, measurement is everything. And so much of what psychologists publish and write about is incorrect. And the reason it's incorrect is because they do not have their measurements properly instantiated. It's a massive problem, especially in social psychology. In fact, it's probably a fatal problem, in that most of the things that social psychologists measure don't exist. And social psychology has been rife with scandals for the last 4 or 5 years. And there's good reason for it. But a big part of the problem is that the measurement, that people are not stringent and careful enough about their measurement. So we're going to walk through this very, very carefully. So I'm going to set forward a set of propositions, and you have to think about them, because each of them they're axiomatic. So you sort of have to accept them before you go on to the next step. And there's certainly room to question them.
But here's the bare bones of the psychometric model of personality. So we'll call it roughly the Big Five model. And the reason it's called the Big Five model is because the psychometric investigations have indicated that you can specify human personality along 5 basic dimensions. You might ask, well, what exactly is personality? And, well, that's partly what we've been trying to wrestle with the entire course so far. And I would say, or what exactly is a trait? Think of a trait as an element of personality. And I think the best way to think about a trait is as a sub-personality. So you're made up of sub-personalities that are integrated into something vaguely resembling a unity, but the unity is diverse. There are describable, stable elements that characterize you, that are elements of your being. So, for example, here's some common ones. I might say, well, are you social or would you rather be alone? So here's a good question for you to decide whether you're extroverted or introverted. It's pretty straightforward because that's the first major dimension. Basically, if you take any set of questions about any set of questions that could be applied descriptively to a human being, and you subject them to a statistical process called factor analysis, you can determine how they group together. So what I would be interested in, let's say I asked you 100 questions. Let's say I asked 100 questions of you and 100 other people. What I would find was that reliably, if some person answered question A, say on a scale of 1 to 7, 6 or 7, there would be other questions in the set of questions that they also tended to answer on the upper end of the scale. Or reliably, if they answered one question at the top of the scale, they'd answer another question at the bottom. That's a pattern of covariation. So you're looking for how the questions covary across large numbers of people. So let's say, here's a stupid example, but it's really straightforward, easy to understand. I might say, how often do you smile? 1 to 7. How often are you happy? 1 to 7. Well, what you'd find, obviously, is that people who tended to answer that they smiled a lot would also tend to answer that they were happy a lot. And so smiling and happy are not exactly the same thing, which is why we have 2 different phrases to describe them. But they're close enough so that they seem to be reflective of some underlying structure. And so that's what a factor analysis does. It allows you to take a large set of questions, to administer it to a large number of people, and then to statistically analyze it, looking how the questions relate to one another across the entire group, so that you can infer what the underlying structure is. And here's the question in some sense. If I ask you 100 questions, how many questions am I really asking you? Because you might say, well, do you smile a lot? Are you happy? Do you wake up eager to start the day? You say, well, is that one question asked 3 ways? Or is it 3 separate questions? And the answer is, well, if the answers reliably covary, then it's reflection of an underlying single dimension. Now, obviously, those questions are slightly different. Now, but they'll relate to one another stably. So you can infer out the central stable factors. Now, it might be the case that, so here's an example. Because you might ask, how many stable underlying dimensions are there in any set of questions? If I ask you questions that relate to your capacity to manipulate abstractions, I'll find that there's one factor. So imagine you had an infinite library of problem-solving questions. Doesn't matter what they are. Capital of Georgia. Here's a sequence. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. What's the next number? Here's 5 patterns. And they transform predictably across the pattern array. Here's 5 alternatives that the next pattern might be. Pick that one. Here's 10 words. Tell me what they mean. Anything like that. Here's a mathematical operation. Compute it. Anything like that. Imagine you had a very large library of questions like that. Okay, an infinite library. And you took random sets of 100 questions from that library. And you gave those sets to 1,000 people. What you'd find was that people who, and the score, say you gave them 100 questions, and then you summed across all the items to see how well they did. What you'd find was that people who did very well on one set of items would do very well on another set of items, and very well on another set of items. And that would be the same for people who did badly. If they did badly on any one of the sets of randomly chosen items of abstraction, they do badly on the rest. That's basically IQ. That's all there is to it. So what IQ does is correct that for age. But other than that, that's all there is to it. And the thing that's interesting about those random sets of abstract problem-solving questions is there's one dimension. That's it. Intelligence has one dimension. And it's one of the most terrifying statistics that are known to social scientists. And IQ is an extraordinarily powerful predictor of long-term success, especially in complex jobs. And the reason for that, it's quite straightforward. Most complex jobs throw random sets of complex problems at you. That's their definition. So for example, if you're working as a lawyer on complex court cases, you have to be able to read very quickly, you have to be able to abstract, you have to be able to problem solve, you have to be able to formulate arguments, and you have to do that repeatedly in different ways across very large spans of time. And so the fact that your ability to solve any set of random problems is a really good predictor of your ability to solve any set of random legal problems. It's more or less self-evident that that would be the case. But the thing is, the thing that makes IQ so damn powerful, and it's one of the personality traits, roughly speaking, the thing that makes IQ so powerful is you can basically get a decent measure of it in 20 minutes. It's very terrifying. Anyways, we'll go into IQ in some depths as we progress through the course. But you get one dimension out of a factor analysis of IQ. Now, in the personality domain, using descriptive items, you don't. You get 5 dimensions. And and what are these dimensions exactly? Well, you could think about them as, I think of them as sub-personalities. But here's some other ways of thinking about them, because we want to flesh this out a little bit. You could think of them as a frame of reference, so that if you're an extrovert, I was going to tell you the extroverted question. Does being around groups of people make you energetic, or does it exhaust you? And if you're the sort of person that, will go to a party and interact with 20 people, and then you have to go home and be by yourself for like 2 weeks, then you're introverted. Introverts are exhausted by social interactions. Extroverts are the opposite. They're energized by social interactions. And you might be in the middle, so that you can take it or leave it with regards to social interactions, but you're happy to go to them and you're happy to spend time by yourself. But a real extrovert, there'll be some of you in here. How many of you can't stand spending time alone? Okay, so there's only 2 that will admit it. Extroverts are more likely to admit that sort of thing too, by the way. And how many of you like to spend time alone, or would rather be alone? Okay, so there's a preponderance of introverts in this class, by all appearances. But that's a pretty canonical question for extroversion versus introversion. It's a very stable trait, by the way. It manifests itself early in life, and it's stable across the age span. Not completely. Introverts can learn to be extroverted. The extroverts can learn to spend time on their own. I think that actually your capacity to expand your ability past the initial constraints of your biological temperament is something like the development of character or wisdom. So if you're an introvert by nature and you learn how to be extroverted, then that expands your domain of competence. And if you're extroverted and you learn to be introverted, the same thing. But it's almost like, imagine a distribution of introversion here, extroversion here, a normal distribution. You're set, when you're young, at somewhere along that distribution with some range around it. And I think what you do as you mature, if you develop your skills, is you expand that range, but the place at which you're set doesn't move that much. So you can think about them as sub-personalities. You can think about them as frames of reference. So frame of reference would be something like, well, since you're extroverted, you value being with people. And so you're going to look at the world. For example, if you're extroverted, you come into a room like this, you think, oh, look, it's a whole field of opportunity for social interactions. And if you're introverted, you think, well, maybe I'll go sit up in the corner and hope everybody leaves me the hell alone. But so it's an a priori set of perceptual structures that you bring to bear on a whole sequence of environments. So, for example, maybe you're high in openness versus low in openness. That's the creativity dimension. People who are high in openness tend to be artists and entrepreneurs. And open people will look at other people as opportunities to engage in interesting intellectual conversations. And so you can tell when you're talking to someone open, especially if they're very high in openness, because they're going to want to talk to you about ideas or about aesthetics. That's what it's going to go right away. So that's how they view you, as a source of that sort of conversation. That's how they view the landscape. Someone who's high in neuroticism, which is a negative emotion dimension, is more likely to view the world as a place of threats to be protected against, because they're more anxious and more prone to emotional pain. So that's the frame of reference issue. So there's something about your underlying fundamental psychological traits that determine or influence at least your value structures, and they do it at the level of perception. They also tend to set your goals. So extroverted people have as one goal the opportunity to engage with other people. So extroverts love parties. They live for parties. They love to tell jokes as well. That's a very good behavioral marker of extroversion. And so because they value those sorts of things, they set them as goals in their life. Or you could say the extroversion operating within them sets them as goals within their life, depending on how deterministic you want to be about it. So their patterns of behavior, that's another, at a micro level. You know, I showed you that sort of hierarchy of value / frames of references that range from micro behaviors up to high order abstractions. You can extract out personality by looking at people's micro actions as well. And one of the papers that I want you guys to read that's on the course website has to do with our investigation into behavioral markers of the big 5 traits. Yep. Maybe. We don't know exactly. I'll get back to that. At the moment, that's kind of what it looks like, is that introversion is something like the absence of extroversion. But let me explain extroversion more particularly. It'll make more sense. Okay. All right. So you can think about them as stable motivations. So for example, people who are high in agreeableness, I can generally tell people who are high in agreeableness when they come into my clinical practice and I start asking them about their biography. Because my experience has been that people who are agreeable will tell you their biography defined by relationships they've had over their life. So agreeable people are high in compassion and high in politeness. It looks like the maternal dimension. It looks like the pair bonding dimension, something like that. And so agreeable people tend to characterize their lives in terms of the intimate relationships they've had. And so those are also people who would value an intimate relationship over anything else, if agreeableness is the uppermost trait that characterizes their personality. Systems of values, we already talked about that a little bit. The higher you are in a given trait, the more you value certain opportunities that are associated with that trait. And so I think it's worthwhile thinking about traits along using all of those different conceptual schemes to understand what constitutes a trait. But what people are, in some sense, is a little melody of traits. Melody, not M-A-L-A-D-Y, although some people are like that, but melody like a song, you know, where different amounts of each of the canonical traits operate to a different degree at each person, and the person that manifests themselves is the panoply of those traits as they manifest themselves in the world. And so it's actually very useful to understand your big 5 traits as far as I'm concerned. Actually, that's why I have you do that exercise that you're supposed to do for this class that helps you identify your faults and virtues. And I use big 5 terminology to help you do that. So part of the reason it's useful to know what your traits are is because it can help you figure out how you should orient your life. Like, so for example, if you're high in extroversion, you know, you've got a proclivity towards sales, for example. And you're going to like occupations where you have a lot of opportunity for social interactions and social networking. You're not going to be happy if your job requires you to sit alone for extended periods of time and work in the absence of social interaction. You're going to be one of those annoying people then in one of those offices that instead of sitting alone in their office is going from doorway to doorway, engaging everyone in conversation, right? So, and you want to be in a position that capitalizes on your traits, because it's really difficult to work contrary to your traits. The other thing that's worth thinking about too, we're actually building a computer app for this, which has been about 80% done for a whole year. We've got a hypothesis that we're still working out that's supported to some degree by the relevant literature. So imagine that you're looking for a stable partner, right? So you might think, well, what do you want in a stable partner? And at least in principle, one of the things you don't want is too much mismatch between you and that person on the 5 fundamental dimensions. So for example, if you're really extroverted and you have a really introverted partner, you're going to engage in continual conflict about how much social activity the two of you should subject yourself to. And it's very, very difficult for people who widely differ on those dimensions to come to consensus, because it's not just a matter of opinion, right? It's really a matter of different if you're looking at extremes, of really different types of people. And the thing about introverts is they just don't enjoy large-scale social interaction that much. One-on-one they're often fine, but in a group they don't like that, and it tires them out. Whereas a real extrovert, it's like you isolate them and they just wither on the vine, because a huge part of what actually motivates them in a positive way is tangled up with social interaction. And so if you're an agreeable person and you have a particularly disagreeable partner, you're also going to run into problems, because the agreeable person will say whatever you want whenever, and the disagreeable person will say, well, I'd like to know what the hell you want for a change, and be much more harsh and much more demanding in the situation. And the agreeable person is going to find the disagreeable person harsh and unpleasant, and the disagreeable person is going to find the agreeable person wishy-washy and unable to stand up for themselves. And again, that's actually one of the primary sources of tension between men and women, because women tend to be higher in agreeableness than men. It's about half a standard deviation, which is quite a large difference by psychological standards. And so what that means, I probably haven't got the statistic quite right, but I think I've got it about right. What that means fundamentally, just so you have some sense of how large an effect that is that if you have a group of men and women and you pick out random pairs, the woman is going to be more agreeable than the man 60% of the time. So that's not an overwhelming proportion, but it's reliable, and it's quite large by psychological standards. So there's the problem with agreeableness. With conscientiousness, well, if you're conscientious, you're industrious and orderly. And orderly people seem to be sensitive to disgust, which is something we'll talk about in detail later. We've had a hard time specifying exactly what makes industrious people industrious, because it's hard to come up with an animal model for that sort of thing, and there's no theoretical model. But our latest idea is that, it's not my idea, it's actually the idea of my graduate student, Christine Brophy, is that industrious people find it unpleasant and unsettling to not be doing something. So it isn't so much that industriousness makes them happy or fills them with positive emotion. That would be more extroversion, right? Because extroversion is the positive emotion dimension. It's that industrious people can't stand sitting around doing nothing. And this is speculation, but human beings are obviously always engaged in the exchange of labor, especially the reciprocal exchange of labor. And you can imagine that in a community where everyone knows everyone, the people who work hard are going to be pretty irritated on a fairly chronic basis with the people who are completely unproductive. And my suspicions are that plenty of people who were completely unproductive in the history of the evolution of our species were wiped out by people who were unhappy with their lack of productivity. And so I think, generally speaking, human beings have this sense of ethical obligation with regards to one another to share labor. And people who are conscientious really, really feel that. So they feel bad if they're not busily working on something that's productive all the time. And so the advantage to being with someone conscientious is, well, they're going to work like mad, but the disadvantage is they're going to work like mad. So, if you're looking for a partner that you want to relax with or have fun with, or who isn't uptight, then a conscientious person is probably not a very good choice. On the other hand, if you're a conscientious person and you're living with someone who's really unconscientious, that's good, because they might be able to help you relax, but you're not going to be happy with them because they don't work nearly as hard as you do. But even worse, on the orderly dimension, some of you have had roommates, and maybe you're more orderly than your roommate. What does it mean? It means you're annoyed by mess before they are. And you don't have to be annoyed by mess much before your less orderly roommate for you to be the one that's always running around picking things up. And so actually, one of the things that's emerged from the psychometric analysis is that women are slightly more orderly than men. And I suspect that has something to do with the, inequitable distribution of housework. Because even if imagine that your proclivity is to be triggered by disorder 25 seconds before your partner's. Well, you're going to end up, it doesn't take much difference for you to be the one that's always concerned about the mess first. So anyways, and so if you're a really orderly person and you live with a disorderly person, well, good luck getting along with them. They're going to regard you as like uptight and over concerned with details and unwilling to relax, that's for sure. And they're going to regard you as well, just a bloody mess, and how can anyone possibly live with someone like you? And so another reason why it's useful to understand your personality is because I think it gives you a better crack at finding someone that you can actually live with over the long run. And we don't know what the optimal, I don't think you want to live with someone who's exactly like you, because then both of you have the same strengths and weaknesses, and there's a bit of a problem there, right? Because maybe an agreeable person can use a bit of a disagreeable person around them to balance each other out, and vice versa, right? So we don't understand the optimal balance for long-term thriving in a relationship, but I think we do understand the fact that if you're too different in your traits, that where you're different is going to constitute a chronic source of conflict. So anyway, so you can think about that. So, all right, so how have psychologists studied personality? Well, I'm going to talk most about the statistical psychometric approach to begin with, but there are other approaches that we will talk about as well. So let me give you the background on the self-report methodology first, because it's really formed the backbone of psychological research into personality. So imagine that you took a comprehensive sample of all the descriptive adjectives in the English language. Now, it's trickier than you think, because actually what constitutes an adjective isn't that easy to determine, because many words have forms that are adjective, verb, and noun, depending on how the same word is written out. So distinguishing adjectives from verbs or adverbs turns out to be more difficult than you might think. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that you could collect all of the descriptive adjectives in the English language, and that then perhaps you decided, because you don't want to use all of them, you decided that you were going to use the most common 1,000 of them. And there are tables that enable you to look up the frequency of words. And it turns out that in common parlance, it's like 5% of the vocabulary of English language accounts for 95% of the usage. It's an example of this phenomena called the Pareto distribution, which we will talk about later. So, in fact, most discourse is done with 500 words. You can get about 80%, something like that, of speech in terms of single word comprehension with 500 words. So let's say you took you took all the descriptive adjectives, and then you took the ones that were the most common 1,000. And so here's the hypothesis part. And this is a critical thing to know. This is called the linguistic hypothesis. And the linguistic hypothesis is that variation in personality among human beings is of sufficient import so that it's become accurately coded in the lexicon. So what that means is that, roughly speaking, is that over the course of the evolution of any language, we'll use English as the example here, descriptive terms have been generated that actually do cover the variation in personality, and that essentially cover them without bias. Now, that's a hypothesis. Actually, it's an axiom. It's because the hypothesis is, in some sense, it's not exactly testable. We'll leave that aside for now. It's testable a little bit, but not easily. So that's the first thing you have to accept. You have to accept that it's possible to extract out what constitutes personality by looking at the linguistic representation of descriptors insofar as they're encapsulated in language. Okay, so when people talk about trait models like the Big Five being comprehensive representations of personality, that isn't exactly what they mean. And you need to know this. What they mean is that it's a comprehensive representation of personality insofar as personality has been encapsulated in language. There may be elements of personality that we haven't been able to talk about, or we don't know how to talk about, that are of crucial importance. And there may not be, but the Big Five theorists assume that there aren't. All right, so that's a limitation of the theory. But if you accept that, then you say, well, the first thing you want to do is take a relatively random cross-section of the descriptive terms, because then you don't introduce bias into the initial stages of the inquiry. So, Matt, I'll tell you something that we did recently, and you can tell me what you think about it. It's analogous. We were trying to study political correctness. And so the first thing we were trying to figure out was, is there even such a thing? Because if you look at the political dialogue, what you find is that people on the side of the political spectrum who have been defined as politically correct tend to say that it doesn't exist and that that category is just a pejorative term that was invented by people who hold alternative political opinions. And so the first question is, well, what do you mean? Does it exist? What do you mean by exist? How do you tell if a psychological concept is real? Like, is anger something that exists objectively? Is it an objective phenomenon? Well, it's not that easy to determine. You say, well, we act like it is, we understand what anger means, but no one goes around in the world and says anger, without saying anything else, or you run away from them, What they do is they place the word anger into a sentence and place the sentence within a conversation, and they enable you to infer exactly what they mean by the word anger by listening to the surrounding context, right? And if you're going to turn that into something like an objective term, what you do is you pull out the term anger, and then you make the hypothesis that it represents something real in the objective world. But it's not that easy to determine if something does exist, especially if it's a psychological phenomena, in the real world. What do you mean by exist? That's the problem of construct validation, okay? So that's another term you really need to know if you're interested in experimental psychology, especially on the personality end. A construct is a representation of something psychological that hypothetically exists objectively. How do you establish its existence objectively? Well, does fear exist? No, you have the problem with all the emotional terms. Does joy exist? Does surprise exist? Does embarrassment exist? Does guilt exist? Shame? How are they related to one another? Guilt and shame, for example, seem quite similar to one another, right? And pain and fear and anger all seem to share the attribute of unpleasant and negative emotions. And so if something exists, it should be the same as some things and different from other things. And that's part of construct validation as well, to specify how the construct is the same as some things and different from others. Anger should be reliably distinguishable from joy, for example, because otherwise they're not different. And anger and fear should be somewhat the same if they're both negative emotions. And so it's extraordinarily complex to validate a construct. And so here's what we did with political correctness. And the reason I'm using the political examples is because that's an obvious place where self-serving bias can enter the scientific arena, right? So if I wanted to make a point about political correctness, or if I wanted to make a point about right-wing fascism, I could build my biases into the measurement instruments accidentally, and then they would produce as output what I put into them as input. And I want to protect myself against that if I actually want to do the scientific investigation properly. So what we did when we started to construct our measures of political correctness was employ a number of people to go through as many news sources as they could get their hands on to identify any attitude or behavior, roughly that had been described by anyone at all as potentially politically correct. So it was kind of agnostic. And we were trying to do it as randomly as possible, to get as many news sources as we possibly could, so that we were sampling across the environment without bias. Okay, so then we came up with, I don't remember how many, couple hundred, maybe more, couple hundred items that were roughly indicative of what you might describe as political correctness. But that's not good enough, right? Because just because you have this random assemblage of items doesn't indicate at all that they're all measuring something that was similar. But that's just implicit. They're all called political correctness, but you don't know if those attitudes co-vary. And what that means is, if you held one attitude of that list, were you more likely to hold another or multiple others, right? So does the conditional probability of holding multiple items, is there a high probability of holding true multiple items simultaneously? Well, you figure that out with factor analysis. So what we did is we turned that into a questionnaire using different question types, and we administered it to several hundred people, and we did a factor analysis, and we found actually that there was such a thing as political correctness because the questions clumped together. People would reliably answer them in a patterned manner, but that there were actually two dimensions that were quite separate. So there isn't one political correctness, there seems to be two. And then we looked at the personality predictors and the IQ predictors and a variety of other predictors that would enable us to come to some understanding of the temperamental proclivity towards those political attitudes, if any. We knew already that political conservatives tended to be low in trait openness, that's the creativity dimension, and high in trait conscientiousness. Whereas political liberals tended to be high in trait openness and low in conscientiousness. And so one of the things that's extraordinarily interesting to know from the Big Five perspective is that your political proclivities are very powerfully influenced by your temperament. And so one of the things you can think about with regards to ongoing political discussions in the real world is that those discussions are actually attempts by people of different temperament, one, to impose their temperamental viewpoints on the world, and two, to engage in a dialogue with people who are actually quite different than they are. So like conscientious people, like they value hard work, rules, order, reliability, integrity, and structure. And so they're dutiful. We analyzed what predicted military performance, for example, in the US Army. Overwhelmingly conscientiousness. It's not surprising, right? Because it's a very structured, rule-ordered, top-down, follow procedure sort of endeavor. Now, the armed forces had problems with that to some degree because they were also simultaneously looking for people who could think independently on their feet. Because if you're in a battlefield, for example, especially if you're isolated from your command structure, there's going to be times when you have to make extraordinarily difficult decisions on your own. But if you're selected primarily for conscientiousness, that's not going to be your forte, because if you're a conscientious person, what happens is that you enter into a contract with someone, even yourself, and then you carry it out. So now we've also spent a lot of time selecting entrepreneurs. I work with this company in California that has started schools for entrepreneurs in 160 different countries all over the world. The guy who started this, his name is Adeo Resi. He's an absolute monster. The guy started, he started all those schools in 5 years, 165 schools in all across the world, 8 different languages. And we've been screening people for entrepreneurial ability. And if you're going to be an entrepreneur, you almost have the opposite profile as a soldier. You're very high in openness and you're lower in conscientiousness, or at least conscientiousness is irrelevant. And the reason for that seems to be that, like, if you're an orderly person and you like to follow procedures and rules, it's kind of hard for you to start a company, because when you first start a company or engage in any other creative process, because entrepreneurs turn out to be the same as artists, you kind of have to, you're not operating within a rule-governed structure. In fact, there may be many times where you have to break a small rule to move properly at a higher level of analysis. There's no algorithmic way of generating a new company, right? Obviously. And so it's people who are very high in openness who happen to be good entrepreneurs. And so this is something I thought was extraordinarily cool, because we'd also already known what predicts managerial, administrative, and academic ability. And IQ is crucial for any complex job, so we'll just leave that behind. But what predicts academic ability, for example, at the University of Toronto, is intelligence, obviously, but also conscientiousness. The correlation between creativity and grades at the U of T is zero. Right. But it's not surprising. The thing is, it's easy to be cynical about that, but one of the things you have to understand about creative people is that they continually step outside of the domain of evaluation structures. Right? Because if you're going to say you're going to evaluate the performance of 100 professors on their lecturing ability, well, you kind of have to measure what's common across all the professors in order to come up with the standards for evaluation. Well, that means you're not going to be able to use that structure to evaluate a particularly creative professor, because he or she is going to do something in a way that's so different that it won't show up on the evaluation measure. And of course, that's what happens in universities, Somebody sent me, a couple of days ago, somebody sent me an essay that they had written for their master's thesis that was wildly creative, and they were basically told to leave the program and that they couldn't continue. Not in a mean way. What happened was that what they were thinking was so outside of the conventions in the discipline is that no one had any idea what to do with the essay. So then that's really the lot of creative people, right? They're always stepping outside of evaluation structures. And so it's not that surprising that the relationship between creativity and grades at the U of T is zero. We found out as well, by looking at graduate student performance across multiple institutions, that there was a negative correlation between creativity and graduate school performance. It wasn't even zero, it was worse than negative. Being creative was negative. And you think, well, that could make you cynical as well, but you can't be cynical in that way, because one of the things that happens in science is that science tends to progress incrementally rather than in great leaps. Now and then someone comes along who blows the structure out of a science and advances it ridiculously, like Einstein. But like, most people aren't Einstein, and maybe thank God for that. Most of the time, you're in a discipline, you understand the discipline, and then once you've developed understanding of the discipline, you know what the next micro question is that should be answered. And part of the reason that science is so powerful is because it allows people who aren't genius-level creatives to make real advances in the generation of knowledge, one tiny micro step at a time. It doesn't matter if there's 100,000 people doing it, and each of them is making a micro step, man. We're zipping along as fast as we possibly want to zip along. And so it turns out to be conscientiousness that's the excellent predictor of graduate student performance. That's the best predictor for law. It's the best predictor for managerial positions. It's the best predictor for administrative positions. Anything that has a structure of rules that needs to be applied, conscientiousness is a great predictor. So, but it's not good for predicting artistic ability or entrepreneurial ability. And that's also really important, because one of the things, this is partly why bureaucracies stultify, right? Because what happens is as they develop, they get chock full of conscientious people, with a few psychopaths thrown in there just for good measure. They get chock full of conscientious people busily zooming efficiently down a single track, and then all of a sudden the landscape shifts and they're going very, very efficiently in exactly the wrong direction, and then the whole bloody thing falls apart. So you need to have some creative wingnuts in your organization to come up with completely absurd ideas that might just on the off chance be true. And so creativity is strange in that manner too, because it's a high risk, high return game. You're a lot safer in your life to find a functioning entity and to operate as a cog within it, as long as the entity keeps functioning. Because if you're creative and you go off on tangents all the time, there's some probability that one of those tangents is going to be exactly what is needed at the time, and you're going to become hyper successful as a consequence. But there's much more probability that even though some of your ideas might be highly valuable, the probability that this is the right time and place for them is extraordinarily low. So to produce a successful creative product, for example, in the marketplace, you need a ridiculous combination of creativity so that you keep generating ideas, and then a network around you of people who have skills that you don't, and then the production of a product, let's say, whatever that happens to be, that's actually in demand by the marketplace at exactly that moment, and that someone else hasn't already done better. So the sensible thing to tell anybody who wants to be creative is, that's stupid. You shouldn't do it. It's your probability of success is so low that it's better just to do something sensible. But the problem with that is that creative people can't do that because they're creative. And if they shut down their creativity, it's like an extrovert who's gone to live in an isolated cell. A creative person who isn't being creative, they just wither and die. So they're stuck with it. But it is a high risk, high return strategy. So probably better if you want to be creative, or if you are, and you should take this advice to heart, because I've been watching people for a long time. If you want to engage in a creative pursuit, you should find something stable to do that will generate you an income, and you should pursue the thing that you're creative about on the side, because monetizing creative production is so bloody difficult that, especially now, especially in artistic domains, generation of music and that sort of thing, it's like you just have no idea how many million songs there are on the internet, and the vast majority of them, commercially available, get downloaded 0 times. I think there's 80 million songs or something like that on the net, and I believe it's something in the neighborhood of 70 million get downloaded 0 times, and then there's 100 that get downloaded 350 million times. And so those people are wildly successful, and everyone else collapses in failure. Yep. No. We'll talk about that more. Okay, so that's not a bad overview for initial foray into psychometrics.
started to talk to you about trait theory, and now I'm going to make a jump to biology. And that's a strange jump in some sense, because the two levels of analysis are relatively disconnected. But what's happening right now at the sort of outer echelons of personality research is that the workers at the forefront of the field are trying to integrate what's being established at the statistical level of analysis with what's known at the psychobiological level. And so this emerging science is known as personality neuroscience. And it's developed in a rather strange way, because the traits that were identified that I discussed with you on Tuesday, the big 5 traits, all emerged as a consequence of the statistical analysis of descriptors, characteristic mostly of the English language, although it's been duplicated in other languages. So, in some sense, it was an atheoretical model, right? It just came out of the linguistic data. So there was no real initial inferences about brain area or neurological activity or anything like that to drive the formulation of the Big 5 model. Instead, the Big 5 model came first, and then people started thinking, okay, can this be put into alignment with what we know about the brain? And so people have been hitting that pretty hard, I would say, over about the last, it's probably 30 years, something like that, because Hans Eysenck and his student Geoffrey Gray were pretty far along on this kind of thinking by, say, 1982, when Gray published his book, The Neuropsychology of Anxiety, which the paper you're reading now, A Model of the Limbic System in Basal Ganglia, Applications to Anxiety and Schizophrenia. That's a very short summary of the book that Gray published in 1982, which has been incredibly influential. If you're interested in going on in psychology, especially on the scientific end, but I would say pretty much regardless, if you're interested in going on in psychology, that's a very useful book to tackle. There's a newer version. It was published by Gray and McNaughton in, I think, 2000, something like that. It's hard going. And you may have found the paper that way too. Gray was a very, very, unfortunately he died a few years ago. He was a very, very smart person. And he knew the animal literature on behavior, neuroanatomy, and neuropsychopharmacology inside out and backwards. And so whenever he defined a term, he always made sure that the term was intelligible at a behavioral level and at an anatomical level and at a pharmacological level. It had to, the ideas that he were developing had to make sense at these multiple levels of analysis before he would accept them as genuine. And Gray did a remarkable job of extending our knowledge of the biological and evolutionary basis of at least the first 2 personality traits, say extroversion and neuroticism, roughly corresponding to positive and negative emotion. So that's partly why you're reading Gray. And Gray's theory is also cybernetic theory. Cybernetic theory is a variation of a theory developed by an MIT cognitive scientist named Norbert Weiner, who was an early AI, artificial intelligence researcher, and he proposed that intelligent entities were goal-directed and that they organized their behavior around reducing deviations from a goal while they were approaching it once they had decided what it would be. And that's also proved to be incredibly influential. We'll talk a fair bit about cybernetic models as we progress. So Gray is sort of a combination of artificial intelligence, cybernetic theorizing, and then an incredible amount of data that's come in from animal behavioral research. And as far as I'm concerned, most of the things that we know about the brain have been derived from animal research. The animal researchers tended to be extraordinarily careful scientists. They were influenced by B.F. Skinner, who established the sort of initial theoretical basis for understanding how animals learn. We'll talk about that a little bit next class. So anyways, that's the context within which Gray is working. Ledoux, these are all papers you're going to read except the third one, which is optional. Ledoux is also an emotional, he's an affective neuroscientist, so he's someone who studies emotions, mostly, again, animals. And Ledoux has done a lot to sort of add some of the pieces that were missing in Gray. Gray probably concentrated a little bit too much on a brain area called the hippocampus, which is the brain area that sort of lets you know if it's reasonable to be calm where you're currently situated. And so what the hippocampus does in some sense is compare what it is that you want to have happen with what is happening, and if the two things are the same, then you're calm. So it's a match-mismatch detector, and it has access not only to memory, but also to formulations of, say, the desired future. Swanson, I had people read the Swanson paper last year. I put it in your reading list as optional. It's worth hacking through if you can manage it. It's a very hard paper, though, which is why I took it out of the required reading list. The reason I like Swanson, we're going to talk a fair bit about him today, is Swanson's not a psychologist. He's actually a developmental I can never say this properly. He studies developmental anatomy. We'll do that. And so he's very interested in how the brain unfolds across time during embryonic development and then up into maturity. And so he understands the brain differently than a psychologist would, because a psychologist tends to analyze the brain, as a sort of mature thing, usually in adulthood. But for Swanson, it's a much more living and transforming system, and he's trying to set forth a schema for understanding brain anatomy and also associating that with function, and you might think that that's a well-advanced science already, that we know how to segment up the brain and we know, roughly what the pieces do, but we haven't even really managed to establish the terminology property yet. It's neuroscience is a very new field, and there's no limit to the number of things that we don't know about it, including even the basic classification structure. Now, Swanson has put forth a very intelligent basic classification structure, and part of the reason that I think it's so relevant to a personality class is because it maps in a beautiful way onto some of the things that we've already talked about, especially Piaget. So there's a nice direct mapping of Piaget's developmental theory onto Swanson's theory of neurodevelopment and then of neural function, and that's completely accidental because Swanson never cites Piaget, so they're non-overlapping literatures. And I kind of like that because, if something pops up in one place with one method and pops up another place with a completely different method, especially if those two places are distinct in terms of their historical development, you might start thinking there's actually something there. It's sort of like seeing something and hearing it at the same time. You've got two independent sources of data. It's like triangulation in a sense. And so it was very exciting to me to come across this paper by Swanson. I think he's one of only two scientists I ever wrote a fan letter to. And really, it's a brilliant paper. And then there's other reasons why it maps onto what we're going to talk about too, because Swanson also points out quite clearly the function of he kind of roughly separates the hypothalamus into two halves. And he points out that they have quite distinct functions, and the functions also map onto some of the things that we've been talking about in a very lovely way. And so there's a lot of reasons to go through Swanson's paper carefully. It's like 50 pages long, but the guy put it, in some sense, his whole life's work is in those 50 pages. So, even if it takes you 12 hours or 20 hours to read it, it's like, that's not too bad if you're going to extract out like 30 years of solid research. Gray's book is the same. Like, if you read that book, you've got, if you read it and understand it, you've basically got a fair chunk of neuroanatomy, a lot of animal behavioral analysis, so behaviorism in general, a lot of psychopharmacology, and a lot of understanding of the functional significance of the brain's major neurotransmitter systems. You can get all that from Gray's book. That's a killer book, if you can extract all that out. So, anyways, Carver and Shire also take a cybernetic perspective. Fundamentally, they're more cognitive scientists. You're going to find their paper a little bit farther down the road. But they're also very interested in how creatures, human beings in particular, select goals and then align themselves with those goals. And for our purposes, we're going to talk a fair bit about motivation today. And the distinction between motivation and emotion is not clear. They're both words that sort of function within a linguistic context. But for the sake of
argument, and of course all the emotions aren't the same. It's not like there's one circuit that subsumes emotion. There's multiple circuits that subsume emotion, and they're not identical circuits, you know. So it isn't like every emotion is a variant of the same thing. It's not, and it's the same with the motivation. So they're very loose groupings, motivation and emotion. But for the purposes of our argument, we're going to make this case. Roughly, motivations set goals, and roughly, emotions orient you in relationship to those goals. Now, like I said, those categories overlap. Anger is usually considered an emotion, and it often has a goal, right? The goal is to hit something or hurt something. That's one possible goal. So emotions can segue quite easily into motivational states, but whatever. You've got to use a category system of some sort to clarify things, and so that's what we're going to pursue. Motivation set goals. It's actually more complicated than that. You know, I showed you that little oval diagram with desired future and unbearable present, so to speak. Motivations actually don't just set goals. They also prime behavior, and they also set up the perceptual frame within which you interpret the world. So, for example, if you're hungry, it isn't just that you're driven to eat. First of all, eating is a very complex behavior, especially if it's associated with food preparation, say. The systems that you've used in the past to procure food and then to ingest it are sort of disinhibited by the motivational state, so they're at the ready. And then your sensory system is tuned so that it's going to focus on those things that are relevant to eating and tune out everything else. So the motivational state also does perceptual tuning. And then there's a felt component of it as well. So it's not reasonable to only say that motivation sets goals or that it drives behavior. It does three things: goal setting, behavioral driving, plus it provides a perceptual schema within which those other two things make sense. And so a motivated state in some sense is like a little micro-personality. It's only got one aim. It's sort of a one-eyed micro-personality, you know. So it's only aiming at one thing, but it still has all the other aspects of personality. So sort of, you know, for me that aligns nicely with the psychoanalytic idea that, you know, you're a loose aggregation of multiple fragmented personalities. You know, they're sort of coherently tied together at the highest level of analysis, but they can go off and do their own thing. You see that in situations, for example, like eating disorders, where the hunger system itself starts to become almost a spun-off part of the personality, and the rest of the personality then wars with that. And that's sort of, in some sense, that's like cortex versus hypothalamus, and you never win. Cortex does not win over hypothalamus. The hypothalamus is what keeps you alive. So that's one of the things that keeps you alive. You could do without your cortex, but you cannot do without your hypothalamus. And the connections stretching upwards from the hypothalamus, which is a very old brain area, are much more powerful than the connections coming down from the cortex to modulate the hypothalamus. And that's another indication of just exactly who's in charge when the chips are down. You know, and that's why it's so hard for you to override your basic emotions or motivational states. It's like the system evolved to keep you alive, and it's not particularly willing to give up control, in a sense, given that your survival is staked on its function. So it's useful to know that, because, you know, if you pursue psychology and you stay within the human side of psychology, say, instead of wandering off into the animal behavioral research, you'll see that most human psychologists and neuropsychologists are very corticocentric. They really like to think that it's the newly evolved parts of the brain that are in charge, and that's just not right. The newly evolved parts of the brain are in charge only when nothing is bothering you. Like, if you're not hungry, you're not thirsty, you're not too excited, you're not too curious, you're not too terrified, you know, you're not too cold, you're not too warm, any of those, then the cortex is in charge. But if you deviate substantially across any of those dimensions, the probability that control over your behavioral output and your perceptions is going to devolve down the evolutionary hierarchy to more primordial brain areas is extremely likely. You know, and you see the same thing happens. You know, maybe you're having a discussion with someone, right? And they exhaust the limits of your rational knowledge, which means basically they out-argue you. Well, what happens? Well, usually what happens is that people cry or they get angry. It's like they're out of cortex, it's bang, right down to the
the lower and more primary evolutionarily determined systems. So, okay, now we're gonna take a look at how the brain functions in general. And so we're going to start pretty general, and then we're going to go narrow. And the first thing that you might want to think about is what problem exactly is the brain wrestling with? And the major problem is that reality is so complicated. It has so many layers and so many interconnected causal links that it's complex beyond comprehension. And that's a big problem. I mean, you think about all the subatomic complexity. That's a horrible thing. Then there's the complexity at the atomic level, and that's, pretty overwhelming. And then there's the molecular level, which makes the atomic level look simple. And then there's all the exceedingly complex structures that emerge out of the molecular level, especially in living organisms. So that would be roughly at the organ level of existence, And then there's you as a totality with your brain, and the brain is so much more complex than everything else in the universe that it's not even in the same category. So there are estimates, for example, by Gerard Edelman, that there are more connections in your brain, more patterns of connections in your brain than there are subatomic particles in the universe. So, that's one major league complex thing, and there's lots of them around, and, they're all integrated into families and then, roughly tribal groupings, some of which get large enough to be nations, and then that's all embedded inside of some biological system, and so on and so forth, all the way out to the limits of the cosmos. I mean, this is one complicated place, and your job in large part is to understand it, but also not to become overwhelmed by it, because you have to simplify it down to the point where you can sort of think about one thing and do one thing. And so you have to screen all of that out so that the complexity doesn't overwhelm you when you're attempting to do anything simple, even to look at yourself in the mirror, which is also a very complicated thing to do. Part of the problem your brain is always facing is, what can I ignore? And the answer to that is, well, you need to ignore almost everything, and that's a problem, because of course it's not always obvious what's okay for you to ignore. And that changes on you suddenly too, because you have imperfect knowledge, you might think something's irrelevant and it turns out to be of critical importance. It's a deadly difficult problem. And so one of the ways that we solve this is we're actually pretty blind to almost everything. Our sensory input is limited by our physiological limitations, certainly. So there's, in terms of vision, we only see a very small little slice of the whole electromagnetic spectrum, and it's the same with sounds. And we can only touch things that are basically within our reach, and so that limits things substantially. And then there are also things we can't detect, like we're not very good at detecting. Like we don't have the same ability that, say, platypuses and some fish can detect electromagnetic disturbances around them on their skin, and like there's senses that we don't have. So we're narrowed a fair bit by what it is that we're able to perceive, and we're actually narrowed in what we can perceive far more than anybody ever guessed. So I'm going to show you a little video here.
The monkey business illusion. Count how many times the players wearing white pass the ball. The correct answer is 16 passes. Did you spot the gorilla? For people who haven't seen or heard about a video like this before, about half missed the gorilla. If you knew about the gorilla, you probably saw it. But did you notice the curtain changing color or the player on the black team leaving the game? Let's rewind and watch it again. Here comes the gorilla, and there goes a player. The curtain is changing from red to gold. When you're looking for a gorilla, you often miss other unexpected events. And that's the monkey business illusion. Learn more about this illusion and the original gorilla experiment at theinvisiblegorilla.com.
So how many of you saw the gorilla? Well, no, let's do the gorilla. Okay. How many of you had known about this video beforehand? Yeah, the gorilla part of it. Yeah, so you guys don't count. Now and then, I get someone who's seen it before and they still missed the damn gorilla, so that's pretty funny. So, but of course, Dan Simon set this up because his original video got so popular, virally popular, that everybody has seen the invisible gorilla. So, now he's showing you that while you think you're smart, you've been clued into how blind you are, and it turns out you're not any smarter than you were to begin with, right? So, how many people saw all three things that changed? Oh, you've seen it before. So, okay, and how many didn't? Yeah, okay, so the vast majority of you missed one or more of the things that changed. And they're not really trivial things, like the disappearance of a person from 6 people, that's fairly major, and, the whole background changed color, and you might think you'd clue into that. And so the weird thing is, even when you're primed to notice what you're supposed to notice, which is to say count the balls, and you know that something weird is going to happen, that still doesn't prime you enough so that you can keep track of all the weird things that are happening. And this was an absolutely staggering experiment when it was first shown. The psychologists were just knocked over by it, because the hypothesis up to that point had been always that, you could concentrate on what you were concentrating on, but if something anomalous or unexpected happened, your attention would be automatically devoted towards it. And of course, that's what people would think, right? You'd think that if you're watching people play basketball and a gorilla walks into the, area and it's not small, that of course you'd be surprised and you'd see it. And it turns out that that's just wrong. And, it tells you a lot about how your nervous system is set up. So you're focusing on counting the balls. And so for some reason, getting the correct answer to the question, how many times is the ball thrown back and forth, turns out to be motivationally significant. Why? Why did you got the instructions, fair enough, but why did you listen to them? Oh, sure, it does, but the question is, why did you even comply with the instructions? Yeah, who said that? Because you wanted to get the answer right. Why did you care if you got the answer right? Well, think about it for a minute. Guess.
That means you're smart?
Means you're smart. Yeah, that's right. So that's one possibility. It's instantly you sort of interpret it as a little cognitive test, maybe, and then you want to see if you can do it, and so that taps into your hierarchy of values. Part of your value is I want to be maybe a smart and competent person, or I want to be at least as smart and competent as everyone else is playing this game. And so, the instruction taps into a pre-existent value structure, and then it's motivating. Okay, so, yeah. What, compliance as well? Yes, that's another thing. It's the room in some ways is set up to ensure a degree of compliance, right? Because there's an implicit story in the room, which is, if I'm at the front of it, and so that sort of makes me at the top of the dominance hierarchy, and the fact that you're here means you've already bought into that presupposition, and so it's a logical thing to do to play along with the game. So, yes. True, that's more like the playing a game issue, right? Is that, well, maybe something interesting will happen. Okay, right. Okay, so there's a variety of reasons why you might listen to the instructions, but the point is the instructions actually tap into your motivation, in your intrinsic motivation enough, so that you will in fact attempt to play the game. And then as soon as you play the game, what happens? Well, you focus your very limited attentional resources precisely on what it is that you're supposed to do. Now, we could talk a little bit about how the visual field is set up. So, you notice that, if I'm looking around the room, if I want to see you, all of you, I can't just stand here and look straight ahead. Because all you people over here, I can't see, if I'm looking straight ahead, I can't see the faces of anyone past here. And I can only see them sort of as blurs, and unless they move. And if they move up something, then I can see the movement, but it's not clear to me what's moving. It's the same for the people over here. The only person I can really see right now is the woman who's sitting there in the white sweater. All the rest of you are like, and the person to the right, I can more or less, as long as I look at her, I can more or less see that he's dressed in gray, but I can't see his face at all. Now he nodded his head and I can pick that up. So what's very strange about your visual system, and your sensory systems are like this you know, all your sensory systems are like this, is that you have a tiny little point of focus where the information is rich, and that's partly because, so the center of your eye is the fovea, and it's most densely packed with cells, but more importantly, each of the cells in your fovea, which is the very center of your vision, you can tell when someone's pointing their fovea at you, because then you have the sense that they're looking at you, and human beings are unbelievably good at figuring out when someone is pointing their fovea at you. We can detect what would you call it? Deviation from direct gaze with an accuracy that's absolutely remarkable. Now each of those little cells in the fovea is connected, each of the one cells is connected to like 20,000 cells at the first level of the hierarchy of the visual system. And so the reason that your whole eye isn't fovea is because your head would have to be this big to manage it. So, you know, what's involved is sort of a compromise, is that in the center of your vision, the center of your vision is very, very detailed. And then what you do is you zip that center around, like snap, 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 and your brain sort of makes a amalgamated picture out of all those little snapshots. And, you know, then it weaves it together so it seems to you like it's a continuous movie of consciousness, even though it's really not. And then the sides of your eyes, the periphery of your eyes, well, they don't have the same potency as the fovea. And so they kind of play a triage game. It's like, okay, I can't see, if I'm looking straight ahead, I can't see everything. What might I use as an indication that I should move my gaze from where I'm looking to somewhere else? And one answer to that is movement. So the periphery is pretty good at picking up movement. And so often if you see movement in the periphery, then you'll move your foveal vision to where the movement was, and then, you know, then you can keep track of what's changing. So what your brain sort of assumes is that when you're looking at something, everything else is irrelevant, and it also sort of fades into the background. And so that's what's happening with the gorilla video. And so part of the reason you can't see the damn gorilla is because he's dressed in black like the players. And so when you're focusing on the basketball, all the black moving things look the same. You know, there's no distinction between them at all. And then the background of the curtain, it's like, well, first of all, why would you be primed to see the curtain change color? Things just don't do that in real life, right? I mean, big objects don't suddenly change color, or very, very seldomly. So, and more importantly, the fact that the gorilla shows up, the fact that one player leaves, and the fact that the curtains change color has no bearing whatsoever on whether or not you can complete the task, right? So it doesn't matter if you ignore the information, and that's because it's irrelevant in terms of the interpretive frame, the motivated interpretive frame that you're applying to the scene. And so the rule for perception is don't pay attention to anything that isn't directly relevant to the desired outcome. Now, exactly how you calculate what you can pay attention to and what you can't, that's very complicated. You build that knowledge bit by bit over time, and you can be wrong about it too. But so the old idea was, you know, well, first of all, that you were very much conscious of the environment, period, which you're not. And then the second idea was, well, while you're being conscious of the environment, if anything changes radically, you will definitely focus your attention on it. And what turned out to be the case is, well, you're not very conscious of the environment, and radical things can happen, and you won't notice them unless they interfere with what you're doing. So something that emerges, that interferes with what you're doing that you don't expect, you will instantly orient towards and concentrate on. So it isn't anomaly or novelty that attracts your attention. It's the unexpected disruption of the relationship between your behaviors and the desired outcome of those behaviors. And that's a much narrower claim. Only pay attention to things that make you fail.
something like that. Or at least additionally pay attention to things that make you fail. And you know, generally speaking, that's also associated with an emotional response, you know. So if you're doing something and you know, you think you know how to do it, and so you're doing it, and then all of a sudden something unexpected happens, you're going to have an emotional reaction. And we'll talk more about the emotional reactions in the next class, but the emotional reaction partly prepares you for the worst in case this unexpected thing is bigger than you think it is, and sort of also primes you to be curious and to start to explore to figure out what it is, so that you can reconstruct your expectations and desires in accordance with the transforming world. So this slide is an elaboration in some sense of what I was telling you a little bit earlier about the multiple levels of reality, you know. So the idea is that the thing that you see, which in this particular schema would be the computer, is nested inside all of these systems, or has other systems nested inside of it. And that's part of an indication of the complexity of things. Now, you know, one of the things that you might think about, for example, if you're using your computer, one of the things you might ask yourself is, like, why is your computer a black rectangle or like a silver rectangle? It's all smooth and shiny. Why is that? You know, like, it's not clear first, it's not transparent, okay, and then it's got this smooth cover, and it wouldn't necessarily have to. Why do you think that's appealing to you? Okay, so it's familiar, yeah, and that's good. So it's familiar. What else is? It's simple. Yeah, you don't want to interact with the computer at all. You want to interact with little pictures on the screen, and then you don't even really want to interact with those. You want to interact with some subset of what that picture is doing on the screen. And so you're very, very rarely using the computer, right? You're just paying attention to, well, let's say the screen and the keyboard. So the computer is whatever's underneath that, and then what that is a collection of parts that are so bloody complicated that you don't want to have anything to do with them, that are nested inside a whole network of things that are so complex you don't want to have anything to do with them. And so you know, what happens when you're using a computer is all of a sudden it stops working. Well, then it's a computer. As soon as it stops working, it's a computer. Before that, it was whatever it was you were doing. And as soon as it turns into a computer, what do you do with it? Well, you know, you stupidly hit the on and off button. Maybe you plug it in and you know, an out or something. And maybe you check your switches to make sure that a fuse didn't burn out or a breaker go, and that's pretty much the end of you in terms of your ability to deal with the actual entity. You know, and then you curse with your primate brain, and then you send it out to be fixed. And so one of the things that's worth considering, because this will also help us understand what happens in terms of brain function as we go along, is that as long as things are going according to how you want them to go, you can really pretend that the world is unbelievably simple. All the world consists of is those few things that you're doing in your little bounded perceptual frame, and everything else is zero. And then, unfortunately, now and then, the hypothesis that everything else is zero is radically wrong, like when your computer crashes. And then you actually, for a while, have to deal with at least some of the complexity that's actually there. And that's usually extremely anxiety-provoking. So, you know, you can imagine the same situation is while you're in your nice, smooth car, and you're on the highway, and all of a sudden, you know, you hear a horrible grinding noise, and smoke comes out of the back, and you're off, pulled over to the side. Well, what was merely a means of getting from point A to B in comfort, like 2 seconds ago, is now a collection of extremely troublesome parts, none of which you know anything about. Plus, it's disrupted your day. Plus, it's disrupted your pocketbook. Plus, you have to now deal with a bunch of people who are going to tell you what's wrong with your vehicle and maybe fix it for some completely unknown amount of money and with dubious utility. And so, poof, the car turns into that.
This is something I've cultivated for a long time and avoided.
It's almost impossible to overestimate the degree to which we live within a world that's bounded by our expectations and desires, and how much time we spend keeping everything that's complex away from us so that we don't have to deal with it. Okay, so now we might want to think about how we do that. I'm going to show you
You know, you
this
see
is a
lot
little
of people
schema
that
that might be
talk about
helpful.
how to
So,
get ahead in life,
like,
but they're not really doing anything themselves. So there's a lot of cynicism.
I made this
involved
little
in that, but
diagram
there's
of
also
dots because
sincerity.
I wanted to make an ambiguous figure.
If you just
So
look at it with a
I'm
pure
hoping that
heart
when you look at that
and a pure
figure,
mind, you can get a lot of
what do you
energy
see
out of
when you
that.
look at it?
And when you're around happy, inspirational people that are successful, it makes
The center.
you feel better.
What shape is the center?
And you get inspired.
A cross.
And
Okay,
if
so you can
act
see a
on that
cross. What else
inspiration,
can you see?
your life will be more fulfilled.
It's a rectangle. Yeah.
It's
What
not
else
just
can you see?
inspirational in terms of financial
It's four
success,
squares. Yeah,
but in
exactly.
terms
So,
of
and
doing
what else can you
difficult
see?
things. Happy as fuck.
That's a good one. I haven't seen that one. I'll take your word for it, though. What else can you see?
Happy as fuck.
I'll show you some of the things you can see. Okay. See
And
that?
I think that there's a lot of people out there that think somehow or another
See
you can
that?
get to some place where you're living in silk sheets and you're getting your toes
See
done,
that?
someone's dropping grapes into your mouth. I don't want that. That
See
guy's
that?
not going to be happy. He's going to be bored. An hour into the grave. Get those fucking
See
grapes
that?
away from me. Stop painting my
Okay,
toes.
so
what am I doing in this bed?
The first thing that
I
you
gotta
might
do
note
something.
is that
human organism, the animal that we
the
are,
thing in the beginning, the
needs
thing in itself, let's say,
stimulation because it evolved
you can
trying
see
to find
multiple
food
ways.
and escape enemies.
It's not
And
exactly
this is
that
the
you have an
great
opinion
joy
about
that
what
you
it
have in
is.
taking care of your
You know,
children. You can
it's that
protect
you
your
can
children
actually
from
see
the
those
elements and
different
the
things.
enemies. And it's also the great
You can see
sadness
it
that you
manifesting those
losers.
different
When I see
perceptual
a loser, I see
objects.
some guy who's
And that's a
43 years
strange
old,
thing
lives
because
in his
you know how
parents'
people always
basement,
think
he
that
fucking hates
arguments
the
are about
world. I'm like,
opinions.
that was a
There's some
baby
facts,
that
and
somebody
you have
just
one
gave
set of
shitty
opinions about them,
nutrients to.
and you have another, and then you argue about the
Thoughts and
opinions till you get to the
ideas and
facts.
examples.
Unfortunately, it's a lot worse
And
than
this
that
kid
because
developed
the
these
facts
horrible,
themselves
self-defeating patterns
are
of
often
behavior
reasonably
led
subject
them
to
to this
debate.
point,
So,
where they're this person with no
so you might ask, for
future and
example,
no idea
which of
how
the
to get out of
5
this
ways
rut
that
and
you could
probably
see
never will
that
escape
initial
it.
thing is the right way to see it? And the answer to that, and this is a pragmatic answer, is it depends on what you want to do with your perception. You know, so if you want the highest resolution
Is what I would say.
that captures as much detail as possible, then you want something as close to the thing in itself as possible. So that'd probably be object 5. You know, if you want to know the rough area, let's say that's a map of an orchard, you might think about object 1. If it's an orchard from the top, right, and you wanted to walk from north to south, you might want to think about it in terms of object 3.
I don't think you are.
You know, and so those are different ways you can perceive that object. And then I would say that what happens at the next level of abstraction, and that's where you've got the numbers and words down here, is that you have the thing in itself, which is complex and can be seen many ways. Then you have the things you see, which are partial, sort of low-resolution representations of the thing itself. And then there are words which are, at least in part, references to the image of the thing. And so by the time you get to the word, it's pretty compressed. And I really like the metaphor of compression, you know, so, because a lot of the things you see are sort of like thumbnails. And why are thumbnails useful? You guys have done some, you know, image processing, say. Like, obviously a thumbnail lacks some things that a 16 megabyte, is that about right now? How big are cameras? 16 megabytes for a single photo? What's that? Yeah, well, I think the new cameras are up. I think they're up to 16, the newest iterations. Okay, so why have thumbnail if you have a 16 megabyte picture? Okay, but why not use the picture?
Is what I would say.
Right, that's exactly it. Is that there's a trade-off between detailed representation and time utilization, time and resource utilization. And you know, like a computer, you guys have limited time and resources, and so you don't actually want to see any more than you need to see in order to get what you're supposed to get done. Because otherwise it's just a waste of energy. And so what that means is that your brain is always trying to figure out, in some sense, what's the simplest way I can represent this so that I can undertake whatever it is that I'm planning to undertake next. And that's sort of, again, from a philosophical perspective, that's actually something pragmatic. Okay, so then you might ask yourself, you organize your perceptions in relationship to your goals, and then you might ask yourself, well, where do those goals come from? You know, and we've heard from thinkers like, say, Freud, who talked about the id functions. And the id is sort of the seat of primordial impulses, right? And so you might think about the id as the producer of primary
goals or drives, and Freud did think about them as drives. So they were things that led to, a relatively rigid behavioral algorithm once the state had arisen. Now, as I mentioned before, I think that that's a flawed viewpoint, because the motivational state is more than merely a drive, because a drive is something that, say, triggers a pre-programmed sequence of behaviors. And a lot of the early behaviors thought about animal behavior in that way, right? They'd say the animal would encounter a stimulus, and the stimulus would produce a response, and then the responses would get chained together, and then when the animal encountered the stimulus again, then just those chained responses would automatically run. And one of the famous experiments that showed that that was wrong was a rat was trained to run through a maze. You can sort of train a rat pretty quickly if, you put him in the maze, and there's like, you can go this way or this way, and you put some cheese over here. You do that 3 or 4 times, the rat learns to turn right, and then you add another piece to the maze, and, then the rat learns to turn left, and so you can get it turning, in an extremely complicated way to walk through the maze. But then what they did was they took a rat, and they wrapped up its hind legs, like with tape, so it couldn't use them, and then they put its little rear end on a cart, and then they had the little rat scoot through the maze on the cart. And it's obvious that a scooting rat and a running rat don't use the same motor output, not even close, and the rat could still get through the maze. So the idea that all the rat had done was chain together learned automatic responses turned out to be wrong. Rats, it's more like rats learn what's going on and can generalize from it just like you do. So anyway, so the notion that the drive just instantiates a sequence of pre-programmed behaviors, in most cases, in many cases, especially with complex behavior, turns out to be wrong. There's some limited circumstances under which it's right. Okay, so the first hypothesis we're going to entertain is the idea that you have to frame the world in order to interact with it. And this is sort of a little mythological diagram that I whipped up a long time ago. And the bottom thing, that's an Ouroboros, by the way, which is a dragon that eats its own tail. It's an ancient symbol of chaos. And chaos is what you see when you don't know what you're looking at. And so you could say, in some sense, chaos is all the complexity that surrounds you that could possibly intrude on your little safe world. And then to grasp that chaos or to operate within it, you have to put it within a framework. And so that's the great father there. That's actually God. You see, and God's got the sun behind him because God is like the sun. He's, reliable, and he's associated with consciousness, and then he's sort of ruling over this city. And so for me, that was a good symbol of culture. And in part, culture is what's outside of you. But in part, culture is also the frameworks that you've learned to use by being with other people. The frameworks that you've learned to use to narrow and specify the world. And in my mode of thinking, the framing is associated with security on the one hand, because it tells you what you can do and, makes things safe for you, and tyranny on the other hand, because it can get out of control and, you can start to get too rigid. Whatever. Regardless of the pros and cons of framing, if you see something one way, then you can't see it another. It's harder to see it another. So that's the con side of framing. The pro side of framing is, well, then you get to do something. If it's unframed, you're in chaos. It's existential anxiety. You're not going to move ahead at all. So you have to frame things. You have to simplify them. And really, in some sense, you even have to oversimplify them. It depends on what you mean by that. But what you're really trying to do is to never make your perceptual task any more complex than it has to be in order to get done what you need to get done. So, how do you frame things? Well, the first thing we should point out is that a lot of framing doesn't even happen psychologically. Right? So here you are sitting in this classroom, and you're not overwhelmed by chaos. Well, why? Well, first of all, you're in a city. That's helpful. There's electricity here, and there's natural gas, and there's people to fix all the plumbing. And so the fact that you're in a city makes life much simpler right off the bat. There's nothing trying to eat you. You don't have to contend with the fact that it's like minus 20 for 3 months. And, so that's a whole bunch of complexity that the civilized world is just taken care of for you. And then, now you're in the university in the city, and that eliminates a whole bunch of other hassles. There's some things you have to do, but there's a bunch of things you don't have to do. And then you're inside this building, and well, look at that. There's electric light here, and and the chairs work, and there's not going to be an earthquake, and probably the whole building isn't going to fall down. So, you know, by the time you're sitting in your chair here, also with your clothing on, you've screened a lot of complexity out already, and so you can sit there fairly calmly. And so that's all external. Now, part of the reason, and this is worth thinking about, because this isn't only psychological, you guys will hear a fair bit about terror management theories as you progress through your education. And so terror management theories are theories that attempt to account for why people are, say, patriotic in their beliefs, why they adopt belief systems. And the idea is that a belief system protects you from death anxiety. And so Freud sort of said that about religious systems. That was his critique of religion. People are afraid of death, and so they have this infantile desire to have that fear go away, so they turn to religion, and religion says, well, death isn't permanent, and that's why people are religious. And the extension of that is, well, that's also why they have belief systems in general. They're trying to protect themselves against this deep, shaking anxiety. And to some degree, I suspect that's true. But you should also remember that when you're protecting your culture, say, if you identify with it, you're patriotic or whatever it is, or you think that your culture is worth defending, you're not just defending something psychological. It's like the culture, the functioning culture keeps the lights on. You know, so it doesn't just protect you from death anxiety. It also protects you from death. And that's even more important most of the time than being protected from death anxiety. Now, there's a psychological component to it too, but you don't ever want to underestimate just the practical utility of being nested inside, you know, what Piaget would consider a relatively functional game. It's like, your world's a lot simpler. You know, you have to work to maintain it and everything, and that's kind of a drag, maybe. That's the tyrannical element of it, but, you know, the payoff's pretty big. Okay, so if you look at medieval cities, this is a well-preserved medieval city in France. There's a lot of medieval cities that still exist in Europe. And you see, this is a typical sort of human habitation. It's like inside there's order, and outside there's chaos and barbarians, and then there's a couple of walls to keep the chaos and the barbarians out, and then inside, you know, there's a dominance hierarchy and everybody can live their relatively productive and relatively peaceful lives inside of that. It's all framing, getting rid of complexity, unnecessary complexity. Same thing with houses, they do the same thing for you. And then social institutions do the same thing too. It's like, okay, this is it Kennedy there and Obama? I think so. This is part of the transition in power from George Bush to Obama. And, you know, that's a pretty scary thing to have the leader of your dominance hierarchy replaced by another leader. And, you know, among chimpanzees, for example, that's often the occasion for a fair bit of mayhem. And it's also the case often for people that occurs. And, you know, we still have that in the form of political corruption and so on. But all things considered, you know, the power transition from Obama, or from Bush to Obama, was far more peaceful than such power transitions generally are if you look across the history of mankind. And so that means you're also protected by your social institutions. They screen out a lot of potential complexity as well, as long as they're functional, and also, I think, as long as they follow some of the Piagetian rules. And so one of the Piagetian rules for a playable game is there's some reciprocity. You know, you regard the system, roughly speaking, as either fair or fairer than any other system you could think up. You know, it boils down to the same thing, because if it's not fair but you can't come up with a better fantasy, well, it's as good as it can be. So the sociological or sociopolitical structures that keep complexity away from us can only operate under a certain limited number of constraints, but still they perform their function, you know, and very admirably. It's amazing, I think, because I see people in my clinical practice all the time, you know, and most people that I see, and I think this is true of most people in the world, have at least one serious problem. You know, and it might be they have an illness that's just god-awful, or if they don't have an illness, one of their immediate family has an illness that's god-awful, or they're really old and they need to be taken care of, or they're suffering from some insane economic problem, or they've just been unemployed, or whatever. You know, there's something in their immediate circle that's really, really difficult to grapple with, and yet people still go out and maintain their place in the world, and the whole thing roughly works. And to me, that's just a continual source of amazement that people can pull that off, you know. So anyway, so a lot of the screening that you do to get rid of that complexity is external, and part of that is a consequence of good, well-functioning sociological organization. Then the next thing that sort of screams things out for you is your body. Right? Now look, you kind of naturally see things at a particular level of resolution, right? There's no obvious reason why that should be. So, you know, you see the front of people, you can't see the back of them. You see their external covering, their skin and their clothes. You can't see inside them. When you look closely at them, you can't see their cellular structure or their molecular structure or their atomic structure. You can't really see the social situations that they're embedded in. So if I look at you, I can't see your family. I presume you have one. I can't really see the political situation that surrounds you either. I have to know that abstractly, and then the ecological level is almost completely imperceptible to me. And so part of the way that complexity is screened out is that your body just doesn't allow you to pick a lot of it up. You're just blind to it. So you see at one level of resolution, and that's the human level. You see things of approximately our size. You see things that are approximately the size that we can grip. Those are sort of the things that you're likely to think of as objects. Like clearly a mountain isn't exactly an object, you know, so usability is part of what defines perceptibility. And so that also screens things out. And so then you're left with, well, what it is that you have to deal with once everything's been screened out. And then you might ask, well, there's still a lot of complexity left there. Like there's plenty of complexity within the average family. And there's plenty of complexity in the mating domain, you know, to find a partner and to establish a reasonable long-term relationship and to have children and to raise them. There's plenty of complexity left. And then the question is, how did biology come to solve those problems, given that they're almost infinite in complexity? How can you do it? And the answer to that is fundamentally a Darwinian answer. You start simple, so that's back in the days of the one-celled organisms. We have no idea how those things got their start, right? I mean, the actual beginning of life is a serious mystery. And I'll tell you, it's such a serious mystery, this is completely unbelievable, but one of the people who discovered DNA, I think it was Francis Crick, in fact, I'm virtually certain it was, he actually believed that DNA came from an alien civilization. He wrote a whole book about that. It's called panspermia, and so he posited that it's possible for DNA to drift through space for millions of years and to land on planets and to start living, and that God only knows how old DNA is, because he just couldn't figure out at all how it could have possibly evolved. So scientists are a lot weirder than you think when you start to read, you know, about what the scientists who discovered things really thought. They're completely, you know, out of their mind. But whatever, we'll assume that DNA got there somehow, and then evolution took over after that. And so what does evolution do? It basically says, well, here's a terribly complex problem that we've sort of partially solved. And partially solved means we've lived long enough to produce another copy of ourselves. That constitutes the solution. That's it. So we've lived long enough so that we can conceivably duplicate ourselves. How should we do that? Well, a variety of different ways. That's the answer. We should produce variants. So that might be multiple offspring, or it might also be facilitated by random mutation. Hypothetically, the mutations are random. Although there's increasing evidence, by the way, that organisms are much more complex at the genetic level than anyone ever assumed. And bacteria, for example, swap DNA back and forth with other bacteria all the time. And there are experiences that you can have that will change your genetic structure sufficiently so that you will transmit that to your children. So, you know, the idea that everything's purely Darwinian and it's only mutation that drives randomness, that's clearly likely, but not complete. These other mechanisms are clearly there. But the issue is that what you do is you start with something that kind of works, and then you produce micro variants of it, and then the world around you changes a little bit, and hopefully one of those micro variants manages to do the same thing, and then it produces a bunch of micro variants, and then they manage to do the same thing. And so what's happening is there's an arms race between the environment, which is always changing, and the organisms that are trying to keep up with it, and that arms race just goes on forever, and, you know, different life forms proliferate as that occurs.
It's sort of like life is always playing catch up, and you never get it right. You cannot get it right. The best you can do is get it right long enough to live long enough to reproduce. That constitutes the sum total of your knowledge. So what that means, at least in part, is that you guys are all the beneficiary, let's say, of a evolutionary process that's basically been going on since the beginning of life, and that's about 3.5 billion years ago. And so your body, your psychophysiology, has been in an arms race with the transforming environment for 3.5 billion years trying to keep up, and poof, you're the stellar consequence of 3.5 billion years of like effort and death. So, you know, you might thank the cosmos about that. You think about this, eh? Every single one of your female ancestors successfully reproduced. Like, it's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling. You're so unlikely that you would be here that it's almost incalculable. So, good for us. Here we are, you know. How successful can you get? So, my point is that part of the way that complexity is dealt with is haphazard. It isn't ever really dealt with. That's why you die. You can only manage it to a limited degree. And for us, that's like 3 kids in 100 years, if you're lucky. And that's our knowledge after 3.5 billion years. So the complexity problem is a rough one. Okay, so that's your body. Now let's look inside your body. Now you might think that, you know, we have this sort of idea that's kind of leftover Cartesian, that there's a you and there's a your body, and the you is in your brain. And so, just out of curiosity, how many of you have the subjective sense that the you is in your head? How many of you would locate you, like, for me, like I can locate me somewhere, seems to be about there. I feel like that's where I am. And so, how many of people have like the center of their sense of subjectivity in their head? How many people are like that? Okay. How many people are different than that? Okay, so, oh good, okay, so where do you feel the center of your subjectivity? Where would it be? Oh, I was thinking more about how it feels. Fair enough, you know, that's perfectly reasonable. I'm thinking of it more as a subjective experience, though. Okay. So you're kind of located here. How many people would agree with that? Oh yeah, so quite a few of you, eh? So that's the same for you? More like here. Oh, Any other places? Any other places you can talk about? So, yeah. Sorry. Any other places? Oh, that's not good. That's not No, I'm kidding. Okay. So we kind of got head and heart. And, you know, that's really kind of historically standard. The Greeks seem to have located themselves sort of in their heart. You know, and there's some theory that as people became more intellectualized, that feeling sort of went up to their head, and maybe before the heart there was the stomach, you know. And, you know, you might think that you're your stomach if you were hungry all the time. Right, I mean, you're just not ever hungry, so, like, why the hell would you think you were your stomach? But, you know, that's another way that culture sort of keeps complexity at bay. You don't even... That's almost like a motivational state that modern people don't even have to contend with, because you're never really hungry. I mean, how many of you have gone without food for more than 24 hours? Oh, that's pretty good. How many of you involuntarily went without food for more than 24 hours? Oh yeah, well, that's rough. Okay, how about a week? Nobody. How about 3 days? Okay, well, so, you know, there's a couple of people who've gone for reasonable periods of time without eating, but fundamentally you can tell we kind of got that problem under control. So you don't have to worry too much about you being your stomach, but I'll tell you, if you were starving at some point, that's probably where you'd locate yourself. Okay, so now you're inside the body, and so let's take a look at how the body works inside. So you kind of feel that you're in your brain, most of you anyways, and you know, you kind of think your brain is in your head, but really that's not right. I don't really understand ever why
we kind of decided that our brains were in our head because, well, look at it. There's the nervous system. It's like it's not in your head. It's distributed through your whole body. There's a lot of it up in your head, but there's the whole spinal cord. That's an important thing. And then it has all these branching nerves that allow you to move your hands and to feel things. And it's like your nervous system is distributed all the way through your body. So it's not reasonable to think about the way that you operate as you see things with your brain and then you do things. Now, if that's sort of true, but there's important ways that it's not true at all, and it's important to know the ways that it's not true. It helps you understand phenomena that you couldn't otherwise understand. So I can give you an example. There are people who experience blindness, but it isn't because their eyes get damaged, it's because they have brain damage, and so it damages the visual cortex, and so that's the higher order part of the brain that's responsible for conscious vision. Okay, so maybe they get, I don't know, they get a tumor, or they get hit in the head, or they get shot or something, and then poof, they're blind. And so then they tell you they can't see anything, and then you say to them, okay, well, that's fine, you can't see anything, but let's play a game, okay? I'm going to hold up my left hand or my right hand, and you're going to guess about which I'm holding up. And so you do this, and they go right, and you do this, and they go left, 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 right, right. And they're right. And you tell them, you're right. And they say, well, I can't be because I don't see anything. So that's blind sight. Okay, so here's another kind of blind sight. So you take the same person and you set them in front of the screen and you say, well, look at the screen, and they tell you, I told you already I can't see anything, and then you flash faces at them and you check for changes in the conductivity of their skin, because when people react emotionally, they sweat a little more, a little less, and that changes how electricity passes through their skin. And so you show them a smiling face and there's not much of a change, and you show them a neutral face and there's not much of a change, and then you show them like a really aggressive or really afraid face, and poof, it spikes. And you do that a number of times, and you show them, well, as soon as I show you a face of someone who's afraid or a face of someone who's angry, you react to it psychophysiologically. You think, well, how the hell can that happen if they can't see? And the answer to that is, you don't just see with your vision. You see with your body. And so one of the things that you'll find, for example, if you go through Swanson's paper, I'll read you a little bit about this later, is that most of your senses map onto multiple levels of your nervous system. So some of them map right onto your spine. And that's good, because now and then your eyes should tell your spine to do something before you think, because thinking's too slow. And so, you got to understand, like, way back when we were frogs, roughly speaking, we had eyes. We didn't have much of a brain. So, like, what the hell were the eyes doing? It's not like the frog exactly sees. And you might think, well, how could eyes inform you about the world if you don't exactly see? And then you got to kind of think about it in a Piagetian sense. It's like, here's an example. You might take an animal like a sponge, pretty simple animal, and it can open and close pores on the outside of its surface according to different changes in the ocean that surrounds it. And so its perception is sort of like, the ocean has 3 states, whatever those might be, maybe it has 10, I don't know, but for the sake of simplicity we'll say 3. The ocean manifests itself in 3 pattern states. In pattern state 1, I do this. In pattern state 2, I do this. In pattern state 3, I do this. And so it's direct pattern onto action mapping. And so animals can use their eyes just to react with. You don't have to see the thing. Because you think you see and then you act. But why do that? You can just react. And you know this already because, in a simple way, if you put your hand on a hot stove, you'll go like this. And then you'll feel the pain. And what that means is that your body has conserved the relationship between your sensory neurons and your motor neurons at a spinal level, so that your perception of the heat is this. It's not of the heat. It's just mapping a bodily pattern onto a sensory pattern. And so a lot of really primitive sensory input is exactly that. It's just the sense detects a pattern, and with no intermediary of interpretation, that pattern is translated into a behavioral output. So there's actually generally, the simplest cells are sensory motor cells, so they do both. They map the pattern and they react. And then the sensory and the motor cells differentiate. And then neural tissue grows inside them. And so then what happens is that instead of an outside pattern being mapped immediately onto a behavioral pattern, the neural intermediary says, okay, this pattern could mean any of these three things. And then that neural layer grows and grows and grows until in creatures like us, it's like a whopping layer. And so we see a pattern and we go, that could be this, 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 this. And then all of those things could be mapped onto this or this or this or this or this. So, you know, it makes us more slower, but more flexible. And slow can be a problem. So like when you're walking down a pathway and a snake appears, you don't want to be thinking, you know, snake, rubber hose, stick, whatever, you know, because then you're dead because the snake bites you. What you want to do is catch the snake out of the corner of your eye and jump up into the air before you even know that you saw a snake. And you can do that because your eyes can map right onto your spine. And they don't just map right onto your spine, they map onto your nervous system at all sorts of levels. So for example, with the blind sight person who's looking at the face, so it's an angry face, the eyes are still mapping information onto the amygdala. And so the amygdala changes the psychophysiology. You know, it says prepare for threat. And so the person might feel uneasy. But it's weird, but that's a form of sight. To feel uneasy can be a form of sight. So, and that's to say even more clearly that your brain just isn't in your head. It's like, it's all the way up. It's all the way from, and this is a nice Piagetian viewpoint because, you know, in some sense what Piaget says about children is they sort of organize themselves from the spinal level upwards. You know, they learn these little subroutines. First of all, they have a few subroutines. Those are like built right into the spine. And then they start playing with those and chaining them together in flexible ways, and they keep doing that, you know, in more and more complex ways until they're capable of the abstract representation of thought. And you can see how this will work as we go through the nervous system. So your brain's in your body. In fact, there's some evidence, and there's more than one kind of nervous system too, right? There's the central nervous system that allows you to move voluntarily, and that, you know, provides you with sensory feedback, some of which you're conscious of. There's also the autonomic nervous system that runs all the complex machinery that you're too stupid to attend to, you know, because your consciousness gets little jobs. It doesn't get to run your liver, for example. You imagine what your life would be like if you were in charge of your liver? It's like you'd have been dead years ago, because what do you know about livers? So you have a whole system, like the autonomic nervous system, which has more neurons than the central nervous system, that just runs all that stuff for you, which is, you know, a good thing. And then you don't have to pay attention to it. So anyways, there's a lot of distribution of neural tissue throughout your body. And there's even some evidence that you have like a second brain of sorts in your solar plexus, where, you know, that's perhaps part of the reason why you really don't like to get hit there. But there's a tremendous number of serotonergic neurons, for example, in your midsection, and there's increasing evidence that those are associated with things like emotion and mood. And so the idea that the brain is here, it's like, no, not really. It's a continuum. You know, your body is a psychophysiological entity, and to separate it into body and mind is like, it's not right. The other thing that seems to be increasingly clear among, say, the robotics guys is you can't even be smart unless you have a body. And so that's why the advanced intelligence guys are building robots from the bottom up. They're doing it just like Piaget would have suggested. It's like, well, build some things that can move, and then chain those things that can move together so that they can move in more complex ways, and then chain them together so they can work in more complex ways. And once you've got this thing that can do things, then stick a brain on it. And then it'll have things it can do with its brain. And if you don't do it that way, you get something that can't function intelligently. It's close to that. So there is the brain, and one way of dividing it into its major subcomponents is represented. There's a variety of ways you can do this. You can divide it into hemispheres that sort of split down the middle. The right hemisphere seems to be kind of specialized for the processing of unknown information, and the left seems to be more comfortable working where you know what's going to happen. And that the left is most generally the linguistic part of the brain, although not always. It's a rough, you know, what we call it. It's a rough truth. There's lots of exceptions. The linguistic system tends to specialize in the left. And the left sort of insists that it knows what's going on. And the right is always looking out for things that don't fit and sort of
convincing the left slowly, sort of under the table, to change its viewpoints. And a lot of that seems to happen when you're asleep and you're dreaming. So the right, maybe what's happening when you're dreaming is that during the day your cognitive processes are pretty tight and defined, and they better be, right? Because you don't want to be dreaming your schizophrenic dreams in the daytime. That's a bad idea. So you got to stay kind of focused and narrow in a way during the day. But the problem with that narrow focus is that you're not paying attention to a lot of things. And so it kind of looks like your right hemisphere keeps track of the potentially important things that you're not keeping track of, and then at night your category system sort of broadens and loosens. You can tell that in dreams because they're so weird, and that's maybe when the right hemisphere is sort of tapping some new information into the left and playing with that, how it might be recategorized without completely overwhelming the left, because you don't want to, just because you learn something new doesn't mean you want to upset yourself totally, right? So it's a real complex dynamic between stability and learning. And it's conceivable that's why you have two hemispheres. So who knows? It's a good theory though, and the guy who came up with it fundamentally, his name is Goldberg, Conan Goldberg. He was a student of Alexander Luria's, who was a great neuropsychologist. So, it's a credible idea. So, here's some rough divisions. You've got your cerebellum. That cerebellum, we don't know what the hell that thing does. If you don't have one, you get all wobbly. But there's more neurons in the cerebellum than there are in the rest of the brain. So, is it just making you not wobbly? Seems like a tremendous devotion of resources to something that's relatively simple. So, alcohol, when you're a new drinker, alcohol is really hard on the cerebellum, which is why you're, totally useless in a motorway and you fall down and all those things happen. So that's the cerebellum, and we don't know what it does, even though it's very complexly branched. It kind of looks like a cauliflower, and it's just packed full of neurons. And then there's the occipital lobe, and that kind of use that to see with, more or less. And then the parietal lobe kind of helps keep track of who you are from a bodily perspective, and sort of where your body's located in space, and sort of who you are as an embodied person. So, for example, if you lose the right parietal lobe because you have a stroke, then you lose the left side of your body, and even more weirdly, you lose the left side of everything. So all of a sudden you can't see the left side of anything, and no one can figure out what that's like, because say I'm looking at this room and I have this parietal damage. If I'm looking at the room, do I not see the left side of the room? And then if I look at you, all of a sudden I don't see your left side. We can't figure that out. The left is gone, but then the left is relative to where you happen to be looking. I think one of the ways of understanding it is sort of like, how you clearly can't see anything behind your head. And it's not black where you can't see, right? It's black if you close your eyes. But there's a difference between what you can't see behind your head and the black you see when you close your eyes, because the black sort of seems like nothing. But compared to what's behind your head, it's not nothing at all. So I think what happens with people who have neglect, parietal damage, is that back part just goes like this. And so instead of, you seeing this much of the world and this being just not there at all as far as vision is concerned, it goes like this. So then you've only got a quarter of the world that you're... And so people like that, sometimes they'll throw their own legs out of bed. So they wake up and they think, oh my God, because they can kind of detect the left, but not very well. And they're quite freaked out because, do you really want to wake up with a leg in bed with you? No, so they grab it and throw it out, and that's not so good because they're attached to it. Or so they'll eat, and they only eat half the food on their plate. But if you turn the plate, then they'll eat half of the half that's left. So anyways, that's the parietal lobe. Temporal lobe. That enables you to hear, roughly speaking. There's a lot of memory there too. And the frontal lobe, well, first of all, the frontal lobe seems to allow you to make voluntary movements, sort of at the highest level of abstraction. And then the prefrontal cortex, which would be right at the front of the yellow there, it's sort of like the back part of the frontal lobe enables you to make voluntary movements. But the prefrontal cortex enables you to represent the potential motor movements that you might make before you implement them. And so it evolved out of the motor strip during the course of evolution. It's sort of like, well, first you learned how to act voluntarily, and then as that grew, and it's particularly big in human beings, that part was able to divorce actions from your body represent them in an abstract space, run them as simulations, calculate the outcome, and then implement them or not. And you know, it's a hit and miss business, because lots of you people undoubtedly simulate catastrophic outcomes and then go do whatever it is you were going to do anyways. Like, you know, that happens to people all the time, say when they're trying to stop drinking or to stop using cocaine or not to binge eat. Or so, you know, your prefrontal cortex can whip up these simulations, but other parts of your body can override them quite badly. So that's sort of roughly the brain, at least from, you know, looking at it from the side. And then this is it split down the middle. And you can see that it's not precisely two hemispheres all the way down. In the middle, it's one thing, and then it grows these two things like a little hat. And as far as I'm concerned, all the important parts of the brain are low, down, central, old. You know, because people like to think that, well, if it evolved a long time ago, it's primitive. It's like, no. It evolved a long time ago. It's been around a long time. It's really smart. That's why you don't run your liver. The autonomic nervous system runs it, because it's been around for an awful long time and it knows exactly how to do it. And so it's really, in some sense, the new parts of the brain in many ways are the parts that are primitive. So and the old parts are extremely necessary and sophisticated. And so the areas we're going to concentrate on most particularly are, well, the cortex we've already talked about. The cortex is probably responsible. People like to think of it as responsible for consciousness, and there's something about that that's right, but it's quite clear that human beings can remain conscious even if they have a substantial amount of damage to the cerebral cortex. So consciousness is a really weird thing. We're not very good at figuring out where it's localized at all. Cerebral cortex, thalamus. The thalamus is the place where all your sensory information comes together. So, you know, when you look at the world, it's kind of like a continuum of experience, despite the fact that you have these 5 different sensory inputs. And the thalamus seems to sort of unite all that, and then it sends the messages that it amalgamates up to the cortex, and the cortex sends them back, and the thalamus sends them back, and there's like this loop between the thalamus and the cortex. And maybe that's part of what consciousness is. You know, rather than being localized in an area, it could easily be a process. And you know, the fact that consciousness sort of turns on in the morning, which is a very weird thing, seems to indicate to me that it's probably something like that. It's a loop. It's the looping interaction between brain areas. And you know, if something's looping like that, it gets really weird properties. So that's a positive feedback system, you know. I don't know if you've ever hooked a video camera to a TV and then turned the video camera on the TV. You know, it starts doing extremely weird things. You can get all sorts of unbelievably complex designs and weird phenomena because the TV is recycling its own signal. You know, so there's this circuit in there that's looping. And I suspect consciousness is something like that. The hippocampus is responsible for the movement of short-term information into long-term storage. It's a very important part of the brain. We'll talk about that more next time. The amygdala is responsible for a lot of emotional responses. And the hypothalamus is responsible for a lot of primordial motivational states. And so we'll stop, and we'll start with the hypothalamus on Tuesday. See you soon. So we talked a little bit about motivation last time, or quite a bit about motivation, and what I told you that I was basically teaching you a personality neuroscience approach to personality, and part of the reason that I have to go into the biology to give you the kind of foundation that you need in order to understand, I would say, what's essentially the cutting edge in personality research. You know, I mean, I know that what we covered last lecture and what we're going to cover today are relatively complicated, but if you get them right, then you're right at the forefront of
of our ideas about brain function and emotion and about personality. So you get all that at the same time, and today you'll get a little bit of learning theory thrown in as well. So learning theory is basically what used to be what's alternatively described as behaviorism. And I used to teach behaviorism in this class, but I've subsumed it underneath the biology, because a lot of the old behavioral presuppositions, although they were extremely useful, were not right, which is exactly what you'd expect. They were formulated in the 1950s. And it's actually the sign of the progress of a science that theories that are 60 years old are no longer right. So we'll also cover a little bit of behavioral theory today too. So, okay, so the hypothesis we've been working on so far, or we'll call it the working theory, is that motivations set goals, or more accurately, that they define a conceptual space within which you perceive the world and within which you act towards some goal or to some end point. And the end point, in some sense, is specified by the motivational system. It's a hypothalamic system often, but not always. But not only is the goal specified, but the underlying motivational systems also tune your perception, so you're only looking at the things that you know to be relevant to the pursuit of that goal. And they also either disinhibit or activate the behavioral schemes that you would normally use to pursue the goal. And sometimes those, or let's say the motor schemes, because that would be more accurate. When you think about behavior, you tend to think about voluntary behavior, but a motivational state will disinhibit or activate, depending on the situation, autonomic responses. So for example, when you are food deprived and you start to think about food and start to organize your behavior towards food as an end and to perceive the world that way, your body also prepares for food. And so the motivational state is an all-encompassing psychophysiological phenomena. It's not something as simple as chain behavior, which was an early behavioral theory, or as simple as something that's merely setting a goal. It's much more complicated than that. It's useful to think about, as we've already talked about with regards to psychodynamic theory, it's useful to think about a motivated state as a micro-personality. I mean, it's got one aim in mind fundamentally, so it's not particularly sophisticated, but it has all the other elements of a personality. So motivation establishes the framework within which goals are pursued and the goal itself, and then, roughly speaking, emotions, or at least many of the emotions, track progress towards goals. And so they kind of tell you whether you're on the right track or not. So that's a reasonable way of distinguishing them, even though there is no single motivation system or a single emotion system. So here's some basic motivations. These are the sorts of things that Freud would have associated fundamentally with id. So, and he thought of those as primordial, and that's exactly right, because pretty much all of these motivational systems we share, certainly with other people, also with other mammals, and then, of course, with animals that are farther down the evolutionary chain than mammals. So some of these systems are extraordinarily old. In fact, all of them are extraordinarily old. Hunger, consequence of food deprivation, obviously. Thirst, obviously. People are very dependent on water. Pain's complicated. There's physical pain, and then there's its mental equivalents. And the mental equivalents of pain are grief, disappointment, frustration, roughly speaking. And so the way you can think about that is, you saw the picture of the nervous system that I showed you last time, with the branches going up into the brain, obviously, but with all the branches, or the roots, say, going down into the body. So we discussed the central nervous system as a sort of all-encompassing system distributed throughout the body. Imagine that part of that network throughout your body is associated with pain reception, and that would be roughly equivalent to systems registering levels of input that are high enough to potentially damage them. That's where pain seems to come in. And that different pieces of that can be activated at different times. So if it's psychological pain, as I said, grief, frustration, disappointment seems to fall into that category. Loneliness is another one. Then maybe it's primarily the cortical circuitry for pain that's activated. And although people who are depressed, for example, or who are grieving, often have somatic pain as well. And depression really looks like it's a pain state.
We know loneliness is because if you take like little chicks or little kittens and you make them lonesome and they'll cry, you know, which is or peep if they're chicks, and you can stop them from doing that by using opiates. And it's not because it stops them from vocalizing, because that would be a possibility. You just get them so stoned on, you know, morphine that they can't peep, and you think, well, they're not lonesome anymore. So the experiments have been done carefully enough to factor out the effect of the opiates on the vocalization. So, and that's also led to some suspicion that people who have had a history of extraordinarily painful personal relationships might be those who are more prone to opiate use. And so opiates, analgesics, they basically dampen out pain and frustration and disappointment and grief and loneliness. So there's an anger and aggression system. It's complicated. There's probably two of them. One is defensive aggression. That's probably more associated with neuroticism, technically. The other is probably predatory aggression. And you know, human beings are definitely predators. We're meat eaters, and you know, our closest relatives, chimpanzees, for example, they're pretty good hunters. They'll gather together in packs and bring down 30-pound colobus monkeys, and the meat is very popular among the chimps. And so predatory aggression seems to be a separate circuit, and as we'll discuss further along, I think the predatory aggression circuit and the maternal solicitude circuit, because there's also a care circuit, have evolved to be at opposite ends of the same distribution. I think that's the agreeableness distribution in the big five. So on one end there's maternal solicitude, and the other end there's predatory aggression. And you can imagine how those things have to inhibit one another, because, well, with many mammals, bears, for example, the males are so predatory that you have to keep them away from the cubs because they'll kill them. Human beings, I mean, there's some aggression towards children, especially if the children aren't biological relatives, but men are pretty caring for male mammals, and women are actually quite predatory for male mammals. So thermoregulation, your hypothalamus takes care of whether you're hot or cold. Panic and escape, those are circuits that also seem to be associated with pain fundamentally, although threat can maybe trigger them as well. And the panic escape system doesn't exactly seem to be the same system as the anxiety and fear system, even though they sound roughly equivalent, right? You might think of panic as just the extreme level of fear, and I think fear can trigger panic, but panic seems to be a more primordial circuit, and if you're panicking, there's an immense impetus to escape. So that's a different circuit. Affiliation and care we covered, sexual desire. Exploration and play, both of those seem to be separate circuits. So Jack Panksepp actually, who wrote a great book called Affective Neuroscience, by the way, if any of you are interested in like the psychobiology of behavior and motivation, Jack Panksepp's book is one of the best. I don't have a paper by him in our collection, but he's a very smart guy. He wrote this book called Affective Neuroscience, and it's actually, given its title and the relative complexity of its thoughts, it's actually quite readable, even though it's a text. It's a little more personal than your typical text might be. And Panksepp is also very interested in psychodynamic and personality ideas, so he's a very broad thinker. And so if you're interested in an approach to psychology that sort of crosses the threshold from personality into emotion and biology, Panksepp, as well as Gray, there's a Gray paper that you're reading, Panksepp's a very, very good source. He discovered the play circuit, for example, and he also discovered that rats laugh. So if you tickle a rat, it laughs. You can't hear it though, because it laughs ultrasonically like a bat. But if you record the rat giggling and then slow down the tape, then you can tell that the rat laughs. And rats need to play, and most mammals need to play in order to socialize them. So one of the things, you can think about this when you're parents too, and this is probably especially relevant for the men, because one of the things you might ask is, what role do men play in the socialization of children? And one thing that men really do seem to do with kids is to engage in rough and tumble play, especially once they're a little older than 2, say 2 to 5 or something. And kids love that. They absolutely love rough and tumble play. It gets them so excited that, they get out of control fundamentally. But rough and tumble play is an excellent mode of socialization because it teaches the child the distinction between aggression and too much aggression, right? Because if you're wrestling with a kid, the kid has to keep their behavioral output under a fair degree of control to keep the game going, to make it rough enough to be exciting, but not so rough that they get hurt, or that they stick their thumb in their dad's eye or something like that. And you can think of that from a Piagetian sense too, because it's a game. But imagine that if you're trying to figure out how to configure yourself around other people, if you haven't had that rough and tumble play, you don't really know where the boundaries of your body are, and you don't know how much you can take and how much you can be stretched and how much you can be thrown around, and when something actually hurts rather than is frightening. And so all of that intense sort of play that boys in particular are likely to engage in, although girls also like it, seems to be very useful for teaching children about how to engage with the world and with other people in a physical way, and that's one of the physiological foundations for higher order socialization. So it's very useful. I mean, I've often noted that children who haven't had the opportunity to engage in physical play, they're kind of awkward. They're not seated well in their body, and it's like they're kind of vague physically. Whereas the ones who've been twisted around and bent and thrown up in the air and wrestled in general, they're a lot more conscious of their limits and their abilities in their body, and they're also much more able to invite other kids to play. You can think about this with regards to dogs. If you have a dog, the dog, you can tell when the dog wants to play, right? What does the dog do? Yeah, it jumps around and it puts its rear end in the air often, and its head down, and it looks up. It's a little bit submissive and a little bit friendly, and it wags its tail, and it might bark, and it moves back and forth. And like little kids that want to play they don't put their tails in the air, obviously, but they engage in like play invitation behaviors like that, a little bit of teasing sometimes, and they're trying to get some play initiated. It's also practice for later dominance. When chimps play, the males in particular, as they approach adolescence, the play behavior, because they'll throw sticks at the old chimps who are laying down and sleeping, or come up and poke them, or tease them. And then as they become more and more powerful and more adolescent, say into adulthood, then that play will become full-blown dominance challenges, as you no doubt noticed if you were in junior high school, because that's exactly what happens to teachers, right? The little elementary school kids, they're kind of cute. When they misbehave, they're sort of playful, but by the time grade 8 or grade 9 comes around, the pushing on the teacher is a lot harder. And so you can see how play shades into dominance dispute. But it is a separate circuit. Exploration, that's a separate circuit. And one of the things that we'll talk about today is Swanson's elaboration of the fact that half of the hypothalamus is fundamentally devoted towards exploration, which is quite cool. It means exploration is a really, really, really old system. And it's sort of like, if you haven't got anything else to do, so you don't want to play, you're not hungry, you're not thirsty, you're not angry, you're not too warm or too cold, etc., etc., your default isn't sort of quiescent sleep, right? You don't just run out of batteries and lie on the floor, unless you're, of course, obviously, unless you're very tired. What'll generally happen is if the other fundamental motivational states have been satiated, then you'll engage in exploration, and some different people at different rates. If you're extroverted, you'll engage in exploration in the social environment, and if you're open, then you'll engage in exploration at a more cognitive level. So that would be with regards to artistic creativity, or to fiction, or the expression of some sort of intellectual or philosophical pursuit. And the reason that you're wired up that way is because if you have a little extra energy, you might as well use that to map out more of the environment, so that when push comes to shove somewhere down the road, you'll be in possession of more information and more flexible and more knowledgeable in your conceptual and perceptual structures, and also in your actions. So people have a pretty strong tendency to default to exploration, but there's variability in that. You can also sort of divide up these motivations as ingestive or defensive. That's not a bad way of looking at it. And then there's reproductive motivations as well. That's unlikely to be a full map. It kind of depends on where you put the emotions, because we know, for example, that there's a separate disgust circuit.
And that doesn't seem to load with anxiety or with pain. It's its own biological system, and it seems to be associated with trait conscientiousness, maybe, and also with political conservatism and orderliness. So those things are all quite interesting. They all kind of clump together. But whether that's an emotion or motivation's not exactly clear. But we'll talk about it a little bit more. So there's the hypothalamus, and as you can see, it's not one thing. Of course, nothing at the macro level in the brain is one thing, obviously. It's this layered thing, just like everything else in the world, except even more so because the brain is so incredibly complicated. And you can see by looking at that, there's all those little, all the things that are colored there are basically hypothalamic modules, I guess would be a reasonable way of putting it. And you can tell they're even anatomically distinct, so obviously they're not doing exactly the same thing. So you might think of brain anatomy as sort of a fixed, what would you call, something that we've already managed quite well, and we have all the category systems down, and the structure of the brain's quite well known, and that's really not true at all. Like, the brain is truly terra incognita, and it isn't even, like, our naming rituals, let's say, or conventions, are not necessarily appropriate for one-to-one mapping of, say, structure onto function. So they're sort of anatomical. They're markers for anatomical convenience in some ways. Okay, so here's a way of thinking about it. So you have your frame, which specifies your lack. Say, I'm hungry, and then a goal pops up, which is, well, I should have something to eat. And the hypothalamus is modulating perceptual and cognitive circuits so that you think that, and so that you start to parse up the world into a place where a hungry person like you could become satisfied. And then the behaviors kick in that are relevant to that pursuit. And so you can think of yourself as popping through these sorts of frames on a fairly cyclic basis throughout the day. You know, obviously, you get hungry, you get thirsty, you get tired, and so your consciousness is being modulated by subcortical circuitry that is basically charged with your self-preservation, and in some ways you come along for the ride. I mean, your consciousness is mostly there, in some sense, to detect deviations from not so much expectation, but from desire, right? Because you lay out one of these little maps on the world, and then you want something to happen. And what your consciousness does, more or less, is monitor. And if something that you don't want to happen happens, then consciousness will take a look, in some sense. You remember that hierarchy of goals that I showed you, from, you know, motor output up to high order goals? Your consciousness kind of moves up and down that thing if you've made an error, trying to figure out at which level of abstraction that error should be rectified, which is sort of what you do when you think. And so that process is going to kick in whenever you're moving towards your desired end, and something that you don't want to have happen happens, right? You usually stop. That's sort of an anxiety response, the stopping. And then if nothing else happens that's too bad, well, then you'll start to explore. Animals often do that by moving around, but people will do that just as with equal facility, just by running simulations in their mind and trying to calculate what went wrong, right? Trying to think about it. That's a form of exploratory behavior as well that would be more associated with trait openness and with intelligence. So there's how Swanson divides up the hypothalamus. See the little pink things there on the left are part of the defensive circuits, and then the red things on the left are part of the reproductive circuits. And, you know, obviously the fact that those circuits exist lays onto Darwinian theory quite nicely. The defensive circuits obviously protect you from dying, and the reproductive circuits, you know, facilitate your reproduction. It's not much of a fairly obvious conclusion. And so those are all, you know, located in this you know, essential part of the brain, the hypothalamus. Now, this is something that's a little more complex, so I'll go through it a little bit more carefully. So if you look on the right, this is where Swanson maps perfectly onto Piaget.
And I put the Swanson paper in as a optional reading, but if you're interested in the sorts of things that we're covering in this class, that's a great paper to hack your way through, even though it's very hard, because you learn a lot about the underlying biology of some of these more complex clinical and developmental theories that we've covered. So basically, what Swanson is pointing out is that at the lowest level, at the highest resolution level of your central nervous system, you have motor output circuits that are enabling you to move, and those are communicating in large part with your spine, but also with lower parts of your brainstem. So those are fundamental movements of the sorts that Piaget would call reflexive. And then the locomotor pattern generator, I think the best way to think about this from an analogical perspective, and actually Alexander Luria used this analogy. He called behavioral patterns kinetic melodies. It's a lovely phrase, because you know how obviously a song is made out of notes, and then the notes combine into phrases, and the phrases combine, say, into passages, and then, well, even more interestingly, then if it's an orchestral piece of music, multiple instruments are playing at the same time, so it sort of extends right into the social domain. But your actions are sort of like that. They're made out of micro routines, and then those are chained together, and those are chained together in higher order abstractions and so on, all the way up to the cortex. And so Swanson points out that the motor system has three sets of inputs. So the cognitive system, that's sort of way up, that's a level of abstraction that's way up in the brain. So the cognitive system is where, you know, you might do a voluntary action. So you look at something and say, well, I'm going to pick up this piece of paper. And so that's top-down cortical control. And then the state system input to the motor system, the state system is your body monitoring what's going on inside of itself. And the autonomic nervous system is part of the motor output system. And so the state monitoring system takes a careful look, and the hypothalamus does a fair bit of this, takes a careful look at what's going on inside you, and then activates different parts of your digestive and, you know, the gut system fundamentally that you have no conscious control over. And then obviously there's sensory system inputs too. So those are the three main inputs into the motor system, and that acts on the environment. And then the motor system has this hierarchical nature that's built from the spine upwards. And so you can think of like the brain as a collection of ever-expanding control systems that allow you to learn and undertake ever more complex motor schemes of action. You know, and one of the things that people think about human beings is that we're very good at thinking, right? But we're not just good at thinking. Like we're crazily adaptable in terms of our motor output. I mean, if you watch the Olympics, you know, and you see human beings can do things that no other animal could even think of doing. I mean, we're completely crazy when it comes to the sorts of things we can do with our body. Like, we're good on ice, we're good in the water, we can ski, people are really good at jumping, they can climb across buildings, like people who train themselves can climb like mad. I mean, human beings are unbelievably variable in terms of their motor output. So that's another part of our intelligence that's not just abstract. And so, in part, that's because we have this very well-developed cortical area that enables us to chain ever more complex patterns of behavior together, and also to develop patterns of behavior that are sort of outside instinctual specification. So you imagine with an animal that has a less complex brain, a lot of its behavior is going to be limited to those quasi-instinctual patterns of behavior that are devoted directly towards the solution of basic biological problems. But, you know, we can kind of solve those without too much effort, and then we have all this spare motor capacity left over, and people do the weirdest things with it, you know, and really remarkable, absolutely remarkable things. So that's pretty cool. We're pretty cool that way. We don't get enough credit for it, I don't think. Because human beings, think about human being as the animal, which, you know, people are kind of loath to do. We are definitely the most interesting animal. I mean, if you saw like a pygmy hippopotamus skateboarding, you'd think that was pretty remarkable, you know. But people, they do those sorts of things all the time. And, you know, we just take it as a matter of course. The lowest somatomotor neuron pools. The lowest level of the locomotor system is locomotion, and
and action is formed by a subset of motoneuron tools. That's wrong. Motoneurons in the spinal cord ventral horn that innervates the limb muscles responsible for locomotor behavior. I dictated this with Dragon Dictate, and now and then it does weird things, eh? So tools, God only knows where that came from. So, a set of motor neurons in the spinal cord ventral horn, so it's way down in the spine, that innervate the limb muscles responsible for locomotor behavior. When you start to think about the brain as something that moves your body, it's a lot easier to conceptualize the brain as something that's distributed through the body, you know, and your spine is actually quite smart. So even though in some sense you don't think with it, it's capable of very complex sensory detection and also motor mapping, and so mostly relatively automated and relatively reflexive. One level up, the existence of a spinal locomotor pattern generator. So this shows that the spine isn't responsible just for the most basic of motor outputs or sensory inputs. It can actually generate patterns, is demonstrated by the fact that whereas a spinal animal displays no spontaneous locomotor activity. So if you sever an animal, its nervous system, so it only has a spine, it'll just lay there. You know, you'd think it's paralyzed, that's what you would think. But coordinated limb movements characteristic of locomotion may be elicited when the limbs of such an animal are placed on a moving treadmill, thus providing somatic sensory input to the pattern generator. And so they've done this with people who are paraplegic. If you take someone who's paraplegic, and so they can't obviously walk, and you hoist them up, and you put them on a treadmill, and you lean them forward, their legs will walk. And that's spinal controlled. So that's what you're doing with your spine, you know, because you're not thinking when you walk, or you're not thinking about walking unless, you know, unless you're one of those people who can't chew gum and walk at the same time. So anyway, so it just shows you how complex you are, even at the, you know, the sort of the base levels of your intelligence hierarchy. Level up, locomotor pattern controller. So it's controlling the locomotor pattern generator. In contrast, undisturbed chronic hypothalamic animals. Okay, so now one of the ways people figured out how the brain works was by sectioning animals' nervous systems when they're alive at different levels of complexity. So a spinal animal is one that's basically paralyzed. Its brain is separated from its spinal cord. But then you can separate the hypothalamus with the intact spinal cord, so it's one unit, from the cortex, and even from the memory systems, and even from most of the emotion systems. And so the animal, in some sense, hardly has a brain at all. You know, I mean, the hypothalamus, as you saw, it's a little tiny thing, and everything that's on top of that can be separated from it, and the animal can still act spontaneously. So here's an example. If this has been done with cats, and if you have a female cat, and it's in a cage, and it's only a hypothalamic animal, it can basically manage. Like, it can't learn new things very well, and it can't remember anything. Like, it doesn't have episodic memory. And so, but it can maintain its temperature, it can eat, it can engage in sexual activity, it's got defensive aggression. Like, most of the animal, in some sense, is still there from an input-output perspective. It's also hyper-exploratory, which is quite interesting, eh? Because you wouldn't think, well, animal with no brain is the most exploratory kind of animal. Well, it happens to be the case as long as it has a hypothalamus. So that shows you, A, how old exploration is, but it also kind of gives you some clue about what the rest of the brain is doing. I mean, you explore new things, we'll say. So what that means is you have to be able to tell the difference between what's new and what isn't. And so what you need to tell the difference between what's new and what isn't is memory. And so a lot of what the higher order parts of the brain are doing is basically keeping track of where you've been. And so if you've been somewhere before, then the exploratory circuit is basically shut off as long as everything that you're doing there is working. And you need the whole brain basically to shut off the hypothalamus in some sense. That's how the thing works. It's like you're kind of a default on system. You know, your motor systems are ready to go, and you're alive and you're ready to go like a wild animal, but the cortex dampens that down, and it does that by only allowing the activities that are relevant to that area, and that might be none of them, to function at any one time. So you take off the cortex,
well, the animal can still do a lot of things, but its ability to match its behavior to novel situations and to learn new behaviors is very, very limited. So it becomes hyper-exploratory, but it can't remember anything, and it becomes very limited in the flexibility of its behavior. And so as you move farther up the hierarchy of complexity, then you're able to do more and more novel and more complex and more situation-specific things. So, in the sense of providing a certain level of endogenous activity, which means self-generated activity, so the hypothalamic animal will move by itself without being stimulated. The hypothalamic locomotor region can be thought of as a locomotor pattern controller, which generates spontaneous inputs ultimately to the spinal locomotor pattern generator. So there's hierarchy. I already talked about behavioral state inputs. There's another picture of the nervous system just to remind you of how it looks, how it's distributed through the body. Oh, this is very interesting too. I didn't learn this till I read this paper by Swanson. I thought, that's so dumb. How could I have not learned that like 30 years ago? Swanson said that, let's go back one day. Yeah, Raymond Cahill was like the world's greatest neuroanatomist. He was the guy who really established the field. So did a tremendous amount of investigation into the fine structure of the brain. Like 110 years ago, a long time ago. And he pointed out that sensory systems have a dual projection within the central nervous system. I told you guys about blindsight already, the fact that your eyes map onto different levels of the hierarchy, say, of sensory input and motor control. Cahill basically outlined the circuitry for that. One branch goes directly to the motor system, so that's for eye to output mapping, so that's fast because there's not a lot of thinking in between. And you might think that's bad because you want to think, but it's good because sometimes you know what to do and you don't want to think, you just want to execute it as fast as you possibly can. So these lower order, simpler inputs are good for that sort of thing. One goes directly to the motor system and the other goes more or less directly to the cerebral cortex, where sensations and perceptions are elaborated and voluntary motor impulses are generated. So this sort of explains, for a long time, experimental psychology was dominated by behaviorists who thought of the animal as a stimulus response machine and never paid much attention to the function of things like thought or emotion or complex internal states. And the behaviorists got an awful long way with their idea of the animal as a sort of simple stimulus response machine, and that's partly because of this hierarchy that we're describing, because you can treat an animal as if it's a pretty simple machine because it has all that simple machinery in it. It's just that on top of that simple machinery there's a lot more complex machinery. And so, but the simple machinery does a lot more than people generally think and can do more than people think. And so, the fact that there are these at least two projections, they branch more than that, gives you right away a sense of why the behaviors could have been right and the cognitive psychologists could have been right and even the psychodynamic thinkers can be right because they're analyzing the system at different levels of hierarchical complexity and extracting out slightly different, what would you call, observations. And some of these things are, even the simpler systems can have quite complex outputs. So one of the things that the simpler sensory motor system does is detect snakes, because primates don't like snakes. In fact, there's a woman named Lynn Isbell wrote a nice book on primate vision and snakes, and she was very curious about why human beings could see so well. And she also noticed that we're very good at detecting the sort of camouflage patterns that snakes use, especially in the lower half of our visual field. And she did this cross-cultural survey around the world and found out that where there's more predatory snakes, the primates have better vision. So we sort of co-evolved with snakes. And snakes gave us vision, just like it says in Genesis, which is pretty damn funny as far as I'm concerned. And it was snakes in trees even, so. And fruit, of course, gave us color vision. So the whole Genesis story nailed it pretty well. But snakes have been around long enough and have been our enemy, or say predatory reptiles, if you don't really want to go with the whole snake thing, that we've evolved, we've co-evolved with them. It's like 60 million years. It's a very, very long period of time. So Darwin used to amuse himself in a Darwinian way. He'd go to there was a zoo or a place that shows reptiles. I don't remember what they're called, but they had one glass cage where there was some kind of poisonous snake. I think it was a cobra, and Darwin would put his face right up against the glass, and the cobra would go whack, and he'd jump back, and he did that many times because he was curious about whether or not he could actually bring the snake avoidance reflex under conscious control, and he couldn't. Every time the snake jumped, he'd jump backwards. He couldn't control it. And so that's because all the primates that could control it, when there were snakes biting them, are dead. So Darwin was the beneficiary of the Darwinian process in that sense. So the point is, your body's conserved all these low-level, fast operating circuits. And so you're a simple machine and a sort of complex machine and an extremely complex machine, and then something that's so complex that you can't even think about it as a machine. And you're all those things at the same time. And there's Swanson's take on how the motor system and the hypothalamus are integrated. So it's quite nice. He shows that the hypothalamic controller, so that's one of the circuits that we've been talking about that are responsible for a basic motivated state, gets sensory input, behavioral state input, that's about the body, and input from the cerebral hemispheres. Hypothetically, that's thought or voluntary action, plan, something like that. And then it has output to the motor pattern initiator, the generators, and the motor neuron pools, and then you act. Lovely. It's a beautiful, beautiful model. And so you can see that it maps very nicely onto that with the sort of higher order levels of the hierarchy of sensory motor framing associated with cognitive abstractions, and the lowest level associated with the sorts of things that you do with your spine. And this, I flipped this upside down here because I've been very interested in how people get traumatized, and it's easier to think of trauma when you flip the thing, because once you develop the higher order abstractions cortically, you say, well, I'm a good person, let's say, then that's sort of the fact that you're a good person, or what constitutes good, starts to become a box, the box, within which all the things that are associated with it are put. It's one of the dangers of abstraction, right? And categorization, because if you couldn't think of yourself as a good or bad person, let's say you didn't have that capacity for that level of abstraction, which is like a binary abstraction, right? Good is, 1 and bad is 0. So it's a really simple abstraction. And so if you do something that a good person wouldn't do, well, clearly you don't fit into the 1 category because a good person wouldn't do that, so maybe you fit into the 0 category. And that capacity for abstraction is also precisely the sort of thing that allows human beings to undermine themselves with thought. Because once you have that capacity for abstraction, you can make these ridiculous overgeneralizations. In fact, they're really simple. I'm not a good person, I'm a horrible person. It's like that's how someone who's really depressed thinks whenever anything goes wrong. And so it's the danger, the powerful danger of abstraction is that you can make a terrible mistake in overgeneralization. This is partly because, well, let's say, I don't know, you're out with your girlfriend and you flirt with someone else. So what does that say about your character? Well, she might think that puts you in the 0 category, like now, right? You're not a good person. It's like, well, it's complicated. Is that true? Do you belong in that 0 category? She might treat you like that for a week or two. I mean, should you be taking yourself apart completely because you've made that error? Or should you seek farther down the chain of abstractions for a more specific mistake? Or should she help you do that? It's like, well, you're not a complete 0, you're more like a, 0.1. She can help you figure out exactly where in your personality hierarchy you have this fault, assuming that it's a fault. Maybe it's an indication that the relationship is over. Who knows? So, anyways, I wanted to show you that because then you can develop a sense of how this hierarchical system can also lead to cataclysmic overgeneralization. And that's associated with lots of different mental illnesses, especially depression. Because depressed people generally go from a small mistake, well, a mistake, hard to parameterize, right to the highest level of abstraction. Say, well, I've made error A, therefore I'm useless, or therefore I'm bad. It's not good. It's too undifferentiated. I put that in there to remind you that all these little things are informed
by the underlying hypothalamic circuits. So, you know, that whole hierarchy has to be, imagine how it's conditioned, that whole hierarchy of motor output. Part of it is conditioned by, and then this is sort of like an output or an input system that Swanson didn't talk about, sort of sensory. That whole motor, sensory motor hierarchy, sensory motor perception action hierarchy, we'll say, has to be constructed so that your basic motivational states stay satiated, right? Because otherwise you get thirsty enough and you die, or you get hungry enough and you die. It's like you have to organize your behavior so that those basic motivations stay fulfilled. So each of the little ovals that make up that hierarchy have to be organized and laid out with that set of limitations in mind. But then, of course, there's a higher order limitation, which is more the one that Piaget talked about, which is that not only do you have to organize your internal hierarchies to take care of all of your basic motivations, but you have to do that while everyone else is doing the same thing. And so in some sense, the hypothalamic system that's generating the impetus for these layers and layers of motor output also has to do so in a social context, because otherwise, you know, you fight to the death over a stick of bread, which seems like a very counterproductive thing to do. So he's got clout. I'm trying to point out to you how many parameters that hierarchical organization has to meet simultaneously. Also, that one of the implications of that is that it's not an arbitrary system. Like, this is one of the problems I have with the radical moral relativist stance. It's like, wait a minute. For you to set up your perceptual and behavioral system, it has to solve a whole bunch of problems, like, and they're really complex problems, and they're kind of arbitrary in some sense. Like, you get hungry and you need to eat. It's arbitrary. So what that means is you can't fill that hierarchy with just any old thing. You know, not only does it have to work to keep all the complex parts of you functioning here and now, but it has to keep them functioning here and now in a way that doesn't disturb them functioning tomorrow or the next day or the next week or the next month. So that's integration across time spans. That's a killer, right? Because you can't just go out tonight and drink 40 ounces of vodka and then, you know, write the test on Thursday. So probably not. So some of you might try. So, but then you also have to organize your behavior in the here and now, with your behavior spread across time frames, in the presence of other people who are also organizing their behavior across time frames. It's like once you put that many parameters on the organization of a personality, you can see right away that it can hardly be arbitrary. You know, it's tightly constrained. Okay, so here's some basic emotions. We talked about basic motivations. And so what we're going to do in a simple way is we're going to divide them into two: positive emotions and negative emotions. Okay, and that basically gives you extroversion and neuroticism. So positive emotions, they kind of fall into two classes. The one class is the positive emotion you feel when you run a motivational frame to its limit. So you're hungry, you go have a peanut butter sandwich, and then you're no longer hungry. Okay, so what's the state? How do you define the state after you've eaten your peanut butter sandwich and you're no longer hungry? Well, you know, you're not jumping up and down and cheering like someone who just made a touchdown, right? So it's not that kind of enthusiastic positive emotion that you see when people are celebrating. You know, it's more like satisfaction. And that's actually technically what it's known as, satiation. And so when a motivational routine runs successfully, what happens is it eliminates the necessity for it to exist temporarily. So basically what happens is you run a framework to its logical conclusion, poof, it disappears, because it's done. And you know, you might be satisfied about that, but the next thing that happens is another motivational framework pops up, and you're in the same game. It's Sisyphus, fundamentally. So anyways, it's satiation that is the term satiation is technically used to describe the state of being that's characteristic of the successful execution of a motivated frame. It's also known as consummatory reward. Consummation, consume. And that's associated with that's an unconditioned response.
which means you don't have to learn it. So it's an unconditioned positive response. So, and that means that satiating stimuli, when delivered to a creature in the proper motivational frame, have the properties of unconditioned rewards. So you get three things there. You know, the satiation brings the motivated frame to an end. The satiation is also known as consummatory reward. Consummatory reward is very similar to what the behaviors described as unconditioned reward, unlearned. So you can stack each of those things to know on top of each other, and then you've got them. The other kind of positive emotion is the positive emotion that you feel when it looks like you might get a consummatory reward. Right. Hope, curiosity, anticipation, excitement, enthusiasm. All of the positive emotions that we think of as really like happy. Happy usually has to do with evidence that your pursuit of a valued consummatory reward is going well. Okay, now that's incentive reward, and the reason it's called incentive reward is because you're incentivized to move forward to the reward. And the moving forward, the impulse to move forward towards a desired goal, that's what your positive emotion systems, the dopaminergic systems that are nestled, have their roots in the hypothalamus. That's what they motivate you to do. That's what positive emotion is, fundamentally. Positive emotion is, there's something good, I'm going to go get it. It's the I'm going to go get it part that's associated with excitement and positive emotion. It's what you feel, maybe you're an extrovert, you want to go to a party. And so you're probably more excited about going to the party than you will be when you get there, you know, because it's the apprehension of the reward that's with human beings, because we're such weird creatures. So often the apprehension of the consummatory reward is a more powerful emotion than the emotion that's actually felt as a consequence of gaining the reward itself. And that's partly, and this is where it gets a little more complicated, that's partly because we're so bloody exploratory, you know. So there's things that you can learn about that are associated with the consummatory reward. Those are conditioned rewards. So an incentive reward and a conditioned reward are in the same category, although not all incentive rewards are learned. This is where the behaviors went wrong, because the behaviors thought there are consummatory rewards, those are unconditioned rewards. To get a conditioned, if you condition a stimulus to an unconditioned reward, you get a conditioned stimulus with a conditioned reward as a response. But the problem with that line of thinking is that there's actually incentive reward circuitry. It's not just secondary learning. It's like incentive rewards have been around so long, so those are things that indicate that a consummatory reward is coming. They've been around so long that your brain has developed its own circuit for that, and that's the one that produces positive emotion. And so that's also produced, by the way, when you're taking a drug of some sort that you really like, that's because it's activating this dopaminergic incentive reward system. If you take a drug that activates consummatory reward, you just like lay in front of the fire like a sleeping dog. You know, it's not exciting. It's cocaine, amphetamines, alcohol for lots of people nail the incentive reward system, and that's the dopaminergic exploratory system that emerges out of the hypothalamus. And it's also the thing that learns what to associate with consummatory rewards. So I know that's a lot to take in, but, well, it doesn't matter. That's how it is. So the approach systems respond to cues of consummatory reward, and they also respond to a large set of biologically prepared stimuli, smells, for example. So now you should approach good things, but if a bad thing happens, what should you do? Well, one thing you should do is stop. Another thing you should do is get the hell out of there. So there's a constellation of negative emotions that are associated with defense and avoidance, and we kind of ran through those already. Pain, grief, frustration, disappointment, and then fear, which is sort of what you learn. You learn that things to be feared signal primary pain stimulus. You know, so a child's going to be afraid of a needle, especially if a child's got a needle before. Most children are smart enough to figure out they should be afraid of the needle even when they haven't had it. But the thing is that if you come into contact with something that's already caused you pain, and now there's something that only signals that that's likely to happen, that's when you experience fear. Okay, and fear is its own circuit, again, which is
where the behaviors in some sense went a little bit wrong too, because they thought of unconditioned punishment, which produces pain, as the primary motivational system. So it would be unconditioned punishment, unconditioned reward. Then there were things you learned about those that produced conditioned punishment and conditioned reward. Okay, but all of those have circuits, independent circuits. So the defense and avoidance negative emotions seem to be roughly pain, anxiety, and fear, but then there's disgust. And people have been looking at disgust a lot lately, and it doesn't load on neuroticism. It doesn't seem to load on neuroticism, so it's its own circuit. So, okay, so here's one other complexity that you need to grapple with, which is there are things that hurt that cause you pain. There are things that are satiating and that are consummatory reward. Then there are things that signal each of those. But there's one class of stimuli, so to speak, or things that you're going to encounter that are paradoxical. And that's the class of things that you don't understand. That's novelty. And novelty, it's novelty itself that's sort of associated with what the phenomenologists are primarily concerned about. The idea of the revelation of meaning. Because the revelation of meaning is mostly associated with you encountering something that you haven't already understood, right? You explore that, new information comes out of it, a new you comes out of it. Okay, so you're going from point A to point B. What might happen? Well, things might happen that appear to demonstrate that you're on the right track. So that makes you happy. That's the yellow box, positive emotion. You know, your pathway is being facilitated, so that's why tools are sort of in that category. Or you could be moving towards point B and you get something gets in your way, and that might be something that hurts you. And that hurt would be pain or disappointment or frustration or grief, or something that signals that you might get hurt, which is threat, and that produces fear. And so the positive emotion is moving you towards the desired goal, and the negative emotion is protecting you. And so if a negative thing happens, you'll stop and then you'll reconfigure the behavior that you're using or the framework in order to get around the obstacle and to continue. Or if it's a bad enough obstacle, you might say, well, I'm too tired to eat and I'm too hungry to sleep. That happens to people, right? It's a conflict of motivations. And so if you get up and you go into the cupboard and you find out that there's nothing to eat, you might say, oh, to hell with it, then I'll just go to sleep. You know, so sometimes the way you solve a problem is by flipping the problem. It's like, we're not going to solve that problem right now, we'll turn to another problem. And that's an exploratory move. Sometimes you operate within the frame, you know. You go to the cupboard is bare, but you're hungry, so you walk down to the corner store and you get something to eat. And so that way you've sort of stayed within the frame and altered, you know, you've altered your behavior you've thought up another path and altered your behavior so that that motivated state can run to completion. Here's another way of looking at it. You can be moving from point A to B, and what you predict or want is happening. That's a good thing. That keeps your mood straight and you happy, and that makes you hope. That's a promise. With the promise is you're going to get what you want, and that fills you with hope. That's positive emotion. Or you can have an unpredicted outcome when you're, you know, I don't know, you're supposed to be going out with your friend, you go to the door, you knock, and there's nobody there. So it's like, what's up with that? And so it's, in a sense, when that happens, there's like a hole in your framework, you know, because your framework was predicated on the presence of your friend, right? It was a presupposition. And so now and then you'll run out of behavioral routine, and one of your presuppositions is wrong. It's sort of like there's a hole in your theory, and the hole, you sort of drop into it. And when you drop into that hole, you get anxious because you don't know exactly what this unexpected thing means. And behind that, you get exploratory. So with most people, they're going to get afraid first. They're going to have negative emotion first when their little plan is blown. And then if nothing additionally awful happens, and if they don't drive themselves crazy with some hypothesis about he doesn't like me anymore, and so no one likes me anymore, so I'm a terrible person, you know, then once they calm down a little bit, the exploration circuit will come up, and maybe they'll walk somewhere else, go to a bar, or maybe they'll stand there and think, well, you know, this didn't work out, so what else could I do? An emotionally stable person, say a non-neurotic person, they'll flip to that really fast, especially if they're extroverted and open. Whereas someone who's heavy in negative emotion, you know, the fact that their friend wasn't there when they told them they would be, that might just produce a hole that they fall into, and it's, you know, so deep and painful they just go home and cry. So the neuroticism and the extroversion are, in some sense, they vary with the degree to which the negative emotion system is strong or the positive emotion system is strong. And they're two different systems. And so you can think of them, in some sense, you can think of them as units of positive emotion per unit of promise. I mean, it's a weird thing to try to quantify. Or units of negative emotion per unit of threat. So, you know, if maybe there's a rumor going around that you're going to lose your job. Well, how much should you worry about that? Well, God, you don't know. So how do you decide? Well, you don't. Your wiring decides. So if you're high in negative emotion, you're going to get all anxious and freak out about it, which might be the right thing to do. Maybe you will lose your job. And if you're emotionally stable, you're going to think, I probably won't lose my job, but even if I can't, even if I do, I'm not going to worry about it. It's innate, or a lot of it's innate. So, okay, so to recapitulate, learning theory, behaviorism. There are unconditioned rewards. Those are rewards you don't have to learn. Those are the things that bring a motivated state to its closure, roughly speaking. And that makes you satisfied, satiation. That, by the way, is associated with serotonin. Serotonin is a satiating neurochemical. So if your levels of serotonin are high, you're kind of satisfied, which means you don't experience a lot of positive emotion or a lot of negative emotion. You're just kind of satisfied. It's a high dominance thing. It's like all the consummatory rewards are there when you need them. You don't have to worry, and you don't have to get too excited. Conditioned rewards or incentive rewards indicate progress towards a consummatory reward. They can be learned or conditioned, but they can also be innate, and they're associated with dopaminergic activation, and that's the exploration circuit that comes out of the hypothalamus. Half the hypothalamus does goal specification, and the other half does exploration. And so, again, if you're pursuing something that's an identifiable goal and you fail, well, then you're going to back off. That's negative emotion. Then you're going to start to explore. And that's that dopaminergic circuit. What's associated with dopaminergic activation? Exploration, extroversion, happiness, play, enthusiasm, assertiveness, and the positive element of novelty. Okay, so that makes sense. Anybody have any questions? I know that's a lot of information, but I kind of designed this part of the course so that at this point the levels of analysis would stack up so that you could understand them simultaneously. So, the hypothalamus sets up your frames of motivation. Running one of those to its positive conclusion, that's satisfying. That's innate. It's consummatory reward. You'll work for that. Anything that indicates that that might happen, that's incentive reward. You can learn that, but some of it's also innate. Which is where the behaviorists didn't know that, because they thought of all the secondary stuff, the conditioned stuff, as learned. It's not all learned. Some of it's already prepared. You see a snake? That's a threat. You don't have to learn that. So fire is sort of like that as well. Blood is like that. Teeth are like that. Staring eyes are like that. Predatory postures are like that. Loud vocalizations, especially if they're like low in frequency. They indicate a large animal. All those things are things you don't have to learn to be afraid of, because they've been so consistently dangerous in the past that you've built up a circuit that responds automatically to them. Question?
Extroversion and neuroticism, like, it seems like they're, well, at least in the example that you gave, that they're kind of mutually exclusive, or that or do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's complicated, you know, because they do play a bit of an inhibitory role, but they're separate circuits. You know, so you can be very extroverted and very high in negative emotion. So, and you can be very emotionally stable and very low in extroversion too. So, but they are definitely separate things. Now, it's hard, you know, you can flip from laughing to crying very rapidly. You know, so people are very much capable of experiencing mixed states of positive and negative emotion. Plus, there are forms of manic depressive disorder where people are manic and depressed at the same time, which I wouldn't recommend. The people I know that have had that, they seem to think that is certainly not fun. So, Agitation. Tremendous agitation. So you're probably sort of like that when you're deeply confused and you're really bothered by it. Because then the threat circuits are going, but you're also sort of wandering around going, oh, what am I going to do? That's all like approach behavior. Approach motivation isn't always positive, eh? I mean, most of the time it is, but intensity matters and controllability matters too. So, okay. Unconditioned punishments. Fundamentally, they produce pain. They also tend to, if you run a behavioral routine or a motivated framework that results in punishment, you're less likely to run it again in the future. That's learning. If you run a motivated frame and it works, you're more likely to run it in the future. That's learning too. So, unconditioned punishments decrease the probability that you're going to run a given motivational frame because it failed, right? You ran it and you got hurt. It's like, don't do that again. That's part of the purpose of memory. And the pain-like emotions, just to say it again, are pain, frustration, disappointment, grief. Sadness is in there as well. So those are pain-like states of emotion. Conditioned punishments. Those are things that indicate that a punishment is likely. Some of them you can learn, some of them you don't have to, because they're already built into you. The negative emotions are dampened by serotonin. That's the fundamental brain system, fundamentally. The serotonergic system is like a conductor of the orchestra. It keeps everything in balance. And GABA is a anxiolytic. It makes people less anxious. It's endogenous. Your brain produces it. If you take Valium or barbiturates, they act on the GABA system, and so does alcohol. That's part of the reason why people like alcohol, because it dampens anxiety. Now, for some people, alcohol also produces dopaminergic activation. So they really like alcohol because it calms them down, like they're not anxious anymore, and it also it produces incentive reward activation like cocaine. So for some people, alcohol is an absolutely deadly drug. You can probably find out if you're susceptible to alcoholism quite straightforwardly. If you want to find out, sit in a bar, take your pulse, down 5 shots, 4 shots if you're little. You got to get your blood alcohol level above legal intoxication, or you won't be able to tell. And then take your pulse again 10 minutes later. If your pulse has gone up 8 beats or more, watch it, because you're probably producing an opiate response to alcohol. Secondary consequence of the opiate response is a dopaminergic response. Reasonable probability that you'll like alcohol enough to find it difficult to stop drinking once you start. Some of you are probably like that, right? You have a few drinks, it's like, yeehaw! That's how we do it in Alberta anyways. So part of that's cueing the incentive reward system, and because it's an approach system and it's being cued by the alcohol, you just continue to hit it. And the dopamine kicks only occur as your blood alcohol level is rising. So you have to keep nailing yourself with alcohol, because otherwise your blood alcohol level won't keep rising and you won't get that nice enthusiasm and assertiveness that goes along with the positive element of alcohol. Neuroticism. So this is the neuroticism dimension. There's a gender difference in neuroticism. Women are about half a standard deviation higher negative emotion than men. It seems like a cross-cultural universal. The difference is more enhanced in egalitarian states like Scandinavia, which is exactly the opposite of what you'd presume, right? If you were, say, a radical, can't remember the name. If you're someone who believes that everything occurs as a consequence of socialization, as you equalize a society, the gender differences in personality become larger rather than smaller. So, which is, not what anybody expected, but that's what happened. So, boys and girls seem to have about the same level of negative emotion, but as soon as puberty hits, women become higher negative emotion than men. On average, there's still a lot of overlap between the genders, and it never goes away again across the life course once it kicks in puberty. And the reasons for that: women are smaller, their upper bodies are weaker, so they're more physical, they're at a physical disadvantage if they're in a dominance dispute, they're sexually vulnerable, plus they have to take care of infants. So I think those 4 things are probably enough to tilt the nervous system of women more towards negative emotion. I've often thought maybe that women's emotional systems, the negative ones in particular, are actually not tuned to the woman. I think they're tuned to the woman-infant combination. So, you know, if you think about it for a bit, it almost has to be that way, because an infant has to be carried around for like a year and a half. And so, at that point, when you have an infant, and maybe you're going to have 10, you know, you guys won't, but in the evolutionary past that would have been the case. You'd have an infant for much of your life, and then you'd be a grandmother and have an infant. It's like, why wouldn't your nervous system be tuned at puberty for the two of you instead of one of you? So how could it be any other way? Anyways. So you've got your hypothalamus, and then on top of that you've got some circuits that deal with memory and emotion. So I'm going to run you through the hippocampus and the amygdala relatively quickly. So this is a theory that was basically put together by Sokolov, who was a Russian neuropsychologist back in 1962, but it's a variant of a theory that Norbert Wiener developed back in the 40s. So here's the idea. You wander through the world, and if you're in a place that you know, your memory systems, the hippocampus looks inside your memory systems to see what it is that you want to have happen based on your understanding of the world. Okay? So, you're in a motivated state, but you have certain expectations that make sense within that state. So the hippocampus is watching what you think is going to happen. But remember, that's motivated, it's not just expectation. And then the hippocampus is also looking at the world. Now, it's looking at an interpretation of the world, because you can't help but interpret the world. But fundamentally, the hippocampus is looking inside you and outside you. And then it's seeing if what's happening inside and what's happening outside are the same. Which means you know what you're doing and you know where you are. And if they're the same, so if it detects a match, then the hippocampus inhibits the amygdala and the hypothalamus, roughly speaking. Now, what it actually seems to do, there's a little circuit in your brainstem called the reticular activating circuit. And it's the thing that turns your brain on at night if you're sleeping and you hear a noise that you shouldn't hear. It's like, bang, you're awake. It's the reticular activating system way down in your brainstem, puts your cortex into a high arousal state, and poof, you're conscious. Now, the hippocampus tells the reticular activating system to basically remain calm, as long as what you're expecting and desiring and what's happening are the same thing. So it's sort of like it's saying, I know you could jump up and freak out and run about, but you don't have to right now, because everything's going according to plan. But as soon as there's a deviation, that's anomaly, say, then the hippocampus says, whoa, something's wrong here, and it disinhibits the reticular activating system. That turns on your emotions, especially your negative emotion. But it primes your positive emotion, and it primes some of the hypothalamic circuits too, or disinhibits them, because one way of solving the fact that something isn't going well is to switch to something else. So it's sort of like there's a bunch of circuits on underneath you, but they're being held back like horses in a racehorse. And then something that you don't expect happens, and the gates come up a little bit, because then you're prepared. Now, a lot of that's negative emotion. Oh, you don't know where you are. But a lot of the rest of it is be prepared to do whatever the hell you might need to do next. And so anomaly, the hippocampus detects anomaly, that's something unexpected, and then it disinhibits your lower circuitry and it gets you ready to go. Now, the problem is, how worried should you be when something that you don't expect happens? And the answer to that is, you don't know. That's a big problem with life, because now, something went wrong. Here's the possibilities. You're not looking at the world right. So it's actually a perceptual problem, right? Gray, for example, believes that you just see the world just like it is, because he's sort of a behaviorist. It's full of stimuli, you don't have to interpret them. That's wrong, you have to interpret them. So if something goes wrong, it might be that you're looking at things wrong. Your perceptual systems are out. It's unlikely, but sometimes it's the case. But forget that. Let's say that you're looking at the world correctly, and your inferences about what went wrong. What went wrong isn't a consequence of you misperceiving. It's a consequence of some stupid problem with your stupid plan. The problem is you don't know where the error is located. And that's why I think there's temperament. Sometimes if something unexpected happens, you should really freak out. Other times you should ignore it. but you can't tell which of those is true right away. So what happens is there's a distribution. When a little thing happens, some people really get upset about it, and other people hardly care at all. And sometimes the people who get really upset about it are right, and sometimes the people who don't care at all are right. And that's why there's variability in neuroticism. Okay, now, what you do when you're exploring is you start to decompose your plan, right? If you can manage it, if you're not so, like, gripped by anxiety that you're paralyzed, then you go into your plan and you think, well, am I a complete, like, loser? Or is it some micro thing that's gone wrong? And then you can start to decompose it and reconstruct your plan. Okay, so, yeah, the other thing that this little diagram helps you understand, it's like, look, what happens is when you're laying out a plan, a motivated plan, and a hole appears in it, you have to figure out why you fell in the hole. And then what you have to do is you have to take that motivated plan that's kind of running on automatic, and you have to remember what it's made out of. And so what opens up underneath you when you've made a mistake is the complexity of the plan. And then also, potentially, the complexity of the world on the off chance that you misperceived it, right? Someone might say, you're not understanding me properly. You know, maybe there's something wrong with you that's interfering with the perception. And then you have to do this massive search to try to figure out where the error lies. Now, part of the reason I believe that people stick to their beliefs so hard is because people don't like it when a hole appears in one of their big abstractions. Right? So they've got these high-order representations of the world that are shorthand ways of representing something. They're sort of like axioms of faith. And if a hole appears in one of their axioms of faith, then all this complexity comes rushing up, and it's overwhelming. And so people hate it when you undermine one of their high-order abstractions. And so I think I told you this before, don't do that in relationships. Right? It's best not to do it to yourself as well. I'll stop with this. These are medusas. And what happens when you see the medusa? Okay, so what might that mean? You bet, it's a prey response. And so that's the sort of thing that occurs when you're moving towards your goal in your frame and the bottom drops out. It's like, oh, what's there? You don't know. So what's the logical first response? Well, if you're high in neuroticism, it's going to be this. You're going to freeze. And then, and only then, if nothing else terrible happens to you, you'll start to relax a bit, and then maybe you'll start to investigate the structure of your plan. Maybe you'll start to investigate the structure of the world. And then, from a constructivist perspective, say, once you start to do that, you gather information from the world, and then you remake your plan, and you remake your conception of the world, and then you can move on. So, you do that under the guidance of the positive and the negative emotions. That's good. We'll see you Tuesday. We've discussed the big 5 traits. Extroversion, that's sensitivity to positive emotion. Neuroticism, it's sensitivity to negative emotion. Not all negative emotions. Mostly fear, anxiety, and emotional pain seem to load on neuroticism. Disgust, which is another negative emotion, seems to be more associated with conscientiousness, particularly its orderliness aspect. Agreeableness, conscientiousness. We're going to talk about agreeableness today. Agreeableness is a very difficult personality dimension to understand, I think, partly because it's difficult to dissociate from neuroticism and as well from extroversion. Because agreeable people like you, and so that kind of sounds like extroversion, and disagreeable people sound like they're hard to get along with, and they sort of are, but people who are high in neuroticism are hard to get along with too, and they tend to be volatile and irritable. And so most of the time, if you're engaged in a contentious issue with someone and emotions flare, it usually has more to do with trait neuroticism than with disagreeableness per se. So what I'm going to do is try to describe to you what the agreeable trait is on both of its dimensions, and also to lay out the pros and cons of existence on that normal distribution, trait normal distribution, at more or less every point. Because I think the way I look at it anyways, is that of all the traits, agreeableness is the one that seems to come with the most marked positive and negative aspects, features, let's say, so we don't confuse it with aspects. The most positive and negative features at each point on the distribution. It's very complex. It seems to be a very, very complex dimension. So I'll read you some of the questions from the Big Five aspect scale, and that'll give you kind of an initial rule of thumb estimate about whether or not you're agreeable or disagreeable. And so here are some of the questions. Imagine that you're answering these for yourself on a scale from 1 to 5, strongly disagree to strongly agree. So the first question is, am not interested in other people's problems. So if you are interested in other people's problems, that tilts you towards agreeableness, and I believe that's it. Agreeableness is divided into compassion and politeness, which also sound like very positive things, right? Because everyone wants to be compassionate and everyone wants to be polite, and so you might say, well, is that a virtue? Are those virtues, with the other end being actually negative, to be not compassionate, not polite? It's certainly worded that way. And that's actually a mistake, because we know that these traits are normally distributed, roughly speaking, right? And that means that there has to be positive and negative features at every single position on the distribution. And so to make the presupposition, for example, that being extroverted is being better than being introverted, or that being emotionally stable is necessarily better than being neurotic, is to make a confusion of moral obligation with trait position. You have to assume that there's advantages and disadvantages all the way along, or the distribution wouldn't have set itself up that way, especially because these seem to be biologically instantiated traits. So, anyways, if you're interested in other people's problems, they like to unburden themselves to you, you care about it. That's a mark of compassion. If you're more or less indifferent to other people's stupid problems and you wish they just get on with it, then you're less compassionate, you're harsher and more, well, at the extreme, more callous. Let's see. Respect authority. That's politeness. That's part of agreeableness. Rarely, let's see. Feel others' emotions. Compassion. Inquire about others' well-being. Compassion. Can't be bothered with others' needs. Take advantage of others. That's disagreeable, obviously. Sympathize with others' feelings. Avoid imposing my will on others. Wait for others to lead the way. Okay, I think all of those are associated with trait agreeableness or disagreeableness. So let's think about this for a minute. So I'm going to tell you how I conceptualize agreeableness. The first thing you want to know is that women are more agreeable than men, about half a standard deviation. And that's approximately enough so that if you took a random male and a random female out of the population and you tried to guess who was more agreeable and you guessed the female, you'd be right about 60% of the time. So, but what's interesting about that, and this is something also to keep in mind, is about normal distributions, you know. So imagine you have a normal distribution so that most people are in the middle, and then you have another normal distribution, male and female, and mostly they overlap. But you see out here and out here, they don't overlap at all. And so even though on average men and women aren't that much different in terms of their levels of agreeableness by the group, if you go out and you look at the extremes, they're very different. So all of the most agreeable people are women, and all of the most disagreeable people are men. And the thing is, the extremes are often what matter rather than what's in the middle. And so one of the ways that's reflected in society, by the way, is there's way more men in prison. And the best personality predictor of being imprisoned is to be low in agreeableness. It makes you callous. Now you might think, well, what's the opposite of compassion and politeness? And the answer to that is, I think it's best sort of conceptualized as a trading game. So let's say that we're going to play repeated trading games. And if you're very agreeable, then you're going to bargain harder on my behalf than you're going to bargain on your own behalf. Whereas if you're very disagreeable, you're going to do the reverse. You're going to think, I'm in this trading game for me, and you're going to take care of your own interests. Where an agreeable person is going to say, no, at best, this is, at worst, this has to be 50-50, but I'd like to help you every way I can. Okay, now okay, so you kind of understand that. Now the advantage to being agreeable then is that you're good in teams and you're very much likely to give other people credit. The downside of being agreeable is that you're not very good at putting forward your own interests. And so one of the things that predicts salary across time, for example, is agreeableness, and it predicts it negatively. And so it's part of the reason why women get paid less than men. And this is something for the women in the class to really listen to. Because how you get paid across time depends on a very large number of things, right? It depends on your skills and your abilities and your position and your social network and all of that. But the other thing it depends on is whether or not you actually go ask for money. Or maybe that you don't even ask. Because actually you don't ask for money. You tell people that you need to be paid more or something they don't like will happen. And I don't mean as a threat. I mean that you have to be willing, when you're negotiating, to have an alternative. You go talk to your boss who isn't going to give you money because everyone wants money, right? It's a competitive game. You're going to have to go there and say, look, here's what I do. Here's why it's useful. Here's why you have to give me more money. And this is my opportunities if you don't. And then you're not taking your boss's money anyways, because it's very frequently the case that he's working for a whopping big company. But he needs an excuse to give you money because everyone's asking for money all the time. And so you have to put your case forward powerfully and disagreeably. Now, you don't want to do it too disagreeably because then he's going to think that you're a son of a bitch and maybe he's not going to give you anything and maybe you'll get fired for being mouthy and all of that. And that certainly happens to people who are too disagreeable. You've got to get the balance right, but it's definitely the case. And the other thing that happens to women that's also worth noting, and this is probably because they're higher in negative emotion, is they tend to underestimate their own utility in business settings, right? Because if you're trying to evaluate what you're like, and you're more tilted towards negative emotion, then the things that you do that are wrong are going to stand out more on the foreground than the things that you do that are right. So if you go into a negotiation and you're uncertain already because you have self-doubts, and then you're agreeable in the negotiation, what's going to happen is that you're not going to win as often. And winning in a business setting or in a career development setting means more opportunity for promotion and more revenue generated. Now, the downside of that, of course, is as you climb the business hierarchy is that you also have to take on more responsibility. And that responsibility is sometimes unpleasant as well, especially to people who are agreeable, because you're not necessarily liked if you're in a position of authority. And agreeable people really like to be liked. It's their primary motivator because they're concerned about the maintenance, I would say, of intimate, positive relationships. And that also makes them conflict avoidant. Okay, so now you guys can think about this, but I'll tell you why I think the personality differences between men and women exist. Now, these are speculative hypotheses, but they're reasonably well documented by the relevant literature. So let's think about it. The first thing we might think about is, what's the difference between men and women? Well, how do they differ? Well, the first thing we might observe is that if you look at personality differences between prepubescent boys and girls, they're not very large. Boys and girls don't differ in terms of their trait neuroticism, for example. What happens is that when puberty kicks in, women's trait neuroticism rises, and it stays higher than men for the rest of their life. And this is why you see this reflected in the different kinds of psychopathology that beset the two sexes. So men are overrepresented in alcoholism, drug abuse, antisocial personality, and a host of learning disorders, as well as attention deficit disorder. And women are overrepresented in depression and anxiety, primarily. That seems to be tightly associated with higher levels of trait neuroticism, because maybe it's, if you're at the 95th percentile or higher, let's say, in trait neuroticism, there isn't much difference between that and being somewhat prone to depression and anxiety. And because the curves overlap, you know, the curves aren't identical, the normal distributions aren't identical for men and women. You tilt the one to the right, to the women's curve to the right towards higher levels of neuroticism. You go out and you look for the person in 20 who has the highest levels of negative emotion. It's much more likely to be female than male. Okay, so let's see if we can figure out why. So I'm going to tell you some things, basic differences between men and women, and you can tell me what you think about it if you agree or disagree. Okay, first, size differential emerges between men and women at puberty, right? Because boys and girls are roughly the same size and roughly the same strength. But men get bigger at puberty when testosterone kicks in. And more importantly, not only do they get taller and heavier, but their upper body strength is much higher. And that's a real issue for combat, because human beings punch There's other animals that do that. Kangaroos do that too, eh? So we're not the only people that punch, but we have clubs on the ends of our arms. And so that's how we defend ourselves. And so if you have a lot of upper body strength, especially across the shoulders, and you're heavier, then you can step into the punch and it's a lot more devastating. Now, it is the case that if you look at the statistics for physical altercations in marriage, women attack their husbands more often than the husbands attack their wives. Well, you think, why is that? Well, let's assume that there isn't any reason other than both people in a relationship can get upset, and the women know that if they hit their husbands, nothing's really going to happen, right? Because if you're if you're a woman about that high and your husband is, say, my height, unless you hit me with an object or something that's sharp, the probability that you're going to do me any serious damage is pretty low. You might hurt me, but if I do the reverse and hit you, and I really hit you, then I might kill you. And so the reason, at least one of the reasons why women can be more physically aggressive in minor ways in a relationship is because everyone knows, the wife and the husband equally, that the consequence of the physical aggression is much more limited. So men do more serious damage to women, but women are more aggressive in relationships. So that's interesting. So okay, so there's a body size difference that's important, a strength differential that's important. Next thing, I think, so let's assume that the reason that women are higher in sensitivity to negative emotion is because the world is actually more dangerous to women, right? Because that would be the most logical reason why there would be a sex difference in something like fear or sensitivity to punishment. Well, first, there's the danger of physical altercation. Second, there's the sexual danger. So women become sexually vulnerable at puberty. And why do I say vulnerable? Well, it's straightforward. It's because the cost of sex for women is way higher than it is for men. And it certainly has been throughout our evolutionary history. Because if a man has an unwanted sexual encounter, well, then he walks away and maybe he's persecuted by the state or prosecuted by the state for it. But if a woman has an unwanted, unwarranted, or incautious sexual encounter and she ends up pregnant, then, well, in traditional societies, you're just done. And even in modern societies that are rich like ours, I don't have to go into that. It's big trouble. No matter what you do about it, it's big trouble. So being more nervous about that makes perfect sense. But then here's the last thing. And I think that women's nervous systems are not adapted to women. I think women's nervous systems are adapted to the mother-infant dyad. Because you are not the same creature when you have an infant. Not at all. You're way more vulnerable. And it's partly because you have to express the vulnerability of the infant, and you also have to care for it, right? So you think about an infant, especially under 9 months. So let's say, how are you going to be wired up if you're going to optimally care for an infant under 9 months? And I'm saying under 9 months because women generally do the bulk of childcare for infants who are under 9 months old. And part of the reason for that, there's a whole host of reasons, but part of the reasons for that, obviously, is that they breastfeed. But imagine what you need to be wired up biologically in order to care for an infant. First of all, they're very demanding, right? Because they're completely helpless, and they're demanding 24 hours a day, and it's quite a emotional load. And an infant under 9 months is never wrong, right? What you do to an infant under 9 months is when they're in distress, you always respond. You never tell the infant, get your act together and stop whining, right? Which you can do, say, to a child that's 18 months old. You can start having that sort of conversation. But under 9 months, it's like nothing is the infant's fault. It's surrounded in an extraordinarily threatening world, and you have to be responsive to what it needs, regardless of what you want, and you have to be very sensitive to the threats that emerge in the environment. And so I think the price that women pay for that ability to have an intimate relationship with infants in the very earliest stages of development is that their nervous systems are actually wired so that they can perform that role optimally. And the disadvantage to that is that having a temperament like that doesn't work that well when you're dealing with adult men, especially when you're dealing with them in a business environment, because it's not the same thing. Not at all. It's a competitive environment. So, okay, so agreeable people are compassionate and polite. What are disagreeable people like? They're tough-minded, they're blunt, they're competitive, and they won't do a damn thing they don't want to do. So it isn't exactly that they're aggressive, although they will push you the hell out of their way if you're in the way. They're not like volatile like you are if you're high in neuroticism. It isn't defensive aggression. It's more like predatory aggression. It's dominance behavior. And so for someone who's highly disagreeable, they look at the world as a place in which they can compete and win. And I'll tell you a story. I have a friend. I gave him my personality test, the Big 5 aspect scale that Colin DeYoung developed in my lab. And I knew he was a disagreeable guy by interaction. I mean, he's even rude to people sort of spontaneously on the street. I actually liked him quite a bit. He's very, very funny. He's also very conscientious, so you can trust him, but he's disagreeable as hell. And so I gave him this test because I thought it would be funny, and he came out as the most disagreeable person in 10,000. So reasonable in compassion, about 30th percentile, but like 0.001 in politeness. So he's extraordinarily blunt. He'll just say absolutely anything, no matter how horrible it is. And he was often brought into corporations to sort of clean them up. So if a corporation was tilting and not doing well, they'd bring him in to find out who the useless people were and fire them. And I talked to him about that because I've had the missed opportunity to have to not have graduate students in my lab, for example, that weren't performing well. And I find it very, very difficult to, dress someone down, and certainly difficult to fire them. I just hate it because I'm actually quite an agreeable person, much to my chagrin. And I asked him about that, and I said, well, what do? You have to fire people all the time. How do you handle that? He said, handle it? I enjoy it. And I thought, wow, that's so interesting that someone would have that response. I said, well, what do you mean you enjoy it? He said, look, I go into these companies and I analyze the performance of groups of people, right? And in those groups, there are people who are really striving, really trying hard and working themselves really hard and being productive. And then there's these people that are just doing nothing. They're completely in the way. They don't carry their weight at all. They take advantage every chance they get. And they're always whining about why they can't work. It's like, I find out who they are, I call them into my office, and I tell them exactly what they've been doing. It's like, hit the road, buddy. You've had your run of it. And I thought, oh yeah, okay, fair enough. Well, I can tell you, I've had situations in my lab where I had underperforming graduate students. And one of the things that was really awful about that was that it was really hard on the high-performing graduate students, because they felt that even being in the same category as the people who weren't working hard and pulling their weight devalued what they were doing, and that's exactly right. And so this is also why there's a conscientiousness trait and an agreeableness trait. Because conscientious people judge you on your accomplishments, right? They don't give a damn about your feelings, not a bit. It's like, are you doing the work or not? Whereas agreeable people think, well, your mother's sick, and you've got a bunch of family problems, and we all have to take care of each other, and it's no wonder that you're having a rough time. And you can't say that one of those attitudes is correct and the other isn't correct. You can't say that. There wouldn't be those two dimensions if there wasn't something correct about both of them. But you can certainly point out that often they conflict, and so the demand for inclusiveness and unity and care, and the demand for high-level performance in a hierarchical structure, they're very different orientations in the world. And so it's complicated for people who are agreeable and conscientious. And actually, I think often that large corporations, large institutions of any sort run on the unheralded labor of people who are high in agreeableness and high in conscientiousness, and they're disproportionately women. My experience in large institutions has been that if you want to hire someone to exploit appropriately, no, not appropriately, if you want to hire someone to exploit productively, you hire middle-aged women who are hyper-conscientious and who are agreeable, because they'll do everything. They won't take credit for it, and they won't complain. And that's nasty, and I think that happens all the time. And so one of the things you have to be careful of if you're agreeable is not to be exploited, because you'll line up to be exploited. And I think the reason for that is because you're wired to be exploited by infants. And so that just doesn't work so well in that actual world. And one of the things that happens very often in psychotherapy, people come to psychotherapy for multiple reasons, but one of them is they often come because they're too agreeable. And so what they get is so-called assertiveness training, although it's not exactly assertiveness that's being trained. What it is the ability to learn how to negotiate on your own behalf. And one of the things I tell agreeable people, especially if they're conscientious, is say what you think. Tell the truth about what you think. There's going to be things you think that you think are nasty and harsh, and they probably are nasty and harsh, but they're also probably true. And you need to bring those up to the forefront and deliver the message. And it's not straightforward at all, because agreeable people do not like conflict. Not at all. They smooth the water. You know, and you can see why that is in accordance with the hypothesis that I've been putting forward. You don't want conflict around infants. It's too damn dangerous. You don't want fights to break out. You don't want anything to disturb the relative peace. You know, and if you're also more prone to being hurt physically and perhaps emotionally, you're also maybe loath to engage in the kind of high-intensity conflict that will solve problems in the short term. Because it takes a lot of conflict to solve problems in the short term. And, you know, if that can spiral up to where it's dangerous, which it can if it gets uncontrolled, it might be safer in the short term to keep the waters smooth and to not delve into those situations where conflict emerges. The problem with that is it's not a very good medium to long-term strategy, right? Because lots of times there are things you have to talk about because they're not going to go away. And so partly what you do with agreeable people is you get them to figure out, and they have a hard time with this too. If you ask a disagreeable person what he wants, say, or she wants, they'll tell you right away. They know. It's like, this is what I want and this is how I'm going to get it. But agreeable people, especially if they're really agreeable, are so agreeable that they often don't even know what they want because they're so accustomed to living for other people and to finding out what other people want and to trying to make them comfortable and so forth that it's harder for them to find a sense of their own desires as they move through life. And that's not, look, there's situations where that's advantageous, but it's certainly not advantageous if you're going to try to forge yourself a career. That just doesn't work at all. So, all right, what else do I want to tell you about agreeableness? Well, I could tell you a little bit about the regulation of aggression. I mean, one of the things I studied, especially when I was in Montreal, was the development of antisocial behavior in children and in adolescents. And antisocial children, so they tend to be aggressive. Antisocial children tend to turn into antisocial. That's conduct disorders, technically speaking. Conduct disordered children tend to turn into conduct disordered adolescents, and then they tend to turn into antisocial and criminal adults. And so I can tell you a little bit about how that progresses, I think, because it's quite interesting, and it isn't what people generally think. So the first thing is, if you want to be criminal, the best way to do it is to be really low in agreeableness and really low in conscientiousness. Because low in agreeableness means things are for me and not for you, and you're not going to get me to do a damn thing that I don't want to do, and I'll stand my ground. And low in conscientiousness means you can do all the work, and I'll sit back and take the benefits. So if you have someone who's really disagreeable and really unconscientious, you have someone who's starting to border on psychopath. And if you add high intelligence and high emotional stability to that, then you have someone who won't work but will reap the benefits, who doesn't give a damn about you, who's assertive as hell, and who's smart. And a person like that's also going to be charismatic, because extroverted, disagreeable people are kind of narcissistic, but they'll put themselves forward strongly, and if they don't show any signs of fear, that also indicates that they're confident, and it's easy for people to confuse that with confidence. And that's how psychopaths get away with what they're doing, although they have to move from person to person because their reputation will track them. So anyways, back to the development of aggression in children, the development of criminality in adults. Here's how it seems to work, at least in part. It's more complicated than this, but I'll put in some of the sociological elements as well. So if you take children and you group them together in in groups defined by age, so let's say you have 32-year-olds, 33-year-olds, 34-year-olds, all the way up to 18. And then you watch them interact, and you code their behavior for kicking, biting, fighting, and property theft. Then what you'll find is that the 2-year-olds are by far the most aggressive of the lot. So that's pretty interesting, you know, because you think, well, children are naturally peaceful, and if they're aggressive, it's because they learn it. It's like, no, that's true for a small minority of children, but there's a substantial number of children who are aggressive at 2 by nature. Most of them are male. Now that doesn't mean most children are like that, because they're not. Even if you look at 2-year-olds, who are the most aggressive human beings, most 2-year-olds aren't aggressive, but some of them are, and most of those are male. Okay, so then let's say you identify this cohort of aggressive 2-year-olds, and you track them across time. Track them for the next 2 to 4 years, or track them until they're 4 years old. What you find is the vast majority of the hyper-aggressive male 2-year-olds get socialized perfectly well. So by the time they're 4, they're temperamentally probably still more aggressive, but they've become civilized little monsters, so other people can tolerate them. that means that they've had parents or peers or educational experiences that enabled them to learn how to interact productively with other kids and to bring their aggressive nature under control. Some of that seems to be mediated by the opportunity to engage in rough and tumble play. And that's one of the things that we know that helps socialize rats, for example. It's vital to them, but it also seems to really be good for socializing young kids. And rough and tumble play, which is something that adult males particularly like to do with young kids, by the way, not before 9 months because they're just too little, but once they become ambulatory and, you know, kind of puppy-like so that they're a little bit more robust, then you can play a lot with them, and you can play with them right at the edge of danger too, which kids absolutely go nuts for that. They love that. So when I had little kids, I made this kind of wrestling ring out of these two couches that we had that would hook together, and I'd bring them on there and, you know, toss them up in the air and catch them, you know, 8-10 feet, no, a foot in the air and catch them, and they'd go like this, and then, you know, I'd catch them and they'd laugh, and I'd throw them up and they're all freaked out, and then they'd laugh, and, you know, so they're learning trust with that in an embodied way, and they're also learning, and this is from stretching them out and wrestling them and twisting them around and letting them pull on your hair and hit you and all of those things. They learn deep in their bones exactly what can hurt them and what doesn't. And you want to kind of push them to the edge, you know, so that they can tell the difference between what hurts and what's still within the realm of the game. And you do the same thing when they're wrestling with you. So they learn not to, you know, awkwardly stick their thumb in your eye or do things that are actually painful, like grab your lip and pull it. You know, it's like, no, you let go of my lip, you know. And so that seems to help regulate the aggressive impulses and help the child find a more appropriate embodiment. You could think that what you're doing in some sense when you're rough and tumble playing with kids is teaching them how to dance, because that is what you're doing. You know, you're making them comfortable in their bodies in all of its extension, and building in that kind of body fluency that you see in people who are well situated inside themselves. And so that's something to really think about, you know, and it's appalling. We know that the ability to engage in rough and tumble play among rats inhibits aggression, impulsive aggression among rats. We also know that if you deprive rats of the opportunity to engage in rough and tumble play, they show prefrontal cortical developmental deficits and manifest behaviors that are akin to attention deficit disorder, which you can then treat with Ritalin. And so one of the things that's happening with boys, because they're way more dosed with attention deficit disorder medication than girls, is that their natural proclivity to engage in robust and troublesome active play isn't appropriate for a school environment where you're just supposed to sit down and shut up, and so the kids get hyperactive. And instead of letting them out to run around until they fall over half exhausted, which is exactly what you should do, you know, you medicate them so that their exploratory systems, which are the activity of which is facilitated by the dopaminergic agonist, that's the ADHD medication, suppresses the play function. It's absolutely appalling. There's no excuse for it. No, but it's a good indictment of the education system, because why in the world would you take 6-year-old kids and get them to sit without moving for 5 hours? Unless you want them to grow up fat and stupid, why in the world would you train them to do that? Well, it's easier. That's one thing. You know, and when they're sitting there, there's nothing disruptive about the rough and tumble play, and that can be quite, you know, play can be quite disruptive. So anyways, most of these kids are reasonably well socialized by the time they're the age of 4, using one mechanism or another. They learn how to regulate their aggression, and they learn how to engage in fictional play structures with other kids. They learn how to cooperate and compete. And the advantage to having a well-socialized disagreeable person is that they really don't let much get in their way. So if you can get a kid who's disagreeable socialized, that person can be quite the creature, you know, because they're very forward-moving in their nature and very difficult to stop. But if you don't get them successfully domesticated, tamed, roughly speaking, by the time they're 4, their peers reject them. And that's a big problem, because your job as a parent is to make your child socially desirable by the age of 4. Like you want to burn that into your brain, because people don't know that. That's your job. And here's why. It's easy if you think about it carefully. So you imagine you've got a 3-year-old child, so sort of halfway through that initial period of socialization, and you take that child out in public. Okay, what do you want for the child? Who cares about you? What do you want from for the child? You want the child to be able to interact with other children and adults so that the children are welcoming and smile and want to play with him or her, and so the adults are happy to see the child and treat him or her properly. And if your child's a horrible little monster because you're afraid of disciplining them or you don't know how to do that properly, then what they're going to do is they're going to experience nothing but rejection from other children and false smiles from other parents and adults. And so then you're throwing the child out there into a world where every single face that they see is either hostile or lying. And that's not something that's going to be particularly conducive to the mental health or the well-being of your child. Your child can learn a couple simple rules of behavior, like don't interrupt adults when they're talking too much and pay attention and try not to hit the other kids over the head with the truck any more than is absolutely necessary. And share and play properly. Then when they meet other kids, the kids are going to try out a few little play routines on them, and that's going to go well, and then they're going to go off and socialize each other for the rest of their life. Because that's what happens, is that from 4 years old onwards, the primary socialization of children takes place among other children. And so if the kids don't get in on that early, they don't move into that developmental spiral upwards and they're left behind. And you can imagine how terrible that is, because a 4-year-old will not play with another 4-year-old who's 2. But a 5-year-old certainly will not play with a 5-year-old who's 2, right? Because the gap is just starting to get unbelievably large. And so the kids start out behind, and then the peers leave them behind, and then those kids are alienated and outside the peer group for the rest of their life. Those are the ones that grow up to be long-term antisocial. Right? They're already aggressive. It doesn't dip down. Now, what happens to normal boys, roughly speaking? Imagine the aggressive 2-year-old types. They get socialized, so their level of aggression goes down, and then they hit puberty and testosterone kicks in, and bang, levels of aggression go back up. And so that's why males are criminals between the ages roughly of 16 and about 25. So, and it matches the creativity curve, by the way. It's so cool. If you look at the spike of creativity among men, 16 to 25, it starts to go down. Criminality matches that absolutely perfectly. That's quite cool. So, and the testosterone levels raise the average level of aggression among men, more dominance than aggression, actually. And testosterone is by no means all bad. And then it starts to decrease at about age 25 to 26, which is usually when men stop staying up late at night, stop drinking as much, develop a full-time career, and take on burdens and responsibilities and opportunities that are associated with long-term partner and family. So that's the development of what I would call predatory aggression, because I also think that the agreeableness distribution is probably something like predatory aggression versus maternal sympathy, something like that. So if you look at other mammals that are predators, because we're predators as well as prey animals. If you look at other animals like bears, the male bear has absolutely nothing to do with raising the infants. In fact, the female bears will keep the male the hell away because he's likely to kill the infants and maybe even to eat them. So there's no maternality at all in solitary male mammalian predators. Now, it depends on how social they are, but roughly speaking, that's the situation. Whereas with human beings, males are quite maternal. So, but anyways, I think the extreme of agreeableness on the low end, so disagreeableness, is predation. And the extreme on the upper end is maternal caring. And those two things compete, right? Obviously, it's very difficult to be both of those at the same time. And so men, of course, in the wild, so to speak, are very, very few women hunt in modern societies or in archaic societies. And you can also understand why that is, because hunting actually requires hurting something, killing it. And it's usually something that's not very impressed about being hurt or killed, and it will emit a lot of distress while it's happening. And so for anybody who's compassionate, who's got compassion as one of the fundamental elements of their temperament, that's something they're just not going to be able to tolerate at all. So there's, in the evolutionary landscape, because that's really what we're talking about, there's tension behind the development of different modes of being in the world. And if you're good at one thing, that sometimes means that you can't be good at the other thing at the same time. So I was going to have a guest speaker for you last week, but the person I had invited in had some familial trouble, so that didn't work out. But he's a graduate student of mine, and one of the things that we've been working on in my lab, generally speaking, is the delineation of the relationship between personality traits and political belief. And so I've told you a little bit about the things that distinguish liberals from conservatives, right? The conservatives are high in conscientiousness, especially orderliness, and low in trade openness. And so that means conservative is someone who puts things in boxes, puts the boxes in order, and doesn't like them to be messed up. Right? So they like the borders between things to remain determinate and what would you say, and inviolable. And I think that's true at every level, from the conceptual all the way up to the political. I think that the fundamental political question, and I think this is why the temperaments align across these political dimensions, is whether the borders between things should be open or closed. You see this reflected worldwide right now in the arguments about immigration, right? Because the liberal types are saying, open the gates, and the conservatives are saying, wait, you don't know what you're inviting in. And you might say, well, who's right? And the answer is, you don't know. That's the thing. Because sometimes the right answer is, open the gates. These are interesting people. We could trade with them. We could learn from each other. And sometimes the answer is, don't bother. What's going to come in is going to wipe you out and kill you. And really do it. I mean, so here's an example. This is why I think orderliness is associated with disgust sensitivity. And it's one of the determining factors of conservative political belief. What happened when the Europeans came to North America? What happened when the Spaniards came to North America? 95% of the Native Americans died. Why? Because the Spaniards brought illness. Smallpox, measles, chickenpox, all these things that the Native Americans had absolutely no resistance to. There were hardly any diseases at all in North and South America. The Spaniards showed up. Within 50 to 100 years, 19 out of 20 of the Native Americans were dead. You never know what people are bringing with them. And so what that means is that how should you respond to people who are outside of your circle of familiarity? Well, the answer is, 1, they might kill you in all sorts of ways. 2, they might bring with them things to trade that are of inestimable value. So you're stuck. It's like, how the hell are you going to reconcile that problem? And the answer is, well, we reconcile it temperamentally, roughly speaking. So half the people are temperamentally wired up to say, no, 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 let's keep the damn boxes closed. Took a long time to pack everything in there and to get it into order. And the liberals say, well, wait a minute, you don't know if you've got things in the right boxes to begin with. The things that you're keeping in there are getting stale and old, and maybe we need some new ideas and new people to rejuvenate the situation. That's political discussion. And the political discussion has to proceed because there's no way of solving that problem except by discussing it. So, well, how does that relate to agreeableness? We also looked at political correctness. And so here's an interesting thing. Purely from a scientific perspective, you might ask yourself, if you talk about political correctness, one of the things that the people who tend to be labeled as politically correct say is there's no such thing as political correctness. It's just a pejorative label that people who are opposed to those views impose on a set of beliefs to demonize it. Perfectly reasonable objection. And you never know, it might be true. But the thing is, psychometrically, you can solve that problem, and you solve it the same way that you solve the problem of what constitutes human personality. So this is the way we tried to solve it. You can think about it methodologically, because that's how you should think about it. The first thing we did was collect a very large number of statements from press accounts that seem to indicate what people generally refer to as political correctness. So we had a small team of people combing media reports to come out with opinions or attitudes that looked like they were characteristic of the differentiation between politically correct people and people who aren't politically correct. So we got about 400 statements like that. And what you want to do is, you imagine that there's a core set of beliefs and statements that people are defining in a particular way. You're trying to get a handle on what that is, and even if it exists. What you do is oversample it. If you can find questions that might even tangentially be related to the phenomena in question, you include those, because the statistics will take care of the excess. Okay, so then what you do is you take your 400 items, roughly speaking, and you get people to register the degree to which they agree or disagree with them. Get 1,000 people to do that. And then you subject that to a factor analysis. And what the factor analysis does is tell you how those questions clump. Now, they might not clump. So, for example, you could do a factor analysis of a set of questions, and you could find that there are 200 factors. Let's say at 400 items. There's 200 factors, and none of them, there's no big set of questions that are clumping together. And you say, well, there's no evidence here that there is a single underlying phenomena that unifies those questions that you could reasonably characterize with a name. Well, that isn't what we found. We found that there were two dimensions of political correctness. One of them looked like liberalism, except that the people who were politically correct, in addition to being liberal, were very high in trait agreeableness. And agreeableness has almost nothing to do with the classic liberal-conservative divide. It's weakly related in that conservatives are more compassionate than liberals. Sorry, liberals are more compassionate than conservatives. The difference isn't huge. And conservatives are more polite than liberals, and the difference isn't huge. So those are the two aspects of agreeableness. If you put them together, they cancel each other out, and so on average, conservatives and liberals don't differ in agreeableness. But political correctness did clump together into two categories. PC liberalism, we called it PC authoritarianism. The PC liberals were high in openness, high in verbal intelligence, and high in agreeableness. And the second group was PC authoritarians. And they were also high in agreeableness, but they were high in orderliness, and the correlation with that was negative in relationship to verbal intelligence. So we found that there were two categories of political correctness, that it does in fact exist, but that it's a very unstable construct, because factor one, which was PC liberalism, and factor two, which was PC authoritarianism, were only correlated at 0.1. And so what it indicates, and this is our prediction, roughly speaking from the lab, is to the degree that there's unity, so to speak, on the politically correct left, it'll fragment into two groups. One will be the PC liberals, and the other will be the PC authoritarians, because although they're united by their tendency to agreeableness, they're not united by other temperamental traits, nor in their core beliefs. The PC authoritarian types, for example, are very obsessed with language control. So, and it's funny that it's agreeableness. I've really been thinking about that. And you know, again, this is a hypothesis in development, but I think what's happening is that, you know, your temperamental proclivity allows you to lay out a kind of radical simplification on the world. That's part of the advantage of having a temperament. So if you're a conscientious person, the world is a place to go out there and work. If you're an open person, the world is a place to go out there and discover new ideas and do artistic things. And if you're an agreeable person, the world's a place to go out there and establish intimate relationships. And so they're simplifying perspectives and simplifying personalities. They're the manner in which you're adapted to a particular niche. I think what you see in agreeableness in relationship to political belief is a proclivity for people to divide the world into defenseless infants and predatory oppressors, and that's blasted forward onto the political landscape, and things are conceptualized along that temperamental variable. So, anyways, that's where we're at with regards to the analysis of political belief. Well, we've got 3 minutes left, and I'm wondering if anybody has a particularly intelligent question, or failing that, any question at all. Because I told you a lot of things that are, I would say, contentious, but I also think they're very much worth knowing. So, yes?
Did you say that high in agreeableness has a simplified perspective of like that sort of a mother-infant?
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. Yeah, yeah. Projected onto the world, period. Yeah.
So what would you say is the best way to go about, like, knowing that we have these simplified looking at the world, what then?
It's really useful to investigate the viewpoints of people who have opposing views to yours. Because they'll tell you things, not only will they tell you things you don't know, they'll also tell you how to see the world in ways that you don't see it. And they'll also have skills that you don't have, that you could develop. So, for example, if you're an introverted person, it's very useful to watch an extroverted person, because the extroverted person has ways of being in the social world that aren't natural to you, that you can use to improve your toolkit. And if you're disagreeable, one of the best things to do with disagreeable people, especially if that's alienating them from other people, for example, because it can, you know, people treat you like you're a selfish, arrogant son of a bitch, and maybe that's because you are. It's like, okay, so what do you do about that? One of the most promising treatments, let's say, for that is get the person to do something for someone else once a day, just as a practice, and learn how to do it. Maybe you can wake the circuit up, you know, if you think that it's lying dormant in you, which is probably right. You know, I think we have a very wide range of propensities within us. Some are switched on, genetic propensities. Some are switched on, but I think that if you put yourself in the right situation or walk yourself through the right exercises, you can switch some of these other things on as well. But it takes work and dedication and discipline to do it.
Proactively confront the things which are not a part of our personality?
Yes. Well, I would say, generally speaking, if you want to adapt yourself properly to life, you should find a niche in the environment that corresponds with your temperament. Right? You shouldn't work at cross purposes to your temperament because it's just too damn difficult. But having done that, then you should work on developing the skills and viewpoints that exist in the space opposite to your personality, because that's where you're fundamentally underdeveloped. And that way I think you can extend out your temperamental capability across a wider range. And to me that's roughly equivalent as bringing a richer toolkit to each situation. You know, so if you're hyper extroverted, you should probably learn to shut up at parties now and then and listen just to see what's going on, to see if you can manage it. And if you're introverted, well, then you should learn how to speak in public and to learn how to go to parties without hiding in the corner and saying nothing to anyone. You know, and if you're agreeable, then you need to learn how to be disagreeable so people can't push you around. And if you're disagreeable, you need to learn how to be agreeable so that you're not an evil son of a bitch, you know. So, and the same thing applies even in the conscientious domain. It's like if you're too conscientious, you need to learn to relax and let go a little bit. And if you're unconscientious, it's kind of like, get out the Google Calendar, man, and start scheduling your day, right? And beat yourself on the back of the head with the stick until you're disciplined enough so that you can actually stick to something for some length of time and not living in absolute squalor, which is something that would characterize someone who's very disorderly, for example, because they don't notice. It doesn't bother them, disorder. It's like, maybe they can see it, but it doesn't have any emotional valence, and so it doesn't have any motivational significance. You know, so the other thing you might want to think about too, if you're choosing a partner, is try not to choose someone who's too distant from you on the temperamental variables, because you're going to have a hard time bridging the gap. You know, it's hard for an introverted person and an extroverted person to coexist. And it's really hard for an orderly person and a disorderly person to coexist, because they will drive each other nuts. Why don't you pick up? Why are you so obsessed by it? That's the basic argument. So it's useful to know about your temperament so that you can negotiate the space with your partner as well. And I don't think you should try to find someone who's exactly the same as you, because then you don't have the benefits of the alternative viewpoint. But you got to watch it, because you may hit irreconcilable differences of various sorts. And I've seen that most particularly among couples who are high and low in openness. That's a rough one. And also high and low in conscientiousness. That's another rough one, because they just cannot see how the other person sees the world at all. Okay, we'll see you on Tuesday. Well, we're going to continue our discussion of the big 5 traits today. And I'm going to talk to you about openness and intelligence, roughly speaking. So the first thing I want to do is put them into context. You need to understand where intelligence fits in the trait hierarchy structure. And so we've looked at this before, but you can break the big 5 into the big 2, plasticity and stability. We'll start with stability here. And stable people are conscientious, high in stress tolerance or emotional stability, or low in neuroticism, depending on how you look at it, and high in agreeableness. And then conscientiousness breaks down into industriousness and orderliness. Neuroticism breaks down into volatility and withdrawal, and agreeableness breaks down into politeness and compassion. And then for the second major trait, you have the big 2 trait, you have plasticity, and plasticity is made up of extroversion and openness, and those look like, the reason they clump together, the reason the first 3 clump together, we think, is because they're roughly associated with serotonergic function, and the reason the latter 2 clump together is because they're roughly associated with dopaminergic function. The dopamine system mediates exploratory behavior in the face of the unknown, but it also mediates positive emotion. And it's because in order to move forward into the unknown, it isn't that you have to experience positive emotion, it's that the emotion you experience when you're motivated to move forward into the unknown and explore is a positive emotion. And positive emotion is very much also associated with interaction
in the social environment. And maybe that's because a tremendous amount of what you're doing in the social environment is essentially exploratory behavior, right? Because, for example, when you're communicating with people, that's primarily exploratory behavior. So it's not surprising that the circuitry overlaps in that manner. Openness is the one we're going to concentrate on most particularly today, and it's openness to experience technically, and it seems to break down into intellect and openness proper, which is it's intellect, which is interest in ideas, maybe facility with ideas, and openness, which is more like creativity. That's now you can't divide them into interest in ideas and creativity so precisely because they overlap to a great degree, but there is reason for differentiating between them. So, for example, women are about a third of a standard deviation higher than men in openness/creativity, and men are about a third of a standard deviation higher than women in interest in ideas and intellect. And that's actually quite a substantial difference within a trait that's when the two traits are so highly correlated. So there's reason to do the fractionation. So anyways, so we're going to concentrate on openness today, and the reason that I'm presenting the trait description first rather than moving immediately into, say, IQ and creativity is because it's useful to know that you can take intelligence and put it in the Big Five taxonomy. And you can actually measure intelligence a lot more accurately with an IQ test, and perhaps also with a creativity test, than you can with the self-report personality test that relies on adjectives. Because I could ask you guys, well, how smart are you on a scale of 1 to 7? And that would be roughly correlated with your IQ. But if I really wanted to know how smart you were, roughly speaking, it would be much better to give you an IQ test. And if I was wanting to know how creative you are, rather than asking you how creative you are and getting you to report, even though there would be some accuracy in that, it would be better actually to give you some of the different tests of creativity that we'll talk about today. Now, the weird thing about the Big Five, or one of the weird things about it, is that we don't have great tests for the traits independently of self-report for almost all of the traits. So, for example, one of the things that I've been trying to do in my lab for the last 5 years is to find some sort of laboratory task that conscientious people do better on or unconscientious people do worse on. And you'd think that would be simple, because conscientiousness, for example, is a very good predictor of long-term life success. It's also a very good predictor of university grades. It's not as good as IQ, but it's still a good predictor. But we have had one insanely difficult time trying to find a non-self-report test that that actually predicts conscientiousness. So, much appreciated. Yes. No, it's neuroticism. Neuroticism is associated with being more self-aware, and it loads on negative emotion. So being self-conscious is associated with being high in negative emotion. I mean, you can assess neuroticism using tests that ask you about anxiety and emotional pain or depression, but that's also not much different than self-report. Anyways, we're going to concentrate on openness today, and we're going to concentrate both on creativity and intelligence. And there's actually almost nothing in psychology that's more contentious, generally speaking, than the investigations into the technical, or the set of skills and abilities that falls under trait openness. And the reason for that, and this is especially the case with intelligence, is that intelligence is actually quite measurable. We've been able to measure it since roughly the beginning of the 20th century. Binet originated the first, I would say, reliable and valid IQ tests, and they've been used quite extensively for a long period of time. And IQ, I'll tell you what IQ is as we go through this, but there isn't anything that social scientists have been able to measure more successfully than IQ. And there's nothing that or very little. There's one exception. The relationship between income inequality and male homicide is a more powerful relationship than the relationship between IQ, say, and general life success, or IQ and general school success. It's even a little stronger than the relationship between IQ and the rate at which you learn something new. But other than that, it's pretty slim pickings. And so we're going to walk through very carefully how IQ
is IQ tests are created and formulated and exactly what it is that they measure and why, and will equate that to some degree to creativity and also differentiate it from creativity as well, making the assumption that the aspects of openness, intellect and openness proper, are the proper aspects and that they're usefully differentiated. So the first thing that you might want to consider is that the world is a very complicated place. Now, we've talked about this before, and the way that you handle, there's way too much complexity for you to handle in its entirety. So, for example, in a room like this, there's an endless number of phenomena that you could focus your attention on, right? From the sort of macro phenomena, which would be the overall, say, color or appearance of the room, to the micro phenomena, which would be the details at the highest level of detail that you're able to perceive that litter the landscape anywhere. And so one of the problems that you have to solve when you're operating in the world is how you perceive the world. And we do that in part by making, I would say that we perceive low resolution representations of the world, and we also confuse those with the world. So when I'm looking at you, I'm really looking at a what I perceive consciously is a low resolution representation of you, right? I only see the front of you to begin with. I only see your surface. And in some sense, I even perceive you in some sense as a more or less uniform color. It's hard to tell exactly what color skin is. It's sort of a light pink, roughly speaking. But my perception is fairly, I don't know a better way of putting it than low resolution. And I seem to perceive you at the level of resolution that's sufficient, the lowest resolution that's sufficient to facilitate our interactions, because I don't want to clutter up my perceptions of you when we're just talking with excess detail. So there's lots of things about you I don't need to see. I certainly can't see any of your microstructures below the phenomenal level. Like, I can't tell without tremendous further investigation what you're made of biologically, for example. And I certainly can't perceive the networks of society that you're engaged in, your family or the other sorts of networks that you're embedded in. I see you here now, the front of you, at low resolution. And you can tell that to some degree, and we've talked about this before, because if you see, say, animated movies that use very low resolution representations of people, like South Park's a really good example, because the animation in South Park's very iconic and simple. It actually makes almost no difference to following the story. And so that shows you how iconic your perception really is. It can be replaced by very simple icons, and you instantly adapt to that. And so we can go and see the Lego movie, Batman Lego movie, for example, and the fact that it's Batman, which is an abstraction to begin with, and then it's made out of Legos, is almost irrelevant to following the plot. So some people have compared our perceptions to the user interface on a computer. When you're interacting with your computer, you don't really interact, so to speak, with the computer. There are iconic representations on the screen of the computer that you interact with, and those represent, obviously, they share some functional relationship with what's going on in the computer, but mostly they're there so that you, using your perceptual structures, can interact with the computer in a manner that's easy for extremely intelligent apes, roughly speaking. Now, so one of the problems that you have to solve in the world, because it's so full of detail and so complex, is how do you actually see the world? How do you actually perceive it? And it isn't really self-evident that that's a problem, because you think when you look at the world that it just presents itself to you, but it's a tremendously complicated problem, and that's partly why developing artificial intelligence systems that can actually see the world and act in it in any real way has proved to be a much more difficult problem than people had originally supposed, because we were told maybe from the early 60s onwards that such things as speech to text or object recognition or robots that could operate in the world were only 2 or 3 years away. And well, I mean, we're in a situation now where there are some fairly complicated robots built, but they're still really in their nascent form, and it's because perceiving the world and then figuring out how to act in it turns out to be a much more complicated problem than we originally thought, because the borders between things are not self-evident, and what level of resolution you should be perceiving things at for, say, maximal functional utility is also not self-evident. It's also tied up very strangely and in ways we don't understand with the nature of your embodiment, So, for example, we tend to see things that are handy because we can pick them up and manipulate them, and we can make use of them. And so to some degree, our brains are evolved to make the world manifest itself to us
in a set of discrete, usable tools. That's a reasonable way of thinking about it. And they're discrete and usable because we have a certain kind of biological platform, you know, because we have hands and mouths, and because we walk in a bipedal manner, then it's logical for us to break up the world in a manner that makes operating in this body maximally useful. But that doesn't mean that there's a straightforward one-to-one relationship between our perceptions of things and the things themselves. Quite the contrary. And that's partly, of course, we know that because with any perceptible object, like I could conceptualize you as one thing for all sorts of purposes, but if I'm trying to solve a complex problem in relationship to you, it's going to be very difficult to determine how to conceptualize you. So if you come to me because you're suffering from a psychological problem of some sort, then I have to figure out, you know, is it organic? Is it there's actually something physiological wrong with you? And I need to know what level of analysis I would probably conceptualize you at. Is it psychological? And if it's psychological, is it functional? Like, do you lack the skills, or do you lack the ability to apply the skills, or is there something really gone wrong with your family? Or maybe it's even a reflection of an overarching sociological problem. We know, for example, that when the unemployment rate goes up 1%, psychiatric hospitalizations go up 5%. And so then you might ask, well, you know, if there's a huge rise in depression and anxiety across the population, and at the same time there's a huge increase in unemployment, you have to ask yourself what level of perception would best be suited to solve that problem, because it isn't self-evident that it's psychological at the level of the individual. Anyways, my point is that perception is a very difficult problem. And so now here's something interesting. You can think about this for a minute. I went and saw an autistic woman speak at one point. Her name was Temple Grandin. She's really worth looking up. Temple Grandin is a very interesting person. She's very seriously autistic when she was a child, but her mother and her worked her out of it so that she's very functional. She works as a professor, I don't remember where, it's in the Midwest somewhere. Now, she's famous not only for being a highly functional autistic person who talks a fair bit about what it's like to be autistic, but also for designing slaughterhouses across the United States. And the reason she can do that, as far as she's concerned, is because she thinks like an animal thinks. And so she doesn't, and she's identified maybe at least part of what the core problem is with autism. So the talk I heard her at was in Arizona, and it was a really entrancing talk. She showed some really interesting pictures of animals. So what she's done is she's redesigned slaughterhouses so that when the animals enter the slaughterhouse, they go in like a spiral, basically. They can't see what's around the corner, and the walls are high so they're not distracted by anything outside. So one of the things she showed, for example, was a bunch of cows going through a standard sequence of gates, essentially. And off to the side there was a windmill spinning, and the cows would stop because the windmill, they didn't understand what the windmill was, and they'd stop. Or showed other pictures where the cows were going down a pathway too, and there was a Coke can sitting in the middle of the pathway, and the cows would all stop because they didn't know what to do with it. Or she had another picture of cows out in the middle of the field, all surrounding a briefcase, and they were all looking at the briefcase. And the cows didn't like anything that shouldn't be there and had a hard time mapping it. Now she said, here's a little exercise she did. She said, think of a church. Okay, so maybe you imagine a child's drawing of a church. It's like your standard house, like a pentagon, right? Which is basically how children draw the front of a house, with a steeple on top and maybe a cross on top of it or something like that, which actually isn't at church. It's an icon of a church. And you think about how children draw houses too. Pentagon, rectangle, what is it, trapezoid, chimney, almost always with smoke, which is quite interesting. I don't know where kids get that exactly, but they almost always draw a chimney with smoke, even though chimneys with smoke aren't that common anymore. But anyways, you know, you can see what a child's picture of a house looks like in your imagination. One of the things that you might want to think about is that is not a picture of a house at all, right? It's an iconic representation that's kind of like a hieroglyph, because no house looks like that. And then you think about how a child will draw a person. Circle, stick, 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 stick. And you show it to someone and go, that's a person. It's like, really? It looks nothing like a person, right? You immediately recognize it as a person, but it looks nothing like a person. Well, what Grandin said was that when she thinks of a church, she has to think of a church she's seen. She can't take the set of all churches and abstract out an iconic representation.
and use that to represent the set of all churches. She gets fixated on a specific exemplar. And she thinks that one of the problems with autistic people, and they have a very difficult time developing language, by the way, is that they can't abstract out generalized representation across a set of entities. They can't abstract. And then of course, if you can't abstract, then it's also very difficult to manipulate the abstractions. You see very strange behavior with autistic children, for example. So they don't like people. And that's because people don't stay in their perceptual boxes. Like a human being is a very difficult thing to perceive because we're always shifting around and moving and doing different things. Like we don't stay in our categorical box. So autistic people have real trouble with other people. But they also have trouble. So for example, if your autistic child gets accustomed to your kitchen, let's say, and you move a chair, then especially if they're severely autistic, they'll have an absolute fit about it. Because you think kitchen with chair moved. They think completely different place. Because they can't abstract the constancies across the different situations and represent them abstractly. So I made this little diagram. I made this little diagram here to kind of give you a sense of what you might be doing when you're abstracting perceptually. So you could say, think about something that's that complicated. It's sort of my model of how complex the world is, but the world is a lot more complex than that. But the world is made out of, everything is made out of littler things, and those littler things are made out of littler things, and so forth. And those things are nested inside bigger things, and so forth. And where you perceive on that level of abstraction is somewhat arbitrary. It has to be bounded by your goals. That's the other thing, is that your perceptual structures are determined by the goals that you have at hand. I mean, some of that's not completely true, because your perceptual systems also have limitations, right? There's things you can't see or hear even if you need to. So there are limitations built in, but within that set of limitations, you're still trying to tune your perceptions to your motivated goals. And that's also very useful to think about when you're trying to understand artificial intelligence, because for human beings, without goals, there's no perception. Because there's no filtering mechanism that you can use to determine the level of resolution at which you perceive. Anyway, so there's a thing made of smaller things which are made out of smaller things, and it's kind of my iconic representation of the complexity of the world. And then you could think, well, what is this? How can you see this object? And I think if you just look at it, you can detect, it's like a Necker cube, you know, those cubes that are line drawings that you can see the front of and then it'll flip to the back. Have you seen those? So this is kind of Necker cube-like, or at least it is for me, in that when I look at it, my perceptions play around with it. Sometimes I focus on the kind of cross-like shape in the middle, and sometimes I can see these other lines, and then sometimes I'll focus on that square, and sometimes I can see the little dots there, or maybe one dot, and my perceptions are going like this, trying to fit a pattern to it. And you can kind of detect that when you're watching it. And so I would say, well, you have the options of perceiving this in its full complexity, or you can simplify it. Essentially, there's lots of ways you can simplify it, but some of them are laid out there. So you take the complex thing, you make a low-resolution representation of it. So that's the rough area that all those dots occupy. That's the rough area broken down to its four most fundamental quadrants. That might be how you would look at it if this was a map of an orchard and you were trying to walk from south to north. That would be a useful representation. This combines this and this. That's that's the highest level of resolution that you can perceive this object at. That's lower resolution than the object itself. So the first issue is, how should you look at things? Well, that's a problem that intelligence has to solve. So that's one of the problems that intelligence goes after. And then I think what happens is we have the thing in itself, and then we simplify it with a perception, and that's like an iconic representation, and then we nail the iconic representation with a word. And that's how we compress the world's complexity into something that we can manage. We take the complex thing, make it into an icon, and represent the icon with a word. And then when I throw you the word, so to speak, you decompose it into the icon and then decompose it even further into the thing, if you know the icon and you know the thing. And so then we can use shorthand, right? Because you have representational structures and so do I, and I'm just tossing you markers about your representational structures and you can unfold them. That's what you do when you're reading a novel. because the novel comes alive in your imagination in your own idiosyncratic way. And it wouldn't if you didn't understand the references of the novel, right? The novelist has to assume that your basic perceptual structures and your intuitions and your instincts are basically the same as his or hers, because otherwise they have to assume that, because otherwise they would be lost in an infinite regressive explanation. So it's problematic often. For example, if you start reading Victorian novels, you may find that it takes a while to get into them because the presuppositions, the expectations are slightly different, and so is the language. You have to update the representations. But anyway, so that's roughly, as far as I'm concerned, that's roughly a representation of what intelligence is doing in the world. Or a big part of it. It's how in the world do you look at things so that you can use them for the purposes that you need to use them for. And then the next problem that intelligence has to solve, which is related, is once you've got the perceptual landscape sorted out, how do you abstractly represent the action patterns that you're going to implement in the world? So it's, how do you perceive where you are now? How do you perceive where you're going? And how do you construct up and then implement strategies that enable you to move from where you are to where you're going? So it's a continual process of mapping and movement. So it's navigation. That's what we're doing in the world all the time, is navigating through it, because we're mobile creatures. We're navigating through it, attempting to make the world manifest itself in accordance with our wishes. And that's the fundamental problem that intelligence has to solve. And animals have their perceptions to rely on, but we have our perceptions and our ability to abstract from those perceptions multiple times and then to abstract finally into language. So we live in a very abstracted world. And it also means that we can learn a lesson in one place and generalize it across many other places, which is also something that animals have a hard time doing, because they don't know how to do that initial perceptual generalization. So okay, so then the question might be, well, if intelligence has to solve the problem of how to perceive and navigate within the world towards ends, in order to fulfill, in order to make the world manifest what it needs to manifest so that you can maintain yourself and stay alive, what ends is it orienting itself towards? And I think that's a good way of thinking about the traits. The traits motivate the perceptual frame. And so you might think that, well, extroverted people are after social success. And you can understand why that would be, because social success brings with it all sorts of rewards. Social failure brings costs, and you could also understand why that would frighten you away from it. And social success also requires the expenditure of effort, and introverted people seem to be much more conservative, in a sense, in terms of expending energy socially, and I suppose they're protecting themselves to some degree against the possibility of social failure. We don't really know. We know more about how extroverts, in some sense, how and why extroverts orient themselves the way they do in the world. We're not so sure about introverts. What it is that, what the proper landscape is for introverts. I can show you a word cloud. I'll do that at some point, that introverts that were generated from introverts on Facebook, and they seem to be into fantasy and gaming a lot, and I don't know why that is exactly, because the fantasy element should be more localized in openness, but the introverted types, I mean, I suppose they're the people that are on the Big Bang Theory, roughly speaking. You know, they seem to be the introverted types, but we don't understand that much about them, exactly how it is that they're orienting themselves in the world. People who are high in neuroticism are oriented towards security and safety. Agreeable people versus disagreeable people are oriented, say, towards cooperation versus competition. Conscientious people are oriented towards order, duty, obligation, and implementation. And open people are oriented towards abstraction, in both ideational and in representation. And so those are also, to some degree, you might also think about those as value systems, right? Because what you value is definitely not only what you pursue. That's too narrow a view. Value is also what you perceive and pursue. And so thinking about these things as this entire frame of reference, I think, is a much better way of doing it. We talked about this earlier, this sort of structure earlier, as a micro-personality. And I mentioned the determination of micro-personalities by fundamental underlying biological systems like defensive aggression and sexual desire and hunger and thirst and so forth. Those are all systems that can grab your perceptions, make you look at the world in a certain way, make you pursue something else in a certain way, and prime action responses that are in keeping with all of that. The traits seem to be something like higher order agglomerations of those more fundamental biological motivations. Although we don't quite understand the relationship between the underlying biology and the traits, we're starting to sort it out. So we know, for example, if you look at the function of the hypothalamus regulates the basic biological motivations that I just outlined, but it's also the place where the exploratory systems find their ultimate physiological grounding, and openness and extroversion seem to be variant manifestations of the exploratory impulse, and that's grounded in the hypothalamus. So we're starting to be able to put the traits, to sort of nail the traits down to their underlying biology. And with regards to neuroticism, well, if you're high in neuroticism, you're more sensitive to anxiety, and that's regulated at least in part by the hippocampus and generated in part by the amygdala. There's another part of the brain called the periaqueductal gray that seems to be associated with the experience of pain, and pain is quite a complex phenomena. Depression is pain-like, grief is pain-like, social isolation is pain-like, disappointment is pain-like. There's anxiety components to that too, and so neuroticism seems to be something like threshold for activation in those negative emotion systems. So if you're higher in neuroticism, 1 unit of uncertainty might produce, let's say, 3 units of psychophysiological response, whereas if you're lower in neuroticism, 1 unit of uncertainty might produce 1 unit of psychophysiological response. It's hard, obviously that's a simplified schemata, but there's variability because if something unexpected or threatening happens to you, it isn't obvious how upset you should get. One answer might be, brush it off, it's nothing. Another answer might be, it's a bloody catastrophe. And often when something uncertain or threatening occurs, you don't have enough information at your disposal to make a full determination of the potential import of the circumstance, especially if it's uncertain. And so then you have to guess at how upset you should be. And where you are on the normal distribution with regards to trait neuroticism, say, that sort of determines what your guess on average is going to be. So, the other, with conscientiousness, say, you might say, well, how hard should you work? Well, that's a really difficult question. If you're going to die tomorrow, and then you probably shouldn't work very hard today at all. So one thing you might say is that the degree to which you should work hard is dependent on your assumptions about the stability of the future. We actually know this to be true because if you put people in wildly uncertain circumstances, they discount the future, which is exactly what you should do, right? It only makes sense to store up goods for future consumption if the future is likely to be very similar to the past and the present. You need a stable society for that. And conscientiousness only works in a stable society, because all you do otherwise, if you're piling up goods, which is kind of what conscientious people do, is leaving them there for the criminals to take, or waiting for the next chaotic upheaval to wipe out everything that you've stored. And so even conscientiousness is a kind of guess. Hard-working people say, well, sacrifice the present for the future. That's great, as long as the future is going to be there and you can predict it. But if it's not going to be there and it's unpredictable, then the right response is take what you can take right now while the getting's good. Now, obviously there are troubles with that too, and I'm speaking, I'm offering rough rules of thumb, but I'm trying to provide you with some indication of how and why these difference in value structures exist, because they're applicable in different environments. Sometimes in a dangerous social environment, it's not obvious that being an extroverted person is a good idea. Because extroverted people, they stand out, especially if they're extroverted and creative, right? Because not only are they noisy and dominant and assertive, they're also colorful and flamboyant and provocative. Well, that's great if you're in a society that rewards that sort of thing, but if you have if you're ruled by an authoritarian king who wants absolutely no threat whatsoever to his stability ever, then dressing in gray and shutting the hell up is a really good survival tactic. So
the utility of the trait depends on the structure of the environment that surrounds it. And that's why there's variability in traits. And so you have to be careful when you're thinking about it from a strict scientific perspective to make the assumption that positioning at any place on the normal distribution is preferable to positioning anywhere else. Now, one exception to that might be IQ. Because one of the things that you can see with IQ is that people with higher IQs seem to do better, but that's also only true in complex societies. And then there's another problem that seems to emerge with IQ, and I don't know exactly what to make of this, but we know that as women's IQ increases, the probability that they're going to remain without a mate also increases, because women tend to mate across or up dominance hierarchies. And so if you're a woman with an IQ of 130, then you've already eliminated about 95% of the men. And that's only using one criteria. That's just straight intelligence. And so there also might be limitations to the utility of intelligence with regards to reproduction that we don't really understand very well yet. So anyway, so you get the point. So there's these underlying, I kind of put down two value structures there. Capitalize on social groups, that would be an extroverted value structure. Say, and maintain order, that would be a conscientious strategy. And conscientious people are going to want to maintain order because they don't want things to shift across time, because if they shift too much across time, then the things that have been stored up for the future start to become increasingly irrelevant. There's lots of other reasons to maintain order as well, but that's one of them. So, all right, so that your cognitive ability allows you to do modeling. Now, this is where human beings have leaped ahead of their competition. So, animals can think, but it isn't exactly obvious how they think. They think strategically. I think they think the same way that children think, in some sense, when they're playing with Legos, when they're not thinking about the Legos, you know, when they're just moving them around. We know, like, if you watch a smart predator group like lions go after their target, or watch chimpanzees hunt down a monkey, you can see intelligence at work, because hunting behavior is very, very complicated, obviously, especially if you're chasing something intelligent. But there isn't that level of abstract representation. So let's look at this. So here's a picture of the human brain with someone facing this way, right? So here's the primary motor cortex. Okay, so you're using that to voluntarily move your body. Okay, now then I might say to you, close your eyes and imagine doing something. So just close your eyes and imagine picking up the cup that's in front of you. Just visualize it. Okay, so then you might say, well, what part of your brain are you using then? And the answer is, use part of this part, because that's where you have your body represented. But use this part here, the premotor cortex, to envision potential actions. Now what's happened is that this part of the brain evolved out of this part. And that makes sense, because the first part is just how you would move, but the second part is how you would think about how you would move. And then the next part, which is this part, huge in human beings, is how you would think about how you would think about how you would move. So, because that enables you to start to do extraordinarily abstract planning. So I could say, well, envision how you would pick up the cup. And obviously that's something that you've separated out as a potential simulation from the actual action. But we can talk about extraordinarily high-level abstractions that have effects across multiple specific domains way into the future. And the more abstract that your manipulations become, the more they seem to be moved away, say, from the primary motor cortex out into the prefrontal cortex. Hierarchies of abstraction. And the reason for that, as this was Karl Popper, this is really, really worth thinking about. Why think? Let's say you're an animal and you act and it doesn't go very well, and then you die. Well, you've learned that acting that way didn't work, but now you're dead. So that's not that helpful. And then you might think, well, maybe you should represent how you're going to act. So, here's a box with a snake in it, and your coffee cup is inside the box with the snake in it. And I say to you, imagine picking up the coffee cup, and you imagine it, and you think, oh, I'll pick up that coffee cup, and then the snake will bite me, and I'll die. And so then you decide that implementing the strategy of picking up the coffee cup is probably not a very good idea, and so that stupid idea has to die, and not you. And so Popper's idea was that the reason that we developed the capacity to abstract was so that our stupid ideas could die instead of us. And that's really, it's almost impossible to overstate how brilliant an observation that is. Because what it means is that, like, as a standard animal, you would have to produce variants of yourself reproductively to go out into the world and try their hand at survival. And that's pretty costly because you have to produce all the biological replications of you, so you could only probably manage that maybe 13 times if you really, really worked at it. And then the cost of their failure is extraordinarily high because they die. Well, you can just sit there and produce like 20 different versions of you extending out over the next week or the next month, and you can run them through a simulation and kill off all the ones that you don't regard as suitable, and then only implement the successful ones. Now, you know, you could debate about how accurate you might be at doing that, because it would depend on your knowledge. But we do know that intelligent people tend to do better across the course of their life. And so it does seem that there is some utility with regards to survival, or at least with regards to positioning in the dominance hierarchy, which is somewhat of a proxy for survival and for reproductive success. There's some association between that and the ability to abstract. So we could say that part of the reason that people got smarter was because smarter people were more likely to stay alive. Now, I think it's more complicated than that too, because I believe that human males and females are in an evolutionary cognitive arms race, roughly speaking. And so as men get trickier, women get trickier to understand them, and then as women get trickier to understand, men get trickier to understand them. And so we've been chasing each other around this cortical expansion loop pretty much since we parted ways with the ancestor that we had in common with chimpanzees. And so that's roughly about 7 million years ago. We've undergone a tremendous cortical expansion since then. And there's lots of reasons that have been propelling that. So what do you have to do when you're thinking? Well, you have to figure out where you are and how to see that. You have to figure out where you're going and what that should be. And then you have to generate and represent appropriate action strategies and simulate those in time and space. And then one of the things that's worth noting is that's what you do when you read a story or when you tell a story. And so part of the reason that you like to read stories is because that's exactly what stories are telling you, how someone is going about doing that. And so then you can see how, if you think about preference for fiction, which is actually part of openness, preference for fiction, the utility in fiction is that it allows you to experience a plethora of simulated worlds and to embody the consequences in abstraction without having to go through the trouble of doing that for yourself. And we do know there's good empirical literature now showing, some of it done by ex-students from my lab, showing that reading fiction does improve your interpersonal intelligence, for example, your ability to understand the position of other people, logically enough, because that's what you're doing when you're reading. So, okay, so I'm trying to give you some background so that you can understand what it means to abstract and also why it's useful, because we need that in order to move forward with the idea of intelligence. So here we go. Okay, so that's how you act voluntarily, and then that's how you represent how you act voluntarily, and then that's how you think about how you represent acting voluntarily. And the reason I'm telling you this is because it's useful to think about intelligence as abstract action, because we tend to think about intelligence as abstract representation, right? Intelligence is the manipulation of facts or the understanding of facts. But if you look at it neurologically, I would say that's a misapprehension, because the part of the brain that does the highest level of abstract thinking is actually something that's emerged from the motor cortex. Now, that doesn't mean you don't use your intelligence to represent. You do. But the purpose of intelligence is to represent potential action patterns. And we're embodied creatures and we need to move in the world. And so that's the proper, as far as I'm concerned, that's the proper way to conceptualize intelligence. So, and here's a study. I'll read you the study. Imagery in the premotor cortex. Well, studies on healthy subjects have shown a partial overlap between the motor execution and motor imagery neural circuits.
Few have investigated brain activity during motor imagery in stroke patients with hemiparesis. So a partial overlap between the motor execution and motor imagery neural circuits. Well, here's an interesting side consequence of that. So let's say I'm thirsty and I look at that glass of water, and part of what happens when I look at the glass of water is that my eyes activate this directly. So, you know, I've already talked to you to some degree about how your eyes work, right? There's patterns there out there in the world. The patterns are mapped onto the retina, so it's a pattern display matrix. And then that pattern is propagated along the optic nerve, and then that pattern manifests itself in the visual cortex, and then that pattern manifests itself in the motor cortex, and it manifests itself in bodily movement or preparation for bodily movement. Technically, you don't need conscious imagery for that to happen. Now, that's something really useful to know, is that your eyes can activate your body without you being aware of the image, because you think, there's the world, I see it, then I determine how to act. It's like, yes, but also no. There's the world, and seeing it prepares me to act. Forget about the damn imagery. So when I look at that cup, part of the act of looking at it is preparing that gesture, and that's especially the case if I also happen to be thirsty, because if I'm thirsty, the cup signifies something that I can use to quench my thirst, which makes it a very different thing than what it is when it's empty or when I'm not thirsty. So I'm not even going to use the same part of my brain to perceive it, because it's not the same thing in relationship to me. So I look at it, and then just understanding the size of it, there's not much difference between understanding the size of it and doing this. So, you know, let's see how I got that. That's pretty good. So that's my when you ask, well, what does it mean to understand something? Well, that's what it means. Insofar as this is a cup, because it could be tinder for lighting a fire, for example, or something to stomp on to make a noise. Insofar as it's a cup, then understanding it means pattern mapping it onto exactly this. And if I do that successfully, then I get a little reward, a little hint, a little kick of dopamine. And that dopamine makes me feel a little bit better, but it also bathes the neural tissue that I use to make that perceptual, to structure that perception, and also to undertake that act. And it makes it just a little bit more likely that I'll see it that way and act that way in its presence again. And that's how you learn, right? You lay out a perceptual scheme. It's got a goal. If the perceptual scheme and its associated action patterns make the goal manifest itself, then you get a little burst of positive emotion, click. Then that makes it, the neural circuits that instantiated that thrive a little bit and get a little bit more predominant. And that's also why you've got to watch yourself if you're taking psychomotor stimulants like cocaine or alcohol, even for that matter, because they produce hyper learning. And so, you know, I'll glance at that and maybe it'll trigger off a bit of thirst. But if I was a cocaine addict and that was cocaine paraphernalia and I glanced at it, it was like, whap! That thing that I've built in my head out of repeated, you know, massive hits of dopamine is going to grab my perceptual structures and my actions and bring me, that'll be that craving, which is an impulse to move forward towards it. You'll feel that instantiated in your body. That's the craving. It's very, very difficult to get rid of that. Even if you're a cocaine abuser and you've gone to a treatment center for several weeks and got over the worst of the, at least initial parts of the relearning not to abuse, the second you go back into your natural environment and take a look at the cues, bang, that thing will be right back there directing your action. And what happens is when one of those perceptual systems comes up, you can see this when you're hungry, it suppresses all the other potential perceptual systems. You can see this when you're angry too, right? You get angry and you're angry with your partner and all you can think of is all the stupid things they've done for the last 10 years. You don't even remember that you like them. It's like you could remind them, I know you're mad, but remember you like me. Well, not right now. You know, so it shows you how those micro personalities can dominate and suppress. That's what happens. Because if they didn't suppress the other micro personalities, they wouldn't be able to run themselves to conclusion. And then you'd never get what you want. Okay, so anyways, studies have shown a partial overlap between the motor execution and motor imagery neural circuits. So what happens is you see something and it primes you for the appropriate action. Few have investigated brain activity during motor imagery in stroke patients with hemiparesis. Hemiparesis is motor impairment from the stroke. This work is aimed at examining similarities between motor imagery and execution in a group of stroke patients. 11 patients were asked to perform a visuomotor tracking task by either physically or mentally tracking a sine wave force target using their thumb and index finger. So they're doing this during fMRI scanning. Results: whole brain analysis confirmed shared neural substrates between motor imagery and motor execution in bilateral premotor cortex. So that's the part that I was talking about. I won't tell you about the rest of the brain. Parietal lobule is partly associated with body recognition. So basically, I showed you that study because it's one of the studies that lend credence to what I was just describing, is that imagery is the precursor to action, and that it's associated. You get the imagery going here and the action there. Think about thinking, think, act. That's roughly how it works. Okay, now down to cognitive ability. Well, how can you conceptualize intelligence? Well, this is a major problem because your initial conceptualization determines in part the strategies that you're going to use to investigate intelligence. And when you pare a sentence down to what is intelligence, the sentence is problematic because part of it is a question about if and how such a thing might manifest itself in the world. So there's a fact out there or a set of facts that corresponds to intelligence, but the other problem is, well, what do you mean when you say intelligence? And you kind of have to nail that down if you're going to have a conversation about intelligence that doesn't go entirely astray. And so you've got a definitional problem as well as an empirical problem. And so there have been, and this was especially true in the 1990s, people have been studying intelligence, IQ intelligence, since the 1920s, and it is a very well-established branch of psychology. One of the things I have to tell you about IQ research is that if you don't buy IQ research, you might as well throw away all the rest of psychology. And the reason for that is that the psychologists, first of all, who developed intelligence testing were among the early psychologists who instantiated the statistical techniques that all psychologists use to verify and test all of their hypotheses. So you end up throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And the IQ people have defined intelligence in a more stringent and accurate way than we've been able to define almost any other psychological construct. And so if you toss out the one that's most well-defined, then you're kind of stuck with the problem of what are you going to do with all the ones that you have left over that are nowhere near as well-defined or as well-measured or whose predictive validity is much less and has been demonstrated with much less vigor and clarity. Anyways, despite all that, people have posited a number of different intelligences, and reasonably so, because if you think of intelligence as that which might move you forward successfully in the world, obviously there's a fair number of phenomena that are associated with individuals that might fit into that category. So we have people have made these distinctions. Bob Sternberg, for example, has distinguished between practical versus analytical intelligence. He kind of thinks of practical as like street smarts and has attempted to dissociate that from the kind of analytical intelligence that that characterizes more straight IQ research. I don't think he's done it successfully as well at all. And since the 1990s, interest in his practical intelligence has declined precipitously because when it is matched head-to-head with standard IQ intelligence, the IQ intelligence eats up all the variability. What's really happened, as far as I can tell so far, is that when we're trying to predict people's course through life, IQ does a very good job, and then one of the traits does a very good job as well, which is conscientiousness. But it doesn't do as good a job as IQ. Now that partly might be because we can't measure conscientiousness very well. We're stuck with self-reports, or maybe I could gather peer reports about you, or I could gather your parents' reports about you, or teachers' reports. And each of those seems to pick up a little bit it's more of the pattern, because you know yourself, but other people know you differently than you know yourself, and there's still some accuracy in that. You can get multiple rater reports of something like conscientiousness, and that'll up its predictive validity. But in the final analysis, the best you seem to be able to do with conscientiousness is about a 0.4 correlation with long-term performance, whereas with IQ, in complex jobs, you can probably get 0.5 and maybe 0.6. And so 0.5 is 25% of the variance. You've got to square it. 0.6 is 36% of the variance, and 0.4 is 16% of the variance. So even at the low end, let's say high end for conscientiousness is 0.4 or 16%. Low end for IQ is 0.5 or 25%. Low end estimates of IQ make it 1.5 times more powerful than the high end estimates of conscientiousness. And I think that's about right. You'd think, why do we even have to debate this? And because it's so bloody obvious to me that intelligence is a major predictor of life success. I mean, you people, I've measured the IQ of University of Toronto people. You know, people in this room who have an IQ of less than 120 are rare. Well, why? Well, smart people go to university. Now, is that actually a contentious statement? Well, it shouldn't be a contentious statement. It's self-evident. Universities were actually set up so that smart people could expand their abilities. That's why they were there. And you're selected on the basis of assessments that are essentially there to assess something like intelligence. Yes, but that is part of the controversy. Is it reasonable? And this is a measurement issue. And that's why I've been instructing you to some degree in psychometrics, because we actually know how to do this. We know how to answer that question. So let's take a look at how intelligence has been assessed and why, and then you can make up your own mind. Anyways, here's some of the examples of other forms of intelligence. And so then the question is, well, what does it mean to have a different form of intelligence? Would form A and form B be completely uncorrelated? Like extroversion, say, and neuroticism, or would they be slightly correlated, or would they be highly correlated? And then you might ask, well, how highly correlated do they have to be before they're the same thing? Or how uncorrelated do they have to be before they're different things? And actually the answer to that comes down to something like practical utility. It's like, imagine I'm trying to figure out how well you'll do in university, and I measure one thing, and it's correlated at 0.7 with another thing I measure about you. Then I might say, well, are those two things the same or different? They're pretty highly correlated. You're high in one, it means you're going to be high in the other. Well, so is there any utility in measuring both things? And the way you figure that out, actually, is you do it statistically. So we take the target, which might be your performance across university, and then we say, well, can we predict your performance across university better by using one variable or two variables? So we would enter them both into a regression equation. All a regression equation does, it's quite simple. So you're trying to predict the target, and the regression equation tells you how well you can predict that target if you know another fact. Now then it gets a little complicated, because that's a correlation. How well you can predict B with A. Well, a regression will say how much you can predict C if you know A and B, or A and B and C and D and E, because you can use multiple predictors, and you can weight them. So it might be 2 times A plus 1 times B equals C. And that's all a regression equation does. It's just multiplication and addition. Very, very straightforward. And so two variables are sufficiently different functionally if you can use both of them simultaneously to predict something of interest. So again, it's a tool-like approach. This is how the psychometricians do it. Is something real? Well, it's real if you can measure it, and it helps you predict. That's how it's defined. So then you might say, well, are there these multiple intelligences? Well, the first question would be, well, what do you mean by are there? And the answer to that would be, well, let's specify the question, since we're going to be scientific about it. Let's predict how well people do in university. We'll start with the assumption that if intelligence isn't associated with university success, then you're probably not talking about intelligence. Now, you could argue that, right? Because you could say, well, intelligence has nothing to do with university success. But that's a definitional matter. We'd have to agree to begin with. Is it reasonable to start with the presupposition that intelligence and university success share something in common? Well, I think you have to be daft to deny that initial proposition, although you could. Because you could say it was privilege or socioeconomic status or any number of sociological phenomena, and some of those are obviously relevant. Social class, for example. Because, you know, if you're in a higher social class, and all things being equal, intelligence included, if you're in a higher social class, you're more likely to go to university than you are if you're in a lower social class. So there's other factors that are going to influence whether or not you do well in university, but we're going to assume that one of them might be intelligence. Well, then you would ask, well, if you measured social intelligence, so that's, what do they call that? Social intelligence? No, emotional intelligence, which does not exist, by the way. Emotional intelligence, moral intelligence, linguistic, musical, logical, mathematical, spatial, body kinesthetic, interpersonal, and interpersonal. All different forms of intelligence. Okay, so to answer the question of whether they exist, what you do first is pick a target, prediction of university performance. Then you make a measure for each of them. Then you test to see if the measure measured the same thing across multiple instances within the same person. That's a reliability test, because what the hell good is your ruler if it stretches when you use it? It has to measure the same thing multiple times. And then you would say, okay, we'll take all these different intelligences measured the way we've decided to measure them. The first thing we'll do is see how highly correlated they are, because if they're two of them are completely correlated, then you have one, you don't have two, because that's virtually the definition of one instead of two. You can factor analyze them and see if you can pull out what's common across all of them. That's another thing, because then you might say, well, intelligence is what's common across all the measures of these intelligences. It's a proposition, it's not a fact. You have to decide if you're going to agree with it. But that, if you were going to do that, you'd use a factor analysis. You'd say, well, if someone was more likely to be musical, if they were also high in linguistic ability, and more likely to be logical and mathematically inclined if they had a high spatial ability, etc., then you'd be hypothesizing that there was one factor behind all of those manifestations that's somehow similar. And maybe there wouldn't be. And then you take all your measures and you put them in something like a multiple regression analysis, and you'd predict your target, university performance. And then maybe you'd say, well, wait a minute, let's not just use university performance. Let's use junior high performance, high school performance, university performance, and job success. And then let's say that the only things that predict success across all of those categories and that are the same, we're going to define as intelligence. Well, that's basically how you end up with IQ. You could say that IQ is what's common across all possible sets of intelligence tests. Now, people are going to debate that, because you still have to define what constitutes a test. But the way the psychometricians have managed it, and have taken care of this at least to some degree, is to say, well, we're not going to define everything that we measure as intelligence. So extroverted people are more socially fluent. Are we going to call that intelligence? No. We're going to call that personality. We're going to call that extroversion. And we're going to call stress tolerance. You could say, well, if you can tolerate more stress, you're more intelligent. It's like, well, no, that isn't how we've defined it. We're going to define that as being lower in neuroticism. If you're cooperative, you're more intelligent. That's emotional intelligence. Well, what? You're less intelligent if you're competitive? Well, no. So we've parsed that off to agreeableness. So then the question might be, is there anything left of these so-called intelligences once you control for personality and IQ? And the answer is no. Nothing. Nothing left of them. And the people who keep pushing these ideas keep trying to push them because they don't like the idea of real individual differences. And to me, that's just a matter of sticking your damn head in the sand, because it's obvious. Here, you're going to have a child. You want the child to have an IQ of 65 or 145. Decide. Okay, so you're all going to vote. Okay, you think any one of you is going to vote to have a child with an IQ of 65. That child's going to have a hard time developing even linguistic ability. They're never going to learn to read. Right? They're never going to leave home, in all likelihood. So which child are you going to pick? Well, so do you believe in intelligence or not? Well, obviously, if you have any sense.
So let's say we took off all the labels, just for every time something statistically came out as one,
yeah.
we just gave it a letter label.
Yeah.
So all of these things just have their statistical validity, and
Okay, that's a good question. So look, here's one thing. So let's say this is actually what happened when people developed the Big Five. So I'm going to give a very large number of people every huge set of questions that cover every element of their personality I can think of. It's agnostic, right? What I'm really trying to do is come up with the biggest possible set of descriptors that someone could actually fill out. That's I can't give you 10,000 questions. That's just, so maybe I'd take a set of 10,000 questions and randomly select a few sets of 100, right? Because then I would have represented the entire set. Then I give them to 1,000 people, agnostically. Then I do the factor analysis. Bang, 5 factors come out. And then the factor analysis tells me which questions load on each factor. And what the factor analysis is saying, here's 20 questions, and there's something about them that's the same. So then I read the questions and I think, well, those questions are referring to something the same. What is that? Well, then maybe I talk to 3 colleagues and we think, well, that's something like sociability. Bang, we have a name. And then we could go see, now that we have a measure of sociability, we could go associate it with other measures of sociability. Like we might say, well, are people who score high on this measure of sociability more likely to go to parties? And the answer would be yes. Because what happens if you take 10,000 questions about personality and randomly select sets of 100 and give each of them to 1,000 people and do a factor analysis, the first factor is extroversion. And it's the factor in human personality that seems to pick up the biggest amount of variance. And so then we say, from a statistical perspective, extroversion is real. But we define real. Real means that if you use linguistic representation randomly applied across large sets of people and you factor analyze it, these come out as clumped together. Because you have to define what constitutes real if you're going to play the this is real game, which is basically what you're doing in science. And so that's what happened with the Big Five, and then people started to look, well, okay, is there a biological substrate for this? Bang, turns out there is. Incentive reward, that's the positive reward system. So, and then, well, neuroticism, that's often, but not always, the second factor. Well, is there a biological basis for it? Yes. Threat sensitivity and pain sensitivity, they seem to lock together. Agreeableness, that's the care system that Jaak Panksepp has identified. So that's basically maternality. It's something like that. You had another question. Yeah. Well, it's because we found out how to measure intelligence. So, and I'll get into that right now. So then the question is, well, how do you measure intelligence? Okay, well, it's similar. It's similar to this linguistic approach. But here's how it differs. Generate 10,000 questions that require knowledge. And you get 50 people to do it and have them be of diverse opinions about what constitutes knowledge. So much the better. Then you cover that. You want to oversample the territory. So you want to have some questions in there that only one person out of 50 would think that measures intelligence. Because you can oversample. The statistics will take care of that. So you want to ask more questions than you think are reasonable. And that's part of the way that you get rid of bias in the sampling. It's like, you think, go find out 10 questions that someone could answer if you think they're intelligent. I don't care what they are. And then 50 of you do that. Bring me the question. Well, let's say we get a nice set of 10,000 questions. And we can take random sets of 100 and give them to 1,000 people. And then we can score their answers to the questions. And then we can rank order. We could say correlate their performance across different sets of questions. So I give you one set of 100 questions, you score 90. I give you another set of questions, you score, so 90 out of 100, you score 10 out of 100. Well, then we would think, if a bunch of people did that, those aren't measuring the same thing. Because if you're high on one, you should be high on all of them. Well, with IQ, it's like, if you do that, the reliability is like 0.9. It's unbelievable. You take one set of 100 questions, you rank order people, you take another set of 100 questions, you rank order people, you correlate the rank orders, it's like this. It's 0.9. The people who did well on one, do well on all of them. The people who did bad on one, do bad on all of them. That's IQ. Or more technically, this is what IQ is. Take 1,000 people and give them 20 tests of 100 items, and then factor analyze the 20 tests and extract out the central factor. That's G. That's fluid intelligence. So then what do you do with that? Well, then you can try to use it. Then you can see, well, is there a biological basis for this? Is there something about, if you're higher in the ability to operate across these sets of questions, are there things about you that are physiologically different? And the answer to that is yes. Your reaction time is faster. Just simple reaction time. So light turns on, you push a button. Light turns on, you push a button. Okay? There's a lag between the light going on and you pushing the button. The shorter the lag, the smarter you are. Well, what is it? And that's really interesting because, you know, if you're perceiving something complex, it takes a lot of neural connections to generate the perception. But simple reaction time is like 2 neurons. Whack. There's no complexity in that at all. And yet, how fast you are at that is still correlated, only at about 0.25, but that's not trivial. If you're doing research in psychology, generally speaking, and you come out with a 0.25 correlation between whatever you're measuring and whatever you're interested in, you're having a pretty good day. 0.25 is not bad at all. And so it's not accounting for all of it, but it's accounting for a fair bit of it. How big your head is, that's also correlated. How big your brain is physically, and then even more accurately, how big your brain is in relationship to your body. Now again, these are small correlations, but they're not non-significant. What else? Peripheral nerve conduction velocity, that's this study. 2 studies with sample sizes of 90 and 90, roughly speaking, are reported that investigated relationships among measures of intelligence, speed of information processing, and peripheral nerve conduction velocity. In both studies, neural conduction velocity was significantly correlated with IQ scores, 0.42 and 0.48. Man, that's a whopping correlation. How do I know that? Because a guy named Hemphill, where is he? Right there. You might say, well, how big is a correlation coefficient before you call it big? And the answer to that is, generally, let's guess. So if you talk to psychologists and they talk to you about how big effect sizes are, they used guesses that were generated by statisticians in the 50s. And so they radically underestimate the actual magnitude of correlation coefficients because they never studied it empirically. Well, this guy Hemphill, because how big is a correlation coefficient? To be big. How do you answer that? Take 1,000 psychology studies, rank order the effect sizes, and break them into percentiles. Right? That's an empirical way of doing it. How big is the effect that the typical study generates? And then you can use that as a way of assessing how impressive the effect is that you generated. Okay, so this is it here. Hemphill, 2003, interpreting the magnitude of correlation coefficients. Now you could say that's a dopey way to do it because why define size in accordance with the size that people have discovered? And Hemphill would say, well, that's because I'm doing it this way with this paper. If you want to do it a different way, go right ahead. But there's utility in this. You come up with an R of 0.2. How likely is it that your next paper is going to have an effect size of that magnitude? How happy should you be? Well, the answer is a lot happier than you think. So, to get an R of 0.5, that's 25% of the variance. So you still have 75% of what's ever explaining your phenomena left to be explained. R of 0.5, 90 to 97th percentile. So 19 out of 20 psychology studies that are published, and that's a hell of a lot fewer psychology studies than exist, right? Because a tiny fraction of them get published. 95% of them show a correlation coefficient of less than 0.5. For 0.35 to 0.50, that's greater than 75% of them. 0.15 to 0.35 is pretty typical. And the typical correlation between a personality trait and the target of interest is usually something in the neighborhood of 0.2 to 0.25. With IQ, you get up to 0.5. The relationship between income inequality and male homicide is like 0.75. It just covers all of it, which is to say that everywhere that everyone's poor, there's no male homicide. And everywhere that everyone's rich, there's no male homicide. But places where there's poor people and rich people, the male homicide rate goes way the hell up. Right? Especially if it's a steep distribution, because the men at the bottom think, somebody has a lot more than me and that's not very fair. I'm going to do something about that. And that usually means killing other men. And so it's unbelievably powerful relationship. That's a useful thing to keep squirreled away in your imagination. Poverty does not cause crime. Relative poverty causes crime. That is a completely different thing. So, and it's dominance hierarchy issue fundamentally. It's men are generally the criminals. And as the dominance hierarchy gets harder to climb, the young men, especially the aggressive ones, get more likely to turn to violence. You really need to know that. It's an incredibly important fact. I'm going to interview the guy who figured that out, Martin Daly. I'm going to interview him for one of my podcasts in the next month or so. So you might be interested in tuning in on that if you're interested in this sort of thing. Okay, so back to these correlations. Look, peripheral nerve conduction velocity is correlated with IQ at like let's say 0.45. It's a whopping effect, man. And that's a pretty straightforward thing. Speed of electrical propagation along your neural tissue determines how intelligent you are. Well, is that really so surprising? You'd expect, if that's associated with neurological integrity, at least to some degree, it's exactly the sort of thing you'd expect. But it shows you how biologically based it is too. Faster neural conductance velocity was associated with higher IQ scores and faster speed of processing. Why? Who knows? Here's a hypothesis. What if you're trying to remember a phone number, just the 7-digit one, what do you do when you're remembering the phone number? You say it over and over again, right? Or you, if you don't say it, you think it over and over again. And if someone distracts you, then you lose it. That's working memory, roughly speaking. And your working memory capacity, so imagine you could do 4 digits and remember them. You could do 6, you could do 8, you could do 12. Likely not. 12 is really pushing it. That's a great estimator of IQ, working memory. In fact, there's almost no... Neuropsychologists like to think that working memory is something in and of itself, but that's because they don't know a damn thing about psychometrics, generally speaking. There's almost no difference between fluid intelligence and working memory. And the reason for that is that all measures of intellectual function collapse into G. And so we can take a look at what that means. This is from this character here, Carroll, John Carroll. If you want to know everything there is to know about IQ, this is a book that everyone who's a psychologist should. You shouldn't be able to be a psychologist unless you've read this book, in my estimation. There's a couple of key texts, and this is one of them. This guy Carroll wrote this thick book. You don't have to read the whole thing because a lot of it's just, in some sense, demonstrations and proof of what he's saying. But what he did for IQ is the same thing that psychometricians did for the big 5. You've got the big 2 at the top. They're not very highly correlated. I think it's about 0.2, something like that. So they're pretty independent. Then they fragment into the big 5, and then you can differentiate them further into the big 10. And there really are 5 different traits because they're only correlated with each other at about 0.2 to 0.3. They're really quite distinct. The question is, if you fractionate IQ, how correlated are the things that you fractionated into? And the answer to that is 0.8 or 0.9. There's one factor in IQ, roughly speaking. If you take, imagine that you took an IQ test and you took, it was 100 items long, and you took the 50 items that were the most correlated with each other, and then the 50 items that were the least correlated with those 50 items. So you broke it into 2 as much as you could. You maximally differentiated it. You might ask, well, how correlated would the scores be on those 2 different subsets? And the answer would be like 0.9. Because there isn't 2 things that you're measuring. Even if you break it up that way post hoc and say, well, it's unfair, but we're going to say because these are the 50 most highly correlated and these are the leftovers, like we're really capitalizing on chance there, you're still going to get an almost identical readout from both sections of the IQ test. And it's just not the same with personality. So this is Carroll's model, basically. Stratum 3, that's the highest level of abstraction, that's fluid intelligence. And then you can break it down into these subcategories of cognitive ability. And you might say, well, how different are those subcategories? And the answer is not very. If you're high in one, you're very likely to be high in all of them. Now, there's a bit of a coda to that, which is that the lower your IQ, the higher the correlation between these sub-aspects of intelligence. The lower your IQ, the higher the correlation between the sub-aspects of intelligence. As you get up into the higher strata of IQs, your intelligence differentiates more across the potential range of differentiation. Which is to say, there's one way of not being very bright, but there's multiple ways of being bright. So, but even so, if you're high on one, you're still quite likely to be high on the rest of them. So then the question is, what's the correlation between G and each of these sub-elements of G? And then what's the correlation between the sub-elements of G themselves? So if this was plasticity, and we were looking at openness and extroversion, the correlation here would be about I think it's about 0.5, something like that. And the correlation between openness and extroversion would be about 0.3, quite a bit of difference. But with this, there's G, there's the sub-elements, there's the correlation coefficients, 0.9, almost 0.95, what is that, 6 or 8? 8, 0.8, 0.6, 0.8, 0.8, 0.9, pretty much, 0.9, pretty much. Well,
You can fractionate it the best you possibly can. It doesn't matter. It's one thing. It's one thing. And it looks like it's the ability to abstractly represent and then to manipulate the abstractions. I said with working memory, you know, you can get it that simply. How many digits can you keep in your head simultaneously without dropping one? That's it. God. It's unbelievable. It's pretty straightforward. And then it's this viciously powerful predictor of long-term life success. Probably prediction of around 0.5. Now, psychologists hate this. They won't admit that it exists. And I think it's because there's something about intelligence that rubs against our intrinsic egalitarianism, right? There's two things that do it. First, let's say you're successful. You like to think, I'm successful, you know, and you like to attribute it to your own doing. And fair enough, you know, I'm not saying that there isn't an element of it that's your own doing, whatever that means. But if your nerve conductive velocity happens to be high, there's a lot more probability that you're going to be successful. And it's kind of hard to blame that on you or to attribute it to you for that matter. So it indicates a kind of statistical arbitrariness about the distribution of success and failure in our society. Okay, so that's one thing. People don't like that idea. The second thing is that it turns out to be very difficult to raise IQ. Now, it's tricky because it looks like you can raise IQ across whole populations because at least fluid intelligence looks like it's been rising quite substantially over the last 100 years. Maybe as people are better nourished and better educated, but also more prone to continually manipulate abstractions in their life. Because I mean, kids start with computers when they're like 2, you know. So, but if you take a group of people and if you take a group of low IQ people and you try to raise their IQ, it's very, very difficult to manage it without a tremendous amount of investment. That doesn't necessarily mean the investment isn't worthwhile, but it does mean that it's very difficult. Well, the best thing to do, as far as we can tell, the best thing to do is get the nourishment right. That seems to be the most effective. Yeah. So part of the reason, the theory is part of the reason that population IQs have been increasing over the last 100 years is because there's just no one left who's seriously enough malnourished so that it's going to profoundly impact their intellectual capabilities. So breastfeeding seems to raise IQ. So it's 2 points, 3 points with every year of breastfeeding. It's something like that. So it's and that's actually quite a lot. 2 or 3 points actually makes a difference, as it turns out. So, okay. So is IQ real? That's what you mean by real. IQ is averaged performance across averaged sets of questions that require abstraction to conceive of and answer. Is it real? Well, it's real statistically, and you can use it to predict important outcomes that other things can't predict. And from a scientific perspective, and it's also correlated with various physiological and biological phenomena. Well, that's how you define real scientifically. So yes, it's real. Are there other factors that determine people's success and worth? IQ isn't a measure of people's worth in any intrinsic sense. It's an estimate of their ability to succeed in hierarchies that are dependent on the ability to manipulate complex sets of information. There's lots of other things about people that differentiate them in terms of quality and quantity and all of those things. And the most evident of those are the big 5 traits. Now, if you're a psychologist, and this is another thing every psychologist should be taught, if you want to discover something about human beings that hasn't already been discovered, the first thing you should do is make sure it isn't IQ and it isn't any of the big 5 traits. And psychologists almost never do that, because what happens is that if they control for IQ, so in a regression you'd say, okay, here's the thing I'm interested in predicting. The first thing we're going to do is add IQ. And not a measure that you took in 5 minutes either, like a real IQ test, because you want to use a good measure to test your hypothesis against. And not a 10-item measure of the big 5 either, like a 100-item measure, so you get a reliable measure. You throw in IQ, you throw in the big 5, and then you throw in your dopey construct. And then you see if it can predict anything. And the answer is no. And so psychologists don't do it, because whenever they do it properly, it destroys their construct. And that makes them irritated, because their claim to their position of authority in the educational dominance hierarchy is predicated on the validity of their construct. Now, if you're a real scientist, what you try to do is destroy your construct. You think, okay, it looks like this is real. Then you think, it's probably not. And I don't want to spend the next 10 years chasing a ghost and a chimera. So I'm going to try to destroy the damn thing. So you say, well, we'll match it up against a good measure of IQ and a comprehensive big 5. And it still survives. We'll do a couple of replications to make sure that we can't kill it any other way. And maybe we'll do the statistics 3 or 4 different ways to make sure that the thing just doesn't disappear when you use a different statistical procedure. And people don't do that, and that's why the replication rate, even among well-established psychological findings, so to speak, ones that have been highly cited, is extraordinarily low. And if you talk to psychologists, they'll wave their hands and they'll say, well, I don't really believe in IQ. It's like, okay, you know, we're not talking about, what do you call those? What did the Ghostbusters hunt down? We're not talking about paranormal phenomena. They're not things you get to believe in or not, right? There are rules for defining what constitutes something that's real from a scientific perspective and a psychometric perspective. So you don't get to say, well, I'll apply one definition of reality because I don't like IQ, and then I'll use the same definition to justify my own constructs. Like, sorry, that isn't how it works. You can do that if you're a postmodernist, you can do that. But if you're a person who actually thinks scientifically, you don't get to play that game. So, now, you know, part of the reason that we need to know about these sorts of things, let's see, how are we doing for time here? Oh yeah, we're doing good. I think we need to know these things partly because they have policy implications. First of all, you need to know them for your own life, because you got to know that there are differences in intelligence. It's really important. If you go into a job and you're not smart enough for that job, you're going to have one bloody miserable time. And you're going to make life wretched for the people around you because you won't be able to handle the position. And as you climb hierarchies of competence, the demand on fluid intelligence increases. And so, unless you want to fail, you don't put yourself in over your head. Well, what's over your head? Well, that's a tricky thing to figure out. I mean, you have to figure that out with intelligence, you have to figure it out with conscientiousness, you have to figure it out with creativity, you have to figure it out with stress tolerance, with agreeableness, because you want to go into a cooperative environment and not a competitive one if you're agreeable, and with neuroticism, you probably want to keep the stress level of your job relatively low, because those are all places that you can break down. And most people have at least one significant weakness in their intelligence personality makeup, and you've got to be careful not to place yourself in a position where that's going to be a fatal flaw. But what you really want to do, as far as I can tell, if you want to maximize your chances for both success and let's say well-being, is you want to find a strata of occupation in which you would have an intelligence that would put you in the upper quartile. That's perfect. Then you're a big fish in a small pond. And you don't want to be the stupidest guy in the room. It's a bloody rough place to be. So, and you probably don't want to be the smartest guy in the room either, because what that probably means is you should be in a different room, right? You should look at a place where if you're right at the top, you've mastered it. It's time to go somewhere where you're a little lower so that you've got something to climb up for. So, and if you're not hyper-conscientious, for example, you're probably not going to want a job that you have to work 70 hours a week at, because you're just not wired up that way. You'd rather have some leisure. And you're like, more power to you. If that's how you're wired up, there's nothing wrong with having some leisure. But if you're someone who can't stand sitting around doing nothing ever, then maybe you can go into a job that's going to require you to work 75 hours a week. And almost all jobs that are at the top of complex dominance hierarchies require very high intelligence and insane levels of conscientiousness, as well, generally speaking, as pretty damn high levels of stress tolerance. You know, because that can knock you out too, because there's going to be sharp fluctuations in your career, generally speaking, at the higher levels of a structure, and you have to make very complicated decisions, often with very short time horizons. So you have to decide if that's what you want. Okay, so here's some IQ items. So this is from a test, roughly. It isn't from the direct test, but it's an analog of the Raven's progressive matrices. Now here's how the Raven's was derived. So imagine that you got your 100 questions, and you can take out the sum of those and call that IQ. Okay, so now you have a score. Then you can do a correlation between all of the items and that score, and you can find out which single item is the best predictor of the total score. Because you might see that question 39 has no correlation with the mean, with the average. You say, well, that isn't a very good question. You'd actually throw that out of the next test. But you'd say, well, item number 15 is correlated at 0.75 with the total score. So that's a good single item.
then imagine that you went across sets of IQ tests and you took out the best single item predictors of full-scale IQ. What you'd end up with is something like this. So the Raven's progressive matrices is a very good test of fluid intelligence. And it's relatively non-linguistic, which is also an advantage, right? Because imagine you wanted to assess the intelligence of a very diverse range of people, and they all came from different linguistic backgrounds. Well, as long as they can understand the instructions, which are almost self-evident, then they're going to be able to do this. Okay, so this is, you see, you have to guess, in case you didn't already figure this out, which you would have had you been using your intelligence and applying it. You're trying to replace the question mark with one of these. And so here's how you do it, roughly speaking. It's probably a working memory test, because you have to hold a variety of variables in imagination at the same time. Okay, so the first thing you see is every row has a star, a triangle, and a square. And each row has a dot, 2 dots, and 3 dots. And so every row has to have a triangle, square, and star, and 1, 2, or 3 dots. Okay, so this one, first of all, what's it missing in terms of shape? Triangle. Excellent. See, that's why you're at the U of T. And then, okay, and then what's it missing for dots? 2 dots. Excellent. So we do a little scan here and we say, oh, look, well, it could be that one, or it could be, that's it. It's that one. And so, is that right? Yes. Aren't we smart? No. That was easy. So no, you're not very smart if you figure that one out, because pretty much everybody can figure that one out. I think this next one is more difficult. Okay, so in the first row you see that there's 2 objects, each are different color, and they move together, right? They join. That one, they're separate there, they join, they're together. They're separate there, and they join there. So this one should be halfway in between those 2. And the other thing that happens is, let's see, this item actually might be incorrectly represented because the blue should be on the other side. Whatever. What's that? 3. Yes. Did they flip? Okay, well anyways, you see that it's 3. See, I'm not very bright because I've just lectured for an hour. Okay, so that was a more difficult item. And then this one is more difficult if I remember correctly. So, let's see. So they're all 3 different colors, so that has to be color. Then, what's the other thing? The relationship between the colors change. So, what's the answer? Ha! You're all scared to answer, aren't you? Because you might be wrong. Yeah. And the more anxious people are even less likely to answer. Number 3. Okay, so if you want to test someone's IQ, then you put together a nice batch of these at different levels of difficulty, and then you sum them, and then you rank order, and then you correct for age, and then you have IQ, and that's that. And then you can say, well, then you can sort people into the complexity of their occupations. And isn't that dismal and wretched? But it's true. So here you go. This is from the Wunderlich people. They're a commercial company that makes general cognitive ability tests, and it's often used by corporations, even though it's actually illegal. It's actually illegal to use IQ tests, but the Wunderlich doesn't promote themselves as testing IQ. I think it's general cognitive ability, which is the same thing, but whatever. The SATs, the GREs, the LSATs, all of those are IQ tests. So now they're more crystallized than fluid. We'll get to that in a minute. But crystallized knowledge is what you accrue across time. So you could say that fluid intelligence is what programs your brain. It fills it with facts, let's say. It fills it with knowledge. But you can get an estimate of your intelligence by sampling your domain of factual knowledge. And the reason for that is that, well, obviously, the better the programmer, the better the content. And so what that also means is that you could, if your prefrontal cortex was damaged later in life, your fluid IQ could plummet, but your crystallized IQ remain more or less intact. So even though they're not different, one produces the other, and then once the producer has produced, then the producer can disappear, and you still got the encoded knowledge. So at least that's how it looks to me. So, okay, so how smart do you have to be different things in life? Well, if you have an IQ of 116 to 130, which is 85th percentile and above, so it's 1 person in 8 up to 1 person in 130, I believe is 85, 90, 95, is it 95? I think it's 95. 1 person in 8 to 1 person in 20. Then you can be a attorney, a research analyst, an editor, an advertising manager, a chemist, an engineer, an executive manager, etc. That's now, that's not the high end for IQ, by the way. That it can go up, well, it can go up indefinitely, although there's fewer and fewer people as it goes up. So if you want to be the best at what you're doing, bar none, then having an IQ of above 145 is a necessity, and maybe you're pushing 160 in some situations, and maybe that's making you 1 person in 10,000 or even 1 person in 100,000. And then also, to really be good at it, you probably have to be reasonably stress tolerant and also somewhat conscientious. So, people, you think, well, why is it that smart people are at the top of dominance hierarchies? And the answer to that, in part, is because they get there first, right? I mean, everything's a race, roughly speaking. And the faster you are, the more likely you are to be at the forefront of the pack. And intelligence, in large part, is speed. That's not all of it is. So if you're moving towards something difficult rapidly, the faster people are going to get there first. So IQ of 110 to 115. So that's 85th to 73rd to 85th percentile. Copywriter, accountant, manager, sales analyst, general manager, purchasing agent, registered nurse, sales account executive. If you look at universities, the smartest people they're above this. Who are the smartest people at university? What do you think? Mathematicians, physicists and mathematicians, right. I can tell you who's on the other end, but I won't. Yeah, I'd like to though. Anyways, okay. Going down now 103 to 108 is slightly above average, right? 60th to 70th percentile. Store manager, bookkeeper, credit clerk, lab tester, general sales, telephone sales, accounting clerk, computer operator, customer service rep, technician, clerk, typist. So you see, at this level, people have some technical skill and some ability to deal with complex things. Okay, that's dead average. 100 is average. Dispatcher in a general office, police patrol officer, receptionist, cashier, general clerical, inside sales clerk, meter reader, printer, teller, data entry, electrical helper. 95th to 98. Machinist, food department manager, quality control checker, security guard, unskilled labor, maintenance, arc welder, die setter, mechanic. Good IQ range for relatively qualified tradespeople. 87 to 93. Messenger, factory production worker, assembler, food service worker, nurse's aide, warehouseman, custodian, janitor, material handler, packer. Now, what you're starting to see is that as you move down the hierarchy, the jobs get simpler, they're more likely to be assigned by other people, or they're repetitive. Because what IQ predicts to some degree is how rapidly you can learn something, but once you've learned it, it doesn't predict necessarily how well you do at it. And so the more repetitive jobs people with lower IQs are more suited to more repetitive jobs. Under 87, is there something? Well, no. Right. That's a big problem. And it's something our society has not addressed at all. Jobs for people with IQs of less than 85 are very, very rare. So what the hell are those people supposed to do? It's 15% of the population. What are they supposed to do? Well, we better figure it out, because one of the things that's happening too is that as the high IQ tech geeks get a hold of the world, the demand for cognitive power is increasing, not decreasing, right? You want to be a teller? Well, those checkout machines, they're not so simple. You want to work at McDonald's? You think that's a simple job? You don't see robots working at McDonald's. And the reason for that is that what McDonald's workers do is too complex for robots to do. So this is a discussion that no one wants to have, but that's okay. It's still a problem, and it has to be dealt with. So the U.S. government, I think I told you this at one point already, it's illegal to induct anyone into the U.S. Army if they have an IQ of less than 83, right? It's about 10% of the population. Because the U.S. Army, and they've been doing IQ testing since IQ testing began, because they want everybody they can possibly get into the Army, because in peacetime, they use it as a way of moving people up the socioeconomic ladder, and in wartime, well, obviously, you need as many soldiers as you can get your hands on. And so you're not going to be any pickier than you have to be.
so when the US Army says it's illegal to induct anybody into the armed forces if they have an IQ of less than 83, then you know that they've done it for absolute necessity. Right? And when people have made a finding that contradicts what they want to hear and they're doing it out of absolute necessity, you can be reasonably true that it's one of those facts that just won't bloody well go away. And so you might think, well, if there's nothing for someone with an IQ of less than 83 to do in the army, what makes you think that there's something that they can do in the general population? And then the issue is, you know, because the conservatives will say, well, they should just work harder. It's like, sorry, that ain't going to fly. And the liberals will say, well, there's no difference between people anyhow, and you can just train people to do everything. And that's wrong. So they're both wrong, and they're seriously wrong. And the fact that neither side of the political perspective will take a good, cold, hard look at this problem means that we're going to increasingly have a structural problem in our societies, because we're complexifying everything so rapidly that you can't find employment unless you're intelligent. You guys are really going to face this, you know. Lawyers are disappearing like mad. And the reason for that is, you can look it up online. Increasingly, you can do things yourself if you're smart. And so, like, the working class people have been wiped out pretty nicely over the last 30 years by automation and various other things. It's the low end of the white-collar class that's coming up next. So I'm not saying that lawyers are in the low end, but low-end lawyers are in the low end of the white-collar class. So there's still going to be plenty of positions for people who are creative and fast on their feet and super smart. In fact, those people are going to have all the money, and that's already happening to a great degree. You know, because if you're smart and you can use a computer, you're so smart it's just absolutely unbelievable, right? And if you can't use a computer, and lots of people, and I don't mean, you know, you can open Word. That isn't what I mean. I mean, maybe I mean you can program, and if you can't program, well, you're right at the next end. So if you haven't got that with you, you're going to be left behind. Oh, a lot of them will take Demerol. That's what's happening in the United States. Yeah, it's an opiate. Yeah, so there's a massive drug problem emerging in... Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm telling you, that is what's happening. Yes. Drugs. Yeah, drugs of abuse. Well, what is happening to a large degree is people drop out of the employment race. They get very depressed. They develop chronic pain problems, especially if they're men, because chronic pain and depression are very much the same thing. And then they subsist on opiates, which are subsidized by Medicaid in the US. I'm not kidding about this. This is exactly what's happening. What else is going to happen to people for whom there's nothing to do? They have a terrible time, especially if they're conscientious. That's a good question. You know, the AI guys are pushing hard on this. Hey, what's the biggest employment category? Driver. Think about it. What's Tesla doing? What are all the AI guys working on as fast as they possibly can? Driverless cars. No problem. Except that's the biggest employment category for men. So what are those guys going to do? Yeah, they're going to sit home and, you know, be miserable with their wives and take opiates because they have chronic pain problems. Right. Nasty. And you might think, well, could they think up something else to do? Well, if you have an IQ of 83 or less, you're not going to be doing a lot of thinking about something else to do. You know, that isn't how it works. Because you're more of a... you're an act person, not a thinking person, roughly speaking. You know, and so if you have a task at hand, especially if you're conscientious, you can diligently go about it. But, you know, I've tried to train people with IQs of 80 and less to do what I would consider tasks that one of you could learn to do in 10 minutes and never make a mistake again. And it's like tens of hours with bare minimum mastery of the task. So, yeah, it's an ugly situation, no doubt about it. Okay, openness. So, creativity. Well, I can talk more about this on Thursday. Maybe we'll just stop and I'll go into creativity on Thursday. So we've got about 5 minutes, so if anyone has a question, I'd be more than happy to entertain a question. So, what I tell you, like what you need, we're in a technical area to some degree, right? So you need to understand how these tests come about, because you can't understand the concepts without understanding it. So I'm hoping that the way I told you that the IQ tests were derived made sense. I mean, it's a fairly straightforward thing, but that's what you want to concentrate on. You had a question.
Yep. You can't train simple reaction time. It's really hard. You top out very rapidly. And but let's take your question a little further. So let's say IQ predicts how fast you'll master a video game. So then, and it does. So then let's say we're going to train the hell out of you on a video game so you get super good at it. And then you'll get like Tetris. Does everyone know what Tetris is? Okay, well Tetris is really an IQ test for all intents and purposes. It's a spatial rotation test. So you can get really good at Tetris, right? You think, hey, my IQ's increasing. It's like, well, here's the problem. Let's say I produce a variant of Tetris that requires that the idea is basically the same, but it requires different operations. Being good at Tetris won't help you be good at that test. You don't get crossover. And people have been trying this for a long time. It's like, well, maybe you could practice a bunch of IQ tests and you get better. It's like, no, you get better on the IQ tests you practice, but you don't get better on IQ tests. And you see, even fluid, you can't move it. And there are people who come up with claims all the time, like the lumosity people. It's like, well, here's a bunch of complex. So then they thought, look, practice one test, that doesn't work to make you smarter. So then practice a whole bunch of tests, and then maybe what you'll learn across all the tests will make you smarter. No, it doesn't work. And it really sucks, because one of the things you'd hope is that once you had extracted out a central factor for intelligence, that you could get people to practice the micro skills that were associated with it, and it would boost IQ. It's like, it doesn't work. And, about every 5 years, someone comes out with a claim that says, hey, we've developed a new test, and if you just do this test, you'll get smarter. And then someone tests it out, and they usually use the Raven's progressive matrices as the marker, and they show, no, it's the same thing. Domain-specific knowledge doesn't generalize to other areas. So it's a hell of a thing. If you can figure out how to raise people's fluid IQ, you will be a billionaire. But you won't be able to do it because it looks like it's impossible. But you never know. You know, maybe someone will crack it at some point, but we certainly haven't yet. So, no transfer. No. There's no generalizability of a specific skill to IQ. So, if you practice one thing and there's something that you're doing that's close to that, there's going to be some generalizability. It's kind of hard to define what close means, though. Well, it would depend on how big the factor you changed was, but the general rule of thumb is no transfer. Yes. Oh yeah, the higher IQ. Oh yeah, the higher IQ person will learn the new thing faster, pretty much no matter what it is. Yes. But even so, then you might think, well, what if you practice learning a bunch of new things fast? Would that make you faster at learning new things? And the answer is A, people are doing that all the time, so you're probably maxed out on that to some degree. And B, no, it won't. So, and believe me, people have tried this for a long time. So, and for good reason. And we haven't got anywhere. Yes. Yep. Yeah, the language one is tougher because, like, if you say you learn 2 languages, can you pick up the third faster? And, well, the answer is it depends on how linguistically close the new language is to the 2 that you've already learned. And then if you learn 30, you can probably learn a new one in like 2 days. Because once you've learned 30, you've covered the domain of languages. So the language issue is a little bit more complex because languages have a fair bit of commonality in their underlying structure. So, but you don't learn one language faster after you've learned 3 because you've got smarter. You learn one language faster after you've learned 3 because you know more about languages. So, okay, we should stop. We'll see you Thursday.
Today we're going to talk a little bit more about the fractionation of openness to experience. And we've done a fair number of studies with the Big 5 aspect scale, which we've talked about a lot, which enables the Big Five model to be differentiated down into 2 aspects per trait. And those aspects have been useful for a variety of reasons. For example, when we're looking at political behavior, we've been able to determine that conservatives who are generally regarded as higher in conscientiousness are actually more specifically higher in orderliness. There's not a lot of difference between liberals and conservatives with regards to industriousness. And we've also been able to determine, at least to some degree, that orderliness seems to be associated with disgust sensitivity. And disgust sensitivity is part of the behavioral immune system. And so part of the reasons that conservatives are more inclined to want things like closed borders is because they're more concerned about maintaining the boundaries between things. And the reason for that seems to be fundamentally associated with disgust. And I'll talk to you a lot about that next week, because once we sorted that out, it really illuminated my way of thinking about things that had happened, for example, in Nazi Germany, because people tend to think about, like, when people have been studying conservatism from a scientific perspective, they've tended to assume that it's associated with fear of the out-group, say, and that conservatives are more fearful than liberals, but that actually doesn't seem to be. Conservatives are not higher in trait neuroticism, and that's a really tough one, because if you're going to make a case that one group is more anxious, let's say, or threat sensitive than another, and you don't get differences in trait neuroticism, then you've really got a problem. Well, yeah, but the theories seem to be more trait-like rather than situation. Yeah, but what we have found is that, you know, for a long time people thought that all of the negative emotions loaded on neuroticism, and it was like the global trait for negative emotion, but disgust seems to be its own peculiar thing. And but I will talk to you more about that next week. But that's just an example of why differentiation at the aspect level seems useful. You also pick up differences between men and women at the aspect level that aren't obvious at the trait level as well. So you can think about the models as, you know, you have a model that operates at different levels of resolution, and low resolution representations are good for one set of operations, and higher resolution representations are good for other purposes. The purpose, of course, is to predict. At least that's one of the primary scientific purposes. And so you pick the level of analysis that gives you the most prediction, and perhaps also the most utility in terms of formulating scientific theories. So we'll concentrate a little bit more today on openness per se. So openness to experience fragments into intellect, and openness proper. And I think the right way to think about intellect is that it's the personality instantiation of IQ, roughly speaking. And the reason I think that is because, well, first of all, working memory predicts intellect quite nicely, and working memory tests are very, very highly correlated with G, and specifically G being the first factor that you pull out of any set of IQ tests, right? That's the technical definition of G. You set up sets of questions, do a factor analysis, and extract out the first factor, which is roughly equivalent, by the way, to the total or to the mean of the items. If there's a one-factor solution, it's not much different than the average. So the average is actually a factor that's where the hypothesis is that every single item loads equally on that factor, right? Because you're adding them all up and then dividing them by the number. So it's no different than a factor analysis. Sometimes you'll hear people, like Stephen Jay Gould did this when he was complaining about IQ back in the 90s. He said, a factor analysis, like a factor, is just a mathematical abstraction. It's like, well, yeah, so is the average. You think of the average of a set of numbers real? And the answer to that question is, depends on how you define real. You can use it for certain functions, which is a pretty good definition of real as far as I'm concerned. But when you ask questions like that, you have to define both your terms, and you do that somewhat arbitrarily. Anyways, people with high IQs tend to think that they're smart, that's right. And so then they tend to describe themselves as smart if you give them the opportunity to do that. And then that shows up when you ask them questions about their problem-solving ability, and that loads mostly on intellect. And so it isn't even obvious that there's any real utility in assessing intellect from the self-report perspective when you could replace that with an IQ test, because the IQ test is way more accurate. So, but that gives you some sense. You think about the whole five-factor model, you know where intelligence slots. It slots in underneath openness. Now, the openness, proper part of openness to experience, which I tend to think about as creativity. You can use that at least as a shorthand to sort of aid your understanding of what it is. Creativity seems related to IQ in that people with higher IQs are likely to be creative, or if you take people who are noted for their creativity, there's a high probability that they'll have a higher IQ. But there's more to it than IQ. And what creativity seems to be associated with, then again, depends on whether or not, on how you define creativity. Because you could define it as the sum total of creative achievements that you've made in your life, which would be the actual production of, say, artifacts of one form or another, performances or inventions or artworks or what have you. We'll go over the dimensions in a minute. Or you could also define it as the proclivity to engage in creative thought. And I think we'll start with that first. So what does it mean to think creatively? It's sort of like, it's something like this. Imagine that I tossed you out an idea, and there's some probability that when I tossed you that idea, that will trigger off other ideas in your imagination. So you can think about it as a threshold issue. If you're not very creative, I'll throw you an idea, and hardly any other ideas will be triggered, and the ones that will be triggered are going to be very closely associated with that initial idea. So let's say I tossed each of you an idea, and I asked you to tell me the first thing that comes to mind. Okay, so what we would see first is that the first thing that comes to mind for you, the first thing that comes to mind in all likelihood would be shared by many of you. Okay, so then you can think about that as a common response, right? And so that's a less creative response. And then there'll be some things that come to mind for you that are so idiosyncratic that you're the only person that thinks it and no one can understand it. Well, that's also not exactly creative, because the thing for something to be creative, it has to be novel and useful at the same time. That's sort of a rough definition. Something creative is novel and useful. And obviously, there's a certain amount of judgment that goes along with that, clearly. But if it's too novel, then no one else can understand it, and it's unlikely to be useful. So there's a range of convenience. So anyways, if you want to decide if something's creative, like what we would do, I could say to you, okay, in the next 3 minutes, I want you to write down all the uses you can think of for a brick. So, okay, so someone tell me a use for a brick. Breaking windows. Yes, okay. What else can you use a brick for? Build a wall. It's a very small wall. A wall for ants. And what else? Paperweight. Okay. Well, so you get the idea. You're not feeling very mouthy today, obviously. But so you see that. So if we gathered your responses, say I said you have to think of 20 things that you can do with a brick, then a bunch of the things that you thought would be the same, and some people would come up with something different. Like yours was reasonably different than the one about using it as a cover stone for your feet. Someone else might have come up with that, but it's a good creative response because it's unexpected and you could actually do it. So anyway, so you'll get a graph of probability of response, right? And the more probable, the less creative, roughly speaking. It's not the only criteria, though, because you also have to look at utility. So if I said, okay, you've got 3 minutes to write down as many uses as you can think of for a brick, I would score that in a variety of ways. The first thing I would do is just figure out how many uses you generated. That's called fluency. And we could also do that. I could just say, write down as many words as you can that begin with the letter S in 3 minutes, or that begin with the letter C, or 4-letter words that begin with the letter D. I can constrain it. And if I counted how many words you generated, if I had an IQ measure and I had a measure of how many words you generated, IQ plus the number of words that you generated would be a better predictor of your creativity than just IQ. So there's this fluency element and so that's something like the rate at which you can produce, say, verbal ideas. And one of the things we do know about the creativity dimension of openness is that it is associated with fluency. And it's also associated with originality. And originality would be how improbable your use was compared to the uses generated by other people. So you can think of, you get thrown an idea and there's some probability that will co-activate other ideas. And if it co-activates many other ideas, that's like fluency. And if it co-activates ideas that are quite distant from the original idea, something like that, and you could track distance by comparing it to probability that other people have generated it, then that's also another indication of creativity. So they have to be many unlikely responses that are useful. That's what creativity is, roughly speaking. And then you can fractionate it into different dimensions. So that's creative thinking. But then creative achievement would be the ability to take those original ideas and then actually to implement them in the world. And that's obviously much more different than merely being creative. And then what creativity is depends on which of those measurement routes that you take. Now, I developed a questionnaire with one of my students, Shelley Carson, it's just about 30 years ago now, 20 years ago, I guess, called the Creative Achievement Questionnaire. And I'll show you that here. And I'll show you some of the things that are interesting about it. You hear very frequently people say things like everyone's creative. It's like, that's wrong, okay? It's wrong. It's just as wrong as saying that everyone's extroverted. First of all, you have to be pretty damn smart to be creative, because otherwise you're just going to get to where other people have already got, and that's not creative by definition. So being fast and being out there at the front of things really makes a difference. And then you also have to have these divergent thinking capabilities, and that's part of your trait structure. And creative people are really different than non-creative people. Partly because, for example, they're highly motivated to do creative things and to experience novelty and to chase down aesthetic experiences and to attend movies and to read fiction and to go to museums and to enjoy poetry and to enjoy music that's not conventional music, for example. These aren't trivial differences. And so it's a real misstatement to make the proposition that everyone's creative. It's just simply not the case. It's a matter of wishful thinking. It's like saying that everyone's intelligent. It's like, well, if everyone's intelligent, then the term loses all of its meaning. Because any term that you can apply to every member of a category has absolutely no meaning. Now, that doesn't, and the other thing you want to be thinking about here is that don't be thinking that creativity is such a good thing. It's a high-risk, high-return strategy. So if you're creative, you just try this. There's creative people in this room, man. You guys are going to have a hell of a time monetizing your creativity. It's virtually impossible. It's really, really difficult because, first of all, let's say you make an original product. You think the world will beat a pathway to your door if you build a better mousetrap. It's like, that's complete rubbish. It isn't true in the least. If you make a good creative product, you've probably solved about 5% of your problem. Because then you have marketing, which is insanely difficult, and then you have sales, and then you have customer support, and then you have to build an organization. And you have to, if it's really novel, you have to tell people what the hell the thing is. We built this future authoring program, right? And it's available for people online. How do you market that? No one knows what that is, and that's a real problem. If you write a book, well, then you have the problem that another million people have also written a book. But if you produce something that's completely new and doesn't have a category, people can't search for it online. How are they going to find it? So you just have, and then you have pricing problems, and it's really unbelievably difficult to produce something creative and then monetize it. And even worse, if you're the creative person, let's say you have a spectacular invention, you've got no money, right? You've got no customers. Those are big problems. And so maybe you go and you find a venture capitalist. You start with family and friends, because that's how it works. You raise money for your product. You raise money from your family and friends. That's assuming you have family and friends that have some money and that they're going to give it to you. And most people aren't in that situation. So it's a terrible barrier right off the bat. And then, of course, you're putting your family and friends at substantial financial risk, because the probability that your stupid idea is going to make money is virtually zero, even if it's a really brilliant idea. And so then let's say, well, you get past family and friends and you get venture capitalists involved, because that's often the next step, or an angel investor. There's steps in building a business. Family and friends, angel investor, that's some rich guy that you happen to meet, some man or some way who's into this sort of thing and is willing to provide you with some money to get your product off the ground. Well, how much of your product is that person going to take? Well, most of it. And then if you get a venture, and no wonder, because, you don't have any money, how are you going to bargain for control over your product? He'll just say, well, do you want the money or not? And if your answer is no, then he'll go and do something else with his money. It's not like there's no shortage of things that you can do with your money. There's a million things you can do with it. So you're not in a great bargaining position. And then if you get venture capitalists involved, they'll take another big chunk, and maybe if they're not very straight with you, they'll just throw you out, because maybe by that point in the company's development, you're nothing but a pain in the neck, because what do you know about marketing and sales and customer service and building an organization and running a business? Like, you don't have a clue, so why do they need you? So even if you're successful at generating a new idea and you put it into a business, the probability that you, as the originator of the idea, are going to make some money from it is very, very low. So don't be thinking that creativity is something you would want to curse yourself with. Now, you know, it's not all bad because it opens up avenues of experience for creative people that aren't available to people who aren't creative. But it definitely is a high-risk, high-return strategy. You know, so the overwhelming probability is that you will fail. But a small proportion of creative people succeed spectacularly. And so it's like a lottery in some sense. You're probably going to lose. But if you don't lose, you could win big. And that keeps a lot of creative people going. But also they don't really have much choice in it, because if you're a creative person, you're like a fruit tree that's bearing fruit. So you don't really have, you can suppress it, but it's very bad for you. You know, the creative people I've worked with is if they're not creative, they're miserable, so they have to do it. But and you know, there's real joy and pleasure in it, and psychological utility. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's an intelligent. It's certainly not a conservative strategy for moving forward through life. So, and you know, whenever I talk to people who are creative, and you guys should listen to this because I know what I'm talking about. If you happen to be creative, if you're a songwriter or another kind of musician or an artist or any of the other number of things that you might be, find a way to make money and then practice your craft on the side, because you'll starve to death otherwise. Now, for some of you that won't be true, but it's a tiny minority. Your best bet is to find a job that will keep body and soul together and parse off some time that you can pursue your creative thing, because then, well, as a long-term strategy, medium to long-term strategy, it's a better one. But it's got incredibly difficult for people, musicians, for example, it's incredibly difficult for new musicians to monetize their craft, even if they're really, really good at it. So well, so anyway, so I say, well, everyone's not creative, and everybody goes, oh, that's terrible. It's like, it's not so terrible. It's not self-evident that you would curse someone with high levels of creativity. So, all right, so here's how our creative achievements questionnaire works. What we did essentially was we thought up how many domains there are in which you might be creative. And this is, remember, when you're designing a questionnaire, you want to be over-inclusive, because the statistics will take care of it, right? So you can take a big area of potential, you can take a large area and aim your questionnaire at it, and you can do statistics post hoc to see if you're covering the area. If the things that you're measuring are nicely correlated, there's something about them that's similar. If they're not correlated, then maybe you're measuring two different things and you can get rid of one of them. That's fine. So we did start with a pretty wide range. We thought, okay, well, what domains can you be creative in? Visual arts, painting and sculpture. Then we had experts sort of rank order levels of achievement within those domains. And so if you were a painter, 0 gives you, I have no training or recognized talent in this area. Okay, so you really want to keep an eye on the zeros, all right? So then I have taken lessons. People have commented on my talents. I have won a prize. My work has been critiqued in national publications. All right, so you get 0 to 7 points, but you can indicate more than, maybe that happened to you more than once. So, and what happens, this is interesting, is that the higher you are up in this hierarchy, the more likely it is that those things have happened to you more than once. And that's another example of this weird thing called the Pareto principle or Price's law, which is that it's sort of, as good things happen to you, the probability that more good things will happen increases. Right, so because once you're famous, people give you all sorts of opportunities to do other things, right? So your success doesn't go like this. It goes like this: 0, 0, 0, skyrocket. That's how it works. But getting from zero to 1, if you're starting a business, the hardest customer you'll ever get is your first one, and then the second hardest one will be your second one. It's virtually impossible to get a first customer, because they're going to say to you, first of all, you're going to be selling to people who are basically conservative. And they're not going to be willing or able to evaluate whether your damn product is good for anything. And so they'll say, well, who are your other customers? And if your answer to that is, well, we don't have any, it's like, well, then what? They're going to be the first one. No, because people don't stick their necks out at all. Not a bit, ever. And so unless you're well established in the market, especially if you're dealing with a big company, you can just bloody well forget it. It's like a 3-year sales cycle anyways. It's because big corporations move very, very slowly. And you might be able to find a small company that doesn't have much money who would be willing to use your stupid product for nothing if you're really nice to them. and you get one customer that way. It's very, very difficult. And so you'll end up, you know, and what do you think the royalty, just out of curiosity? So I've written a book, it's going to be published by Penguin Random House in January. What do you think the royalty is for an author on a book? So you make something creative, you get a percentage of the sale. What do you think the percentage is? Just out of curiosity. Guess. Yeah, it's like 5%. So think about that. So that means that you make your thing and 95% of it belongs to someone else. And that's if things are going quite well for you. And it doesn't really matter what you manufacture or produce. That's about what you can expect. Sales, marketing, distribution, it eats it all up. So well, anyways, you need to know these things because they're not self-evident. Okay, so it's working all by itself. All right, so let's take a look. Well, how else can you have creative achievement? Well, you can be a musician. I have no training or recognized talent. Recordings of my composition have been sold publicly. That's the top end. My composition has been copyrighted, recorded, critiqued in a local publication. I have composed an original piece of music. Well, let's try this. How many of you have composed an original piece of music? Wow, there's lots of creative people in here. That's very impressive. So there must be 10 or 11 people in here. Oh, that's cool. So how about your composition has been copyrighted? How about the recordings have been sold publicly and actually sold? How many people? Two? Okay. Well, so what you can see is there's a rapid drop-off in the number of people who say yes. How many of you fit into category 0? I have no training or recognized talent in this area. Okay. 0 is the median score on all of these. Median is the score that's the most likely for people to have, right? It's different than the mean. Median score is 0. So what's the median score in the entire creative achievement questionnaire? 0. You add up over all 13 domains, the most typical score is 0. So that's how creative people are. They're 0 creative, not at all. Yes. Well, the thing is, you could say that all people are creative and that all people can generate ideas, but the issue isn't whether or not you can generate ideas, it's whether or not you can generate ideas that are different from the ideas that other people generate. That's the critical issue, because, I mean, it depends on how you define it. Well, the novelty is a huge part of it, but that's sort of built into the definition of creative. It has to be novel and useful. And if your idea that you generate is the same as the idea that a bunch of other people have, it's not. It's an idea, fair enough. And if you define creativity that way, then everyone's creative. But it's a foolish way of defining creativity because everyone does it. And we know that there has to be something novel about creativity.
Ideas that say these categories all seem to be artistic as well as requiring specific non-creative skills. For example, music bands require mechanical motor skills.
Yeah.
Are there ways to be creative outside the artistic?
Well, let's go through the rest of the domains because we did include the domains that aren't artistic. And yes, there are. Engineering is a good example of that. Or writing nonfiction. Those things tend to tilt more in the intellect direction. But I'm concentrating most particularly here on the sort of creativity that would be associated with openness. So, yeah. Okay, so dance. Well, it's roughly the same as music, so we won't move forward into that. Architectural design. My architectural design has been recognized in a national publication. Creative writing. My work has been reviewed in national publications. 1 million books sold last year, 250 of them sold more than 100,000 copies. Right? So that's another example of high risk, high return. So probably you won't write a book. If you write a book, probably no one will publish it. If you publish it, almost certainly no one will buy it. So you see what I mean? There's exclusion. The exclusion criteria there are so difficult because it's very difficult to write a book, even a bad one. You have to work a long time to write a bad book. And then your book has to be pretty damn good before you're going to get it published.